The story begins with a man who possessed extraordinary talent with a knife. Whenever light touched the blade in his hands, it gleamed sharply, and there was nothing he could not cut. No object could resist his precision. His mastery had reached such an unbelievable level that he could even slice cleanly through a falling droplet of water. Years of relentless training had left thick calluses covering his palms, proof of the life he had devoted entirely to the blade. After dropping out of high school, he spent the next 20 years working in the knife business. Through endless effort and discipline, he eventually became known as the greatest knife master in the entire country. In the present day, the restaurant where he worked was busier than ever. Orders poured in one after another. Table 3 requested another course, while tables 5 and 7 ordered the restaurant's special tuna platters. Customers eagerly praised the dishes, whispering about the incredible chef whose knife skills were famous throughout the city. More VIP orders followed, and the kitchen remained in constant motion. Then, something unusual happened. Several chefs suddenly paused as they noticed the master chef staring intensely at a fish on the cutting board. His expression was unusually serious. One of the workers carefully informed him that his phone was ringing. The chef frowned in confusion because his phone was supposed to be on vibrate. When he checked the screen, he was startled to see notifications from a mobile game he had deleted years ago. Before he could think much about it, another chef rushed over to tell him that customers were waiting. However, the chef calmly instructed him to tell them that the requested course was unavailable. At that moment, a customer stepped forward and accused him of lying. A blonde-haired mafia boss entered the restaurant alongside 2 intimidating bodyguards. With a smug grin, the gangster explained that he had returned because he expected the chef to finally give him an answer. According to him, he had already allowed more than enough time for consideration. The gangster laughed arrogantly and snapped his fingers. One of the bodyguards placed a suitcase full of cash on the counter. The mafia boss claimed it was an advance payment of 3 billion won, promising even more if the job was completed properly. However, the chef responded without a single word. In an instant, sharp slicing sounds echoed through the room. His blade flashed faster than the eye could follow, producing a series of clean and precise cuts. The fish before him fell apart perfectly. Then the chef coldly addressed the gangster. He explained that the kitchen valued cleanliness above everything else, and someone as filthy as him did not belong there. The sliced fish dropped threateningly onto the floor in front of the bodyguards, leaving them stunned. Even so, the mafia boss simply laughed and praised the chef's incredible swordsmanship. He insisted that someone with abilities like his should not be wasting his life cutting fish in a restaurant. The gangster urged him once again to change professions. Instead, the chef quietly grabbed his knife. The bodyguards instantly panicked, thinking he might throw it at them. Realizing things could become dangerous, they quickly retreated. Even while leaving, the mafia boss laughed confidently and promised that he would return soon to make the chef's life miserable. After they finally left, the nervous chef slowly returned to work. As night fell and the restaurant closed, one of the chefs admitted that he could not understand why his colleague rejected such an unbelievable offer. 3 billion won as an advance payment alone sounded life-changing. The talented chef calmly smoked a cigarette and explained that he had spent his entire life slicing fish. He knew nothing about dealing with gangsters. His co-worker argued that the mafia probably only wanted to use his reputation to intimidate people. Surely they were not asking him to kill anyone. The chef even suggested that his colleague could make easy money, buy a house, or open his own restaurant afterward. But the master chef quietly refused again. No matter how much money they offered, he had no intention of accepting. While talking, his phone continued receiving nonstop notifications. His coworker jokingly asked whether he was secretly dating someone, only to discover it was an old mobile game called Miracle Blessing. The chef was shocked that the game still existed, because nobody had played it in years. Before the conversation could continue, the restaurant owner suddenly yelled for everyone to finish cleaning up. The other chef quickly left, leaving the master chef alone outside with his cigarette. As he sat there, he reflected on his life. Ever since his family went bankrupt during his childhood, all he had done was work endlessly. He had never really lived like a normal person. For the first time in years, he wondered what an ordinary life might have looked like. Meanwhile, his phone kept ringing nonstop. Annoyed, he wondered if he had accidentally reinstalled the game while drunk and considered deleting it again immediately. It had been years since he last touched the game, especially since the story's Demon King invasion event. By accident, he tapped one of the notifications. The game instantly opened, and familiar background music began playing. A beautiful blue-haired girl appeared on the screen with a confident smirk. Even after all those years, the characters were still incredibly attractive. The phone suddenly began glitching violently. Bright light burst from the screen and swallowed him completely. Confused and unable to react, the chef vanished. Moments later, his coworker returned because the boss wanted to speak with him. However, when he arrived outside, the chef was gone. Only the glowing phone remained on the ground. The coworker looked around in confusion, wondering where he had disappeared to. Assuming he had simply gone to the restroom, the man eventually walked away. Unnoticed by anyone, the phone screen displayed a single message: transfer complete. 100%. The story then reveals the game itself. Miracle Blessing was nothing more than a typical pay-to-win mobile game, with auto-hunting systems. The only reason the chef ever played it was because the female characters matched his personal taste. Beautiful girls with blue hair, golden eyes, and smug expressions dominated the game's artwork. Ironically, after being transported into the game world, he did not become the main character, an important NPC, or even someone special. Instead, he reincarnated into the body of an irrelevant background character named Kang Ma. Fortunately, the game world was almost identical to Korea. The names, cities, language, and geography were only slightly different, making it easy for him to adapt. For an entire year, he lived peacefully as an ordinary teenager, slowly forgetting whether this world was real or simply part of the game. For the first time in both his lives, he experienced normal happiness. That peaceful life continued until the day he returned home and received devastating news. As soon as he entered the house, his excited parents proudly revealed an acceptance letter. He had been admitted into Hawakan Academy. The moment he saw the letter, his heart sank. His parents celebrated enthusiastically, repeatedly calling him the pride of the family. They excitedly talked about the upcoming entrance ceremony and urged him to finish packing immediately. Meanwhile, Kang Ma could only stare blankly at the letter in horror. His dream of living an ordinary life had just been completely destroyed. As he sat there in silence, he realized there was no escaping it anymore. No matter how many times he begged to avoid it, everyone around him was far too excited to let him refuse. Tomorrow, his new life at the academy made Kang Ma feel exhausted already. As he sat in his room, his eyes drifted toward a picture hanging on the wall. The sight of it only deepened his frustration because the person in the photograph was the original owner of the body he now inhabited. What he could not understand was how an insignificant background character had managed to enter such a prestigious school in the first place. Eventually, he learned the truth. Before Kang Ma had been possessed, the original owner of the body had manifested a blessing and immediately passed the entrance examination for Hawakan Academy. The revelation left him speechless. He could not help wondering whether the original Kang Ma had secretly been some kind of hidden genius all along. In this world, blessings were supernatural powers granted to humans. They functioned almost exactly like skills in a video game and manifested in countless different forms. However, not everyone possessed divine protection. In most cases, blessings were hereditary, meaning a person's chances of awakening one heavily depended on their bloodline and family background. Because of that, society itself had become divided into strict social ranks such as nobles, commoners, and privileged families. Although Hawakan Academy publicly claimed to be a hero training institution, the truth was far uglier. The academy had long become an exclusive school reserved for elite hero families. Only recently had they introduced a special admission system for ordinary families without heroic bloodlines, and Kang Ma happened to be one of those rare students accepted through that route. Of course, this raised another important question: why were heroes needed at all? The answer was terrifyingly simple. Far above the world, a crimson light glowed ominously in the sky, while horrifying monsters cast massive shadows across the earth. These creatures were inhuman beasts possessing power far beyond ordinary human abilities. Humanity needed heroes because they were constantly at war against monsters. To Kang Ma, the entire situation felt less like attending school and more like preparing for military enlistment. As he groaned in frustration, he decided to examine his blessing more carefully. A strange status window appeared before him. The first blessing was called Painless. It could be activated for 30 seconds and had a cooldown time of 12 hours. Unfortunately, the description was so vague that he had absolutely no idea what it was supposed to do. Just reading it made him depressed. He could not understand how someone with such a useless-looking ability managed to pass the academy entrance exam. Then he checked the second blessing, the Sword God. Unlike the first ability, this one had infinite activation time and 0 cooldown. However, it only activated under extremely specific conditions. The weapon needed to be less than 30 centimeters in length and less than 5 centimeters in width. Kang Ma stared at the description in disbelief. The conditions perfectly matched the size of a sashimi knife. Even stranger, the ability description itself was ridiculously simple. It basically stated that if he struck something, it would cut. Compared to the flashy and elaborate blessing descriptions common in the game, this ability sounded absurdly straightforward. Still, the activation requirements stood out the most. The exact measurements practically screamed kitchen knife. Confused, Kang Ma wondered if the game developers had secretly created a cooking-based swordsmanship class or something equally ridiculous. After finishing his packing, he suddenly remembered something important: equipment. When he used to play Miracle Blessing, equipment prices were insanely expensive. Even low-ranked E-class gear cost millions, while average C-rank equipment could easily be worth hundreds of millions. Higher-ranked weapons were practically priceless treasures. The academy's tuition alone was already overwhelming, and he had no desire to waste even more money on expensive gear for a school he never wanted to attend in the first place. Unfortunately, the entrance guidelines clearly warned students that failing to prepare proper equipment would immediately damage their evaluation. After thinking carefully, Kang Ma eventually decided to buy something cheap. As he walked through the streets with his hands in his pockets, he remembered his former teacher from his previous life. The old man always insisted that true masters never blamed their equipment. Eventually, the day of the entrance ceremony arrived. Kang Ma stood among the new students while instructors inspected everyone's weapons. Unlike the others carrying flashy swords and expensive gear, he arrived with a collection of discounted sashimi knives. The moment the instructor saw them, he exploded in anger. The giant man with a mohawk furiously demanded to know whether Kang Ma thought the academy was some kind of joke. He shouted that using kitchen knives during a class placement test made absolutely no sense. However, Kang Ma calmly replied that these knives were his equipment. The instructor looked completely dumbfounded. Before the man could continue yelling, Kang Ma smoothly explained that he was merely a special admission student from an ordinary family. The academy's tuition alone was already a massive burden for his parents, so how could he possibly afford expensive weapons on top of that? Then he delivered the finishing blow. He stated that blaming one's equipment was something only amateurs did. The instructor froze. Those words struck him deeply. In his eyes, this black-haired student suddenly transformed into a poor but devoted genius who possessed an unshakable warrior spirit. The instructor became so emotionally overwhelmed that tears nearly formed in his eyes. At that moment, Kang Ma accidentally achieved exactly what he wanted. The instructor proudly announced that the special admission student would be allowed to use his sashimi knives. Kang Ma immediately thanked him while pretending to remain humble. Meanwhile, several upper-class students looked at him with disgust. One purple-haired girl openly cursed him, while others questioned how someone like him had even been accepted into the academy. Some even complained that he smelled poor. The instructor instantly roared at the students and ordered everyone to stay quiet. To Kang Ma's complete horror, the man had now fully become his defender. The instructor passionately declared that he could either become an angel or a devil depending on the student's behavior. Terrified by the man's growing enthusiasm, Kang Ma quickly escaped the area before the situation became even more uncomfortable. After finally finding a bench to rest on, he let out a deep sigh. Just as expected, academy life already felt exhausting. At least the equipment evaluation was over. Now only the class placement test remained. As he sat there, he took in the enormous academy grounds around him. The school was so massive it practically resembled an entire city. In his previous life, he had been forced to drop out of high school because of financial hardship, so studying at such a prestigious place still felt surreal. Soon, an announcement echoed throughout the academy grounds, ordering all new students to gather at the training hall by 3 in the afternoon for the placement test. Kang Ma sighed once again. There was no turning back now. As he held one of his sashimi knives in his hand, memories of his previous life resurfaced. His old teacher used to say that a swordsman should never let go of his blade even while sleeping. Smiling faintly at the nostalgic memory, Kang Ma carefully unsheathed the knife and tested the balance. He lightly tapped the blade and nodded in approval. The quality was surprisingly decent. Curious, he decided to test its sharpness by cutting a nearby leaf. The moment he drew the knife fully from its sheath, energy suddenly surged through the blade. His weapon had perfectly fulfilled the activation conditions. At that instant, the Sword God Blessing activated. The moment the Sword God Blessing activated, a blinding flash erupted around Kang Ma. An enormous explosion of energy burst from the sashimi knife in his hand while a status window rapidly appeared before his eyes. The system immediately warned him that his physical body was far too weak to withstand the power of the special skill. Kang Ma was completely horrified. Before he could even process the first warning, another message appeared stating that the weapon itself was also far below the required level. The system then announced that suppression protocols would begin in order to synchronize the equipment with the user. The problem was that all he had done was draw the knife slightly. That alone had been enough to activate the ability. The system declared that level 1 activation had been completed and informed him that the blessings of the gods would now accompany him. Kang Ma's eyes widened in panic. A terrifying surge of energy exploded through the blade and flooded directly into his body. The overwhelming power coursed through every nerve he had, causing unbearable pain. He immediately realized that if this continued, he might actually die. And dying was absolutely not an option. Golden light engulfed everything around him. Suddenly, shattered fragments of reality floated through the air as the world itself appeared to crack apart. Kang Ma found himself standing within a bizarre dimension filled with endless red lines and distorted empty spaces. Completely confused, he cursed loudly while trying to understand what had just happened. The sashimi knife slipped from his hands. He stared blankly at the broken cracks floating all around him, unable to comprehend the strange world surrounding him. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the vision disappeared. Kang Ma blinked in shock and realized he was back at the academy completely unharmed. The moment he let go of the knife, everything had returned to normal. Breathing heavily, he rubbed his head in pain. Apparently that had been the true effect of the Sword God Blessing. Still, he could not understand why activating it made reality itself appear torn apart. The pain had been so intense that it felt as though his brain had nearly shattered. He wondered if it was some kind of backlash effect. Compared to this nightmare, the painless blessing only caused mild muscle soreness after use. If every activation of the Sword God blessing felt like this, then the ability might genuinely be unusable. Disappointed, Kang Ma glared at the fallen knife lying on the ground. At that moment, another announcement echoed throughout the academy, ordering all new students to gather immediately at the training hall. Kang Ma sighed deeply. Unfortunately, he still had to pick up the knife because he could not simply abandon it there. Trying to convince himself that the first activation might have only hurt because it was new, he nervously reached toward the weapon. His hand trembled the entire time. The instant he grabbed it again, sparks exploded from the blade. Kang Ma screamed in horror as electricity surged through his body like a violent shock. Nearby students immediately turned toward him in confusion after hearing his loud cursing echo through the academy grounds. Later, all the new students gathered inside the massive training hall. The gigantic auditorium left everyone speechless. Students walked around admiring the impressive structure, while wealthy parents proudly boasted to one another about the fortunes they spent enrolling their children. Meanwhile, several important figures began arriving. One green-haired noble immediately recognized a legendary hero entering the hall. The newcomer was none other than the seven-star hero known as the Sword Emperor, Siegfried von Nyland. The Sword Emperor was a tall, dignified old man with white hair and overwhelming presence. More importantly, he was the direct descendant of Aaron Nyland, the apprentice of the legendary hero Baylor Hoken himself. The nobles respectfully praised him as the strongest human alive. However, while the others focused on formalities, the Sword Emperor suddenly sensed someone approaching behind him. A woman with green hair, glasses, and a smug smile appeared beside him. She casually greeted him by nickname as though speaking to an old friend. This woman was the seven-star hero sage Media Poison. Laughing softly, she commented that nearly half a century had passed since they first met. The Sword Emperor coldly responded without even turning toward her. Their conversation quickly turned into playful insults. Media Poison teased him for acting exactly the same despite growing older. While the Sword Emperor mocked her for desperately trying to remain youthful, she jokingly offered to use her blessing to make him look 10 years younger. But he rejected the offer immediately, claiming that people should value character more than appearances. Naturally, she called him a stubborn old fossil. Despite their constant insults, it was obvious the two legendary heroes shared a long history together. As they spoke, the Sword Emperor quietly observed the arrogant nobles filling the auditorium. Media Poison noticed his expression and teased him again, suggesting that he only attended because his granddaughter was present. The old man refused to answer. Meanwhile, the students themselves continued mingling throughout the hall. Everyone formed groups and chatted excitedly with one another while Kang Ma awkwardly stood completely alone in the middle of the crowd. His black hair alone made him stand out, and his status as a special admission student only worsened things further. He still remembered the mocking looks from the noble students earlier. To them, he was nothing more than a poor outsider. His attention was suddenly drawn toward a girl who seemed to capture everyone's focus instantly. Beautiful blue hair flowed behind her as she walked confidently through the hall. The sound of her footsteps echoed softly, while countless students stared at her in admiration. Her golden eyes carried a sharp and noble aura. The moment Kang Ma saw her, he instantly recognized who she was. Abel von Nyland. She was the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor and the main heroine of Miracle Blessing. More importantly, she was the exact reason he spent so much money on the game in his previous life. Kang Ma could not help staring at her in awe. Back when she existed only as a game character, she already looked beautiful. Seeing her in reality was overwhelming. The students around her immediately began trying to start conversations, desperate for her attention. If Kang Ma had not known the game's story already, he probably would have joined them. However, unlike the others, he understood the truth. Abel was deeply connected to the protagonist of Miracle Blessing. In the end, extraordinary people naturally gravitated toward others just like themselves. Someone like Kang Ma, a poor special admission student, had no place among them. Honestly, he preferred it that way. His goal was simple. He wanted to survive peacefully, graduate normally, find a stable job, and live a safe and comfortable life far away from danger. Heroes could save the world. He wanted no part in it. Unfortunately, reality had other plans. Soon, the Academy finally announced the details of the placement test for the 783rd class of Joken Academy. This year's examination would take place inside a special dimension called Subspace. Subspace was an alternate reality created long ago by the legendary hero Baylor Hoken alongside the Academy itself. Injuries and pain inside the dimension felt completely real, but the damage did not transfer back to reality. Because of that, even murder could technically occur within subspace without affecting the outside world. The new students would be divided into groups of 10, and rankings would depend entirely on how long each participant survived. There would be no restrictions on weapons or equipment. The Sword Emperor immediately pointed out how unfair such rules were because wealthy noble students possessed vastly superior gear. However, Media Poison explained that the academy depended heavily on noble funding, and introducing special admissions alone had already caused massive controversy among the upper class. Meanwhile, Kang Ma barely listened. He was still distracted by Abel's beauty while desperately reminding himself not to get involved with the game's main characters. That kind of life only led to chaos. Unfortunately for him, the placement test was about to begin, and fate had already started dragging him directly toward the center of the story. Kang Ma quickly realized that the Academy's placement test functioned almost exactly like a survival game. His objective was simple: finish the test quietly without attracting attention. That was all he wanted. The moment the spiritual transfer device activated, the examination officially began. A voice echoed throughout the hall, wishing the blessings of the heroes upon all participating students. As transportation into subspace started, Kang Ma immediately became serious. More than anything else, he warned himself not to draw his knife unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, other groups had already completed their tests. Some students returned from subspace pale and trembling, while others vomited from the brutal experiences they had endured. Rankings for each group were announced one after another as the audience observed the results. At the same time, Media Poison casually mentioned that this year's students included the Sword Emperor's granddaughter as well as descendants of several famous hero families. In her eyes, the results were practically predetermined from the start. The Sword Emperor immediately scolded her for saying something so unfair. However, Media Poison only laughed and pointed out Abel von Nyland's astonishing performance. She had already achieved a completion time of 7 minutes and 14 seconds while only using a C-rank weapon. That result alone placed her among the top 10 fastest records in the Academy's entire history. Although impressed, the Sword Emperor calmly claimed such talent was only natural for a descendant of the Nyland family. With the examination nearly over, he decided it was time for him to leave. Media Poison teasingly asked whether he truly planned to depart before the final batch finished. The old man confirmed it and said he would see her another time. Smiling mischievously, she replied that perhaps they would meet again in the afterlife instead. Suddenly, both of them froze. An overwhelming presence erupted from somewhere nearby. The atmosphere instantly changed. Students throughout the auditorium looked around in confusion, while the Sword Emperor and Media Poison stared toward the sky with serious expressions. Even the old hero admitted that whatever they had just sensed was abnormal. Then it happened again. A sharp pressure sliced through the air with terrifying force. The next moment, a brilliant light appeared overhead like a massive cut tearing open the sky itself. Cracks spread across the blue heavens, revealing darkness beyond littered with countless stars. Everyone watched in horror as something descended from within the rupture. Bodies suddenly crashed down from above and slammed violently into the ground. Students screamed in panic as multiple cadets appeared to fall directly out of subspace itself. Moments later, another object shot down from the glowing crack and embedded itself into the floor with explosive force. It was a sashimi knife. The blade glowed with terrifying energy while buried deep in the ground. Media Poison immediately ordered the medical teams to check the students' vital signs, while the Sword Emperor silently observed the strange scene unfolding before him. At the center of it all, reflected within the glowing blade, was Kang Ma's face. Inside subspace itself, chaos had already erupted. By terrible luck, Kang Ma had materialized directly in the middle of a brutal death match. The students involved were none other than the infamous Iron Family twins, Mao Jin and Mao Man. The brothers were monsters. One twin was massive and brutal, crushing opponents with overwhelming strength while mocking them for being weak. The other was even worse, sadistically tormenting defeated students and encouraging them to fight back purely for his own amusement. Despite their talent, both brothers were completely insane. For over 30 minutes, they had been mercilessly torturing and killing other participants for entertainment. Unfortunately, Kang Ma landed right beside them. At first, he wondered whether they simply had not noticed him because of how weak he looked. Nearby, the fair-haired twin casually complained that one of their victims had already died too quickly before tossing the body aside like trash. Then he suddenly realized something was wrong. The count did not add up. He asked his darker-haired brother how many students he had already captured. Meanwhile, the larger twin casually pressed his boot harder against another student's neck while laughing. When the fair-haired twin realized his brother had already claimed 4 victims by himself, he became irritated. The darker-haired brother only shrugged and pointed toward a terrified red-haired girl nearby, offering her as compensation. The moment the twins focused on her, the girl visibly trembled in fear. The fair-haired twin grinned wickedly as he slowly approached her. His expression twisted with excitement while he openly wondered whether her screams would sound pleasing to him. Even the darker-haired twin admitted his brother looked like a complete pervert. Terrified beyond words, the girl could barely move. That was when Kang Ma finally snapped. Without even thinking, he yelled at the twins and cursed them as fatherless psychopaths. The twins immediately turned toward him in surprise. Kang Ma angrily shouted that even inside subspace there was no excuse for acting like monsters. Only insane people would torture others the way they were doing. Unfortunately, the moment he intervened, he realized he had made a horrible mistake. The twins recognized him immediately as the weak special admission student from a low-class background. Both brothers grinned cruelly. The fair-haired twin happily announced that he would personally rip Kang Ma's head off, while the darker-haired brother declared that he wanted to tear out his tongue for insulting them. Kang Ma panicked internally. He immediately realized he had thrown himself into an unwinnable situation. For a brief moment, he considered activating the painless blessing. However, 30 seconds of pain resistance would hardly matter against monsters who had been torturing students nonstop for half an hour. Then he remembered the sword god blessing. Unfortunately, all his memories involving that ability were horrible. The moment he used the knife, the terrifying pain would begin again. Still, Kang Ma had no choice. His dream had always been simple. He wanted a peaceful life, a stable future, and complete safety. Yet less than a day after deciding that, he was already standing in front of murderous maniacs. Gritting his teeth, he reached into his bag and pulled out the glowing sashimi knife. The twins stared at the tiny weapon in confusion. Even the frightened red-haired girl looked shocked. The problem was that nobody took the knife seriously. The fair-haired twin burst into laughter and charged directly at Kang Ma. Mocking him openly, he declared that he would make his death as painless as possible before smashing his skull apart. Seeing the giant opponent rushing toward him, Kang Ma understood one terrifying fact. He only had 30 seconds. Immediately, he activated the painless blessing. The ability began neutralizing the overwhelming agony caused by the sword god blessing. Then, gripping the sashimi knife tightly, Kang Ma fully activated the sword god power once more. Energy surged violently through the blade. The fair-haired twin continued laughing, unable to believe someone was trying to fight him using nothing but a kitchen knife. But Kang Ma knew something the others did not. If he failed to cut his opponent down here, then he was absolutely going to die. Kang Ma braced himself tightly as he faced the charging twin. For the first time in his life, he was not cutting fish. He was about to cut a human being. As the fair-haired giant rushed toward him, Kang Ma suddenly remembered a conversation from his past life. He used to wonder why gangsters in movies always carried sashimi knives. Back then, he had jokingly asked his old master whether sashimi knives could really slice through people as easily as they sliced fish. His former mentor immediately smacked him for asking something so ridiculous. The old man had angrily explained that movies were nonsense. Even if a god descended from heaven, cutting people apart cleanly with a sashimi knife should have been impossible. If someone tried to use a sashimi knife on a person, things would not work the same way they did with fish. Then the sword god blessing surged once again. Bright energy exploded around Kang Ma as magical power flooded into the blade. At that exact moment, the fair-haired twin reached him and roared for him to die. Kang Ma focused everything into a single slash. The sword god blessing activated completely. The fair-haired twin's eyes widened in disbelief. His arm suddenly separated from his body. For a moment, nobody reacted. The severed limb spun through the air before crashing onto the ground with a sickening thud. The battlefield fell silent. Even Kang Ma himself looked stunned. Memories of his old mentor flashed through his mind once again. The former gangster who trained him had once explained the true difference between kitchen knives and sashimi knives. According to him, wide knives often became stuck inside the body because the skin contracted around them. Thin sashimi knives, however, were different. They could stab and withdraw quickly with terrifying precision. Still, even that man had insisted slicing people apart cleanly was impossible. Yet here Kang Ma was, doing exactly that. The fair-haired twin finally screamed. Agonizing cries burst from his throat as he collapsed onto the ground, clutching the stump of his severed arm. Tears poured from his eyes while he writhed in unbearable pain and desperately begged his brother for help. Meanwhile, Kang Ma slowly stepped forward. Terrified, the fair-haired twin scrambled backward across the ground and screamed for him not to come any closer. He blindly reached toward his brother while sobbing uncontrollably. The darker-haired twin stood frozen in complete disbelief. Before anyone could react, another slash cut through the air. The fair-haired twin's head separated from his body instantly. Blood exploded outward as the severed head crashed onto the ground directly in front of his horrified brother. The body collapsed moments later with a heavy thud. Silence consumed the battlefield. The darker-haired twin stared blankly at his sibling's lifeless eyes lying on the floor. Then he screamed. The roar that left his mouth was filled with horror, disbelief, and rage. Meanwhile, Kang Ma stood there breathing heavily while the rescued red-haired girl stared at him in complete shock. Still, the darker-haired twin forced himself to calm down. This was subspace. Nothing that happened here should affect reality. His brother was not truly dead. At least, that was what he desperately tried convincing himself. Even so, the twin could not understand what kind of monster stood before him. The attack Kang Ma used felt awkward and clumsy, almost like someone wielding a knife against humans for the very first time. Yet despite that inexperience, his brother had died instantly. Eventually, the darker-haired twin convinced himself it was simply luck. His brother became careless, that was all. This time, he would fight seriously. The giant activated multiple blessings simultaneously. Energy exploded around his body as he equipped his dead brother's mechanical gauntlet onto his own arm. He activated blessings related to amplification, defense, reinforcement, and mobility all at once. His jumping power increased dramatically while spiritual force surged through his fists. Laughing arrogantly, he declared that even the gods themselves could not imagine the level of power he now possessed. According to him, not even an S-rank weapon could pierce his reinforced body. Unlike his reckless brother, he intended to crush Kang Ma carefully. Meanwhile, Kang Ma quietly counted numbers beneath his breath. The twin charged toward him while mocking him for mumbling nonsense in the middle of battle. His body trembled with explosive power as he prepared to smash Kang Ma's skull apart. Still, Kang Ma continued counting 7, 6, 5. The twin suddenly felt confused. Before he realized what happened, his body collapsed onto the ground. Several sashimi knives had pierced directly through him. Groaning weakly, he looked upward and saw Kang Ma standing above him, silently with glowing eyes, while continuing the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Then Kang Ma's body suddenly trembled violently. The darker-haired twin slowly lost consciousness as darkness swallowed his vision. At the exact same moment, the status window appeared before Kang Ma once more. The effect of the painless blessing had ended instantly. Unimaginable agony consumed his body. The suppression from the sword god blessing flooded back all at once. Kang Ma screamed as the overwhelming pain overtook him completely, and his consciousness faded into darkness. When he finally opened his eyes again, everything looked blurry. Soft sheets surrounded him, and for a moment he wondered whether he had woken up inside a hospital room. As he slowly sat upright with a groan, the door suddenly opened. A man immediately shouted that the patient was awake. Moments later, 2 people entered the room. Kang Ma's eyes widened instantly. Standing before him were 2 individuals he recognized immediately. The first was the legendary Sword Emperor himself, Siegfried von Nyland, widely acknowledged as the strongest human alive. Beside him stood the beautiful and energetic Academy Director, Media Poison. 50 years ago, these 2 7-star heroes had destroyed one of the Demon Lord's greatest commanders together. Now they were standing directly beside his bed. Kang Ma nearly panicked. Media Poison smiled warmly and asked whether he was feeling all right. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor silently stared down at him with sharp eyes that made Kang Ma feel as though he was being dissected. Eventually, they asked for his name. Kang Ma introduced himself carefully. The Sword Emperor wasted no time getting to the point. Repeating Kang Ma's name slowly, the old man asked him exactly what he had done inside subspace. The strange phenomenon during the battle, the distortion in the sky, and the terrifying sensation they felt all clearly originated from him. Kang Ma remained silent for a moment. Then he glanced toward the Sword Emperor, the monster known as humanity's strongest swordsman. Immediately, Kang Ma understood something important. Being noticed by people like this would only bring trouble. Carefully choosing his words, he explained that he simply believed the other students had gone too far with their actions. However, he also admitted that his own response may have been excessive. Because of that, he declared that he would accept whatever punishment or treatment the Academy decided without complaint. The Sword Emperor continued staring at him intensely. Kang Ma stared back without flinching. Then Media Poison sighed helplessly and told the old man that he was being far too harsh toward a child. Smiling mischievously, she revealed something surprising. Despite acting strict, the Sword Emperor had personally cleared Kang Ma's blocked meridians while he was unconscious. Media Poison chuckled softly and claimed that old age only made people more stubborn. With a teasing smile, she complained that the Sword Emperor would not even look at her despite her beauty. The old man grumbled that he had already warned her not to say embarrassing things like that, but she only squealed dramatically and clung to Kang Ma even more while laughing about how shy the old swordsman was acting. Meanwhile, Kang Ma sat there in complete confusion. He genuinely could not understand why the legendary Sword Emperor had personally helped him. At the same time, Media Poison continued fawning over him shamelessly. She commented that his body felt strangely light, yet oddly heavy at the same time, like a feather soaked in water. Kang Ma immediately became uncomfortable while the Academy Director happily explained what had happened after he lost consciousness. According to her, the Academy staff had reviewed the footage from the subspace battle in detail. In her eyes, Kang Ma looked exactly like the heroic prince she had always dreamed about. A mysterious young man risking his own life to protect a helpless female student from violent nobles was apparently the perfect fantasy for her. She dramatically declared that he was practically a hero already. The Sword Emperor finally cleared his throat loudly in annoyance. Media Poison pouted, but eventually let go of Kang Ma while the old man reminded her to maintain at least some dignity as the Academy Director. Then she finally revealed the important information. The Academy would not punish Kang Ma for his actions during the placement test. Honestly, the Mao twins only entered the Academy because of political pressure from their powerful family. After seeing what happened inside subspace, the Mao family themselves chose to quietly withdraw the twins from the Academy entirely. Hearing this immediately relieved Kang Ma. At least he would not have to deal with those psychopaths during school life anymore. However, Media Poison was not finished. With a bright smile, she congratulated him on becoming the Academy's top-ranked student. The moment Kang Ma heard those words, his entire face froze in horror. His dream of living peacefully had just shattered once again. Later, sunlight illuminated the massive academy grounds while Media Poison sat relaxing in her office. With a sigh, she admitted that despite serving as academy director for more than 20 years, this was the first time she had ever seen someone reject the position of top student outright. Both she and the Sword Emperor had been completely shocked. They repeatedly asked Kang Ma whether he truly understood what it meant to belong to the star class. Even the Sword Emperor initially thought he misheard him. Meanwhile, the Academy elders were furious that a special admission student like Kang Ma had been selected as the top-ranked cadet in the first place. Still, the results came directly from subspace itself, which judged students according to the will of the founding hero. Overturning such results was impossible. Even after carefully thinking about it, Kang Ma stubbornly refused the position again. The Sword Emperor remained deeply puzzled by the boy. If Kang Ma possessed extraordinary physical strength, the old man could understand it. If he came from a famous swordsmanship lineage, that would also make sense. Even years of battlefield experience could explain his abilities somewhat. But none of those things applied to him. Kang Ma was merely a teenager with an untrained body, yet during the battle he displayed impossible levels of precision and skill. The Sword Emperor could still remember the terrifying sensation from those slashes. For a brief moment, it felt as though Kang Ma himself had become the embodiment of swordsmanship. That feeling unsettled him deeply. Even stranger, after personally examining the boy's body while clearing his blocked meridians, the Sword Emperor realized something abnormal existed inside him. Kang Ma's body was far too weak for the power hidden within it, almost as though something impossible had been forcibly stored there. The old man could not stop thinking about it. Meanwhile, Media Poison continued rambling beside him. She casually commented that Kang Ma was also quite handsome, and the way he killed enemies to save a girl looked unbelievably cool. She even admitted she was not sure whether she herself could have done something that impressive even in her younger years. Then she suddenly asked the Sword Emperor what he was thinking about. The old man stayed silent for a moment before commenting that modern students probably had a certain nickname for women like her. Curious, Media Poison told him to continue. The Sword Emperor calmly called her a cougar. Immediately, her face turned red with fury. Then the old man muttered another insult under his breath that sounded dangerously close to calling her a female dog. Instantly, the tea inside her cup began trembling from the magical pressure radiating off her anger. Elsewhere, Kang Ma climbed the stairs toward his assigned classroom. When he saw the sign for the wolf class, he let out a tired sigh. After lengthy negotiations, this was the compromise he managed to achieve. Originally, Kang Ma desperately wanted to enter the tiger class, a much lower-ranking group where he could live quietly without attention. Unfortunately, Media Poison firmly refused. According to her, allowing the Academy's top student to enter the Tiger class would create complete chaos among the elders. Instead, she secretly placed him into the Wolf class while promising to hide his true ranking from the other students as much as possible. Although Wolf class was still higher than Kang Ma wanted, it was at least manageable. His peaceful life still seemed possible. Or at least, that was what he hoped. The moment he entered the classroom, the door slammed loudly behind him. Every student immediately turned to stare. Their eyes quickly focused on the green badge attached to his uniform, marking him as a special admission student from a low-status family. Several students immediately began whispering and mocking him quietly. Thankfully, nobody openly bothered him further. Kang Ma happily assumed this meant the academy director successfully kept his identity hidden. If the students ignored him completely, then he could still enjoy the quiet school life he always wanted. For the first time all day, he felt optimistic. Then someone approached him. Kang Ma looked up and saw the red-haired girl he rescued during the subspace battle nervously fidgeting nearby. Blushing heavily, she thanked him again for saving her life. Kang Ma awkwardly smiled and told her she did not need to thank him because anyone would have done the same thing in that situation. Of course, deep down he knew that was not entirely true. He only intervened partly to save himself. Receiving sincere gratitude for selfish actions made him feel strangely guilty. Realizing they never properly introduced themselves as Chloe, Kang Ma smiled politely and admitted he did not expect them to end up in the same class together. Chloe shyly agreed. Still, Kang Ma found himself confused. He played Miracle Blessing before, yet he could not remember Chloe at all. Even after thinking carefully, her name never appeared anywhere in his memory of the game. Eventually, he reached a conclusion. Chloe was probably just another insignificant extra character like him. Honestly, that realization made him strangely relieved. Seeing an opportunity, Kang Ma quickly asked her to keep everything that happened during the placement test a secret. Although surprised by the request, Chloe immediately agreed. She then hesitantly mentioned wanting to ask him for a favor. Unfortunately, before she could explain further, their instructor entered the classroom and ordered everyone to take their seats immediately. Kang Ma smiled awkwardly and told her they could continue talking later. Chloe nodded shyly before returning to her seat. Moments later, the instructor slammed a book onto the desk and officially welcomed the students to the academy. To Kang Ma's surprise, it was the same instructor from the entrance gate inspection earlier. The man introduced himself as Lee Wan-bin, the instructor responsible for Wolf Class. After congratulating the students for inheriting the legacy of the legendary hero Balor Juin, he immediately got straight to business. Since it was their first day, they would begin with basic physical training. Grinning sharply, Instructor Lee ordered everyone to change into workout clothes and gather at the training grounds within 30 minutes. One of the students raised a hand and asked Instructor Lee what kind of physical training they would be doing. The instructor casually replied that the routine was simple: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, then 10 laps around the training grounds. After announcing the program so casually, he asked if there were any further questions. When nobody responded, he ordered the students to change into workout clothes and head outside immediately. The class obediently agreed. Meanwhile, Kang Ma stared blankly in disbelief. The routine sounded less like hero training and more like a program designed specifically to make people go bald from stress. It was far harsher than he expected. Realizing he needed to escape somehow, Kang Ma quickly approached the instructor. Instructor Lee calmly asked what he needed. Surprised that the teacher already knew his name, Kang Ma awkwardly explained that he was suddenly not feeling very well. Naturally, this was just an excuse to avoid the exhausting training session. The instructor quietly thought for a moment before smiling brightly. According to him, a talented student like Kang Ma probably would not even break a sweat from such a basic routine. In fact, Instructor Lee believed he should have started in the prestigious star class from the very beginning. Then he revealed the horrifying truth. Media Poison personally instructed him to pay special attention to Kang Ma because he was the academy's top-ranked student. Kang Ma nearly died internally. He had specifically asked the academy director to keep everything secret, yet she immediately informed the instructor anyway. Furious inside, he mentally cursed the woman for betraying him. Still, Kang Ma refused to surrender so easily. Changing tactics instantly, he claimed that he suddenly needed to use the restroom instead. Instructor Lee stared at him silently before smiling once again. Rather than being annoyed, the man somehow interpreted Kang Ma's desperate excuses as signs of honesty and determination. He praised him for being straightforward and outstanding before calmly informing him that he expected to see him at the training grounds soon. There was no escape. Eventually, Kang Ma found himself running around the massive training field alongside the other students. Dust rose into the air beneath everyone's feet, while Instructor Lee shouted counts and commands non-stop. Some students already looked ready to collapse, but the instructor only screamed at them to move faster. Meanwhile, Kang Ma was dying. Panting heavily, he lagged far behind everyone else, while barely managing to keep his legs moving. At this pace, he genuinely believed he might die from exhaustion before graduation even arrived. Behind him, Chloe was also struggling while trying to catch her breath. Noticing his miserable condition, she asked whether the training was too difficult for him. Caught off guard, Kang Ma awkwardly laughed and insisted he was completely fine. Chloe then asked how many laps he completed so far. Kang Ma proudly admitted that he already finished 5 laps. Unfortunately, Chloe innocently revealed that she was currently starting her 7th. The revelation shattered his confidence instantly. Even worse, she cheerfully encouraged him not to give up. According to her, he could accomplish anything as long as he kept pushing forward. Then she sprinted ahead again. Kang Ma watched her disappear into the distance while silently cursing the placement test that forced him into Wolf Class. A week later, Kang Ma's dorm room looked like a disaster. Empty water bottles and cans were scattered across the floor while he lay collapsed on his bed in complete exhaustion. After surviving the academy for 7 days, he had encountered an unexpected problem far more terrifying than training: food prices. Earlier that day, he visited the academy cafeteria hoping to finally enjoy a proper meal. Starving out of his mind, he confidently ordered spicy pork rice. Then he saw the price: 50,000 won. Kang Ma immediately froze. Looking closer, he realized almost every dish on the menu cost 50,000 or more. There was not a single affordable option anywhere in sight. At that moment, reality hit him hard. He had entered a rich people's academy without rich people's money. The sheer cost of one meal nearly brought tears to his eyes. Completely defeated, he quietly pretended he would return later before retreating from the cafeteria with only his dignity barely intact. Since arriving at the academy, he survived almost entirely on cheap bottled water from the campus convenience store. Now he desperately missed the free staff meals from his previous life. Back in his dorm room, he curled beneath his blanket while trying to distract himself from hunger. Eventually, he decided to examine his blessings again. The status window informed him that his physical level had recently increased to level 12. As he read through the details carefully, he discovered something interesting. The stronger his physical condition became, the more the restrictions on the Sword God blessing relaxed. Currently, the blessing only activated with weapons roughly the size of sashimi knives. However, the system implied that stronger physical growth might eventually allow him to use larger blades safely. Curious, Kang Ma examined himself in the mirror. To his surprise, his body had become noticeably more muscular and toned after only a short period of training. Perhaps the Sword Emperor's treatment combined with the academy exercises accelerated his physical development. At this point, his body practically felt like it was evolving. Still, despite the improvements, the Sword God blessing remained terrifying. Yet strangely enough, Kang Ma noticed something else. Whenever he was not carrying a blade, his hand started itching. It almost felt unnatural for him not to hold a knife anymore. Wondering whether this was another side effect of the blessing, he rubbed his head in confusion. Then he suddenly heard a knock at the door. When he opened it, he found Chloe standing nervously outside. The moment she saw his newly toned body, her face immediately turned bright red. Embarrassed, she quickly apologized and asked whether she interrupted his rest. Kang Ma smiled awkwardly and explained that he was merely lying around doing nothing. Then he asked why she came. Chloe explained that she noticed he never visited the cafeteria all week and worried he might be sick. Naturally, Kang Ma lied immediately and claimed he simply preferred not to eat food prepared by other people. In reality, he was starving. Still, Chloe believed him. Then with a shy smile, she suggested they buy ingredients from the campus shop and eat dinner together. The moment Kang Ma heard the words "eat dinner," he transformed instantly. Within seconds, he was fully dressed and ready to leave, shocking Chloe completely. Trying to sound calm despite his desperation, he casually asked whether she meant they would actually be eating together. When she nodded, he immediately volunteered to cook. Chloe hurried after him in confusion, while he enthusiastically marched toward the campus store like a man who had finally rediscovered hope itself. Later that evening, the two enjoyed a surprisingly warm meal together. Chloe took one bite and gasped in amazement, declaring the food unbelievably delicious. Kang Ma smiled proudly and explained that he prepared everything quickly without much effort. Chloe admitted she only really knew how to cook fish, so she never expected something this good. At that moment, Kang Ma noticed her reaction carefully. Apparently, she especially loved the fish dishes. When she explained that she came from a coastal region, Kang Ma immediately became excited because preparing fish was his greatest specialty. Since his hands had already been itching to hold a blade again, he suddenly decided that making proper sashimi would help refresh his mood. Unfortunately, one major problem remained. Every time he touched one of his sashimi knives, the sword god blessing activated. Trying to think around the problem, Kang Ma asked whether Chloe happened to own a longer kitchen knife. Surprised by the question, she repeated it back to him. Kang Ma awkwardly explained that all of his own weapons were basically miniature kitchen knives already, so using something larger might feel more natural. Chloe nodded thoughtfully. Then, to Kang Ma's complete shock, she suddenly pulled out an actual sword and innocently asked whether that would work instead. Kang Ma stared blankly at the katana Chloe presented to him. The fish-slicing genius was completely speechless. After a long moment, he decided it was far safer to risk using his sashimi knife instead. If he moved quickly enough, he could finish preparing the fish before the pain from the sword god blessing fully overwhelmed him. That was the plan. Immediately, he activated the painless blessing. Chloe watched nervously as Kang Ma pulled out the small sashimi knife. The moment the sword god blessing activated, energy surged around the blade, and his entire demeanor changed. In his previous life, he had once been called the greatest knife master in the country. Now Chloe finally understood why. Kang Ma moved at terrifying speed. His knife flashed through the air so quickly it became almost invisible. In only 21 seconds, he completely processed the sea bream. He scaled the fish, separated the bones, removed the organs, and sliced the meat into perfect fillets with unbelievable precision. His life literally depended on finishing before the pain returned, so every movement reached absolute perfection. When he finally finished, Kang Ma proudly admired the completed dish. Even he considered it a masterpiece. Chloe stared at the sashimi in complete awe and excitedly praised how beautiful and delicious it looked. Hearing the compliment made Kang Ma smile proudly. He was relieved to know he still had not lost his touch. Curious, Chloe asked how he became so skilled at cooking. Kang Ma casually explained that he used to work part-time at a Japanese restaurant. Then he suddenly paused. He realized this world probably did not even have the concept of part-time jobs the way modern society did in his previous life. As expected, Chloe looked confused before apologizing for not understanding. Kang Ma immediately told her there was no need to apologize. Deep down, however, he quietly blamed the misunderstanding on the massive difference in social class between them. He was full. For the first time since entering the academy, Kang Ma finally enjoyed a proper meal. Chloe happily offered to wash the dishes afterward, and Kang Ma smugly crossed his arms while watching her work. Completely satisfied, he gazed out the window at the moonlit night sky while humming softly to himself. Then suddenly, crash. Chloe instantly apologized loudly. Kang Ma jumped in surprise from the noise. A few moments later, another loud crash echoed through the room, followed by another panicked apology. Kang Ma laughed nervously as he slowly realized something important. Chloe apparently had no experience washing dishes. Back in his previous life, he already knew how to do housework at her age, so watching her struggle felt strangely amusing. Then something nearby caught his attention. A book resting on Chloe's desk suddenly flipped open from the breeze. Curious, Kang Ma stepped closer. It was a diary. The first page he noticed described how Chloe received help from someone during the class placement test, and how she planned to repay that kindness someday. Kang Ma smiled awkwardly at the cute handwriting and decorative stickers covering the pages. Although he initially intended to put the diary back immediately, his curiosity got the better of him. As the pages continued flipping, he found more entries talking about the mysterious boy who saved her. Chloe wrote about how her heart pounded whenever she saw him, and how nervous she became around him. Kang Ma felt oddly touched reading the innocent thoughts of a normal teenage girl. Then he reached another page, and another, and another. Every single one contained passionate declarations of affection directed toward him. Kang Ma froze completely. The poor virgin stood there staring at the diary in absolute shock, while page after page revealed Chloe's growing feelings for him. Then suddenly, a scream exploded behind him. Kang Ma slowly turned around. Chloe stood there completely red-faced after catching him reading her diary. She immediately demanded to know whether he had actually read it. At that moment, the story shifts to reveal Chloe's hidden past. In this world, heroes earned prestige by defeating monsters and gaining global fame. However, many powerful factions abused weaker people while hiding behind authority and status. When ordinary laws failed to punish such individuals, one family secretly acted from the shadows, the Auditor family of Sicilia. Their role was to eliminate corruption through assassination and covert operations. They maintained order through bloodshed while ensuring the world's heroes remained untarnished. Children born into the Auditor family underwent brutal emotional conditioning from a young age. Their feelings were suppressed while they endured merciless training designed to turn them into perfect assassins. Chloe was one of those children. As a little girl, she watched countless others endure harsh training beneath the cold eyes of their masters. One day, she herself was brought before a beaten man tied helplessly to a post. The moment she saw him, she realized exactly what her masters expected her to do. Trembling violently, 15-year-old Chloe approached the prisoner with a sword in hand. That was the day her hands were first stained with blood. From then onward, she trained relentlessly as an assassin. Her emotions slowly faded beneath endless violence and strict discipline until only fragments of her original personality remained. Eventually, she reached the age to enter Jokin Academy. Although members of the Auditor family possessed talents worthy of the Dragon class or even higher, the family deliberately forced them into lower-ranked classes to keep their true abilities hidden. Chloe accepted her role quietly. She believed she would spend her entire life living in the shadows as nothing more than a tool. Then she met Kang Ma. During the placement test, Chloe fully accepted her own death when the Mao twins cornered her. Even if death inside subspace was temporary, experiencing it still felt horrifyingly real. She prepared herself calmly. That was what she had been trained to do. Then suddenly, a boy appeared from hiding and screamed at the twins to leave her alone. Kang Ma stood before monsters despite trembling in fear himself. To Chloe, it felt like sunlight piercing through dark storm clouds. For the very first time in her life, she witnessed someone drawing a blade not for murder or duty, but to protect another person willingly. At that moment, she remembered the fairy tales she secretly read beneath her blanket. As a child, stories about brave princes rescuing imprisoned princesses from danger. In her eyes, Kang Ma became that prince. Her chest tightened strangely while warmth spread across her face. That unfamiliar emotion was love. Back in the present, Kang Ma now stood trapped in the most awkward situation imaginable. Chloe glared at him while dangerous pressure quietly filled the room. Meanwhile, Kang Ma panicked internally. Everything was going perfectly just moments ago. They ate delicious food together, enjoyed a peaceful evening, and now he somehow ended up reading a teenage girl's love diary like an idiot. Trying desperately to escape the situation, he awkwardly laughed and commented that the moon looked beautiful tonight. Then he nervously praised the dinner and claimed it was the best meal he had eaten in a long time. Finally, he attempted to retreat by casually announcing that he should probably leave now. Unfortunately, Chloe stopped him immediately. Kang Ma instantly pretended not to understand what she meant. However, Chloe slowly removed her dishwashing gloves and repeated the question. Trying to redirect the conversation, Kang Ma glanced at the table and asked whether she meant the study materials lying nearby. Chloe coldly corrected him. She meant the diary. Kang Ma nearly collapsed internally. He honestly wondered whether she possessed eyes on the back of her head because he had no idea how she caught him reading it. Even worse, Chloe completely abandoned her polite formal speech. Now she sounded genuinely dangerous. Sweating nervously, Kang Ma insisted he had not seen anything. Chloe calmly asked again whether that was really true. Unable to endure the pressure anymore, Kang Ma finally admitted defeat. Yes, he saw it. Then silence filled the room. Kang Ma quickly realized that honesty was absolutely not the best policy. The moment he admitted reading Chloe's diary, the atmosphere inside the room changed completely. Then his eyes widened in horror as Chloe slowly began unsheathing her katana. Instant panic consumed him. He had no idea why she suddenly pulled out a weapon, but he definitely did not appreciate whatever surprise attack was coming next. Desperately, Kang Ma began searching for an escape route. Unfortunately, his options were terrible. The dorm room sat on the 4th floor, so jumping through the window would almost certainly destroy his body. The only real exit was the door, but Chloe conveniently stood directly in front of it. He was trapped. Then Chloe quietly asked what he had been mumbling about, while slowly dragging the tip of her blade across the floor. A chill ran down Kang Ma's spine. She approached him step by step, with terrifying pressure radiating from her body. Watching her walk closer, Kang Ma nervously tried convincing himself that maybe she simply was not feeling well. Unfortunately, he already recognized the signs: the empty pupils, the crimson-tinted eyes, the complete personality shift. Kang Ma instantly realized the horrifying truth. Chloe was a yandere. Suddenly, everything made sense. Her earlier bubbly and puppy-like personality had completely transformed into something cold and dangerous the moment he opened the diary. Even worse, she apparently had some kind of split personality issue mixed into the situation. Kang Ma nearly lost his mind internally. Handling a yandere character alone was already terrifying enough. Adding dual personalities into the mix turned the situation into a complete nightmare. If he handled this poorly, she might literally stalk him for the rest of his life. To survive, he needed to act immediately. Unfortunately, the killing intent filling the room felt even worse than the pressure from the Mao twins. Academy life was becoming far more difficult than he ever imagined. Quickly calculating his options, Kang Ma remembered that because of how fast he prepared the fish earlier, the painless blessing still had 9 seconds remaining. His sashimi knife rested back in his own room, but the kitchen knife he used earlier remained nearby on the counter. The problem was that Chloe would intercept him long before he reached it. Judging from her current aura, he would probably lose several limbs trying. Then Chloe suddenly prepared to strike. Kang Ma immediately stumbled backward and crashed into a desk while dodging instinctively. At that exact moment, he spotted Salvation lying nearby, a utility knife. It was tiny, pathetic, and absolutely not what he wanted to use. Still, it was better than nothing. Chloe charged toward him with terrifying speed, forcing Kang Ma to abandon all thoughts of resolving things peacefully. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the box cutter. Instantly, the status window activated. The system announced that resourcefulness was being exerted. His mental resilience increased, while temporary intimidation effects enhanced both his words and actions. Simultaneously, the Sword God Blessing activated once again. Energy surged into the small utility knife. As Kang Ma braced himself, the familiar message appeared before him once more. "May the blessing of the Sword God be with you." Chloe's eyes widened as Kang Ma suddenly faced her head-on, while wielding nothing more than a tiny box cutter. Then he calmly spoke. He commented that her hair was rather long. Confused, Chloe hesitated for a split second. Kang Ma immediately declared that he would trim it for her. The next moment, he lunged forward. His movements were impossibly precise and smooth. The utility knife danced through the air in beautiful arcs as Kang Ma unleashed a perfectly controlled slash. Then darkness swallowed Chloe's vision. When she regained consciousness, she found herself lying in bed. Groaning softly, Chloe slowly sat upright while holding her aching head. Confused, she looked around the room and immediately called out for Kang Ma in a shy voice. The last thing she remembered was washing dishes while secretly admiring him by the window. Then her eyes suddenly widened. Her katana. Panicking, she quickly searched the room until she spotted the blade resting safely beside her bed. Instantly relieved, Chloe sighed deeply. Losing consciousness while holding a sword was apparently not uncommon for her. Then another voice echoed inside her mind. Her grandfather praised her for doing well. Chloe froze. Confused, she desperately tried piecing together what happened while strange fragmented memories surfaced within her head. Still, another part of herself quietly reassured her not to worry. Eventually, her gaze shifted toward the utility knife lying nearby on the floor. Picking it up curiously, Chloe suddenly noticed something strange. Her hair felt shorter. Slowly, realization dawned on her. Kang Ma used the utility knife to cut her hair instead of harming her. Even after subduing her, he cleaned everything carefully and disposed of the cut hair neatly before leaving. Chloe's face immediately turned bright red. She buried herself into the bed while kicking her legs in embarrassment and repeatedly calling herself an idiot. Then she remembered everything about the diary incident and nearly died from shame all over again. Naturally, her thoughts immediately returned to Kang Ma. Blushing uncontrollably, she wondered whether she said anything strange after losing control earlier. Still, despite everything, she could only think one thing. Kang Ma was unbelievably kind. Without hesitation, she grabbed her journal and began happily writing down everything that happened, so she would never forget it. Meanwhile, the boy she was obsessing over leaned weakly against a tree outside, while vomiting violently into the bushes. The moment the painless blessing expired, the backlash from the sword god blessing hit him like a truck. Kang Ma barely survived even the first few seconds of the remaining pain. Now his entire body felt destroyed. After emptying his stomach completely, he collapsed onto a nearby bench in utter exhaustion. Tragically, he ended up vomiting the dinner he worked so hard to obtain, which meant he was starving again. Staring up at the night sky, Kang Ma thought carefully about Chloe. Her swordsmanship was extremely dangerous. Unlike ordinary combat styles, her techniques focused entirely on killing efficiently with single decisive strikes aimed directly at vital points. It was assassination swordsmanship. If she truly caught him off guard earlier, his head probably would have rolled across her dorm room floor. Feeling his life genuinely threatened, Kang Ma instinctively targeted her neck during the confrontation. Fortunately, the utility knife was too short to seriously injure her, resulting in nothing more than cut hair. Thankfully, he managed to clean up everything afterward. At least, nothing catastrophic happened. Still, the situation forced Kang Ma to confront an unpleasant reality. Living an ordinary life inside this academy was far harder than he expected. Truthfully, when he first arrived in this world, it was not as though he completely lacked ambition. As someone who reached the pinnacle of knife mastery using only sashimi blades, he naturally carried dreams and pride of his own. However, Miracle Blessing was ultimately the story of someone else. The true protagonist possessed one of the world's legendary blessings, a divine sword capable of choosing its own master and granting incredible power. Together with the blessing of the legendary hero Valor Juin, it existed as one of the greatest abilities in the entire game. Compared to that, Kang Ma could only wield tiny sashimi knives. Their paths were fundamentally different. Slapping his cheeks lightly, Kang Ma forced himself to regain focus. Ever since arriving in this game world, he constantly reminded himself that none of this was truly real. Yet somehow he already found himself getting emotionally involved with the people around him. That was dangerous. Even so, as he stared up at the stars, one thought quietly crossed his mind. Surely in a world this large there had to be at least one ordinary person somewhere besides him. Our guy had completely stopped trying to figure out who the real protagonist players of the game were. At this point, all that mattered was that he understood enough about the world to survive in it. A full week had already passed since he enrolled at the academy, and according to the original storyline, this was around the time the true protagonist awakened their divine blessing and barely made it through the academy registration process. The story was finally starting to move forward for real. Although our gloomy protagonist knew the general plot, he had never finished the game. He regretted quitting halfway through because even partial knowledge of the official storyline was still a massive advantage. No matter what happened, he planned to stick as closely to the original plot as possible. If he got careless and started interfering too much, he could easily lose the few advantages he had left and destroy any hope of living a peaceful life. If he remembered correctly, everything started falling apart during the second semester of the third year. That was when the demonic tribes discovered the birth of the hero. Their core commanders united and launched a massive attack targeting both the academy and the protagonist. From there, the scale of the conflict exploded until the entire world was dragged into a devastating war between humans and demons, with the hero standing at the center of it all. Back when he played the game, our guy had been furious at how suddenly the genre shifted. He originally started playing because he wanted to enjoy the lighthearted academy life he never got to experience himself. Instead, the story spiraled into tragedy and death so quickly that he genuinely wondered if every character was doomed to die horribly. The entire situation became so miserable that he eventually deleted the game in frustration. But now the terrifying part was that this was no longer just a game. That horrifying war was destined to happen in the very world he was trapped inside. The thought alone made his stomach sink. A full-scale war sounded like absolute hell, and he could not stop himself from imagining dying somewhere on a battlefield before he even understood what was happening. Still, the MC refused to simply accept that fate. There were still around 3 years before the war officially began. That meant he still had time. Instead of fantasizing about escape, he needed a realistic plan for survival. He had no intention of dying quietly. Since most generic game storylines ended with the protagonist saving the world anyway, he believed the hero would probably succeed in the end. All our guy needed to do was survive long enough to see it happen. That meant getting stronger. He could not continue living with the kind of fragile fate where he might die like a random insect the moment war broke out. So the gloomy protagonist made up his mind to train himself as discreetly as possible. Standing out too much would only attract dangerous attention, and the last thing he wanted was to get dragged into heroic battles against world-ending threats. That also meant limiting the use of the sword god's blessing. Up until now, he had relied heavily on that power and the sashimi knife whenever necessary, but the strain it placed on his body was becoming increasingly dangerous. The blessing was overwhelmingly powerful, but every use felt like it was grinding his body down little by little. With a proper sword, he could probably cut down almost anything in a single strike. He opened his status window and reviewed the blessing's abilities once again. Several unlocked conditions were still unavailable, but even so, the overall performance looked absurdly powerful. Then something else caught his attention. There was far more content in the status window than before. The gloomy protagonist realized there were now systems related to body growth, mental growth, and even equipment enhancement. Some of the numbers resembled a level system, but one particular section confused him the most. Assimilation rate, 1.5%. He had absolutely no idea what that meant. Curious, he randomly clicked the section only for a pop-up window to appear immediately. Conditions have not been met. Access denied. Our guy stared blankly at the screen for a moment before sighing. Whatever that feature was, he clearly was not supposed to know yet. Still, the mysterious blessing continued raising more questions the longer he looked at it. Unfortunately, none of those questions mattered right now. His priorities were physical training and finding a new weapon. He could not continue depending on a painless 30-second blessing forever. He needed proper swordsmanship training with a weapon that did not trigger the sword god's conditions. Conveniently, the Academy's practical extermination training next month would replace the midterm exams, and the reward for that event was a B-grade weapon called Miyasama. If he could obtain that sword, it would honestly be more than enough to carry him through graduation. Most importantly, its specifications did not meet the activation requirements for the sword god's blessing, meaning it would not place that horrifying burden on his body. Just thinking about it made him sigh in relief. Still, there was clearly far more work ahead of him than expected. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "You're sitting in my spot." Our guy turned his head and froze. Standing beside him was a girl with long blue hair that flowed like a waterfall beneath the moonlight. Her golden eyes stared directly at him, while beads of sweat rolled down her face from recent training. It was her, the beautiful granddaughter of the Sword Emperor herself. The gloomy protagonist could only stare in complete disbelief. Of all people to encounter at night, it had to be his favorite character in the entire game. For a few awkward seconds, neither of them spoke. Then she calmly repeated herself and asked him to move over a little. Our guy nearly jumped in shock. He had been so mesmerized by meeting her that he forgot to respond entirely. Embarrassed, he quickly shifted aside while wondering why she referred to a public bench as her spot. For a moment, he even questioned whether this was some kind of noble hierarchy nonsense. Internally groaning, he immediately decided that avoiding involvement with the heroine was the safest possible option. Unfortunately, his eyes betrayed him. As the girl adjusted her sweaty training clothes and sat down comfortably beside him, the MC found himself completely unable to look away. His face burned red while he silently admitted that the heroine's beauty was genuinely overwhelming in person. She smiled softly while gazing at the night sky. "This is the best place to watch the stars." Our guy blinked in surprise before finally understanding what she meant by calling it her spot. He glanced toward her and realized she was completely focused on the stars above them. It felt strangely peaceful. At the same time, he found himself thinking about the legendary Sword Emperor. Even the famous protagonist of the original story supposedly started as a rough and inexperienced fighter, yet this girl beside him carried the weight of that legendary bloodline effortlessly. Then, without warning, she looked toward him and asked if his weapon was a sword. Surprised, he asked how she knew. The blue-haired girl explained that her grandfather once told her that swordsmen all carried different expressions in their eyes. Our guy immediately looked away, unable to withstand her intense gaze. Then she suddenly held her sword out toward him. "Do you want to try it?" The gloomy protagonist awkwardly mumbled that he was not particularly interested. The girl instantly puffed her cheeks in visible disappointment. An awkward silence followed. Our guy could not understand why she was acting this strangely. This behavior was completely different from the version of her he remembered from the game. For a second, he genuinely wondered if she had hit her head somewhere during training. Then her expression darkened slightly. "Do you even know who I am?" For a terrifying moment, he wondered if she somehow suspected him of hiding something. Of course she did not. There was probably not a single student in the academy who did not know who she was. Eventually, he admitted that he did know her identity. The girl nodded. "Interesting. You know who I am, but I have no idea who you are." Our guy stared blankly, unsure what point she was trying to make. She laughed softly and called the situation cliché. "You know my name, but I don't know yours." He asked whether he was obligated to introduce himself to every stranger he met. The girl shrugged casually and replied that one could never be too careful. For all she knew, he might secretly be a spy sent by the Demon King to infiltrate the academy. Then she glanced around the empty training grounds and commented that there was no real reason for someone to be wandering around alone this late at night. The MC almost laughed in disbelief, since she was also alone. Nothing she said seemed to follow any logical flow whatsoever. Trying to shift the conversation, he asked why she was there. The blue-haired girl proudly explained that she was training. After all, she was carrying her sword and covered in sweat. Our guy replied that he was technically exercising too. Naturally, she immediately asked what kind of exercise he had been doing. After a brief pause, he muttered that he had mainly been breathing. The girl's finger twitched in confusion. For the first time, Argai noticed the wounds covering her hands. Meanwhile, her already chaotic blue hair somehow seemed even messier now that she looked flustered. Not knowing what else to say, he awkwardly commented that she was incredibly diligent. The girl's expression softened slightly. She explained that people did not understand what it meant to carry the bloodline of the Nylon family. The shadow of her grandfather followed her everywhere. She had to remain perfect at all times because even the slightest weakness would immediately become gossip for others. Then she quietly admitted something unexpected. She was not the top student this year. Apparently, this was the first time she had ever lost to someone. The moment the conversation entered that topic, our guy felt his soul trying to leave his body. The blue-haired girl smiled faintly and admitted that part of her actually felt relieved. At the same time, she was extremely curious about the mysterious person who defeated her. She wanted to know who they were. The gloomy protagonist became more terrified with every passing second. Then she smiled brightly and declared that her greatest wish was to crush the top student personally next time. Our guy nearly fainted on the spot. He coughed violently to hide his panic before nervously asking whether she really needed to take things that far. The girl answered immediately. It is a matter of pride. Apparently, she had begged her grandfather for information, only to discover something even more insulting. The top student was not even from her class. And to make matters worse, that same person apparently had the audacity to skip the elf studies lecture entirely. At first, the blue-haired girl admitted that she absolutely refused to remain in second place forever. However, after venting for a moment, she suddenly calmed down and realized something embarrassing. She was sharing all of this with a complete stranger. Naturally, our guy immediately asked why she was even telling him any of this in the first place. The girl tilted her head thoughtfully as she considered the question. After a brief pause, she puffed her cheeks slightly and answered that it was because he looked weak. Needless to say, the gloomy protagonist was deeply offended. Meanwhile, Waterfall Hair continued speaking with complete confidence. According to her, her family's philosophy was to remain firm with the strong and merciful toward the weak. Since all of her classmates were talented and competitive, she constantly had to challenge them seriously, which meant she never really formed close friendships. The MC could barely believe what he was hearing. At that moment, he finally understood why the main heroine in the original story always seemed so distant from everyone else. The girl stretched lazily and smiled in satisfaction before announcing that she was heading back to sleep. Our guy awkwardly said goodbye, only for her to suddenly stop walking away. Then she loudly pointed out that he still had not told her his name. The gloomy protagonist immediately mumbled that he had no intention of doing that. Unfortunately, she clearly disliked that answer. The next day, the academy returned to its usual peaceful routine. Students sat at their desks preparing for class, while the MC quietly reflected on how calm academy life actually was compared to what he originally expected. Chloe had already blended naturally into the class and made friends with everyone around her. Meanwhile, our guy continued doing his best to avoid interacting with her entirely. Whenever their eyes almost met, the intimidating stares from the girls surrounding her quickly discouraged him from getting any closer. Most of them looked down on him for being a special admissions student anyway. Honestly, he could not care less. Danny ignored those looks as well. Besides, he was not the only special admissions student in the Wolf class. There were several others scattered around, but most of them avoided interacting with one another due to their inflated pride and awkward competitiveness. Thinking about it carefully, the gloomy protagonist realized it was actually fortunate that he was not part of the upper-ranked classes. Right now, the Star Class and Dragon Class students were beginning to form political factions already. Even inside the academy, noble families and future leaders constantly fought invisible power struggles. The MC remembered watching those students behave like scheming demons even back when he played the game. Honestly, he thought they looked like clowns. Just imagining himself trapped in that environment made him dizzy. At the very least, though, he was eating well. The academy director herself had personally handed him a special black membership card reserved for the top student. She cheerfully apologized for the delay and explained that he should have received it much sooner. The moment our guy realized what the card actually did, his soul nearly ascended. The card allowed unrestricted access to meals and facilities throughout the academy. At that instant, he genuinely felt that bowing toward the academy director 3 times a day would still not be enough to express his gratitude. He practically worshipped the black card with tears in his eyes while silently thanking fate itself for this incredible blessing. As far as he was concerned, life was finally going perfectly. He was fulfilling his duties as a student, staying out of the main storyline, eating properly, and living comfortably. If things continued like this for the next 3 years, then he could absolutely achieve the peaceful future he dreamed about. Unfortunately, fate clearly had other plans. During class, the instructor began teaching the history of the academy. 700 years ago, after the first human-demon war, the great hero Joaquin Baylor realized humanity needed to cultivate future generations capable of resisting future threats. Together with his 7 disciples, he established the academy that now stood before them. The instructor reminded everyone that this information would appear on the exam in 2 weeks, but our guy barely listened. He already knew the general story. The founding hero, Joaquin Baylor, fought for 20 long years against the commanders of the demonic legions, including the terrifying right hand of the Demon King himself, Lycan. The battles were unimaginably brutal. Jaquain eventually achieved victory, but not without terrible sacrifice. At the height of the conflict, a brilliant light descended from the heavens and crashed into the earth itself, engulfing the battlefield in chaos. During that final clash, the hero lost one of his arms and became unable to continue fighting. The war ended with mountains of corpses and no true victor. Fortunately, both humanity and demonkind eventually agreed to a non-aggression treaty. From there, Jaquain founded the Academy in hopes of preparing future generations for any threats that might arise. And so, 700 years of peace began. Around the classroom, students casually whispered about whether another war could ever happen in their era. One student laughed and confidently declared that there was no way humanity would face another war in the 21st century. According to him, worrying about outfits for tomorrow's party was far more important. The gloomy protagonist remained completely silent. After all, he was the only person in the room who knew that peace would soon shatter. The cracks had already begun forming. As much as he wanted to warn the Academy director and everyone else about the future, he had no idea what consequences changing the storyline would create. Because of that uncertainty, he chose to stay quiet. Still, thinking about the Academy director made him uneasy. Although she constantly joked about quitting her position and escaping her responsibilities, she was actually the first major character in the story to sense that something was wrong with the world. She was also the first of the 7 heroes to step forward and protect the students when disaster finally arrived. And according to the game lore he once searched online, she was also the first major hero sacrificed to the Demon King. Back when he first learned that information, he had been genuinely horrified. Now that he was physically inside this world, the thought disturbed him even more. Part of him wondered whether ignorance might have been easier. Eventually, the lecture ended, and the instructor dismissed the class while reminding everyone to prepare for the upcoming exams. Students happily gathered their belongings and started leaving the room while chatting noisily among themselves. Then suddenly, a commotion erupted near the hallway. The gloomy protagonist immediately realized what day it was. May 5th. Right on schedule. His eyes widened as he joined the crowd gathering near the classroom entrance. According to the original storyline, this was the exact day the true protagonist enrolled in the academy. And then he appeared. A tall young man with brilliant blonde hair and a confident stride walked into the academy like sunlight itself had taken human form. Leon van Reinhardt, the main protagonist of Miracle Blessing M. The moment he entered the academy, the first crack in 700 years of peace, officially appeared. The MC silently stared at him. Leon was absurdly handsome to the point where it honestly felt unfair. Back in the game, nearly every female character eventually fell for him. Rachel Myron, the Spear Saint's niece, Seiki Reo, the Bowmaster's daughter, and even Abel herself eventually became part of the protagonist's circle. The entire protagonist party was stacked with monsters. Our gloomy protagonist sighed internally. No matter how annoying it was, Leon van Reinhardt really was the center of the world. And 3 years from now, once the war began, he would become one of the first people forced onto the battlefield. Calling it a draft would honestly be too generous. The MC grimaced while remembering his own military service from his previous life. In this world, enlistment during war was mandatory. Nobody escaped it. At the same time, even the legendary Jaquain Baylor only managed to seal 1 Legion commander during the first Human-Demon War. If that was the case, then just how terrifying was the Demon King himself? Simply imagining a scenario where the protagonist lost made his skin crawl. Meanwhile, Leon cheerfully greeted everyone approaching him with the energy of an excited golden retriever. Then suddenly, the blonde protagonist turned and looked directly at the MC. Our guy froze completely. Leon smiled warmly at him. The gloomy protagonist stood there speechless for several seconds while his brain struggled to process what had just happened. Still, remembering that this was ultimately the protagonist of the story somehow reassured him a little. If anyone could handle the future catastrophe, it would probably be that guy. Honestly, Leon's existence alone somehow felt inspiring. Later that evening, the gloomy protagonist continued practicing alone at the academy training grounds. His body ached from constant sword training, but he forced himself onward. If he wanted to survive the future, then he needed actual swordsmanship skills rather than blindly relying on blessings. After another exhausting session, he sighed in frustration. As expected, pushing beyond certain physical limits still failed to activate the sword god's blessing. He would need to become stronger naturally first. Then suddenly, someone called out to him. The moment he turned around, his soul nearly left his body. It was Little Red. The dangerous girl narrowed her eyes suspiciously before asking whether she had done something wrong. Apparently, she noticed he had been avoiding her recently. Immediately, horrifying memories of his head nearly separating from his neck flashed through his mind. The gloomy protagonist internally screamed in terror while desperately trying to maintain a calm expression. Of course, he could not exactly explain the real reason he feared her. Unfortunately, they were classmates for the entire year, meaning he could not afford to become enemies with someone that terrifying. So, forcing out an awkward smile, he insisted that nothing was wrong. Little Red clearly did not believe him. Still, the MC continued insisting that everything was fine. More than anything else, he desperately wanted to keep things peaceful. After all, making unnecessary enemies was bad enough. Making enemies with dangerous yanders was even worse. Little Red looked visibly relieved after hearing Jia Ma insist that nothing was wrong between them. Still, the gloomy protagonist could not stop thinking about her. More specifically, he could not understand who she really was. Even back when she lost consciousness during their earlier encounter, he had carefully observed her sword. The blade itself felt strange. It carried an overwhelming sense of sorrow, almost as if it were silently begging someone to save it. Yet at the same time, the killing intent pouring from that very weapon was horrifying enough to make his skin crawl. As someone sensitive to swords, our guy instinctively understood one thing: that blade existed purely for killing. And if that was true, then Little Red herself was probably even more dangerous than the twin assassins he previously fought. Then the shy redhead quietly called out to him and nervously asked whether it would be all right if she treated him to dinner that night. Naturally, the MC became extremely cautious. The last time he accepted food from her, things nearly ended with his head rolling across the floor. Still, Little Red shyly insisted that she genuinely wanted to cook for him again, even if she was not very skilled at cooking. She wanted to try her best. Unfortunately, our guy still vividly remembered the moment she slowly unsheathed her sword with murderous intent, aimed directly at his neck. There was no way he could casually agree to dinner after that. However, the persistent assassin was not willing to give up so easily. Instead, she hit him with the devastating power of puppy dog eyes. The gloomy protagonist immediately felt his resolve weaken. Her expression made refusing her feel genuinely cruel. Even though accepting her invitation might realistically end with him waking up chopped into pieces inside a refrigerator somewhere, saying no still felt impossible. Fortunately, the sudden optimist came up with a survival strategy. Instead of agreeing to dinner directly, he asked Little Red for a favor instead. The girl blinked in surprise. Then our guy casually told her that she was the only person he could ask. Instantly, the redhead's cheeks turned bright red. Being called special clearly affected her far more than expected. Excitedly, she asked what he wanted her to do. The smart protagonist laughed awkwardly before asking if she could teach him swordsmanship. Honestly, he needed an instructor anyway, and she just happened to be absurdly skilled with a sword. Since Chloe herself was insanely strong, this excuse worked perfectly. More importantly, our paranoid MC had secretly started studying guides on how to survive encounters with yandere girls ever since nearly getting decapitated. According to the tutorials he watched before bed, carefully redirecting their attention was extremely important for survival. Thus, their strange training relationship officially began. The next day, Little Red happily greeted him at the training grounds while practically glowing with excitement. She cheerfully asked when he arrived because she had apparently been waiting for him at another entrance. Our guy awkwardly explained that he had only just arrived. The redhead smiled brightly and claimed she arrived recently too. Unfortunately, the observant protagonist immediately asked what time she actually got there. After a brief pause, she sheepishly admitted that she arrived around 6 in the morning. They were supposed to meet almost 2 hours later. Despite that, she only laughed bashfully. Then the MC noticed something different about her appearance. The shy assassin blushed nervously and asked whether she looked strange. Unlike her usual academy uniform, she wore a much lighter training outfit with her sword strapped to her waist. Honestly, she looked incredibly cute. Unfortunately, our socially hopeless protagonist simply muttered that she looked fine. Still, the outfit revealed something he never noticed before. The seemingly delicate redhead had incredibly toned abdominal muscles. At that moment, our guy finally understood why she was so terrifyingly strong. Even while internally panicking, he reluctantly admitted to himself that she was genuinely attractive. Since this was a rare opportunity to train safely, he handed her a wooden sword instead of a real blade. Little Red stared at it in confusion. Apparently, it never even occurred to her that people used practice weapons during sparring sessions. Meanwhile, our guy had absolutely no intention of risking his life by fighting a yandere with actual swords. He quickly explained that since this was only training, wooden weapons were the safest option. Besides, they could avoid serious injuries that way. The girl giggled innocently as though the concept had genuinely never crossed her mind before. Then she smiled brightly and called him kind. The gloomy protagonist forced himself to smile back while trying very hard not to focus on the disturbingly malicious aura hidden beneath her cheerful expression. Soon, Little Red began testing the weight of the wooden sword. Then she casually swung it around with one hand. The air itself trembled. Our guy nearly lost his mind. The casual display of strength from someone who looked so small and harmless completely shattered his understanding of reality. At that moment, he became even more convinced that caution was absolutely necessary before she accidentally turned him into a crushed watermelon. Quietly, he checked his status window one more time. His body's growth was progressing steadily, and the weapon length conditions still seemed incomplete. Everything appeared stable. Still, Something about the blessing bothered him. Blessings evolving with experience was not uncommon, but lately his own blessing seemed to be changing in strange ways. Additional effects kept appearing, and certain conditions seemed different from what he remembered. It almost felt like the blessing itself was adapting. Before he could think deeper about it, Little Red suddenly called out to him. To her, he had apparently just been standing there blankly staring into space for several minutes. The shy assassin nervously asked whether something was wrong. Embarrassed, the MC realized once again that he was the only person capable of seeing his status window. To everyone else, he probably looked insane. Awkwardly apologizing, he begged her to go easy on him during their first lesson. The girl timidly agreed. Finally, both of them raised their wooden swords. For a brief moment, tension filled the training grounds. In his previous life, our guy learned everything through practical experience. To him, true mastery could never be achieved halfway. Anyone serious about improving needed to dedicate their entire being to it. That mindset was exactly why he adapted so quickly to academy life. Meanwhile, Little Red shifted into a stance. A fiery red aura began gathering around her body. The moment our guy saw it, sweat instantly formed on his palms. Then she moved. Like a crimson blur, the girl exploded forward with terrifying speed. The gloomy protagonist barely managed to raise his wooden sword in panic. Her attack came so suddenly that he almost failed to react entirely. He gritted his teeth and desperately tried to block, but she was too fast. The wooden sword narrowly missed his head and instead grazed his cheek, leaving behind a painful bruise. Our guy immediately cursed in shock. At that moment, he realized he may have bitten off far more than he could chew. Even though he specifically asked her to go easy on him, the redhead still attacked with terrifying intensity. Her expression remained oddly empty as she adjusted her grip and charged him again. This time, he barely managed to knock her sword aside. His arms trembled violently from the impact. Still, he comforted himself with the fact that he successfully blocked her attack at all. Unfortunately, Little Red was nowhere near finished. The next moment, she launched herself at him again. Our guy did not even realize when she jumped into the air. His eyes widened in horror as he realized something even worse. She was getting faster. Only now did he understand that she had actually been holding back earlier. Desperately, he raised his wooden sword again. The two practice blades slammed together repeatedly as sparks of force echoed throughout the training grounds. Then a crack appeared in his weapon. It simply was not durable enough. The nonstop barrage of attacks pushed him backwards step after step. Little Red attacked like a relentless demon from hell itself. At that point, the MC honestly felt the demon clam could wait. Fighting her alone already felt like surviving a world-ending catastrophe. Every strike she delivered carried terrifying weight. Deep down, he knew that a direct hit might genuinely kill him instantly. So much for taking it easy. The panicked protagonist finally reached his limit. Unable to counterattack or even breathe properly under the constant assault, he desperately blocked one final strike. His wooden sword shattered apart violently. The broken pieces flew through the air while our guy stared blankly at the remains of his weapon. Oddly enough, Little Red looked equally shocked. The redhead immediately panicked and apologized repeatedly, horrified that she accidentally broke his practice sword. She desperately explained that she truly was trying to be gentle with him. Then she suddenly stopped talking. Because she realized the same horrifying thing he did, the broken blade now perfectly matched the exact weapon length required to activate the sword god's blessing. At that instant, the system reacted. Weapon conditions fulfilled. Warning. Weapon damaged. Error detected. The blessing began adjusting itself to suit the user's current personality. A flood of overwhelming power exploded through GM Ma's body. The gloomy protagonist froze in place as his humanity level rapidly began decreasing. Little Red instinctively leaped backward in alarm. A terrifying aura started pouring out from his body, while the system continued processing forcibly. Initiating personality adjustment through coercive power, the panicked student desperately tried resisting the overwhelming transformation, but it was impossible. His hidden power had already begun awakening. The blessing of the sword god was activating. Then suddenly, the story took an absolutely bizarre turn. Kim blinked in confusion while standing inside a kitchen. For a moment, he wondered if everything that happened before had just been a strange dream. Looking around blankly, he recalled that he was originally preparing fish before all of this interrupted him. Then, as if nothing unusual had happened at all, Kim casually decided he needed to get back to work. Focusing on the strange mental world surrounding him, the fish cutter stared at the collection of blades before him and wondered if he should use the Chinese chef's knife for the first time in a while. The moment he reached toward it, a warning suddenly appeared. Weapon unavailable. Kim blinked in confusion. Apparently, he could not use that weapon. Slightly annoyed now, he reached toward a katana instead. However, the exact same warning appeared again, informing him that this weapon was also unusable. At that point, the groggy chef was becoming genuinely irritated. Why could he not use any of these weapons? The mysterious system calmly reassured him and told him not to worry about such things. According to the system, he simply needed to continue doing what he was already doing. Eventually, only one weapon remained. A sashimi knife. Kim hesitated for a moment before finally reaching toward it. This time, the blurry system confirmed that the weapon was compatible. All he needed to do was pick it up. Still, the fish cutter looked uncertain. Holding a sashimi knife should have been painful. At least, that was what he believed. However, the system quietly questioned him. Did it truly hurt? Slowly, Kim wrapped his fingers around the blade. Then his eyes widened. There was no pain at all. In fact, he felt strangely refreshed. The system gently whispered to him that everything was fine. He could continue using the knife exactly like this. All he needed to do was leave everything to the system. And little by little, our guy surrendered. His consciousness faded, while control over his body slipped away completely. The gloomy protagonist became nothing more than a puppet controlled by invisible strings. The system softly informed him that it was time to create a masterpiece. Back in reality, terrifying heat exploded from Jian Ma's body. The amount of energy pouring out of him was so intense that he practically resembled a living furnace. Little Red stared at him in complete shock before anxiously asking if he was all right. Unfortunately, he was very much not all right. The burning protagonist could not even answer her. Then, suddenly, he turned toward the assassin. Blue light burst from his eyes. The next moment, he vanished. Little Red could barely follow his movements because he moved so fast that his form blurred completely. Instantly, the human furnace appeared directly in front of her with the shattered remains of his wooden sword sharpened into something resembling a dagger. Then he attacked. The force behind the strike was monstrous. The redhead panicked and tried calling out to him, desperately telling him to stop and calm down. She begged him to wait, but before she could react properly, the crazed swordsman struck her head on. Boom! Little Red was blasted backward through the air. Blood spilled from her mouth as pain and confusion overwhelmed her. The strength behind the attack was nothing like the gentle training session from moments ago. It felt as though he had become a completely different person. The assassin barely managed to stabilize herself before her opponent rushed her again. This time, killing intent radiated directly from him. Little Red immediately understood one thing. More than anything else, she needed to stay out of his reach. His glowing blue eyes no longer looked human. Meanwhile, the previous strike had badly injured her. Her chest burned painfully, and even moving became difficult. She could not understand what had happened to the kind and awkward crush she admired. Everything about him had suddenly changed. Still, she desperately tried to stop the fight. Unfortunately, the killing machine standing before her could no longer comprehend her words. With one hand stretched toward her like a reaper claiming its victim, the burning protagonist lunged forward once more. The assassin realized she would not be able to dodge this attack. Shock filled her eyes. Yet even then, she still cried out to him. Jian Ma! A bright line of light split through the air as the crazed swordsman unleashed another killing strike. His eyes remained empty and glazed over. But Little Red refused to give up. Clutching her injured chest, she screamed his name again and begged him to come back to himself. Then suddenly, somewhere deep within that strange mental world, Kim paused. Something felt wrong. The fish he was trying to prepare kept wiggling around violently while making strange noises. The chef frowned in annoyance because he had never seen such an energetic fish before. It was loud. Honestly, the fish cutter just wanted to fillet it quickly and continue working. But the more he listened, the stranger things became. The fish sounded like it was speaking. At first, he assumed it was an illusion. Then he realized the creature was repeatedly calling out a name. Jiam. Again and again, the struggling fish desperately cried out to him. Confused, Kim glanced toward the reflection in the sashimi knife. There, staring back at him, was himself. And with every scream from Little Red, his fading consciousness slowly began returning. The chef's uniform gradually transformed back into a school uniform. Then horror flooded his mind. That was not a fish. It was. As evening settled over the academy, Little Red slowly walked home while replaying the battle in her head. Ever since the class placement test, she knew her crush possessed terrifying talent. However, now she realized it was not simply raw strength. There was something deeply unsettling hidden inside him. Even while unconscious, his attacks carried an instinctive brutality that felt almost monstrous. And despite wielding only a damaged practice sword half-heartedly, he still completely overwhelmed her. The more she thought about it, the scarier it became. Lost in thought, the assassin failed to notice someone emerging from the shadows nearby. A voice quietly remarked that she seemed to be enjoying herself. Instantly, Little Red became alert. Standing there was a figure dressed in dark ninja clothing, with red hair nearly identical to hers. Nox Auditor, a second-year student from the round class. And more importantly, her older brother. The assassin stared at him in disbelief while wondering why he was lurking around in the shadows like a creep with nothing better to do. Adjusting his mask, her brother asked whether this was truly how she planned to spend her time at the academy, apparently mingling with lowly people. For a brief moment, Little Red looked confused. Then her expression darkened. She immediately told him not to refer to her crush in such a disrespectful way. Unfortunately, that only caused Knox to focus even more on Jian-ma's existence. Calmly, he warned her that if she continued associating with him, the auditor family might eventually decide to eliminate him. The redhead fell silent for a moment. Then she calmly replied that even if the entire auditor family attacked together, they still would not be capable of handling her man. With that shocking declaration, she walked away and left her brother frozen in the shadows. Knox quietly repeated Jian-ma's name to himself as though he too had suddenly become curious about the mysterious boy. Meanwhile, our gloomy protagonist was desperately trying to process everything that happened. Something was terribly wrong with his blessing. At first, he believed the sword god's power was simply a divine blessing or gift, but after experiencing its full manifestation firsthand, he finally realized the horrifying truth. It felt more like a curse. He originally sought a new weapon specifically to avoid relying on the blessing, yet the moment the conditions aligned, the power consumed him completely, like sinking into demonic quicksand. Worst of all, there had been no pain. Instead, there was pleasure, an endless, intoxicating feeling that slowly eroded his sense of self while the blessing manipulated him like a puppet. During that state, the system whispered to him sweetly like a poisonous lover, cut more, cut deeper, destroy everything, and horrifyingly enough, he almost surrendered to it, completely. The gloomy protagonist realized that if Chloe had not screamed his name at that critical moment, he would have lost himself forever. Ironically, the same redhead he once feared as a dangerous yandere ended up becoming the person who saved his consciousness. Of course, he also remembered that she technically caused the entire disaster by breaking his training sword in the first place. Still, she looked absolutely terrified afterward, so he decided not to hold it against her. Besides, he was honestly more grateful than angry. As lightning flashed across the night sky, the exhausted protagonist slowly returned to his room. He finally understood the terrifying truth hidden inside his body. Something malicious existed within him, something that wanted to consume his mind completely. The sword god's blessing was no blessing at all. It was a curse designed solely to devour him, a twisted and horrifying power that demanded his humanity in exchange for talent. And somehow, this burden was now his to carry in a world that was never truly his own. 3 days passed after the shocking revelation about his cursed ability. Eventually, academy life returned to normal once again. Students gathered in class as usual while preparing for their lessons. Little Red sat beside her friends, who excitedly informed her that something unbelievable happened recently, and that she absolutely needed to check it out later. The assassin smiled politely and promised that she would. Then her expression slowly changed. Her eyes drifted toward a certain empty seat. Jian-ma was not there. For the first time in days, the place where her crush normally sat remained completely empty. Now that the redhead thought about it carefully, she suddenly realized something important. She did not even have the gloomy protagonist's contact information. The realization made her feel unbelievably foolish. She had spent so much time secretly watching him from afar, yet she never once asked for something as basic as a way to contact him. She had even visited his dorm room during the past few days. However, the only thing that answered her repeated knocks were painful groans coming from inside. The sound was eerie and unsettling enough to make even the little assassin nervous. At one point, she genuinely considered breaking down the door to check on him, but she worried that the lazy genius might hate her for destroying his room. So instead, she quietly walked away. Now that he was suddenly absent from her daily life, Red realized just how much she enjoyed simply watching him. She often found herself staring at him from across the classroom while he sat there with his chin resting against his hand, completely lost in thought. She honestly could not count how many times she secretly glanced at him throughout a single day. Ironically, she had always been careful not to approach him too often because she feared he might find her annoying. At first, she convinced herself that she only admired him because he risked his life to save her. But over time, the little assassin realized that excuse was no longer enough. The truth was much simpler. She genuinely missed him. The next day arrived at the academy as usual. The wolf class instructor stormed into the classroom and immediately demanded silence. He loudly asked whether the students attended a prestigious academy simply for decoration before informing everyone that due to the heavy rain outside, physical training would be replaced with a study hall session. However, even while shouting at everyone, the teacher noticed something unusual. Jian-ma was still absent. The gloomy protagonist had already missed 3 straight days of class. Still, the teacher surprisingly trusted him. Knowing the lazy genius, he assumed there had to be a reason behind the absence. So like a proper educator, he decided to wait patiently for his student to return. Then he immediately resumed screaming at everyone else to study harder. Suddenly, the classroom door creaked shut. The furious instructor instantly turned around and demanded to know which idiot dared arrive late to his class. Then he froze. A dark, shadowy figure slowly walked down the classroom stairs. Each heavy step echoed through the silent room. The students stared in disbelief. It was the MC, except he looked like he had aged 500 years overnight. Dark bags hung beneath his eyes. His face looked gaunt and exhausted, and a single strand of white hair now rested among his black hair. Little Red immediately jumped to her feet and called out his name like a worried heroine in a romance story. Meanwhile, our guy slowly opened his mouth and apologized for being late in a voice so deep and lifeless that it sounded like it came from a corpse. Even the teacher looked alarmed. Quickly, the instructor told him there was no need to apologize and awkwardly asked him to sit down. The gloomy protagonist silently walked to his seat like a wandering ghost. The students already knew he was a special admissions student, but now everyone wondered whether he had always looked this strangely attractive beneath the exhaustion. Some students quietly admitted that despite looking like death itself, he somehow seemed more handsome than before. Meanwhile, our guy ignored every bit of gossip entirely and quietly sat down. After class ended, the starving students rushed out of the room to get food. Little Red hesitantly approached him. She nervously called his name while noticing how much thinner his waist looked compared to before. Still, when he calmly responded and addressed her by name, she immediately asked what happened to him. The gloomy protagonist simply smiled and claimed it was nothing serious. However, the redhead pointed out that he vanished for several days, so naturally she became worried that something terrible might have happened. Then she carefully asked whether his strange condition had anything to do with the horrifying duel they experienced together. For a moment, the MC fell silent. Then he smiled gently and lied. He claimed he merely became sick for a few days and thanked her for worrying about him. The redhead immediately blushed. After all, the man standing before her looked less like someone recovering from a cold and more like someone who survived an extreme revenge body transformation arc. Still, she quietly admitted that she was relieved he was all right. As expected, though, it was difficult for her to fully believe him. The truth was far worse. For the past 3 days, GM Ma had been trapped inside his room fighting against the curse within his body. He suffered through violent withdrawal-like symptoms that pushed him to complete mental exhaustion. The gloomy protagonist could barely leave his bed. Unable to eat properly, he spent days curled beneath his blankets, while his body convulsed in agony as he desperately prayed for the cursed symptoms to disappear. The pain he experienced surpassed anything he endured before, and according to the system, it was simply the price he had to pay for using that broken weapon. Unfortunately, the damage was not only internal. When our guy looked into the mirror, he initially convinced himself that his appearance had not changed much. That was a complete lie. His face looked far more sunken, his expression carried a hollow exhaustion, and portions of his hair had literally started turning white. The curse had clearly left its mark on him. At that moment, he genuinely cursed the sword god for forcing such a horrifying gift onto him. Still, he understood why Chloe felt guilty about what happened. From her perspective, the last time she saw him was during their insane training match, before he suddenly disappeared for days afterward. Honestly, her concern made sense. Because of that, our guy decided to let go of any resentment he still held. Then, to change the atmosphere, he casually brought up something surprising. He mentioned that she once invited him to dinner and he planned to accept her offer today. At first, the redhead simply stared blankly. Then her brain finally processed his words. Her eyes widened in complete shock. Was he serious? She was actually going to have dinner with her crush. The gloomy protagonist calmly explained that he wanted to try her cooking because he currently had zero desire to touch another knife, ever again. Immediately, the little assassin exploded with excitement. She happily promised to do her absolute best. Seeing her react so joyfully naturally made the MC smile a little too. Meanwhile, Chloe enthusiastically declared that she would cook anything he wanted. When she asked what he wanted to eat, the gloomy protagonist casually answered that he wanted fish since it had been a long time. For a split second, he almost accidentally admitted that the last time he ate at her place he threw everything up afterward. Thankfully, he caught himself before revealing something insane. Instead, he awkwardly explained that fish was simply too expensive for him to eat regularly. Then suddenly, the sharp-eyed protagonist sensed something dangerous. A murderous presence. Instinctively, he turned toward a suspicious bush nearby, while Little Red continued happily rambling beside him. For a moment our guy wondered whether he imagined it. Then he sharply turned again. This time, both he and Chloe noticed a red-haired figure standing casually near the doorway. The newcomer practically radiated killing intent. Little Red instantly froze in horror. It was her older brother. The shadowy assassin leaned casually nearby while staring at the MC with unsettling eyes. Immediately, our guy noticed the similarity between their red hair. Without hesitation, the gloomy protagonist marched directly toward him, the two locked eyes like wild predators challenging one another. Finally, the MC bluntly told the creepy red ninja that if he had something to say, then he should stop staring like a stalker and just say it directly. Unfortunately, the assassin's gaze somehow became even creepier. Before things escalated further, Chloe hurriedly interrupted and loudly told the MC not to worry about the weird jerk standing there. Then she immediately turned and yelled at her brother, demanding to know why he came despite her specifically telling him not to. At that point, the gloomy protagonist finally connected the dots. The red hair. Everything suddenly made sense. Meanwhile, Chloe nervously demanded to know why her brother appeared there in the first place. Her voice shook noticeably while speaking to him. Her brother calmly glanced at Jiama before coldly remarking that he did not look particularly impressive. Apparently, his little sister truly believed someone that pathetic-looking was worth breaking the auditor family's rules for. Immediately, Chloe shouted back that she had nothing to do with the family anymore, and maybe she would not want to break the rules if the rules themselves did not completely suck. Her brother's eyes darkened. He coldly informed her that blood could never truly be washed away. Once born into the auditor family, a person remained an auditor until death. Meanwhile, the gloomy protagonist quietly watched the siblings argue. Honestly, Chloe sounded like a rebellious teenager while her brother spoke like a villain from an ancient historical drama. Both of them were unbelievably embarrassing. He genuinely wished they would tone things down. Unfortunately, the creepy older brother continued speaking seriously and ordered Chloe to get rid of the MC entirely before returning to the family properly. The little assassin bit her lip hard enough to draw blood. Then she suddenly exploded. She yelled that her brother should stop referring to her adorable crush like garbage. Immediately, everyone nearby turned toward them in shock. Our guy internally screamed, "Why could these people never behave normally?" Everyone else was literally just trying to go eat lunch, and somehow this entire situation turned into a dramatic family confrontation. Still, while watching the siblings, the gloomy protagonist finally remembered exactly who the auditor family was. In the original game, they specialized in infiltration and assassination. They were an infamous clan of living shadows who appeared midway through the story. Compared to other heroic houses, the auditors were technically considered weaker overall. However, in terms of assassination, they were unmatched. Every member of the clan underwent horrifyingly brutal training from childhood onward. They molded their children into perfect killing tools before those children even properly grew up. Chloe herself came from that environment. And honestly, now that he understood that truth, the creepy older brother's emotionless killing aura suddenly felt far more normal than Chloe's cheerful personality. That man possessed the eyes of someone fully accustomed to killing. The MC understood that the auditor family probably justified their actions as maintaining order through eliminating threats, and honestly, he was not completely against killing when absolutely necessary. Still, when he looked at Chloe trembling beside him, his thoughts began changing. Her lips trembled so hard that she accidentally bit them until they bled. At that moment, the gloomy protagonist realized something painful. Chloe probably just wanted to live a normal life. But much like his own cursed blessing, the environment she was born into would never allow that. The auditor family decided her future from birth. She was expected to become a perfect emotionless assassin, whether she wanted it or not. And judging from the trembling fear in her eyes, she clearly wanted anything except that fate. Unfortunately, our guy was no hero, and he never intended to become one either. Even after understanding everything about Chloe's situation, the gloomy protagonist could not help laughing bitterly at himself. He already knew he was not some grand hero destined to save the world, but maybe he could at least save one person. With that thought in mind, our guy stepped forward and volunteered to speak directly with the creepy older brother himself. At this point, he had finally accepted a painful truth. The power inside him was absolutely a curse. However, cursed or not, it refused to let him accept defeat. So, staring directly at the assassin boy, the gloomy protagonist calmly asked for his name, even though he already knew it was Nox's auditor. In the end, the Oreo-haired disaster of a protagonist realized something important. He spent all this time trying to run away from the sword god's blessing, but no matter what he did, it continued dragging him forward. Back in his previous life, cartoons always loved preaching that there was no paradise waiting for people who ran away. Unfortunately, they were right. If escaping was impossible anyway, then he might as well move forward willingly. With a dangerous grin spreading across his face, the gloomy protagonist introduced himself properly. Kang Jian-ma, a name containing both a sword and a demon. Then he smirked demonically and told Nox to follow him because he intended to cut down Red's creepy older brother himself. After all, he was someone who fought with a knife. Meanwhile, elsewhere inside the academy, the wolf class instructor relaxed in the faculty room while deep in thought. He quietly reflected on Jian-ma's recent condition and noted that something serious must have happened because the boy's expression looked completely devoid of emotion lately. Suddenly, the faculty room door slammed open. Another teacher loudly asked whether something happened because the wolf instructor looked like he was going bald from stress. Instantly offended, the wolf teacher shouted that nobody was allowed to talk about his baldness. The other instructor burst into laughter and apologized. Then the phone rang. The wolf teacher answered it while introducing himself as Lee Wibman, lead instructor of the wolf class. Meanwhile, his coworker quietly stared at him and internally wondered whether the man had actually been bald from the start and merely wore that weird thing on his head because he thought it looked stylish. Then the wolf teacher's expression changed completely. Someone requested a subspace duel. The teacher immediately demanded to know which cadets were involved. The answer nearly gave him a heart attack. Kang Jian-ma versus Nox Auditor. The wolf instructor froze in complete disbelief. Meanwhile, inside the academy's duel grounds, a glowing doorway led toward the subspace arena. The usage timer still displayed 0 because the battle had not officially begun yet. However, the arena reservation had already been confirmed under Jian Ma's name. The duel would begin in 15 minutes. The gloomy protagonist honestly expected the booking process to be much more complicated, but surprisingly everything went through almost instantly. Even the academy director personally warned him that if he insisted on doing this, then the least he could do was return alive. Our guy reassured himself repeatedly that things should technically be fine. After all, subspace duels did not inflict physical injuries in reality. Mental trauma, however, was still absolutely possible. Still, none of that mattered as long as he won. From the waiting room, he could already hear the massive crowd gathering outside. He understood that students enjoyed watching fights, but he genuinely did not expect the academy to become this excited over his duel. The irony of the situation almost made him laugh. Not long ago, the lazy protagonist desperately tried avoiding attention at all costs. Now the entire academy was waiting to watch him fight. Even more shaken than him, however, was Chloe. The observant protagonist became genuinely startled when he noticed tears forming in her eyes. Apparently, the little assassin blamed herself for everything happening right now. Softly, she called out his name. The gloomy protagonist quickly reassured her that none of this was her fault. He even pointed out that she kindly lent him her equipment, so everything would work out fine. Still, the girl quietly sobbed. For a while, both of them simply sat together in silence. Eventually, Chloe nervously admitted that her brother was unbelievably strong and she was terrified something terrible would happen to him. Naturally, the gloomy protagonist smirked arrogantly and pointed out that he was strong too. Unfortunately, the assassin remained unconvinced. According to her, Nox was considered a once-in-a-generation genius even within the Auditor family. When it came to assassination techniques and dark arts, nobody in the clan could compare to him. At just 14 years old, he already earned the title Pinnacle of the Dark Arts. The MC physically recoiled from cringe damage. Who even came up with these ridiculous titles? Still, despite mocking it internally, our guy understood the reality of the situation. No matter how hard he tried avoiding trouble, this confrontation was ultimately his own decision. Quietly, he tightened his grip around the sashimi knife while remembering his old mentor from his previous life. That man once grinned and declared that Jian Ma was destined to wield blades for the rest of his existence. The mentor probably never imagined that his student would continue fighting in another world using a literal sashimi knife. Then the announcement echoed throughout the waiting area. All participating cadets were instructed to proceed to the subspace grounds. Immediately, Chloe became even more nervous. Meanwhile, the Oreo-haired protagonist casually stood up and announced that he was leaving. The assassin shyly wished him good luck. As he walked away, he suddenly stopped and called back toward her. The world was overflowing with geniuses. That was exactly why he gripped his knife even tighter before confidently declaring that he intended to win anyway. Then he waved casually and walked toward the arena. Ahead of him, a bright light shined within the darkness. The closer he approached, the brighter the light became until it completely engulfed his vision. When the glare finally faded, the gloomy protagonist found himself standing beneath a massive blue sky inside a gigantic coliseum packed with spectators. The students erupted into cheers the moment they saw him. Apparently, many of them genuinely believed he would run away before the match started. Now they loudly shouted that they believed in Jian Ma and eagerly anticipated the battle. The atmosphere honestly felt insane. Our guy suddenly felt like a gladiator walking into the Roman Colosseum. He truly did not expect things to become this intense. Then he looked upward and immediately regretted it. The entire star class had arrived to watch. Even worse, seated prominently among them was Leon van Reinhardt, surrounded by the beautiful girls destined to become his future party members. Naturally, Abel was there too. The blue-haired heroine silently stared at Jian Ma with a sharp and determined expression. The gloomy protagonist genuinely wondered whether the star-class students had absolutely nothing better to do with their lives. This situation was becoming painfully awkward. Unfortunately, he did not have much time to sulk because a furious voice suddenly roared at him from across the arena. Nox demanded to know whether the MC was trying to mock him. The assassin glared at him with open disgust while asking how someone could dare enter battle carrying such a pathetic excuse for a weapon. The gloomy protagonist became slightly confused by the sheer intensity of the man's hatred. The killing intent pouring from Nox honestly felt monstrous. Still, our guy casually shrugged and replied that true masters never blamed their equipment. Naturally, that response only made the red-haired assassin even angrier. However, Nox quickly regained his composure before coldly declaring that he would carve that insolent tongue out of the MC first. Then he unsheathed his twin blades. Immediately, murderous energy exploded across the arena. The sharp-eyed protagonist instantly noticed something important. Nox relied heavily on his weapons. The assassin wielded the famous S-rank twin blades known as the Hungarian blades. On top of that, he possessed one of the strongest blessings in the game, the Blessing of the Crow. Just suppressing his killing intent already seemed difficult for him. Meanwhile, Jian Ma calmly raised Chloe's sashimi knife. The weapon known as the Roseblade possessed an unknown rank, but our guy already prepared himself mentally for this battle. The two opponents faced one another while powerful winds swept through the arena. The atmosphere became unbearably tense. Then the subspace barrier began forming around them, while the announcer declared that the duel would now begin. The barrier activated, and before it even fully finished forming, both fighters disappeared simultaneously. The Sword God's blessing activated instantly alongside the MC's painless blessing. The audience collectively gasped. Some students whispered in confusion because they genuinely could not see anything anymore. Others complained that both fighters were moving far too fast to follow. Many originally assumed this would be an easy victory for Nox. Now nobody knew what to think. For weaker spectators, the arena became nothing but darkness and noise. But the stronger students witnessed flashes of blue and pink light violently colliding across the battlefield as both fighters moved at terrifying speed while slashing at one another relentlessly. Nox attacked like a raging storm of hatred. Meanwhile, the Wolf-class student calmly focused on defense while weaving around every lethal strike. A blonde girl from the Star class leaned forward with interest while commenting that the fight suddenly became exciting. Nearby, Abel silently stared at Jia in disbelief. The weak-looking boy she met under the stars was actually an incredible swordsman. Meanwhile, the gloomy protagonist continued surviving purely through precision and instinct, because his opponent absolutely intended to kill him despite this technically being a school duel. The assassin unleashed slash after slash after slash like a dark purple tornado of violence. The arena floor became covered in deep scars from his attacks. Still, Jiama somehow continued dodging everything, and honestly, that fact alone drove Nox completely insane with rage. Finally, the furious assassin decided to stop holding back. Activating the three-legged crow technique, Nox unleashed a monstrous slash overflowing with the murderous resentment of 7,000 grievances. Even Jiama found himself slightly disturbed by just how desperately Nox wanted to kill him. The assassin's attacks came crashing toward him non-stop, each slash overflowing with murderous intent. Nox genuinely believed the fight was already over. Unfortunately for him, the Oreo-haired protagonist still had tricks left. At the last possible moment, our guy slipped cleanly out of the attack range without suffering a single scratch. Nox looked absolutely horrified. The red-haired assassin could not believe that someone actually dodged the full force of his technique so casually. Meanwhile, the gloomy protagonist glanced back at him with the most annoyingly cocky expression imaginable. Up in the audience, some of the older students were stunned. One sophomore admitted that freshmen usually spent their time running away from attacks like those rather than calmly dodging them. Another student agreed that while sophomores generally dominated lower years, the freshmen's combat experience clearly was not normal either. However, Abel understood there was something much stranger happening. Only people capable of fully tracking the battle could truly see it. Every aggressive move came from Nox. Meanwhile, Jiama had not seriously attacked even once. He simply dodged everything. That realization made the assassin even angrier. Nox remembered his sister warning him that Jiama was not normal. He even unleashed the blessing of the crow, believing it would instantly annihilate the freshman. Instead, the MC dodged it effortlessly. The red-haired assassin clenched his teeth in rage. Clearly, his opponent specialized in speed and reaction timing. Because of that, Nox decided he needed to fight more carefully. Then the self-proclaimed pinnacle of the dark arts prepared a wide-range attack designed to cut through the entire battlefield in one strike. The longer he stared at Jiama's calm expression and those pathetic kitchen knives in his hands, the more furious he became. Then suddenly, the MC dropped one of his weapons. Nox froze in confusion. The assassin could not understand why someone would willingly discard a weapon in the middle of a duel. Suspiciously, he demanded to know what kind of trick the freshman was planning now. Instead of answering immediately, Jiama slowly raised Chloe's rose blade. Then his entire demeanor changed. The previously relaxed protagonist suddenly became terrifyingly serious. Lowering his head slightly, he pointed the sashimi knife directly toward Nox. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. For the first time during the duel, the look in Jiama's eyes carried genuine killing intent. Nox internally screamed. Was this bastard mocking him? The assassin tightened his grip around his twin blades while swearing that he would end the duel with a single decisive strike. Dark energy exploded around him as he roared at the freshman and demanded to know what someone wielding a pathetic fish knife could possibly accomplish against him. Then Jiama moved. The gloomy protagonist launched forward in a flawless straight line like a beam of light slicing across the battlefield. Nox went speechless. The movement was so clean and precise that it looked unreal. For all this time, the MC only wanted a peaceful life. He tried desperately to avoid standing out. He obeyed the rules and avoided trouble whenever possible. Yet somehow, fate continued dragging him deeper into violence. It genuinely felt as though something inside him constantly whispered for him to stop resisting. So finally, Jiama gave in. If he could never escape the Sword God's blessing, no matter how hard he tried, then he would accept both its blessing and its curse. The light surrounding him intensified, and then he cut. A blinding slash flashed across the arena. The assassin stared in complete shock. The attack happened so quickly and so perfectly that he never even saw it. Jiang Ma simply passed by him like a streak of light. The entire Colosseum fell silent. Even Leon looked intimidated. Meanwhile, the wolf student calmly slid past his opponent like an anime swordsman finishing a fatal strike. At that moment, Jiang Ma finally accepted something painful. Whether the sword god's power was a blessing or a curse no longer mattered. He would use it regardless. And with that acceptance came the death of the peaceful future he once dreamed about. Unfortunately for Nox, the nightmare was not over yet. Spinning around instantly, Jiang Ma launched himself forward again at impossible speed. The rose blade flashed repeatedly through the air. Slice, slice, slice. The red-haired assassin panicked in terror while desperately trying to defend himself, but more and more of his body continued getting carved apart by the MC's overwhelming swordsmanship. The violence became so graphic that the Academy immediately shut down the subspace barrier entirely. Smoke burst across the battlefield. Silence consumed the arena. No cheers rang out. The students were simply too horrified by what they witnessed. Nox collapsed to his knees in complete defeat, while trembling violently. Meanwhile, Jiang Ma calmly sheathed his sashimi knife. A faint blue glow still lingered around the blade. Up in the stands, even the star-class students watched him with newfound fear and respect. The smoke slowly cleared. The entire Colosseum remained completely silent. Awkwardly, the gloomy protagonist scratched the back of his neck while wondering whether he really should have expected this kind of reaction. Still, there was no turning back anymore, and somehow, he accomplished all of this using nothing more than a fish-cutting knife. Deep down, there was one thing Jiang Ma always knew for certain. Cutting people felt horrible. Thankfully, the subspace arena prevented real death from occurring. Despite how gruesome the injuries appeared, nobody actually died inside the duel. Still, Nox looked deeply traumatized. The assassin collapsed in sweat while struggling to process what happened to him. Honestly, Chloe was right. Her brother truly was incredibly strong. His battle instincts were sharpened through genuine experience and brutal training. However, his overwhelming killing intent made every movement easier for the MC to predict. Ironically, Nox's murderous nature became his greatest weakness. Finally, the announcement echoed throughout the Colosseum. Victory belonged to Kang Jiang Ma of the Wolf class. The audience reacted with stunned disbelief rather than celebration. Many students outright refused to believe that a freshman just defeated a sophomore from the auditor family. Some even sounded personally offended by reality itself. Meanwhile, the gloomy protagonist silently cursed. The Academy's publicity department could probably learn a thing or two from how shamelessly fast rumors spread around this place. Still, there was nothing he could do anymore. This was the path he chose. All he could do now was endure whatever consequences followed. As expected, news of the duel exploded throughout the Academy almost instantly. Everyone learned that Nox belonged to the auditor family, which immediately explained why he was so terrifyingly strong. At the same time, nobody could believe that a supposedly average special admission student defeated him. Soon, students whispered Jiang Ma's name everywhere like it was some forbidden spell. Meanwhile, Abel found herself constantly hearing about him too. No matter where she went, people talked about Kang Jiang Ma, and honestly, she could not stop thinking about him either. The duel left a massive impression on her. Even now, she vividly remembered the horrifying moment Nox lost his arm. At that instant, her golden eyes widened in genuine shock. Using nothing but kitchen knives, Jiang Ma displayed swordsmanship so precise and overwhelming that it completely shattered her understanding of combat. As the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, Abel always took pride in her knowledge of swords. Now she realized how naive she truly was. The idea that someone could become that strong using ordinary kitchen blades felt almost impossible. Then suddenly, everything clicked together in her mind. She remembered her earlier conversation with him beneath the stars. She remembered calling him weak directly to his face. She remembered proudly declaring her family's motto about being firm with the strong and merciful toward the weak. She remembered complaining that the top student was not even from her class. And most importantly, she remembered promising to crush whoever defeated her. The blue-haired swordswoman froze in horror. Kang Jiang Ma was almost certainly the top student. Based on what she witnessed during the duel, she became completely convinced. And to make matters worse, he was obviously much stronger than her. Now she desperately wondered what he thought while listening to her shameless bragging that night. Abel suddenly yelled in frustration, while wondering what exactly had been going through his head during that conversation. Nearby, Rachel blinked in confusion at her friend's sudden breakdown. The blonde girl lazily asked what was going on. Realizing she just embarrassed herself again, Abel quickly laughed nervously and claimed it was nothing. Unfortunately, Rachel clearly did not believe her. Smirking mischievously, the blonde girl pointed out that something was obviously bothering her. Trying to escape the conversation, Abel awkwardly claimed that she simply felt sluggish lately because she had not trained properly. Rachel immediately narrowed her eyes. Then she asked why the proud swordswoman was making such a pouty expression. Abel denied everything. The blonde girl continued guessing anyway. Maybe she was hungry. No. Maybe she forgot her equipment at home. Also no. Then Rachel casually suggested that maybe it was a bathroom emergency. Immediately Abel snapped and loudly insisted once again that nothing was wrong. Rachel grinned triumphantly. After eliminating every other possibility, the blonde girl finally reached her conclusion. Little Miss Blue Hair was having boy problems. The snobby noble was left completely speechless. Abel's face flushed bright red with embarrassment while the blonde girl beside her twitched with amusement. Then Rachel completely lost it. She burst into loud laughter and pointed directly at the noble lady, like she had just discovered the funniest secret in the world. Rachel had genuinely believed Abel was the last person alive who would ever care about romance. So seeing the usually cold and composed swordswoman acting flustered was pure entertainment for her. Abel quickly tried to defend herself, yelling that Rachel had gotten the wrong idea, but the blonde clown was not buying it for even a second. She wanted to know who the lucky man was. Abel immediately went silent, which only made Rachel even more suspicious. The blonde refused to let the matter go and kept pushing, wanting to know who had managed to steal the heart of the normally stoic noble girl. Since Abel refused to answer, Rachel decided to turn it into a guessing game. First, she guessed Leon, the perfect glowing protagonist with the handsome face. However, Abel looked so disgusted by the suggestion that Rachel instantly crossed him off the list. Rachel found it strange that Abel still seemed so uncomfortable whenever Leon was mentioned. Then the blonde suddenly guessed that it had to be the special student from yesterday. The reaction she got from Abel was all the confirmation she needed. Rachel's grin widened like a predator who had just found fresh prey. Hearts practically appeared in her eyes as she realized the truth. This information was worth more than gold to her. She was going to have endless fun with this. Without warning, Rachel grabbed Abel by the arm and declared that it was time to go. Abel was startled, but Rachel was already dragging her away at full speed. The noble girl desperately asked where they were going, only for Rachel to laugh loudly and declare that they were obviously heading to the wolf class like characters in a romance novel. Meanwhile, inside the wolf class, Rachel cheerfully waved at everyone like she owned the place. She happily greeted the students while dragging the deeply embarrassed Abel behind her. The entire classroom immediately erupted into shocked whispers. The popular high-ranking students had suddenly appeared in their class, and everyone could only stare in admiration. Abel looked incredibly nervous, but Rachel walked through the room like she was strutting across a red carpet. Then the blonde suddenly jumped onto a desk and loudly announced that they were looking for a black-haired guy. Of course, she meant Gio-ma. Rachel scanned the room like a hunter searching for prey. Since Gio-ma was the only student with black hair, finding him was not exactly difficult. Before long, one annoyed student approached her and pointed out that someone of her status should not be climbing onto desks and causing chaos inside their classroom. Rachel did not feel threatened in the slightest. Instead, she simply flashed him a beautiful smile, abusing her pretty privilege so hard that the poor student practically shut down on the spot. Abel watched in horror as Rachel shamelessly weaponized her looks. Then Rachel finally found her target. Gio-ma was sleeping peacefully in his seat while the familiar red-haired assassin buzzed around him as usual. Rachel immediately assumed that Chloe was his girlfriend, though she honestly thought that only made the situation even more entertaining. This was going to be fun. Chloe had been happily talking to Gio-ma when she suddenly froze. A dangerous killing intent had appeared out of nowhere. Rachel had somehow slipped right beside Gio-ma's desk, and before anyone could react, she leaned down and blew a playful kiss toward his sleeping face. Chloe instantly lost all color. Abel also looked completely stunned. The atmosphere immediately became terrifying. Gio-ma slowly raised his head with a confused expression, only to discover himself surrounded by beautiful but extremely dangerous girls. Rachel smiled sweetly and asked if she had woken him up before immediately asking for his name, even though she already knew exactly who he was. Before Gio-ma could even answer, Rachel casually admitted that she had not known who the famous black-haired genius was until the subspace incident the other day. Gio-ma, meanwhile, was still trying to process why Rachel of all people had suddenly appeared inside his classroom. Rachel leaned in closer and openly commented that he looked surprisingly handsome up close. At that moment, Gio-ma's instincts started screaming that the situation around him was extremely dangerous. Then Chloe finally spoke up. Her voice sounded calm, but the jealousy radiating from her was absolutely terrifying. She demanded to know exactly what Rachel thought she was doing by touching Gio-ma so casually. Her pupils had shrunk, the whites of her eyes had widened, and she looked moments away from snapping entirely. Rachel only seemed amused by the reaction. Meanwhile, Gio-ma realized that everything was spiraling out of control. Chloe's personality had completely flipped, and she already had a box cutter in her hand. If a knife fight broke out in the middle of class, things were going to become a massive problem. The lazy protagonist had never seen a situation like this happen in the original game before. He genuinely could not understand why Rachel had even come to the wolf class in the first place. Then Abel finally stepped in and told Rachel to stop causing trouble in another classroom. Rachel smirked and asked why Abel was pretending not to say hello to Gio Ma. She was enjoying the chaos way too much. After hopping off the desk, she casually reached over and ruffled Chloe's hair like she was teasing a child. Rachel then told her not to interrupt while adults were talking and added that sharp objects were dangerous to play with. That patronizing attitude pushed Chloe even further over the edge. Her hand twitched violently around the knife. Then, the moment Rachel turned her head away, Chloe attacked. She launched a genuine killing strike directly toward Rachel's back, shocking both Gio Ma and Abel. However, Rachel reacted instantly. She spun around with terrifying speed, and suddenly a massive splash of red burst through the classroom. Except the red was not blood. One random student had accidentally exploded his juice box while opening it at the worst possible timing imaginable. His classmate immediately yelled at him while the poor guy desperately defended himself, claiming that dramatic openings were the only way his senior would notice him. Meanwhile, in the background, Rachel had already caught Chloe's arm and disarmed her completely. The blonde casually mocked Chloe for being slow and admitted that she originally thought the tiny assassin was just some harmless little kid. Unfortunately for Rachel, Chloe also happened to have an extremely short temper. No matter how hard Chloe struggled, she could not break free from Rachel's grip. Abel quickly yelled at Rachel to stop bullying weaker students, but Rachel already looked bored with the entire thing. Without warning, she casually tossed Chloe backward across the classroom. Chloe flew through the air before smoothly flipping herself upright and landing perfectly on her feet. Rage burned in her eyes while the male students in the wolf class suddenly started cheering like they were watching some kind of arena match between beautiful girls. Gio Ma, however, was already exhausted. The blonde clown causing all this chaos was Rachel Demura, niece of the Spear Saint himself. Her clan valued overwhelming brute force above all else, believing that raw power could crush any technique or skill. Rachel grinned brightly and directly asked Gio Ma whether Chloe was his girlfriend. Gio Ma immediately denied it. The rejection hit Chloe like a truck. She trembled in the corner with a mixture of heartbreak and murderous intent radiating off her tiny body. Still, Gio Ma calmly clarified that Chloe was simply his friend. Rachel considered that answer for a moment while Gio Ma wondered how his peaceful nap had somehow turned into complete insanity. Then he finally noticed Abel standing there too. He had been so overwhelmed by the chaos that he had completely missed her earlier. Immediately, Gio Ma became even more cautious and demanded to know why two elite high-ranking students had specifically come looking for him. Rachel smirked and immediately threw Abel under the bus. She claimed that Abel was interested in Gio Ma and had desperately wanted to see his face. Abel instantly exploded with embarrassment and denied everything, demanding to know when she had ever said something so humiliating. Rachel shamelessly insisted that it was true and pointed out that Abel had followed her all the way there without resisting. The wolf class students immediately started whispering among themselves. Some wondered if a love triangle was unfolding right in front of them, while others pointed out that they had never once heard the noble swordswoman raise her voice before. Realizing the entire classroom was staring at her, Abel suddenly regained her noble composure. She lifted her chin proudly and declared that everyone had misunderstood the situation completely. According to her, they had absolutely not come to see Gio Ma specifically. Gio Ma honestly could not care less anymore. Completely exhausted, the sleepy protagonist sighed and told the girls that if they were done causing problems, they should leave already because he wanted to go back to sleep. Abel looked utterly crushed by the dismissal. Meanwhile, Rachel nearly burst into laughter all over again. Rachel found the gloomy protagonist far more interesting than she had expected, and Rachel Demura liked interesting people. Unfortunately for her, Gio Ma looked completely exhausted by her existence. He calmly replied that he was glad she thought so, because in his opinion he was far from interesting. The blonde simply grinned wider. She told him not to be so modest before suddenly offering him an invitation. Rachel casually suggested that he come visit their dorm after class so they could watch movies together and relax. It was obvious the chaotic blonde was deliberately trying to start trouble. Chloe immediately exploded. The tiny assassin yelled at Rachel to stay away from her man, causing the blonde clown to blink in confusion. As far as Rachel knew, Gio Ma did not belong to anyone. That only made the entire thing funnier to her, and she burst into another fit of loud laughter while openly mocking the poor redhead. Meanwhile, Gio Ma could only sit there and think about how much he missed his peaceful life and his mother's cooking. Rachel continued laughing while turning toward Abel and asking if she had heard Chloe's embarrassing confession too. However, the blonde quickly stopped laughing once she noticed Abel was also quietly fuming beside her. Apparently, everyone in the room had become emotionally unstable, except the sleepy protagonist. Eventually, Rachel decided the fun had to end for now. Still smiling, she admitted that meeting the only black-haired student in the academy had been surprisingly entertaining. She cheerfully told Gio Ma that she would definitely see him again later. Gio Ma immediately told her to please never come back. Rachel laughed again and called him cold-hearted before waving goodbye dramatically. Chloe continued glaring murderously at the blonde, while Gio Ma simply ignored the entire situation, and silently prayed the two girls would disappear far away from him. The exhausted protagonist lowered his head again, ready to return to sleep. However, as Rachel and Abel prepared to leave, Abel quietly glanced back toward him one last time. Even from afar, the noble swordswoman could not stop thinking about the black-haired boy. She wanted to say something, but no words came out. In the end, Abel simply turned around and walked away, returning to the elite class where she belonged while leaving the wolf class behind. As the two girls walked through the academy halls, Rachel smiled to herself. It was one thing for someone to act cold and distant, but when she looked into Gioma's hollow black eyes, she felt something deeper hidden beneath them. The single strand of white hair on his head looked sharp enough to cut skin, and his gaze carried a pressure that felt like a knife pressed against her throat. The sleepy protagonist had exceeded all of Rachel's expectations. She grinned to herself while remembering the chills she had felt earlier. The hidden genius inside the wolf class was far superior to the flashy but hollow students she had met since entering the academy. Rachel had originally gone there simply to tease people for entertainment, expecting Gioma to be another joke. Instead, she might have discovered something valuable. The Demura clan valued only the strongest warriors above all else. Rachel herself had no interest in weaklings. So in her eyes, Gioma was beginning to look like an extremely precious resource. The blonde licked her lips slightly at the thought. Naturally, someone like him catching Abel's attention suddenly made perfect sense. At that moment, Rachel suddenly turned and apologized. Abel looked surprised for a moment before telling the blonde that if she wanted to apologize for something, then she should first apologize to the wolf class students for causing such a massive disturbance. Rachel immediately refused. Confused, Abel asked what exactly she was apologizing for then. Rachel crossed her arms smugly and casually admitted that she was apologizing for provoking Gioma. She explained that she had underestimated him earlier and now realized he was definitely not the type to submit quietly. Abel stared at her in confusion, clearly struggling to understand what Rachel even meant. Meanwhile, elsewhere inside the academy's medical ward, a completely different kind of madness was unfolding. Nox Audio wandered through the hospital halls while dragging his IV stand behind him like a deranged psychopath. Dark, murderous energy practically poured off his body as he muttered the same sentence over and over again. "I'll kill Gioma." The proud assassin genius had lived his entire life without ever experiencing defeat. But after his encounter with Gioma, his entire existence had narrowed down to one singular obsession: revenge. Nox genuinely considered sneaking into Gioma's room that very night and turning the black-haired genius into a corpse before morning. With the power of the Audio clan behind him, he believed he could crush anyone. At least that was what he kept trying to convince himself. Still, every time he remembered Gioma's cold eyes and terrifying pressure, sweat began forming on his forehead. Nox angrily shoved another student aside as he marched through the halls. He swore to himself that he would kill Gioma first and then reclaim his little sister afterward, like a proper older brother. In his eyes, Chloe possessed talent equal to or perhaps even greater than his own. Eventually, the murderous assassin stopped in front of his hospital room door. With the nightfall techniques of the Audio clan and the strength of his bloodline, Nox convinced himself that he could absolutely defeat Gioma if they fought again. So he opened the door and nearly died from fear. Because Gioma was already sitting inside his room calmly eating an apple, the black-haired protagonist looked terrifyingly relaxed, like a sharpened blade resting quietly in its sheath. Gioma casually greeted Nox as though he had been expecting him the entire time. Nox froze completely. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the academy, Chloe sat alone while angrily biting her fingernails. She muttered to herself about how Gioma apparently liked older women and how she needed to eliminate her romantic competition before Rachel successfully stole him away. Then Gioma suddenly called out to her. Chloe instantly transformed from a murderous yandere into a sweet and affectionate girl. She asked him what he needed in the gentlest voice imaginable. Honestly, the sudden personality switch unsettled even Gioma a little. The black-haired protagonist nervously asked how her brother was doing after their previous fight. Chloe looked surprised by the question before explaining that Nox was currently resting in the academy's medical ward. That confused Gioma. Normally, students did not suffer real injuries inside the subspace training grounds. Chloe admitted she had not visited much herself, but according to rumors, Nox had been hospitalized despite showing no physical wounds. Gioma immediately understood. The talented assassin had not been physically injured. His pride had been shattered instead. That realization made Gioma slightly worried that Nox might attempt something reckless. So after gently patting Chloe on the head and getting the information he needed, the protagonist quietly made his way to the medical ward. And now he stood face to face with the horrified red assassin. Back in the hospital room, Gioma casually raised the apple in his hand and asked Nox if he could eat it. The question was pointless because he was already eating it anyway. Nox remained frozen near the doorway, while Gioma calmly commented on how rich the Audio clan must be. The special student casually admired the massive private room while mentioning that assassin money was apparently no joke. Nox finally demanded to know how Gio-ma had even entered the room. Then the protagonist suddenly reached for a knife. The assassin's entire body stiffened in terror. For one horrifying moment, Nox genuinely believed Gio-ma had come to finish him off. The blade gleamed coldly beneath the moonlight as Gio-ma slowly raised it into the air. Then he simply started peeling the apple. Nox continued sweating nervously while secretly noticing how absurdly clean the cuts were. The apple peel came off in one perfect strip without breaking once. Eventually, Gio-ma placed the sliced apple down and calmly advised Nox to eat properly if he was struggling with regular meals. Then the black-haired protagonist stood up and started walking toward the exit. Nox stared in stunned confusion. The proud assassin immediately became furious. In his mind, Gio-ma's kindness felt more insulting than outright mockery. He angrily slid a hidden blade from his sleeve and convinced himself that he could definitely kill Gio-ma right now if he attacked from behind. Then Gio-ma suddenly stopped walking. Without even turning around, he calmly spoke. If Nox ever tried taking revenge again, there would be consequences. The assassin slowly peeked out from behind the doorway as Gio-ma finally turned his head slightly. His sharp black eyes glinted like blades in the darkness. Then the protagonist quietly warned Nox that if the Audior clan ever crossed him again, he would personally destroy the entire family. Nox immediately froze. The pressure in those words was absolutely terrifying. Gio-ma then slammed the door shut behind him as he left. A moment later, the apple sitting on the table suddenly split apart into perfectly even slices, each piece separated neatly like the petals of a blooming flower. Nox collapsed onto the floor in terror. The black-haired protagonist had made his warning perfectly clear without needing to say much at all. Meanwhile, beneath the evening sky, Gio-ma casually walked away from the medical ward feeling strangely satisfied. As far as he was concerned, the red assassin was now nothing more than a fragile candle that could be extinguished whenever he pleased. And judging from Nox's terrified reaction, the intimidation tactic had worked perfectly. As Gio-ma walked beneath the night sky, he silently admitted something to himself. The Audio clan was terrifying. They were one of the greatest assassin organizations in the world, and there was absolutely no way a one-man army like him could fight the entire clan head-on. Everything he had said to Nox earlier had basically been one massive bluff designed to stop the red-haired assassin from becoming an even bigger problem in the future. Still, Gio-ma estimated that in a worst-case scenario he could probably take down at least 10 people in 30 seconds. Unfortunately, 30 seconds was also his limit. The black-haired protagonist paused for a moment and stared quietly at the moon overhead. Then he resumed walking while reflecting on the strange situation his life had become lately. It honestly felt like he was standing in the middle of some bizarre storm. Between the heroines constantly appearing around him and all the chaos happening every other day, Gio-ma was beginning to wonder if he had also gone insane. Still, as long as Nox stayed quiet from now on, the protagonist figured he would no longer need to worry about him. Unfortunately, he still had another major problem to deal with. Rachel Demura, the blonde girl with heart-shaped eyes and an endless appetite for trouble, was the person Gio-ma wanted to avoid the most. In the original story, Rachel had approached the main protagonist first instead. That had worked perfectly for the introverted Gio-ma because it kept her attention away from him. Now, however, things had gone completely off script. Rachel already seemed obsessed with him, and her complicated relationship with Abel only made matters worse. Gio-ma sighed deeply and decided he would think about all of that later. Right now, there was something much more important approaching: the midterms. And unlike everything else in his life, this was something he intended to take very seriously. The reward for the exams was Mirasama, a weapon powerful enough to dramatically increase his combat ability. Gio-ma desperately needed a weapon that would allow him to fight for longer than 30 seconds, so the exhausted protagonist opened the academy calendar and reviewed the details of the upcoming exam. The midterm test required students to form groups of 5 regardless of class placement. Their task would be to subdue a demonic monster together. The academy heavily emphasized teamwork because, on a real battlefield, trusting allies was considered more important than individual talent. Honestly, Gio-ma found the setup incredibly annoying. Still, as long as he found competent teammates, things should work out. He himself was technically only level 1, but if stronger people carried him through the exam, then he would survive just fine. Unfortunately, the target monster for the test was a D-rank demonic creature known as the Merman, and it was horrifyingly ugly. The creature looked less like a mythical mermaid and more like a nightmare dragged out of the deepest ocean trenches. Even Gio-ma, who had spent most of his life around fish, felt sick just imagining it. He was genuinely worried he might throw up if he saw one up close. At least if they were mermaids, things would have been easier on the eyes. Mermaids were considered high-ranking demonic humans, unlike the hideous mermen. Still, no matter how beautiful mermaids supposedly were, Gio-ma doubted he would suddenly start getting nosebleeds over them like some cliché protagonist. As he thought about it further, he reflected on the larger structure of the demon race. The true core of demonic society was made up of demonic humans. Compared to them, ordinary demonic monsters were little more than guard dogs. Fortunately, students only needed to hunt mermen during the exam, meaning they would not have to deal with actual demonic humans. Jioma sat down quietly on a bench while pondering how much his life had changed in only 1 month at the academy. The school grounds looked peaceful on the surface. Then his thoughts drifted toward the concept of peace itself. 700 years had passed since humanity and the demons signed their armistice treaty. Of course, that did not mean the world had remained completely free of war. Smaller conflicts and bloody incidents still occurred regularly. One of the biggest incidents happened 50 years ago. A massive purple demon named Vasman, commander of the 6th Legion, had attempted to revive the commander of the 1st Legion and break the ancient truce between humans and demons. His actions caused absolute chaos and nearly dragged the world back into full-scale war. After a week of brutal bloodshed, humanity eventually emerged victorious. That battle gave birth to the 7 heroes. Though victory came at a terrible cost, 3 of the heroes died during the conflict, and afterward neither side wished to escalate matters further. The uneasy peace bought through bloodshed continued all the way into the present era. Back then, Jioma had always thought it was ridiculous that one particular hero had been called the strongest human alive, despite only defeating the commander of the 6th Legion. Compared to the man who sealed the 1st Legion commander alone, the gap felt absurd. That man was Baylor Juin. Even now, Jioma wondered whether someone like Baylor could truly still be considered human. Unfortunately, thinking about history did not solve his current problems. Only 3 years remained before the Second Human-Demon War would begin. And unlike the previous conflict, the future war would involve the Demon King himself. The protagonist shook his head and forced himself to stop thinking about the depressing future. Right now, his focus needed to stay on the midterms. Unfortunately, another issue immediately appeared. He needed teammates. Jioma opened his contact list and instantly realized something deeply embarrassing. Aside from his family members and the academy director, he practically had nobody saved. The guy was a complete social recluse. Then the black-haired genius suddenly paused. Now that he thought about it carefully, he had become one of the most famous students in the entire academy. Maybe he could actually use that reputation to his advantage. After all, living quietly for 3 years had already become impossible anyway. So Jioma finally changed his goal. Instead of living comfortably and quietly, he decided he would simply live comfortably whether things stayed quiet or not no longer mattered. 1 week later, that decision completely backfired. The black-haired idiot sat in class while listening to students whisper around him, and not a single person had invited him into their group. Not one. Jioma nearly lost his mind. Apparently, showing off terrifying ninja-like combat abilities had only succeeded in making everyone too scared to approach him. His social situation had somehow become even worse than before. Chloe was alone too. Ever since the incident involving her brother, the little assassin had also become isolated from the rest of the students. Realizing they were basically fellow outcasts now, Jioma decided to take one for the team and approached her. Chloe instantly brightened the moment he came over. Jioma awkwardly asked whether she had already found teammates for the midterms. To his immense relief, she had not. The protagonist honestly felt bad for her. Unlike him, Chloe used to have plenty of friends before everything became complicated. However, the tiny yandere simply smiled sweetly and said she was perfectly happy as long as she had Jioma around. Hearing that, the ambitious protagonist finally gathered his courage and asked if she wanted to team up with him while they searched for 3 additional members together. Chloe looked absolutely thrilled. And just like that, Jioma successfully recruited his first teammate. Honestly, he considered it a massive victory. Chloe's combat abilities were no joke either. Since the exam involved capturing as many mermen as possible within 1 hour, someone like her was incredibly valuable. Considering Jioma's 30-second limit in battle, Chloe practically looked like an army of 1,000 soldiers in his eyes. The protagonist smiled faintly while watching her excitement. He was genuinely happy that she looked so happy. Then suddenly, a loud voice echoed through the classroom. Jioma looked up and immediately regretted everything. Rachel Demura had arrived. The blonde menace marched directly toward him while announcing that she had returned to play again. Trying to stay calm, he asked why she had shown up. Rachel pouted and pointed out that she had literally just explained why. Meanwhile, Chloe instantly entered full demonic jealousy mode. She quietly muttered about the big ones arriving, though she was clearly talking about Rachel's chest rather than her combat strength. Realizing disaster was approaching, Jioma immediately tried damage control and bluntly told Rachel to go away because he was busy. The blonde pretended to look heartbroken. She even forced fake tears into her eyes while asking why he was always so cold toward her. Jioma only sighed and told her to stop calling him by his first name because it sounded way too personal. Rachel instantly dropped the sad act and loudly claimed she had suddenly gone deaf. The shameless girl dramatically collapsed onto his desk before cheerfully asking whether he already had a midterm group prepared. Jioma admitted that he did not. Rachel immediately lit up with excitement. Then the blonde leaned forward with sparkling heart-shaped eyes and sweetly invited both him and Chloe to join her group. She even had the audacity to lift his chin with her hand like he was some shy girlfriend she was flirting with. Gio Ma instantly smacked her hand away. Completely baffled, he demanded to know why someone as popular as Rachel would bother asking him of all people when countless students would happily rush to join her team. Rachel simply laughed. Those students were boring. Gio Ma, however, seemed entertaining. The exhausted protagonist had absolutely no response to that logic. Still, he pointed out that he had already started a group with Chloe. Hearing him openly acknowledge her made the little assassin freeze in surprise for a moment. Rachel, meanwhile, looked completely unbothered. She happily explained that her group still had open spots anyway. The shameless blonde truly came prepared for everything. Meanwhile, Gio Ma quietly remembered the Academy rulebook. Do not hate the player, hate the game instead. Gio Ma took a moment to seriously consider his options. Out of the corner of his eye, the black-haired protagonist glanced toward Chloe to see what she thought about joining Rachel's group. The little assassin looked hesitant at first, but eventually she gave a small nod. It was not like they had many other choices anyway, and despite her chaotic personality, Rachel was undeniably strong. Seeing Chloe agree, Gio Ma finally surrendered himself to fate. Rachel instantly lit up with excitement. The blonde hyena happily declared that he was absolutely forbidden from backing out now that he had agreed. Then, the slow genius finally remembered to ask the important question. Who exactly were the other members of the group? Rachel blinked at him in disbelief, before casually asking whether he seriously did not know who Leon was. Apparently, the guy was famous enough that she assumed everyone in the academy knew him already. Unfortunately, Gio Ma knew exactly who Leon was. The moment he heard the protagonist's name, the exhausted background character nearly evaporated on the spot. Internally, he screamed in horror while mentally collapsing into dust. Out of everyone in the academy, Leon Van Reinhardt was the one person Gio Ma desperately wanted to avoid. Later that day, the black-haired protagonist sat trembling in class like a leaf caught in a storm. Not from fear, from rage. He quietly wondered what kind of unforgivable crime he must have committed in his past life to suffer like this now. For 30 years, he had worked peacefully as a chef slicing fish with knives. Never once had he imagined ending up tangled together with the main cast of a doomed fantasy game. Getting involved with the heroines was already bad enough. At least they were beautiful eye candy, so the introverted protagonist could tolerate them to some extent. But getting dragged into the orbit of the actual protagonist character was a completely different nightmare. Leon was far too bright for someone like Gio Ma. The guy practically radiated heroic energy like the sun itself, while Gio Ma felt more like a shadow lurking quietly in the background. Worse still, Gio Ma had never even finished the original game, meaning he had no clue how the story would eventually unfold. That uncertainty terrified him. The moment he learned Leon was part of the team, Gio Ma immediately tried changing groups. Unfortunately, Rachel had already anticipated that reaction. The blonde proudly informed him that she had submitted the application with his name on it before even asking for permission. The moment he verbally agreed earlier, she had immediately finalized the paperwork. There was no escape. Gio Ma shook with murderous frustration as he imagined tracking Rachel down and slicing her apart in revenge. For the first time in his life, the peaceful former chef genuinely felt provoked enough to stab a woman. The little assassin looked worried as she asked whether something was wrong. Apparently, ever since Rachel left earlier, Gio Ma had looked completely miserable. Chloe honestly resembled a girlfriend convinced another woman had stolen her boyfriend's innocence. The exhausted protagonist froze for a moment while trying to think of a proper response. Eventually, he simply explained that he felt overwhelmed knowing they would be taking the exam alongside elite star class students. Chloe immediately relaxed. Then she sweetly reassured him that nobody in the star class was stronger than him anyway. Gio Ma awkwardly thanked her. As he thought about it more carefully, he realized he had been the one to invite Chloe into a team first. There was no way he could abandon her now without feeling guilty. And honestly, after calming down, he admitted to himself that this lineup was not even bad. Rachel was powerful. Leon was powerful. Chloe was powerful. Objectively speaking, he could not ask for a better group. So the opportunistic protagonist decided to stop being pessimistic for once. Refreshing his mindset, he asked Chloe when and where the group meeting would take place. Chloe recalled Rachel mentioning a cafe inside the protagonist building at 6 o'clock. Gio Ma quietly noticed that Chloe still refused to call Rachel by her actual name and only referred to her as Blondie. Apparently, the Yandere grudge remained strong. Since it was nearly time already, Gio Ma suggested they head over immediately, and Chloe happily agreed. The two casually walked through the academy halls before eventually arriving at the cafe. A loud slam echoed through the room as Chloe set down her drink with a satisfied sigh before happily sipping her avocado smoothie. Gio Ma stared at the green liquid in absolute disbelief after seeing the price tag, 50,000 won. The prices inside the academy continued attacking his soul no matter how long he stayed there. The black-haired protagonist nearly coughed blood while silently praising Starbucks for somehow convincing people to spend this much money on beverages. Chloe, meanwhile, misunderstood his reaction and proudly agreed that the brand was amazing. Gio-ma reminded himself that he was a grown adult who needed to practice self-control. Unfortunately, the only drink under 10,000 won had been espresso, so he ordered that instead. The problem was that it tasted like concentrated horse poison. Since the cafe belonged to an outside company, even faculty cards did not work there. The protagonist immediately decided he would not be returning often. Then suddenly his phone started ringing. Rachel had sent a message explaining that she would be late because she needed to take care of the kids. Gio-ma and Chloe were already waiting inside the cafe's meeting room, while the chaotic blonde promised she would arrive soon. Before long, the door opened. Rachel entered carrying a smoothie while casually apologizing for being late. Behind her stood Leon Van Reinhardt himself. Gio-ma instantly stopped hearing anything else. While Rachel asked whether they had waited long, the exhausted protagonist could only stare silently at the golden-haired menace standing behind her. Leon looked like the physical embodiment of light itself, with brilliant blonde hair and piercing blue eyes that practically sparkled every second. If Leon represented light, then Gio-ma truly felt like darkness standing opposite him. Then Gio-ma suddenly noticed another unfamiliar face. An orange-haired guy with green eyes stood beside Leon looking like some delinquent who wandered into the wrong building. The protagonist honestly could not believe Rachel had recruited someone like that into the group. Then Leon walked directly toward him. The heroic protagonist extended his hand and politely introduced himself. As well, Leon smiled warmly and admitted he had been impressed by Gio-ma's performance during the subspace incident. He also said he felt reassured knowing someone that capable would be joining the team for the midterms. Meanwhile, Gio-ma could only think about how Leon somehow possessed the perfect protagonist voice. Everything about him sounded intelligent, calm, and trustworthy. This guy was definitely the protagonist character from the original game. Once everyone ordered their drinks, Leon suggested starting with introductions. Rachel immediately supported the idea, so Leon went first. He introduced himself as Leon Van Reinhardt of the Star class, and explained that he somehow ended up becoming the group leader. Despite humbly claiming he still lacked experience, he said he looked forward to working with everyone. Gio-ma internally cursed again. The guy practically glowed with purity. Life truly was unfair. Next, Rachel decided to skip her own introduction because everyone already knew who she was. Instead, she shoved the spotlight toward the orange-haired guy beside her by elbowing him in the ribs. The orange-haired delinquent introduced himself as Speed Weapon, a Star class student who loved heroes. Now that Gio-ma looked carefully, he noticed the word hero literally tattooed across the guy's back. The judgmental protagonist felt his soul leave his body for a moment. This man was genuinely named Speed Weapon. The stereotypes inside Gio-ma's head shattered instantly. He expected way more explanation from someone introducing themselves with a name like that, but apparently nobody else found it strange. Then Chloe shyly introduced herself as Chloe Audio of the Wolf class. Unfortunately, she also casually admitted she was there because of her crush. Rachel immediately narrowed her eyes and began teasing her over how familiarly she referred to Gio-ma. The little yandere nearly snapped on the spot, but somehow managed to maintain remarkable restraint. With a deep sigh, Chloe politely finished her introduction and greeted everyone properly. Even Rachel looked surprised by how patient she was acting. Finally, it became Gio-ma's turn. The black-haired protagonist gave the most suspicious introduction imaginable by stating only his name and class before immediately going silent again. Realizing things had become awkward, Leon smoothly transitioned into the actual meeting. The shining protagonist placed his laptop onto the table and suddenly a detailed PowerPoint presentation appeared on the screen. Gio-ma nearly got emotional from the professionalism. Apparently, the Star class instructor had distributed mission files to each group leader earlier that day. The presentation displayed a map of the exam site, Scopely Island. Leon explained that students would first travel there through a subspace gate, though only the transportation method involved the subspace itself. The island was completely real, meaning students could genuinely get injured or killed by demonic beasts during the exam. Leon zoomed further into the map and pointed toward the northeastern coastline. That specific area would serve as their assigned hunting zone. 3 student groups, including theirs, would be competing there to hunt. Merman, since the number of monsters on the island was limited, the goal of the exam was to capture as many as possible within the time limit. As Leon spoke, every member of the team listened carefully. Then the heroic leader finished his explanation and calmly asked whether anyone had questions. At first, the room stayed silent. Then Speed Weapon suddenly spoke up. The orange-haired delinquent pointed out that Scopely Island was also famous for sightings of mermaids. He cautiously asked whether there was any danger of encountering them during the exam. Leon calmly reassured everyone that there was nothing to worry about. According to the instructors, the island had already been fully investigated beforehand to ensure students' safety. Speed Weapon accepted Leon's explanation without much resistance. After that, Chloe raised another question. The little assassin calmly asked whether groups assigned to the same zone were allowed to ambush or fight one another during the exam. Leon immediately clarified that the objective of the midterms was strictly to exterminate demonic beasts. Any unnecessary conflict between student groups would most likely result in immediate disqualification. The shining protagonist politely asked whether that answered her question, and Chloe quietly nodded. Meanwhile, Gyo-ma silently acknowledged that having an assassin in their group made that question extremely necessary. With that, the meeting officially concluded for the day. Everyone was told to continue preparing for the midterms and to gather again tomorrow for discussions regarding battle positions and strategy. Rachel immediately celebrated the end of the meeting and dragged Speed Weapon out of the room despite his annoyed complaints about her stretching his clothes. Leon began calmly packing away his equipment. Meanwhile, Gyo-ma lingered behind awkwardly. Since he had chosen the corner seat earlier, he now found himself alone in the room with only Leon remaining. The atmosphere instantly became painfully uncomfortable. The socially anxious protagonist immediately decided it was time to escape. He stood up and prepared to leave. Then Leon suddenly called out to him, "Excuse me." Gyo-ma slowly turned around, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly toward the shining protagonist. Leon's expression looked unusually serious now, which immediately made the black-haired genius uneasy. Then Leon asked him a strange question. "Where did you come from, Gyo-ma?" The dark-haired protagonist froze. For a moment, he said absolutely nothing. Instead, his mind immediately started spiraling. Now that he thought about it, he had heard a similar question before, but somehow the tone behind Leon's words felt completely different this time. The blonde protagonist's blue eyes carried a strange intensity behind them, and Gyo-ma could not tell what he was truly thinking. At first, the exhausted genius wondered whether Leon was literally asking about his nationality, but that made no sense. Leon could have easily asked that during introductions earlier, so why wait until everyone else had left? The more Gyo-ma thought about it, the stranger the question became. Eventually, Leon sighed lightly and apologized for suddenly asking something so weird out of nowhere. Then he quietly admitted that Gyo-ma simply felt similar to him somehow. That explanation only confused the protagonist even more. Similar? In what way? Sure, the official language of the world happened to be Korean because of the game's setting, but that did not mean other cultures failed to exist. Anyone looking at Gyo-ma could immediately tell he was Korean anyway. Then suddenly, Leon smiled faintly and told him to pretend he had never said anything at all. After that, the blonde hero turned around and started walking away. But before Leon could leave, Gyo-ma suddenly reached out and grabbed his shoulder. "Leon." The shining protagonist stopped walking. Without even thinking, Gyo-ma desperately asked where Leon himself had come from. The moment the words left his mouth, the black-haired genius mentally cursed himself. He had acted completely on impulse. Still, if he did not ask now, he knew he would never sleep peacefully again. Leon stared at him for a moment. Then the protagonist suddenly laughed. "I'm from Germany." Gyo-ma instantly went silent. Leon simply smiled one last time before calmly walking away, leaving the black-haired protagonist standing there in total confusion. What the hell was wrong with that guy? Later that night, something slipped from Gyo-ma's hand. He looked down and realized his fingers were trembling. A terrifying thought had taken root inside his mind during that conversation. What if Leon had also come from another world? As absurd as the idea sounded, Gyo-ma could not stop considering it. After all, there was no rule stating only one person could be transported into the game world. Honestly, possessing the actual protagonist sounded far more likely than ending up trapped inside some random side character. The more he thought about it, the more disturbed he became. Then Gyo-ma made a decision. He activated the blessing of the sword god. The moment the blessing activated, his senses sharpened unnaturally. Pulling out one of his sashimi knives, the black-haired protagonist closed his eyes and focused with all his strength. His consciousness sank into darkness as he searched desperately for answers. Then suddenly he understood. Leon truly belonged to this world. Gyo-ma's eyes widened in shock. Not only because he had received an answer, but because the blessing itself had responded to him. The sensation felt disturbingly familiar, like the same puppet-like feeling he experienced whenever the sword god's influence grew stronger. Apparently, if he concentrated hard enough while using the blessing, he could faintly hear a voice. That realization immediately gave him a splitting headache. Groaning, Gyo-ma grabbed his forehead and massaged his temples. Even his pain-resistance blessing could not fully suppress the migraine forming in his skull. Still, one thing became clear. The Leon he met today was unquestionably the same Leon from the original game. Nobody alive could perfectly imitate that overwhelming purity, seriousness, and heroic charisma. Everything about the blonde screamed main character, which only made Gyo-ma even more confused about the strange conversation earlier. If Leon truly belonged to this world, then what exactly had he meant when he said they were similar? The exhausted protagonist briefly considered researching Leon further through the old Kama wiki from his previous life. Unfortunately, back then he only cared about female characters, so he barely remembered anything about the male cast. And when he checked now, Leon's information page barely contained anything useful anyway. Eventually, Geo-ma sighed heavily and decided to let the matter go for now. This midterm would probably be the only time he ever needed to work closely with Leon anyway. If something strange happened again later, then maybe he could ask the academy director about it. Thinking about the director immediately reminded him of her recent complaints. Apparently, she had been pouting because he had not visited her lately. The shameless woman even jokingly asked when he planned to run away with her. Geo-ma decided it was healthier for his sanity to stop thinking about that entirely. Honestly, it felt strange how calm he remained despite constantly dealing with situations he wanted to avoid. Part of him wondered whether his blessings were slowly affecting his personality somehow. Since he was already thinking about them, Geo-ma decided to review his blessing status again. Thankfully, his progress looked steady. His mental fortitude and armament stats remained mostly unchanged, but his physical fortitude had increased slightly thanks to constant training. Geo-ma figured his armament would probably skyrocket once he finally acquired the sword he wanted. Then his eyes landed on another statistic, assimilation rate 6.8%. The black-haired genius blinked in surprise. Previously, the number had only been 2.5%. Geo-ma guessed the increase probably came from his recent fights against both Chloe and Nox of the Audio clan. Unfortunately, he still had absolutely no idea how the system truly worked. Then suddenly, another notification appeared. Because he had activated his blessings a certain number of times, adjustments would now be made. Geo-ma stared blankly at the screen. Then his eyes widened in disbelief. The blessing of painlessness had evolved. Its duration increased from 40 seconds to 40 minutes. For several moments, the exhausted protagonist simply pointed at the screen in stunned silence. Then he exploded with joy. All the suffering, torture, and brutal effort he endured had finally paid off. Geo-ma nearly laughed himself insane as relief and excitement flooded through him. Everything suddenly felt amazing. After that, time passed quickly. Geo-ma continued training relentlessly every single day, while also attending team meetings regularly. Slowly but surely, he started growing closer to the group. 3 days before the exam, he continued practicing swordsmanship with Chloe, who happily offered him more combat advice. 2 days before the exam, Rachel started shamelessly invading his personal space again, nearly causing the little yandere to lose her mind. Then finally, the day before the test arrived, Geo-ma trained harder than ever. Sweat poured from his body as he repeatedly swung his blade with increasing precision. Day after day of practice slowly sharpened his movements. By the end of the session, the exhausted protagonist finally smiled in satisfaction. Then the morning of the midterms arrived. Students gathered before an enormous subspace gate that felt completely different from the training grounds. The atmosphere surrounding it felt heavier, more dangerous, and far more real. Then Geo-ma heard someone call for him. Turning around, he saw his team waiting nearby. Every single member looked absurdly strong. Rachel stood confidently at the front left position while laughing at the fact that the usually punctual Geo-ma had somehow arrived late today. Leon stood calmly at the center as the team's leader, smiling brightly as he welcomed Geo-ma over. Speed Weapon occupied the support position on the right side, quietly waiting with his usual delinquent attitude. Chloe stood near Rachel as the team's sub-damage dealer and happily greeted Geo-ma the moment she saw him. Finally, Geo-ma himself took the rearguard position on the far right while apologizing for being late. As he approached, he immediately noticed the incredible equipment everyone carried. Rachel's weapon instantly caught his eye. The Vermilion Phoenix Halberd, an S-rank armament. Even Leon apparently had not fully unlocked his signature equipment yet, but Rachel was already carrying a monstrous weapon of that level. Then Geo-ma looked towards Speed Weapon and nearly lost his mind. The orange-haired delinquent wore what looked like a recorder around his neck. An actual recorder. The exhausted protagonist stared at it in disbelief. Unfortunately, Speed Weapon noticed him looking and immediately started acting like he wanted to throw hands over it. Seeing Geo-ma's confusion, Rachel casually whispered that the ridiculous-looking instrument was actually one of the few S-rank healing armaments in existence. That information stunned him. Healing-type S-rank armaments were unbelievably rare. Even spending tens of millions in-game would not guarantee obtaining one. Suddenly, the stupid-looking recorder became infinitely more impressive. Orange immediately got flustered and told him not to stand so close to him. Before the awkward moment could continue, an announcement echoed across the area declaring that the first-year midterm exams of 2043 were officially about to begin. Looking around, every student seemed fully prepared. The wolf-like instructor observed their determined faces and decided to keep the speech short. He reminded everyone that if they encountered something beyond their ability, they were expected to run away immediately. They were not heroes yet. They were only cadets still in training. Risking their lives for extra credit was absolutely forbidden. The students smiled while listening to the warning, and the instructor continued by explaining that anyone injured or wishing to surrender could contact the supervising teachers at any time. The atmosphere grew tense as the final preparations began. Shiny Boy calmly told everyone that it was time to get ready. The glowing golden leader reassured the group not to be nervous and encouraged them to simply do their best. Finally, the exam began, and Geoma prepared himself alongside the others. However, he soon noticed that the red-headed assassin had suddenly become unusually quiet. Concerned, he asked if something was wrong. Red hesitated before admitting that she felt anxious about the test because she remembered rumors that a mermaid could appear on the island. Our guy quickly tried to calm her down. The instructors had already inspected the entire island beforehand, so there was supposedly nothing to worry about. With that reassurance, the students were ordered to enter the arena through the active subspace gate. Smiling confidently, Geoma told Red that it was time to go and gently patted her head. The little assassin smiled warmly. As long as the talented genius was with them, she believed everything would be fine. Her trust in Geoma was absolute, and as the team marched forward together, she truly felt that nothing could go wrong. The darkness stretched endlessly after they entered the arena, swallowing all sound and direction. Somewhere within that void, someone kept calling a name repeatedly. Blurry voices echoed through the blackness until Red slowly realized that the voice belonged to Geoma. He kept shouting her name louder and louder until she finally snapped out of her daze. Startled, Chloe looked around as the genius urgently asked whether she could hear him. Realizing she had completely lost focus for a moment, she quickly regained her senses. The rest of the team immediately reported something even worse. They could not contact the instructors. The group had somehow landed inside a cave with no signal or outside connection. To make matters worse, someone was already bleeding. Red was still trying to process the situation when she noticed the terrifying truth before them. A high-ranked mermaid. Just moments earlier, Scopuli Island had looked peaceful beneath a bright and beautiful sky. Yet after passing through the subspace gate, many members of the team had stumbled onto the beach coughing violently and feeling nauseous. The golden blonde looked at Geoma in surprise when she noticed that he seemed completely unaffected. The genius casually explained that he normally did not get seasick. However, the others doubted that seasickness was really the problem here. Suddenly, a merman appeared nearby and let out a startled cry. It was Geoma's first time seeing one in person, and honestly, the creature looked exactly as horrifying as he had imagined. Still, it was smaller than he expected. After seeing it up close, he even started feeling a little embarrassed for taking the threat so seriously. He had originally planned to stay relaxed in the rear guard position and probably would not even need to draw his weapon. The beautiful golden leader quickly corrected that assumption. The truly dangerous adult mermen were located deeper within their assigned area, and those monsters were nothing like the small creature standing before them now. First, however, they needed to locate Red, who had gone ahead to scout the area. The team moved through the forest carefully while Leon warned everyone to stay alert. Geoma quietly monitored the surroundings from the rear until the blonde leader suddenly pointed out that the little assassin seemed to be nearby. Moments later, Red zipped through the trees using her assassin abilities before landing directly in front of the group. Geoma immediately asked whether she had traveled by climbing through the branches the entire time, and Red proudly explained that moving through the trees was the best way to avoid detection. The golden leader then requested her report. Red explained that approximately 500 meters ahead she had discovered a cave. The team soon located it and confirmed it was the correct location. Peering inside, they discovered dozens of glowing golden eyes staring back at them. Roughly 50 to 60 fish-eyed mermen were gathered around a burning campfire deep within the cavern. Geoma immediately realized how important this moment was. Defeating such a large group would almost guarantee first place in the midterms. However, the danger was equally obvious. If anyone got seriously injured while trapped inside the cave without communication, the entire team could be doomed. The final decision rested with their leader, Leon. Before making his choice, the group reviewed everyone's assigned roles. Cleo would continue scouting and gathering information. Weapon would remain in the rear providing buffs and healing support. Geoma still found it amusing that Orange was apparently the healer of the team, though Orange immediately became defensive and loudly insisted that helping others was the foundation of being a hero. Meanwhile, Geoma himself was assigned rearguard duty against any surprise attacks, a position he was more than happy to accept because it sounded incredibly easy. The Golden Prince would command the team from the center while joining the offense whenever necessary. Then the crazy blonde girl complained that nobody had given her instructions yet. Grinning brightly, the Golden Leader finally told her exactly what he needed. Back in the present, Leon made his decision. Rachel stepped forward. The vicious blonde tightened her grip on her massive spear before launching it with explosive force. The weapon shot through the air like a bolt of lightning, creating a brilliant golden arc as it flew directly toward the merman camp. The spear struck the campfire dead center and completely obliterated it. The mermen froze in confusion, unable to understand what had just happened. But their panic only lasted a moment before they realized they were under attack. As they searched wildly for the enemy, they suddenly saw a terrifying muscular blonde woman leaping directly into their midst with murder shining in her eyes. The creatures were horrified. Rachel landed among them with a wicked grin, retrieved her spear, and spun violently through the cave. Her weapon carved through the mermen effortlessly, decapitating several before they could even react. Heads flew through the air while bodies collapsed around her. Watching from behind, Gio-ma recalled a previous meeting where Leon had asked Rachel whether she could completely destroy every enemy they faced. Her answer had apparently been yes, and she was proving it now. The blonde maniac laughed proudly while speaking in French, confidently declaring that she could cut down absolutely anything. At the same time, Orange raised his glowing green recorder and began playing a powerful melody. The moment the music echoed through the cave, his blessing activated. The mermen were struck from one side by overwhelming sound attacks while Rachel slaughtered them from the other. As she spun deeper into the cave, Rachel joyfully counted every kill. 18, 22, 24. Her excitement only grew stronger with every corpse that fell around her. Laughing wildly, she thanked Weapon for the support blessing as her total reached 25 kills. Everyone watching was stunned by her brutality and skill, though the shining leader simply looked proud. Not wanting to be outdone, Red finally drew her own weapon. Unsheathing her sword, she activated the blessing of the cat as pink magical energy wrapped around her body. With a single slash, she decapitated an entire line of mermen at once. 8 enemies died instantly, and the little assassin looked incredibly proud of herself. More mermen charged toward her, but Red tore through them in ribbons of flesh and blood. Her kill count quickly reached 10. Meanwhile, Rachel had already pushed past 45 kills while rampaging deeper into the cave. At that point, the boys finally started getting worried. The 2 girls showed absolutely no signs of stopping. At this rate, they would push too far into the cavern and potentially enter unknown territory. Gio-ma's eyes widened as he suddenly realized the problem. Both girls were no longer simply fighting the mermen. They were competing against each other. Red danced through the battlefield surrounded by glowing pink magic, while Rachel rampaged forward wrapped in golden energy. Neither one was willing to slow down or give the other the advantage. Then both girls suddenly converged in the center of the cave. Waiting there was a gigantic fish-like monster far larger than the other mermen. The beast roared violently and revealed rows of razor-sharp teeth as the 2 girls charged directly toward it. For a brief moment, it almost looked like they were attacking each other instead of the monster. Then their powers exploded simultaneously. Within seconds, the giant creature was sliced apart completely. Flesh, limbs, and chunks of fish scattered across the cave as the monster was reduced to pieces. Rachel grinned at Red and admitted that the little assassin seemed faster than before. Red immediately glared back and angrily insisted that she had been the one who defeated the boss monster. The blonde burst out laughing and called the little red assassin hilarious as the 2 girls finally jumped apart. Gio-ma felt relieved seeing that they were not actually trying to kill each other, though both of them were still acting completely over the top. While the girls calmed down, the shiny protagonist casually finished off a few remaining mermen himself, drawing Gio-ma's attention back to the battlefield. Leon noticed the black-haired genius watching the 2 girls nervously, but Gio-ma admitted that his concern had apparently been unnecessary. Between Rachel and Red, the team had wiped out all 60 mermen in an absurdly short amount of time. The shining leader simply grinned and told Oreo to trust his teammates a little more. With the battle over, the team prepared to leave the cave. As everyone naturally fell in line behind Leon's instructions, Gio-ma could not help but notice something interesting. The protagonist's decisiveness, leadership, and calm presence made him feel like the irreplaceable backbone of the entire group. The more Gio-ma watched him, the more real the protagonist of the game started to feel. That thought brought Gio-ma back to the strange question about where he came from. Distracted by his thoughts, he failed to notice the faint blue light glimmering within the cave. Since he had barely needed to contribute during the battle, Gio-ma was still standing casually when the light suddenly exploded forward like a laser. The attack tore straight through Leon's midsection. Everyone froze. Shock, confusion, and horror swept through the cave as the team stared at their collapsing leader. They had already defeated every enemy, or at least, they thought they had. Now they all turned toward the beautiful but deadly figure that had suddenly appeared. The students shouted Leon's name as he crashed to the ground, but even that was not the worst part. Behind them, the water inside the cave began to ripple violently. Then a feminine figure slowly rose from the surface. A beautiful purple demon mermaid had appeared, and she clearly intended to kill them. Rachel immediately panicked at the sight of the creature. Even the battle-crazed blonde looked shaken as she demanded to know how a mermaid had appeared there. The area had already been scouted thoroughly. There should have been nothing capable of hiding inside the cave. Meanwhile, Gio-ma internally cursed. Things had gone far too smoothly from the beginning, and now he understood why. The situation had become catastrophic. If they attempted to flee while carrying the injured Leon, the entire team might be wiped out before escaping the cave. But if they stayed to fight, they were facing a demon capable of using magic. Rachel quickly shouted at Weapon, ordering him to contact the instructors immediately. However, no matter how hard he tried, the recorder boy could not establish communication. The cave completely blocked all signals from the outside world. The students began trembling in fear. At that moment, Gyo-ma realized he was the only person still thinking clearly. Even Rachel looked shocked when the black-haired genius suddenly stepped forward and started giving orders. He immediately told Weapon to focus all his blessings and healing on Leon. Then he snapped Chloe out of her panic and ordered her to leave the cave immediately. She needed to warn the nearby cadets and bring the instructors back as quickly as possible. Most importantly, she was their only escape route. With her scouting abilities, she alone had a chance of slipping away safely. Red looked horrified by the command, but Gyo-ma firmly explained that escaping with an injured Leon was impossible right now. If the mermen swarmed them again while carrying him, everyone would die. The little assassin hesitated, clearly unwilling to leave him behind, but she also understood the importance of her mission. Reluctantly, she accepted the order before disappearing into the darkness at high speed. Rachel then turned back toward Gyo-ma and demanded to know whether he actually had a plan. Then she saw him drawing his knife. The blonde stared at him in horror while Orange outright yelled that he had completely lost his mind. Ignoring both of them, Gyo-ma calmly faced the mermaid and told Rachel and Weapon to handle the remaining small fry while he dealt with the boss. The two of them could only stare at him like he was insane. Honestly, they were not wrong. Gyo-ma simply closed his eyes for a moment. He had always disliked cutting down weak opponents because there was no skill involved. But slicing apart massive fish, that was something he excelled at. Grinning with excitement, he pulled out his blade. It was time to prepare some sashimi. Demons possessed powers similar to human blessings. Their version was called magic. And unlike ordinary monsters, demons using magic were overwhelmingly dangerous. Leon, one of the strongest first-year students, had nearly died from a single normal attack. That was the terrifying difference between humans and demons. Even with the blessing of the sword god, Gyo-ma could not confidently say he would win. In the original game, defeating a magic-using demon normally required an entire raid party. Yet somehow he was about to solo a boss designed for a full team. Naturally, he wanted to curse at how terrible the situation had become. Still, there was no backing out now. Chloe would need roughly 10 minutes to return with help, and until then, Gyo-ma had only one option. He had to hold the line alone. The sword god's blessing activated. Silver consumed his eyes as overwhelming power surged through his body. Restrictions adjusted automatically to fit his current level, but even then, the pressure of the blessing was monstrous. Gyo-ma grinned happily. It had been a very long time since he had prepared proper sashimi, and he was genuinely looking forward to it. The battle erupted instantly. Rachel charged first, slashing powerfully at the incoming merman. One massive fish creature roared and lunged at her, but she rammed her spear deep into its stomach before hurling the monster away. Fighting three mermen at once, the blonde spearmaster screamed and cursed wildly while overpowering them through sheer brute force. She eventually blasted the creatures backward with a burst of force and sighed heavily while wiping sweat from her face. Meanwhile, Weapon struggled desperately to heal Leon. The wound in the protagonist's side was horrifyingly deep, and although the healing was working slowly, the bleeding was at least beginning to stop. Even while focusing on healing, the orange-haired boy could not stop staring at Gyo-ma. He already knew the black-haired genius was absurdly strong after witnessing the subspace duel. But facing an actual demon mermaid alone was completely different. Just standing near the creature made Weapon feel as if his bones were splintering from pressure alone. He briefly considered trying to stop Gyo-ma from doing something so suicidal, but it was already too late. The mermaid raised her massive webbed arm, water magic swirling around it as she brought it crashing down with murderous intent. Instantly, Gyo-ma moved, his blessing activated as he sliced forward with incredible speed, narrowly dodging the first strike before rushing directly toward the demon with both swords drawn. From what he could tell, the mermaid specialized in long-range water magic. Unfortunately for her, Gyo-ma did not care about any of that. At the end of the day, she was still just a fish made of flesh and bones, and flesh could be cut. Silver-eyed and completely focused, Gyo-ma lunged forward with overwhelming aggression. Even the mermaid looked shocked by his speed as he slashed straight through her body. Only for her form to suddenly dissolve into water, Gyo-ma's eyes widened. The next moment, the mermaid transformed her arm into a spinning water drill and launched herself toward Weapon. The recorder boy froze completely. Fear consumed him so badly that he could not even move out of the way. The demon mermaid smiled excitedly at the terror in his eyes as she rushed toward him. Then suddenly she screamed. Gyo-ma had crossed the distance instantly and intercepted her attack before she could reach their healer. His blade sliced across her body, forcing the demon away from Weapon. Landing nearby, Gyo-ma clicked his tongue in annoyance. The wound he inflicted had been far too shallow. That was unacceptable. He immediately launched himself forward again, fully intending to carve the mermaid apart the same way he had been taught to prepare fish. However, the demon retreated back into the water before he could finish her off. Gyo-ma hated that. She was cowardly, slippery, and difficult to predict. Every movement made the fight more troublesome than it already was. Then another thought crossed his mind. Had she intentionally targeted the injured and weaker members first? Regardless, he still needed to kill her. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Jioma turned in surprise and realized Weapon and the injured Leon were staring at him speechlessly. He had honestly forgotten they were even there. Casually, he asked whether they were doing all right. Weapon nervously stuttered that he was fine. Satisfied with the answer, Jioma immediately rushed back into battle again. As he moved, he shouted that he was counting on Weapon before casually calling the orange-haired boy a hero. Weapon froze. Hero. The word echoed in his head as the mermaid burst from the water again, and Jioma relentlessly attacked her without fear. The orange-haired boy remembered telling Jioma earlier that heroes were supposed to embody justice, bravery, self-sacrifice, and the ability to turn despair into hope. Yet despite attending the greatest hero academy in the world, Weapon had never actually seen anyone who truly matched that description. Until now, our guy wondered if the healer would ever confess his love if he found someone worthy enough. The healer admitted that he had not met anyone like that in the dragon class, so far, which was why he had joined Rachel's group in the first place. Since he specialized as a support type, the team composition worked perfectly for him. More importantly, he had believed he would finally find the kind of hero he had always been searching for in Leon. The MC could not help smiling at the shiny protagonist after hearing that. Honestly, the healer was not wrong. Unfortunately, Weapon caught him staring and immediately grinned. He jokingly apologized, but in his eyes, Jioma was nowhere near a hero. Sure, the black-haired fighter was ridiculously strong, but even if someone tried to force the title onto him, Jioma would probably reject it anyway. The orange-haired boy calmly responded that being a hero was not some object you could simply refuse. Even so, he still would not be handing that title over to Jioma anytime soon. Meanwhile, Recorder Boy began looking at Kangja in an entirely different light, while Loki quietly cursed under his breath. The way their guy fought the massive beast was unbelievable. Piece after piece of the creature was carved away by his lightning-fast attacks. Then the mermaid launched glowing purple fish projectiles at the MC. The attacks shot toward him at frightening speed, clearly intended to rip him apart. However, our dude effortlessly dodged them, leaping over the incoming fish while casually muttering that they felt a little slow. Unfortunately, he quickly realized something horrifying. The projectile fish were following him. Little Miss Mermaid was playing dirty. The monstrous fishwoman laughed like a villain as she launched even more attacks his way. But our guy responded by slicing an X-shaped opening into the cave wall and bursting through to the other side. The purple fish smashed through the wall right behind him, still chasing him relentlessly no matter how fast he moved. The mermaid grinned wickedly. She was using the fish to hunt him down. Then she suddenly turned toward the others. The blonde hyena immediately screamed after realizing the monster was targeting their healer. The demonoid mermaid had intended this from the very beginning. She stretched out her hand and fired another devastating blast toward the group, causing Weapon to once again fear that his time had finally come. But before the attack could land, our guy suddenly flashed past her and sliced her arm clean off. Even then, the purple fish continued chasing him. He cursed under his breath. Once again, the injury had been too shallow. He could not kill this beast with minor wounds alone. Gritting his teeth, he ordered himself to focus. The mermaid stared in shock as her severed arm flew away. Then her expression twisted into pure rage. The magic blast she had been preparing veered off course and slammed into the cave wall instead, blasting open a massive hole that reached all the way to the outside of the island. Rain immediately began pouring into the cave. The furious mermaid let out sharp whistles and clicks in anger. But suddenly, the 3 purple fish she had sent after Jioma looped back and smashed directly into her instead. The giant fishwoman was left both alarmed and utterly confused. Elsewhere, several students noticed that Instructor Kim had finally arrived. The purple-haired teacher had also heard the massive roar and explosion from the distance. Birds were scattering into the sky from a suspicious area, and there had even been flashes of light before the rain started falling. None of these signs were good. The instructor narrowed her eyes toward the mountain before quickly calming herself. She smiled at the students and instructed them to assist the wounded and move quickly. When they questioned the strange sounds and flashes, she casually explained that they had likely just seen lightning and heard thunder because of the sudden rainstorm. The students immediately accepted the excuse and happily agreed to return to the academy as soon as possible, completely unaware of what was actually happening. Meanwhile, rainwater continued flooding into the shattered cave. The orange-haired student kept playing healing melodies for the fallen leader while silence spread through the cavern. The fishermen looked horrified by the giant hole in their home and quickly retreated, much to Rachel's surprise. The students cautiously looked around. Their enemies appeared defeated, but nobody dared lower their guard. Our guy mentally groaned in frustration. He had failed to land a fatal strike because he had been forced to protect Leon the entire time. The cave collapse had probably crushed the mermaid beneath the debris, but deep down, he knew she was not dead. Sure enough, a gigantic explosion erupted from the rubble only moments later. The exhausted fighter grinned weakly, Of course that stupid fish would not die from rocks alone. The mermaid burst free from the debris, looking absolutely furious. Her clothes were barely hanging together, and her face radiated a terrifying new level of rage. She charged directly at Geo-ma, who calmly tossed aside his jacket. Then he told Rachel that the fishmen were basically dealt with now, so Weapon and Lion were in her care. Rachel agreed immediately, but the healer looked completely stunned. He could not believe what he was seeing. Kang Ma was truly preparing to fight the demon head-on by himself. Earlier, the orange-haired boy had thought the knife-wielding genius was simply insane, but now he felt like he was witnessing the birth of a legend. Finally free from distractions, our guy focused entirely on the giant fish monster. He only had 10 seconds remaining. Rolling up his sleeves, he prepared to make every second count. The mermaid growled furiously before charging him once more. The crazy knife genius simply told her to bring it on. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, then they snapped open, and he vanished forward with the intention of cutting everything down. Elsewhere, the little red assassin sprinted through the forest faster and faster. She had no intention of slowing down. Sword in hand, she slashed apart every obstacle in her path as she desperately searched for help. Her legs felt like they were screaming in agony. Even so, she refused to stop. If she had to burn through her blessing just to keep running, then so be it. Her comrades were fighting an impossible monster, and she needed to bring help back to them. Still, running hurt. It hurt so badly that her vision was starting to blur, yet she continued pushing forward without even taking time to breathe. Her thoughts remained fixed on Geo-ma. He had ordered her to find the instructors while the others stayed behind to fight the beast. To her, the dark-haired fighter was the strongest person she had ever met. Yet despite his strength, he hated fighting and avoided drawing his blade whenever possible. He only unsheathed that terrifying weapon when there was truly no other choice. That was why she was running this hard. Even so, Chloe could not stop thinking bitterly about the mermaid. If only she had been stronger. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed from the mountain behind her. The redhead froze in horror. Her lips trembled as terrifying thoughts filled her mind. She prayed desperately that her crush was still alive. Rain poured from the sky as she sprinted wildly through the forest. Her feet nearly slipped across the soaked ground, but she forced herself onward. She could not stop here. She could not collapse yet. Even as tears mixed with the rain on her face, she desperately screamed for help, begging for anyone to answer her. Then suddenly, she sensed someone ahead. Her chaotic senses barely recognized the presence, but she could tell they were mermen. Her heart immediately filled with rage. The last thing she wanted to see right now was another enemy. She charged forward intending to cut them down, only for a magnificent sword to block her attack instantly. Her eyes widened in shock. Even the blue-haired swordswoman who stopped her looked equally surprised. But the moment the redhead realized these were actual people and not enemies, relief washed over her body all at once. She apologized weakly before collapsing to the ground without even properly delivering her message. The waterfall-haired girl looked stunned while her teammates angrily shouted that the assassin had nearly attacked them out of nowhere. However, the blue-haired swordswoman stopped them after realizing the redhead looked familiar. Barely conscious, the little assassin managed to explain what had happened to Geo-ma and the others. In the distance, smoke continued rising from the mountain. The blue-haired girl stared toward it in horror. Much later, everyone present would remember this day as something unbelievable. Back inside the cave, the ginger-haired boy watched the battle in complete awe. The MC looked less like a human swordsman and more like an expert chef skillfully dismantling a giant fish on a chopping board. The black-haired fighter had completely overwhelmed the demonoid creature. The ginger-haired student knew the scene unfolding before him would remain etched into his memory forever. He was witnessing the birth of a true hero. Unlike the insane speed he displayed during the subspace duel, Geo-ma's movements now were controlled and precise. Every strike perfectly deflected the mermaid's attacks, while allowing him to close the distance effortlessly. Then the sashimi-wielding genius struck. His technique came from the simple act of cutting itself, and with merciless precision, the dark-haired boy sliced through the giant fish. The result was horrifyingly clean. The massive creature fell apart like sheets of paper drifting to the floor. The two spectators could only stare in absolute shock. Even Rachel, successor of the Spear Clan and someone raised among powerful warriors her entire life, had never witnessed anything remotely on this level. The blonde was completely speechless. At this rate, it actually looked like the mermaid might lose. Suddenly, the blonde noticed something and immediately shouted a warning to Weapon. The ginger-haired boy snapped upright in shock just as the girl shoved him aside with all her strength. A gigantic white blast tore through the air where they had been standing only moments earlier. She yelled at him to stop spacing out unless he wanted them all to die. The ginger stared in disbelief at the massive crater left behind by the attack they had barely dodged. The sight was insane. For a brief moment, he had almost forgotten where he was, but reality came crashing back quickly. Their surroundings were no longer normal, and their enemy was a demonoid capable of using magic. A blade against magic was never supposed to be a favorable matchup. Even if Geo-ma currently held the advantage, eventually he would start struggling. That thought caused the ginger-haired boy to panic slightly. What if the mermaid possessed magic that simply could not be countered? Even the dark-haired fighter himself seemed aware of that possibility. Yet despite everything, Gio still stood there calmly with his knife raised toward the enemy in challenge. The mermaid was somehow still standing despite being sliced apart repeatedly. She was unbelievably troublesome, and judging by her furious expression, she clearly felt the same way about her opponent. The enraged purple fish woman roared and unleashed another technique called needle squall. Purple flashes streaked through the rain alongside her bouncing movements as she lunged forward with murderous intent. Then came the sound of countless snaps echoing through the cave. The mermaid waved her hand viciously toward Gio. Purple slashes exploded toward him as she bared her teeth in pure hatred. The young fighter instantly moved. He leapt and sprinted faster than the incoming attacks themselves. The slashes smashed into the mountainside behind him, narrowly missing his body. Smoke rose from the sashimi knife in his hand as he frowned seriously at the strange magic. Then Gio retaliated. He kicked off the ground and slashed directly back at the creature, cutting straight through her body once again. The mermaid's eyes widened in terror. For a moment, the dark-haired boy seemed larger than life itself. His presence almost looked demonic as he launched another merciless attack at the trembling fish monster. The mermaid screamed. Her cry of pain echoed throughout the mountain cave as another devastating slash carved through her body. Then suddenly, the Oreo-haired boy froze in confusion because an enormous pile of panicked mermen suddenly came rushing toward him. At the same time, the mermaid growled viciously before swallowing a glowing purple object whole. Instantly, her body began powering up. Light bubbled within her throat like a cannon charging inside her chest. Her jaw unhinged grotesquely as purple energy gathered inside her mouth before firing directly toward the MC. Weapons screamed for him to dodge, but the young fighter already knew it was too late. The blast was unavoidable. As the attack closed in on him, the entire world suddenly turned white. It felt as though he had been transported somewhere else entirely. In that strange place, the MC stood alone within a calm and silent sea. White skies stretched endlessly above blue waters. His feet rested beneath the surface as he stared around in confusion, unable to understand where he was. He scooped water into his hands silently. Then suddenly, a streak of pink cut through the perfect white and blue world like the mermaid's attack was slicing through reality itself. Gio's eyes widened. A voice echoed through the emptiness. Slice. The boy quietly answered that he already had. He had sliced. Small sparks of red flickered within the darkness around him. Slowly, he reached for his sashimi knife and gripped it tightly. Then the young lad sliced once more. Back in reality, the mermaid's blast tore toward him through the pouring rain inside the shattered cave, and the MC cut through it. Not only did he sever the attack itself, but he also sliced straight through the mermaid's neck. Her head separated cleanly from her body. The magic itself had been cut apart at its very core. Blood splashed across the ground near Gio's feet, while the mermaid's body collapsed like a dying fish stranded on land. The young student stood over the corpse like a dark executioner, rain pouring endlessly around him, while his knife rested silently in his hand. The mermaid's severed head twitched and gurgled weakly as if trying to speak. The other students immediately tensed in fear that she was about to unleash another attack. But instead, her corpse simply rolled lifelessly across the sand. Weapon's eyes widened. His newly beloved hero had actually won. A freshman armed with nothing but a sashimi knife had defeated a demonoid monster entirely on his own. The others could not help feeling intimidated as they stared at the black-haired student in awe. Then, suddenly, blood splashed onto the ground. The young fighter collapsed to his knees while clutching his chest. The blonde hyena instantly realized something was wrong and rushed toward Gio immediately. The ginger-haired boy sighed in relief after confirming Leon was safe, but then his expression changed again in alarm. Some of the mermen who had escaped earlier seemed to be returning. He prepared himself nervously before finally noticing a blue-haired figure approaching instead. Relief washed over him immediately. At long last, help had arrived. Waterfall Hare and her group entered the area, one of them carrying the exhausted red-haired assassin in their arms. The newcomers froze in shock after seeing the remains of the massive mermaid scattered across the battlefield. The cave itself had been destroyed beyond recognition. Meanwhile, the blonde girl desperately held the Oreo-haired boy against her chest while calling out to him frantically. The waterfall-haired swordswoman could barely believe how closely the blonde was clinging to him. Lion eventually forced himself back onto his feet while laughing nervously. The blue-haired girl quickly assessed the situation. Most of the team looked like they were on the verge of death, yet somehow their blonde leader remained perfectly spotless and unharmed. The amount of luck that guy possessed was absurd. The genius swordswoman then informed them that contact with the academy had been established and the instructors would arrive in about an hour at the earliest. Afterward, she asked the obvious question. What exactly had happened here? The ginger-haired boy was speechless for a moment, before immediately cursing the academy teachers for failing to properly scout the island beforehand. The blue-haired swordswoman calmly demanded a proper explanation. Unfortunately, Weapon misunderstood her tone and snapped back, asking whether she seriously thought she could order him around after everything that had happened. Naturally, the blue-haired girl fired back in annoyance, asking why he always interpreted everything so strangely. She clarified that it was a request, not an order. She simply wanted answers. The orange-haired boy grinned slightly and volunteered to explain everything since talking was supposedly his specialty anyway. And so, they told her the truth. A mermaid demonoid had suddenly appeared during their mission. Then the dark-haired freshman, who now lay unconscious nearby, had fought and defeated it completely alone. The ginger-haired boy groaned and confirmed that was exactly what happened. He asked what else she expected him to say. The blue-haired swordswoman was left speechless. A freshman cadet defeating a demonoid by himself sounded completely ridiculous. The heroic legends her grandfather used to tell her as a child sounded more believable than this story. Yet somehow, this absurd tale appeared to be true. There was no reason for survivors of such a horrifying battle to lie, while giving all the credit to Geoma of all people. The entire event truly sounded like something pulled directly from myth. As the descendant of the great hero Baylor and his disciple Aaron Nyong, the blue-haired girl herself came from a bloodline overflowing with brilliance. Since birth, she had been placed into a special class because of those extraordinary roots. In other words, she had grown up surrounded by greatness. Still, she had worked incredibly hard to ensure she would not remain overshadowed by her famous ancestry. Her talents flourished through relentless effort, allowing her to rise this far in her own merit. But now, as she stared at the unconscious Kang Ji-ma, she could not ignore the terrifying gap between them. The difference in talent was overwhelming. Fear, admiration, and dread mixed together inside her chest. For the first time, she wondered if she had simply been ordinary all along when compared to someone like him. Finally, she instructed one of her teammates to heal the unconscious boy. Immediately, the healer agreed at once, surrounding Geoma in a soft green light. Even battered to the edge of death, Kang Ji-ma had still fought a demonoid alone and emerged victorious. The waterfall-haired girl stared down at him with a faint trace of complicated contempt lingering in her eyes. A moment later, Weapon asked whether she had truly contacted the academy earlier. The blue-haired girl admitted that she had. However, the orange-haired boy suddenly suggested that it might be better not to reveal every detail of what happened here to the instructors. The swordswoman looked surprised and asked why. Weapon pointed out something disturbing. The instructors were supposed to have scouted the island before sending cadets there. The blue-haired girl agreed that they should have. So why had a demonoid been hiding inside a cave obvious enough for first-year students to discover? Something about the situation did not add up. The swordswoman fell silent. It was only speculation, but the possibility cast a heavy darkness over the group. Then Leon quietly asked Weapon whether he thought someone connected to the demon faction might exist within the academy itself. Silence instantly filled the air after such a direct accusation. The ginger-haired boy hurriedly waved his hands and clarified that he was not necessarily saying that. Still, no one could completely rule out the possibility that something far more sinister was happening. It was a chilling thought. The cave had not exactly been hidden. Any proper investigation of the island should have discovered it immediately. Just as Weapon had pointed out, if Kang Ji-ma had not been there, Leon's entire group would have been slaughtered by the demonoid without question. The students could not understand how their professors had failed to notice something so dangerous. Yes, conflicts both large and small still occurred during the 7-year truce between humans and demons. However, there was one line neither side dared cross. The demons never targeted cadets from Jokin Academy. The truce specifically stated that harming Academy students could become justification for an all-out war. The talented swordswoman suddenly widened her eyes in horror after realizing the terrifying implications behind that possibility. Fortunately, the ginger-haired boy gently placed a hand on her shoulder before her thoughts spiraled further. He admitted that he understood exactly what she was thinking, but he warned her not to jump to conclusions so quickly. Being cautious about the possibility of a spy within the academy was reasonable, but they were not conspiracy theorists. Leon then pointed out something even more important. Once the instructors arrived, everyone's stories needed to match perfectly. If there truly was a traitor inside the academy, then Geoma would immediately become a target the moment people learned he had defeated a demonoid by himself. Everyone silently agreed. Weapon admitted that he disliked the idea of hiding the truth, but after everything Kang Ji-ma had done for them, protecting him came first. Then Abel suggested that they should first speak privately with her grandfather before telling anyone else. The others looked surprised when she mentioned the Sword Emperor himself. Eventually, time passed. That evening, all the cadets returned safely to the academy. A soft curtain fluttered beside Geoma's hospital bed, while distant laughter from carefree students echoed outside the window. The exhausted main character slowly opened his eyes to those sounds, staring blankly upward as he wondered whether he had truly survived. He raised his hand quietly, almost as if confirming he was still alive. Despite the mermaid's desperate attempts to kill him, he had somehow made it back. Then his thoughts drifted toward the final attack. Right before dying, the creature had launched one final sphere of purple magic directly at him. It had not been something he could dodge, yet somehow he had seen through it. Without even thinking, the sashimi knife genius had sliced straight through the spell itself, severing the magic into two halves before it exploded apart. It had definitely been water magic, but the strange sensation he experienced afterward still lingered in his mind. The moment he activated the sword god's blessing, he had felt something impossible to properly describe. Then he remembered his blessing itself, the one that used to feel more like a curse than a gift. At that moment, his status window suddenly appeared before him. Several of his attributes had increased slightly after the battle. His mental fortitude, for example, had risen by 1 point. Since he never felt fear while facing the mermaid, he guessed that was probably why. The effects were surprisingly useful. Then the young black-haired boy noticed something even stranger. His assimilation rate had risen to 7.2%. He immediately wondered whether the increase had occurred when he drew his knife against the mermaid. After all, he had literally sliced through magic itself. Perhaps that had contributed somehow. Unfortunately, he was so deep in thought that he failed to notice someone opening the door to his hospital room. A bespectacled blur suddenly rushed at him. The clingy director wrapped him in a crushing hug while crying in relief. She loudly declared that she had been terrified something awful had happened to him, and swore that she wanted to beat every useless instructor responsible for scouting the island. She was simply too relieved that he was alive. The boy desperately begged the director to loosen her grip while she sulked that she was just happy to see him awake again. Then she suddenly remembered something. Quickly rummaging through her purse, she muttered that she definitely placed it near the opening earlier. Geo-ma quietly wondered whether her bag was secretly a dimensional pocket. Finally, the director cried out victoriously after finding what she was searching for. With excitement, she presented him with his midterm reward, the Miyasama blade. Geo-ma stared at the weapon in awe. It was a B-rank Japanese sword whose name meant rain shower. The blade supposedly possessed an edge that shimmered like morning dew itself. On top of that, it was a level 25 weapon with extremely high attack power. The director nervously asked whether he liked it. Then she apologized for presenting it to him in a hospital room instead of during an official ceremony. Honestly, the boy was already thrilled just to receive the sword at all. Suddenly, the principal sensed someone awkwardly lingering outside the room. She immediately yelled at the old geyser, demanding to know why he was suddenly acting shy. Geo-ma looked up in surprise as the old man finally entered the room while grumbling that she needed to stop calling him that. The director scoffed and claimed she would never let him pretend he was still young. For Geo-ma, the entire scene felt strangely familiar. The last time he had overused his power, those exact two people had also stood beside his hospital bed. Once again, both the director of Jokin Academy and the Sword Emperor had come to see him personally. Curious, the young genius asked why they were there. The director immediately explained that she had already heard everything from his teammates. Then, on behalf of Jokin Academy, she deeply apologized for what happened during the midterms. The beautiful woman bowed sincerely. Even the old man lowered his head slightly in shame. Geo-ma became alarmed by the sight. The academy was essentially admitting responsibility for the entire incident. Because of their failure, he and his teammates know every cadet present had nearly died. The Oreo-haired boy listened in stunned silence as Director Media Poison swore upon her honor as head of Jokin Academy that she would uncover the truth behind the attack. The old man quietly acknowledged that the young fighter had saved all the cadets that day. For a moment, Geo-ma did not know how to respond. Eventually, he simply muttered that he had only done what he could. The director looked genuinely amazed by that answer. She said his actions had been extraordinary, but until they uncovered the full truth, they needed to keep the incident secret. Ashamed, she admitted something horrifying. The mastermind behind the attack was likely someone inside the academy itself. She apologized to Geo-ma once more, knowing full well that words alone would never be enough. However, the young boy merely smiled calmly and told her he understood. The director stared at him in disbelief before laughing softly. She told him that he should act more like a child sometimes. After everything he endured, he had earned the right to throw a tantrum or two. Instead, he behaved like an old man trapped inside a teenager's body. Ironically, that was not far from the truth. Eventually, the director and Sword Emperor left the room, leaving the exhausted genius alone. The two elders walked through the academy halls in grim silence while thinking about the implications of the recent attack. Finally, the director stopped walking. She addressed the old man by his old nickname and asked if he remembered the first day they met after enrolling in the academy decades ago. Back then, he had been lazily lying across a bench in the field, and she had rudely ordered him to move. In response, the old man silently drew his sword. Apparently, he said something embarrassingly dramatic afterward about not ordering him around, like a typical 8th grader suffering from a heroic delusion. The old man immediately muttered that he did not remember such a humiliating memory. The woman smiled faintly, though sadness lingered in her eyes. It felt like that encounter happened only yesterday, and yet 60 entire years had already passed since then. Even so, those 60 years were not even a tenth of Jokin Academy's long history. The academy had already been ancient when they first enrolled. For 700 years, the academy had protected and nurtured its cadets through countless crises. Yet now, students under their care had nearly been massacred. The director's aura suddenly exploded with rage. Green energy flared around her as nearby glass windows shattered instantly. A protective barrier appeared automatically, shielding them from the falling shards. Even while concentrating to control herself, the director could barely suppress her fury. Before the midterms began, she personally received reports confirming that multiple surveys of the island had already been completed. Since Scopely Island occasionally experienced mermaid sightings, she had taken every precaution possible to ensure student safety. And still, this disaster happened. Sensing her turmoil, the old man gently placed a hand on her shoulder. The director quickly smiled and apologized for losing herself in thought, though the Sword Emperor could instantly tell the smile was fake. Then, almost instantly, she switched personalities again and excitedly started praising the dark-haired student instead. After all, he had defeated a mermaid demonoid completely alone. The old man cursed under his breath and called her a ridiculous old lady. The director cheerfully ignored him before asking what he truly thought about the young fighter. For a moment, the Sword Emperor said nothing. The truth was simple. Kang Ji-ma was a natural-born monster of talent. Over the years, they had seen countless children praised as the chosen geniuses of their generation, only for those same bright stars to burn out like meteors. Many families obsessed with glory recklessly threw around the word genius whenever a child showed the slightest bit of talent. The Sword Emperor hated that word so much that he forbade its use even for his own precious granddaughter Abel. But Kang Ji-ma was different. A boy who could single-handedly slaughter a demonoid mermaid as a freshman deserved no other title. If the young fighter continued gaining experience, the old man genuinely could not imagine how far he might go. Perhaps, just perhaps, Kang Ji-ma could someday reach the impossible heights the Sword Emperor himself once dreamed about. Without another word, the old man began walking ahead. The director looked surprised, but he simply told her to remain at the academy for now. The director smiled faintly at the old man's encouragement and agreed to remain at the academy for now. However, she quickly reminded him that he would still be helping her clean up the aftermath of the disaster. The old man immediately mumbled that he did not remember agreeing to any such thing. The director rudely asked if he had suddenly gone senile. Naturally, he insisted that he simply did not recall the conversation at all. Meanwhile, back in Wolf class, Gio-ma sat quietly while organizing everything he currently knew. The truth about him severing the demonoid mermaid's head on Scopely Island appeared to have been completely buried under the headmaster's orders. Honestly, it felt a little awkward to admit, but the reason his classmates were still acting so carefree was probably because he had stopped the mermaid before the situation turned into a massacre. After being discharged from the hospital, the very first thing the black-haired boy did was visit the Academy Forge. He needed to reshape and enhance Miyasama. To him, ordinary swords were basically just metal rods because of the sword god's blessing. Reforging the weapon was absolutely necessary if he wanted it to properly suit his fighting style. The student requested an enhancement for his new blade, and thankfully the Forge accepted his request immediately since the Academy's 700th anniversary event was still ongoing. The blacksmith, Philander, was practically overflowing with enthusiasm and refused to charge him a single coin. Instead, he simply told the boy to return in 1 week. Gio-ma thanked him sincerely and could only hope the enhancement process would succeed. Suddenly someone called out to him. Turning around in surprise, he found his number 1 fan standing there. Chloe looked absolutely delighted to see that he had finally been discharged. Leaning on a crutch, the redhead happily asked how he was feeling. The boy returned the question, asking about her condition instead. Chloe laughed before showing off her broken leg. Thankfully, emergency treatment from Speed Weapon had prevented things from becoming worse, although she admitted she still could not properly remember his name. According to the doctors, she would be walking normally again within a week. That was definitely worth celebrating. The little assassin proudly declared that her body was simply built differently since she was an auditor after all. Then she suddenly giggled and apologized for getting overly excited. The dark-haired boy admitted he was relieved to see her recovering well too. Even if he technically dealt the final blow against the mermaid, it had not been through his efforts alone. He asked whether anything unusual had happened while he was unconscious. Chloe revealed that rumors were spreading about conflict between the director and the academy elders. Apparently, tensions behind the scenes were getting worse. Still, everyone had contributed during the battle on the island. Chloe's desperate rescue call, Rachel's efforts against the fishmen, and Speed Weapon's support magic had all been critical to surviving the fight. Unfortunately, nobody could really say the same about Leon. The blonde hero candidate managed to get himself incapacitated before the battle truly even started. He barely contributed to directing or commanding the fight afterward either. Hearing that, Gio-ma quietly wondered how exactly the blonde was supposed to defeat the Demon King someday with that kind of performance. Being that useless during a serious battle was basically a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Then again, maybe Lion only ended up so helpless because he got injured first. Before Geoma could think further, someone suddenly slammed open the classroom door and shouted for everyone to stop what they were doing. Their wolf class instructor had returned. The loud teacher barked at everyone to sit down immediately because there were important announcements to make before the training assembly. Apparently, for the time being, someone new would be co-instructing alongside him. The class became confused and annoyed at the sudden announcement. Then the door opened once again, and the Sword Emperor himself walked into the room. The classroom immediately fell into stunned silence. Dressed in pristine white, the legendary swordsman stepped forward with a serious expression while the students stared at him in complete shock. Some of them looked excited beyond belief, while others nervously wondered why someone so important had suddenly appeared in their classroom. Then the golden-eyed man looked directly toward Geoma. The black-haired boy nearly choked internally. Why was this old geyser here? Elsewhere that same night, inside a dark room lit by a square window, a grown man was being violently beaten. The bleeding man desperately apologized while begging for mercy, but a small hand grabbed his chin before punching him again hard enough to send him flying. The attacker was Instructor Kim. The white-haired woman, now covered in traces of purple energy, glared at the elder coldly while he trembled in fear. Her glowing purple eyes radiated fury as she calmly explained that the 5th Corps commander was extremely displeased. Then she pulled out a strange curved object colored green and red before raising it lazily to her lips. Apparently, one of the academy instructors had secretly been working under her. She mocked her subordinate for failing to cooperate properly when given the chance. Every time the man attempted to apologize, he was beaten even harder. Finally, she bent down and coldly asked him to repeat himself because listening to him grovel was becoming incredibly annoying. The man coughed blood weakly, while the pink-haired instructor sighed. Nibbling casually on her strange little treat, she complained that the entire mission should have been simple. All they needed to do was bring Leon back half dead. Even though he was a hero candidate, they still failed. To make matters worse, they even used a mermaid demonoid during the operation, and the creature had specifically targeted the blonde hero from the start. Yet somehow, they still failed. Now the blonde was safely back inside the academy. The subordinate attempted to apologize once more but only spat out more blood. The instructor snorted and kicked him again, accusing him of not taking her seriously. Meanwhile, the battered man cursed internally. He could not believe this mere instructor had the nerve to stomp all over him like this. The pink-haired woman looked disgusted instead and complained that he was getting blood on her shoes. Honestly, the entire situation irritated her. How had a powerful mermaid demonoid been killed by first-year students? The entire story sounded ridiculous. Then again, after observing this year's incoming students, the instructor admitted she would no longer be surprised if they turned out capable of anything. The broken man then weakly revealed another detail. Apparently, the mermaid had not been defeated by a group effort at all. One single cadet did it alone. That immediately caught the instructor's attention. Naturally, she assumed the cadet in question was Leon, but the man clarified that it was not the blonde hero candidate. Growing impatient, the pink-haired woman demanded he stop dragging out the suspense and tell her the name already. The man finally confessed. The person who killed the mermaid was the top student of the year, Kang Ji-ma. The instructor paused in surprise. The special admission student had defeated a mermaid demonoid alone. She looked genuinely unconvinced for a moment, but then, instead of concern, excitement spread across her face. The evil instructor slowly licked her lips and admitted that this development was becoming extremely interesting. Meanwhile, life at the academy mostly continued as normal. Students went through their usual brutal training routines while loudly shouting counts during morning runs. Their gorilla-like instructor screamed that he could not hear them, forcing everyone to yell their numbers even louder while sprinting around the field. Off to the side, the red-headed assassin sat happily with her crutch nearby, while waving cheerfully at all her suffering classmates. Geoma could not help staring at her with jealousy. He would happily sacrifice an arm and a leg if it meant skipping physical training. Unfortunately, the instructor immediately noticed him slacking off and screamed at him to run faster. Panicking, the boy instantly picked up the pace. Then he realized something horrifying. Not only was their gorilla instructor present, but the Sword Emperor himself was jogging right beside him. The old man casually asked whether the young student was still injured from the midterms. The boy loudly insisted he was perfectly fine while internally wondering why someone this important was personally running beside him. Siegfried von Nylong was no ordinary old man. He was the descendant of the first sword saint, Aaron Nylong, the legendary right hand of Baylor Jokin himself. Eventually, Siegfried would inherit the title of Sword Saint and become one of humanity's greatest powers during the Second Demon War. More importantly, he would later become Lion's swordsmanship master in the original story. In other words, this old man was an enormously important character whose role exploded later in the plot, which made the situation even worse for Geoma. The poor background character desperately wanted to stay out of the spotlight and avoid interfering with the main story. So why was the Sword Emperor suddenly paying attention to him instead of watching over Leon? The entire plot was completely derailing. Then again, the Oreo-haired boy suddenly remembered something. In the original story, Leon never actually inherited the Sword Saint title anyway. It had been a pretty major issue, so maybe the story changing slightly was not that big of a deal after all. Barely a minute later, he immediately took back that thought. Being personally hunted down by the Sword Emperor was still unbelievably uncomfortable. Glancing toward the old man running effortlessly beside them, Geo Ma suddenly realized something else. The Sword Emperor's form was ridiculously perfect. Even while jogging casually, the man looked so cool that the surrounding students could not stop staring at him in admiration. It honestly felt less like they were running with him and more like he was generously matching their pathetic pace. Then the old man finally spoke seriously. He explained that physical strength and endurance formed the foundation of every warrior. No matter how talented someone might be, their gifts meant nothing if their body could not support them. Conditioning was the basis that allowed all future growth. Then the Sword Emperor barked at Geo Ma to stop cutting corners and keep up properly. The boy immediately obeyed and sprinted faster after him. Naturally, the old man then yelled that he still could not hear the response, so the exhausted black-haired student screamed at the top of his lungs that he definitely understood. The old man looked thrilled after hearing the boy's response. A satisfied smile spread across his face before he suddenly accelerated even further and shouted for the young lad to keep up with him. There was absolutely no way Kang Jima could accomplish that. The poor boy was already struggling just to maintain pace with his classmates, who were gradually leaving him behind anyway. Geoma stared at the old man in complete confusion, genuinely wondering if the Sword Emperor was somehow aging backward instead of growing older. The man had way too much energy for someone his age. Eventually, training shifted to weapon practice. The old man announced that from now on, unless they were participating in field exercises, personal weapons would be strictly prohibited. Then he shook open a large sack. A pile of old, rusty, dusty weapons clattered onto the ground before the students. Instead of using their treasured personal gear, everyone was ordered to choose one of the random weapons in front of them and learn to master it. The young prodigy blinked in surprise after spotting something familiar among the pile. There was even a sashimi knife. The students immediately began grumbling about how sudden and ridiculous this all felt. One student nervously pointed out that his weapon was literally a treasured family heirloom. Another student raised his hand and asked the Sword Emperor a serious question. The old man allowed him to speak. The student respectfully asked whether it would not be more beneficial in the long run to train with the weapons passed down through their families. If those weapons were already tied to their fighting styles, then why prohibit them? The Sword Emperor nodded approvingly. It was a good question. Then the old man explained his reasoning. The basics were more important than anything else. The more people relied on high-grade weapons, the more likely they were to neglect their own development. Eventually, they would start mistaking the weapon's power for their own strength. And that led to weak warriors hiding behind powerful equipment. If anything, possessing an exceptional weapon made mastering fundamentals even more important. One of the students quietly grumbled that the boy asking questions was just trying to get attention. However, the Sword Emperor ignored the complaint entirely. He continued speaking with a serious gleam in his eyes, saying that no matter how excellent someone's equipment might be, a lack of skill would reduce that weapon to nothing more than a pearl necklace hanging around a pig's neck. Then his expression sharpened further. A true master would never blame his equipment. The entire class became deeply moved by the intensity behind those words. Meanwhile, the Oreo-haired boy immediately recognized the saying. Those were the exact teachings of his first master from his previous life. Geoma quietly nodded in respect and admitted internally that the old man was absolutely correct. The Sword Emperor slammed the end of his cane against the ground and declared that once they mastered the fundamentals, they would naturally become capable of handling any weapon comfortably. Furthermore, cadets capable of skillfully using ordinary weapons would also have a much greater chance of earning high marks during the class promotion evaluations later in the year. That announcement instantly excited the students. Everyone rushed toward the pile of weapons with enthusiasm. Even Geo Ma found himself impressed by how persuasive the old man's words were. Somehow, he had completely inspired the entire class within minutes. The boy suddenly realized that thinking of the Sword Emperor as nothing more than media's personal punching bag had actually been pretty rude. Then his eyes drifted back toward the sashimi knife lying on the ground. He already knew what was coming, and honestly, he felt a little nervous. Quietly, the young lad picked up the knife he wanted. Immediately, the Sword Emperor's gaze locked onto him, just as expected. The old geyser had been watching him the entire time. The old man then announced the next phase of training. After everyone became familiar with their temporary weapons, they would begin pair sparring exercises involving direct one-on-one combat. The students immediately panicked. They would be fighting without the protection of the subspace arena. People were obviously going to get hurt. The Sword Emperor coldly reminded the nervous cadets that they enrolled in Jokin Academy to become warriors worthy of inheriting the legacy of the ancestral hero. A warrior could only truly grow through combat while facing the risk of defeat. However, recklessly pointing weapons at one another without proper understanding could easily result in accidental death. Because of that, the Sword Emperor planned to personally demonstrate proper sparring techniques first. The students became incredibly excited. They were about to witness the Sword Emperor's swordsmanship in person instead of through online videos. Another student nearly exploded from excitement after realizing they would see the legendary swordsman fight live. Unfortunately, their brutish instructor immediately barked at everyone to shut up and stop talking during class. Li Wanbin had taught at the world's greatest magical academy for years, yet in his entire life this situation was undoubtedly the greatest crisis he had ever faced. Even if it was just a demonstration, he somehow found himself expected to spar against the Sword Emperor. Internally, the poor instructor apologized to his mother because this honestly felt like the end of the road for him. The teacher nervously tried to protest, but before he could speak, the Sword Emperor raised a hand to stop him. The old swordsman's eyes had already shifted elsewhere, toward a certain student. Then the Sword Emperor calmly called out a name. Cadet Kang Jima. The black-haired boy nearly died on the spot. Completely horrified, he slowly stepped forward after being summoned. The old man drew his weapon calmly. The class immediately exploded into shock once again. Even the rusty practice sword held by the Sword Emperor somehow looked terrifyingly sharp in his hands. More importantly, the students were now about to witness the Sword Emperor personally spar against someone. Unfortunately for Jiao Ma, that someone was him. The other students looked completely confused. Why was the Sword Emperor personally challenging a freshman nobody? He even called the boy by name. Some of the students openly mocked their classmate, claiming he was nothing special anyway. And unfortunately, the classmate in question could hear every word. Not that Jiao Ma wanted to be standing there either. The Sword Emperor ignored the crowd entirely and instead asked whether the boy's bones had fully healed, because he planned on breaking them again. The black-haired student honestly admitted that he had recovered completely. That answer only made the old man even more excited. In that case, he demanded the young student raise his sword immediately. Jiao Ma felt an enormous headache coming on. This was supposed to be a simple sparring demonstration. So why was he being forced to fight the Sword Emperor himself? His condition had fully recovered after resting, but no sane student should ever have to cross blades with someone like Siegfried von Nylon. The boy instinctively understood something terrifying. If he truly fought this old man seriously, the battle would not end cleanly. At minimum, somebody was losing a hand. If things became especially unlucky, a head might roll instead. Then another frightening thought surfaced in his mind. Victory. The word itself rippled shakily through his consciousness. Perhaps it was because of the sword god's blessing, but despite all his caution, his instincts were desperately craving battle. Even so, this situation was far too dangerous. Thinking carefully about the consequences, Jiao Ma openly admitted that he was nowhere near the Sword Emperor's level in either skill or experience. Politely, he asked the old man to lower his weapon. Naturally, the surrounding students burst into laughter. Of course he would say that. Everyone knew their classmate would get beaten like a dog if the spar actually started. The Oreo-haired boy silently lowered his head while enduring the mockery, but his eyes told an entirely different story. They burned sharply with challenge. The Sword Emperor was not moved in the slightest by the student's humility. If anything, he looked irritated. The old man demanded to know whether the boy possessed no pride as a swordsman. His golden eyes sharpened dangerously as he questioned how long Jiao Ma intended to hide his true power. Then came the final strike. What was the point of possessing extraordinary talent if he planned to spend his entire life acting like a coward? Those words hit deeply. The word pride echoed throughout the young man's heart. In his previous life, those very same feelings were what drove him to become the greatest swordsman in the country. Pride was the reason he never abandoned the sword, no matter how many years he spent endlessly cutting fish. The Sword Emperor was provoking him deliberately. Even Instructor Li looked worried. The elite students watching from nearby also realized how dangerous the situation had become. If Kang Jima gave in to the provocation here, then he would definitely regret it later. The boy understood that completely. And yet his grip tightened around the sashimi knife anyway. Instructor Li hurried forward, intending to rescue the student from this ridiculous situation. But the Sword Emperor raised a hand once more. The old man already knew. Kang Jima had made up his mind. The Sword Emperor called his name again. The atmosphere grew heavy. Then, finally, the black-haired student raised his sashimi knife. This time it was not out of obligation. He had decided to learn directly from the Sword Emperor himself. Darkness seemed to gather around him as the blessing of the sword god manifested once more. The air became tense. The scent of challenge filled the training ground as the two swordsmen faced each other directly. On one side stood Kang Jima, his dark hair marked by a streak of white while his serious gaze remained fixed forward. On the other stood the Sword Emperor himself. The old man quietly thought that this was exactly what he expected. His own blade slowly rose to meet the challenge. Golden eyes gleamed sharply as he studied the young swordsman before him. Even at 70 years old, the Sword Emperor could still vividly remember a moment from his youth. Back then, he had been immature and inexperienced. Then he encountered a wandering one-armed knight. The massive swordsman had once grabbed the young boy's hands with his single remaining arm and shown him what true swordsmanship looked like. The wandering knight wielded his sword with overwhelming grace and power that transcended ordinary skill. That man had undoubtedly reached a higher realm entirely, and the young Siegfried had stared at him in awe. Now, decades later, the Sword Emperor found himself remembering that same feeling while staring at the boy he had been observing ever since the allocation test. Kang Ji-ma now stood directly before the Sword Emperor. The old man's eyes gleamed with excitement. He was convinced that this young sashimi knife swordsman might truly become the clue that would lead him toward the realm he had spent his entire life pursuing. Excited, determined, and completely fired up, the Sword Emperor raised his blade and struck. In an instant, the Oreo-haired student moved almost faster than the old man could properly perceive. The young fighter cut forward with terrifying speed and intensity, yet the Sword Emperor's golden eyes remained calm and focused as he instantly swung his own sword in response. The slash came so quickly that Gyo-ma barely managed to dodge it. The old man immediately turned in surprise. Then he smiled. The boy was actually avoiding his strikes. Meanwhile, the dark-haired student had already spun around and launched another combination of attacks. He flew directly toward the Sword Emperor without hesitation, and the old man watched him approach with something almost resembling joy burning in his eyes. Their clash became a deadly dance. Sharpened steel slid against steel as both fighters narrowly evaded one another's attacks over and over again. The Sword Emperor grew increasingly impressed by the young swordsman's boldness. Gyo-ma did not retreat or avoid combat. Instead, he charged head-on into every exchange. The old man thought the boy's sword path resembled a swallow in flight, fast, sharp, unpredictable. The dance continued. Blue and green flashes collided repeatedly as the two swordsmen spun, weaved, and struck directly at each other without backing down. Somehow, they looked almost evenly matched. That fact alone was absurd. The battle continued as both fighters pushed themselves harder and harder to match the other's pace. The Sword Emperor noted with genuine admiration that even the boy's physical abilities had improved tremendously since their last encounter. The youth could somehow push him backward naturally. It was unbelievable. Then the old man finally raised his shining blade high into the air. This time, the attack carried real force behind it. The Sword Emperor swung. A brilliant burst of light erupted from the slash itself. The strike was so fast and overwhelming that it would have blinded a weaker opponent instantly. Yet Gyo-ma sensed it coming from far away. The attack carried terrifying power capable of shaking the earth itself. Meanwhile, the surrounding students watched the battle intensely. One particular cadet could not understand what he was seeing at all. Internally sulking, the student convinced himself that Gyo-ma only got lucky during the earlier subspace sparring matches. In his mind, special admission students were supposed to be weak. At best, Kang Ji-ma should have been nothing more than a slightly decent fighter among mediocre cadets. So why did the great Sword Emperor care so much about him? Before the fight began, the jealous student honestly hoped the legendary swordsman would completely crush the Oreo-haired freshman and make him cry in humiliation. Then the spar started, and the entire class fell silent. The jealous student stared in confusion because, from his perspective, neither fighter appeared to be moving at all. The longer he watched, the more confused he became. Why were they just standing there? Meanwhile, Instructor Lee could see the truth clearly, and what he saw horrified him. The two fighters were not standing still at all. They were moving so quickly and exchanging blows so rapidly that weaker eyes simply could not follow the battle. The instructor had initially doubted the Sword Emperor's expectations regarding Kang Ji-ma. Now he was genuinely stunned. The boy had far exceeded anything he imagined possible. Earlier, Instructor Lee had expressed concern to the Sword Emperor about sparring with a student. He warned that the headmaster would never approve of something so reckless, especially since the surrounding cadets could get caught up in the battle too. Back then, the old man simply laughed and asked whether the instructor truly believed he intended to cross real swords with the boy physically. The Sword Emperor explained that if his suspicions were correct, then Kang Ji-ma would be able to enter that place and fight him directly. The instructor immediately understood. The mental realm. He was shocked the old man genuinely believed a first-year student could possibly reach such a state. Even among masters, entering the mental realm was considered a massive achievement. Yet somehow, Kang Ji-ma had actually stepped into that realm. Not only that, but he was withstanding the Sword Emperor's attacks inside it. Even the old man himself could not suppress his astonishment. The boy's talent was monstrous. A duel within the mental realm was more than a simple sword fight. It was an intense clash of instincts, intent, and understanding. The moment blades crossed, both swordsmen could read each other completely. And in that short exchange, the Sword Emperor realized something terrifying. Kang Ji-ma was still growing stronger. Even now, the lazy-looking student held his sashimi knife high without hesitation. Every movement carried determination. His posture remained unwavering while his stance radiated confidence and focus. The old man could not stop the pleased smirk forming across his face. If that was the case, then he would raise the stakes further. The Sword Emperor lifted his weapon again, this time charging it with overwhelming energy. Light burst from the blade as terrifying power gathered around it. Then the old man ordered the boy to withstand this attack. A massive wave of energy exploded toward Jioma. Even the watching students could feel the pressure from where they stood. Instructor Lee immediately recognized the phenomenon. Aura. The students stared in complete shock while the instructor panicked internally, wondering whether the two fighters had broken out of the mental realm and returned to reality. While still fighting, the Sword Emperor grinned wildly while Jioma stared back with dark determination burning in his eyes. This was nothing like the harmless demonstration the old man originally promised. Instructor Lee immediately realized the situation was spiraling completely out of control. If they continued, blood would absolutely be spilled on academy grounds. The teacher rushed forward desperately and shouted for the Sword Emperor to stop. But before things could escalate further, someone suddenly exploded onto the scene with overwhelming force. The director. She appeared instantly in a burst of sharp energy while screaming that the Sword Emperor had completely lost his mind. Her interruption shattered the intense atmosphere and forcibly snapped both fighters out of their mental clash. Then the furious director immediately started yelling at the old man. What exactly did he think he was doing to a student? Had he finally gone insane? The Sword Emperor immediately attempted to apologize. Unfortunately, that only made things worse. The furious director demanded to know what kind of nonsense he was saying, causing the old man to awkwardly correct himself by admitting that apologizing apparently was not enough. That response somehow irritated her even more. Her blazing red eyes glared at him with absolute fury while she grabbed him directly by the collar and demanded to know whether he was in his right mind. Honestly, she believed it would be better if he simply stayed at home and rotted somewhere instead of causing problems. She had worked incredibly hard to secure his position at the academy, only for him to immediately pull a suicidal stunt with one of the students. At this point, she was fully convinced the old man had lost his sanity. The students whispered nervously while watching the scene unfold. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor quietly admitted that he never intended for things to become dangerous. The director nearly exploded from frustration after hearing that. At the same time, the old man glanced toward the young protagonist who calmly sheathed his sashimi knife in the background. Truthfully, the Sword Emperor himself had gone much further than intended. Without realizing it, he unleashed his aura completely during a battle against a mere student. The director was still hurling insults when the old man suddenly interrupted her by sincerely calling her by name. Then he apologized properly for stressing her out. The director froze completely. In over 50 years, she had never once heard the Sword Emperor sincerely apologize for anything. And now he had done it twice in one day. It was deeply unsettling. Naturally, she demanded an explanation for his recklessness. Why had he unleashed the Sword Spirit's blessing against a student? If she had not intervened, something catastrophic might have happened. The old man sighed quietly before admitting something unbelievable. Without using the blessing, he would not have been able to gain the upper hand. The director stared at him in complete shock. The Sword Emperor possessed overwhelming pride, yet he openly admitted he nearly lost against a 17-year-old student. That was not a small confession. She already knew Kangji Ma possessed terrifying talent, but nobody understood the true strength of the Sword Emperor better than she did. For someone like him to admit near defeat was unbelievable. Then the old man revealed something even more shocking. Kangji Ma had already reached the mental realm. That was where their battle truly took place. The director could barely process the information. Even the Sword Emperor himself did not properly begin mastering the mental realm until he was nearly 30 years old. Yet somehow, a 17-year-old had already entered it. None of it made sense. The old man admitted that he did not fully understand either, but if anything in this world could surpass experience, then it was pure talent. Steam slowly rose from his teacup while silence filled the room. Meanwhile, the director buried her face in one hand. Kangji Ma was turning into far more trouble than she originally anticipated. Then she remembered the moment she rushed forward earlier after interrupting the fight. At first, she only wanted to check whether the student was all right, but the instant she approached him, she froze. The boy had still been partially trapped within the mental realm, and an overwhelming aura surrounded him like a living monster. In that moment, all dignity she possessed as an educator and 7-star master disappeared. Pure overwhelming fear. The sensation reminded her of the first time she met the terrifying 6th Division commander, Vasim. That man possessed a monstrous presence capable of crushing people mentally just by existing. Yet somehow, she felt something eerily similar while standing near a mere student. The director adjusted her glasses shakily while deep in thought. Then she quietly wondered whether this terrifying atmosphere existed simply because the boy's name literally contained the word devil. The director studied her old friend carefully. He seemed genuinely deep in thought, and nothing about his explanation felt dishonest. Then she suddenly asked the obvious question, did that mean he had actually lost the battle inside the mental realm? The Sword Emperor reacted like she had insulted his entire bloodline. Absolutely not. The old man immediately exploded in outrage, loudly insisting that there was no way he could lose to a mere student. Sure, the boy possessed unbelievable natural talent, but talent alone could never compare to the experience and mastery of someone who had trained with the sword for decades. On top of that, he pointed out that he had not even been fully armed during the spar. The director immediately burst into amusement after hearing that excuse. She asked why he was overreacting so badly. After all, he was the same person who constantly preached that true masters never blamed their equipment. Yet here he was using his lack of proper gear as an excuse. Honestly, it made him look ridiculous. The old man immediately began trembling in wounded pride and fury, while insulting the director from across the room. Naturally, she cursed right back and demanded to know whether he wanted to die. And just like that, the two elderly monsters launched into yet another loud and childish argument. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, two figures crossed blades. A huge flash of light split the sky while the earth and water around them tore apart from the force of their clash. One of the fighters was the grinning Sword Emperor, completely wrapped in exhilaration as he battled against the other figure, Kang Ji-ma. Then suddenly, a notification bell rang. Ji-ma's eyes snapped open. The boy stared blankly at the ceiling of his room, confused for a moment before realizing he had simply been dreaming. The battle between him and the Sword Emperor had apparently ended well enough. Still, now that he thought about it carefully, the old man really was absurdly hot-headed. If media had not interrupted the spar earlier, the situation could have become catastrophically dangerous for both the students and the instructors nearby. Rolling onto his side, the Oreo-haired boy quietly recalled fragments of the battle. More importantly, he remembered entering the mental realm itself. Actually experiencing it firsthand felt completely different from interacting with it inside a game. The mental realm was an active spiritual space unlocked through complete mastery and understanding of one's weapon. Reaching it required extremely specific conditions and overwhelming dedication. Usually only peak masters who spent their entire lives honing a single weapon could enter that realm freely. Even in a world overflowing with miracles and blessings, fewer than 10 heroes could properly access the mental realm at will. In the original story, even Leon, the blessed protagonist himself, required 3 entire years of private training before stepping into that space. Ji-ma knew this because he stopped playing the game around that point, which raised one terrifying question: why could he enter the mental realm already? The boy did not consider himself more talented than the protagonist. He certainly did not possess any protagonist-level destiny buffs either. Then suddenly, his eyes widened. His weapon of choice was a sashimi knife. In both his previous life and this current world, he had spent nearly his entire existence wielding one. In his past life alone, he had used the knife professionally for over 20 years. That was an absurd amount of accumulated experience. On top of that, every time he activated the Sword Spirit's blessing, he entered a state of concentration that completely transcended ordinary perception. Slowly, everything started making sense. The experiences of his old life and his new life had intertwined together perfectly. That fusion was what allowed him to break through impossible situations. The young man quietly realized something important. Avoiding situations only made things worse. Instead of passively getting swept along by events, he needed to actively tackle problems one step at a time. A grin slowly spread across his face. Newly motivated, Ji-ma stood up with his sashimi knife in hand and prepared to test a theory. If he could freely control the mental realm, then he could train himself without constantly relying on the Sword Spirit's blessing. The boy closed his eyes and concentrated. At first, nothing seemed to happen. Moonlight poured through the window and illuminated the dark-haired student standing alone in the center of the room with his knife raised. Then the light around him slowly began to dim. The deeper he focused, the more disconnected he became from his physical body. And suddenly, he entered it. The mental realm unfolded around him like another world entirely. Translucent buildings stretched endlessly into the distance, while towering structures glimmered faintly in a realm accessible only through the mind. The boy focused harder, then cracks suddenly appeared across the world itself. Red fractures spread violently through the pure blue landscape. A massive hand suddenly tore through reality. The enormous arm burst from the cracks behind him, its long fingernails slowly reaching toward the focused young swordsman. The hand pressed itself against his shoulder. Kang Ji-ma immediately tightened his grip on the sashimi knife. Blue energy erupted around him, while the muscles in his arm bulged under the strain. The main character stared in complete shock at the sudden transformation around him. But the moment he adjusted his grip slightly, the knife began fading away. His eyes widened in alarm. Suddenly, Ji-ma was thrown back into reality inside his room, just in time to watch the blade in his hands crumble into dust before disappearing entirely. The boy sat there speechless. He genuinely could not comprehend what had just happened. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the darkness of the night, several figures gathered secretly. One of them coldly stated that the elders had gone too far this time. Another agreed, claiming their actions were practically an insult toward everyone involved. Someone slammed a fist onto the table and shouted that they had all agreed demons should never be used directly. Those creatures were enemies beyond negotiation. However, another voice dismissed the concern entirely. The important thing was eliminating troublesome obstacles as quickly as possible. Then, the discussion shifted toward a new subject. Kang Ji-ma. One of the conspirators insisted they needed to investigate the academy's top student immediately. There was even a possibility that the boy himself could be another hero candidate. Originally, they believed the only candidate was Leon van Reinhardt. Besides, Kang Ji-ma was supposedly nothing more than a half-baked brat incapable of properly manifesting his blessing. At least, that was what they believed before. But now things were becoming suspicious. The boy's swordsmanship had already defeated the genius twins during the placement exams. Then he somehow killed a mermaid demonoid afterward. Even worse, Director Media was actively suppressing information about him under the excuse of protecting the student. Everything about Kang Ji-ma felt suspicious from beginning to end. Still, one of the old men reminded the group that regardless of the details, the hero's fate itself was unavoidable. Another voice agreed immediately. As if things were not already troublesome enough, the Seven Stars had also begun interfering with their plans. Any dangerous sprouts needed to be eliminated before they could grow into true threats. To make matters worse, their enemies had even brought the Sword Emperor into the Academy itself. The conspirators deeply hated that development. Since the Academy director herself was one of the Seven Stars, the authority of the Elders had already weakened significantly. After Bosman's defeat, the public placed all their faith in the Seven Stars while the plotters were treated like useless relics from the past. Nothing infuriated the Elders more than that. In their minds, they were the ones who guided the ignorant masses and maintained balance in the world. If a true hero ever appeared again, their authority would immediately be threatened. To preserve their power, they needed a public enemy to fear. The Elders quickly agreed that the hero capable of threatening the Demon King had to die. The old man leading the discussion was also one of the Academy's elders. Ever since that terrifying woman had beaten him senseless, he had been forced to rely on intimidation and force just to persuade the others. Meanwhile, the 5th Division commander was already furious. If the elder failed to act now, he would eventually have to face the 5th Demon King Division commander herself, who was disguised as an academy teacher. Compared to dealing with that sadistic little feline, he would rather beg for death. In the end, the elders reached a decision and ordered the auditor family to handle the matter. Elsewhere, a hammer crashed dramatically onto the floor, and the sound felt like a terrible omen. Our guy glared viciously at the blacksmith standing before him. The older man wore an apron over his clothes and begged desperately for mercy while trembling uncontrollably. Even so, the main character slowly raised his sashimi knife, making the poor man panic even more. Kang Ji-ma cursed under his breath before finally lowering the blade. His new weapon, the redesigned mirosemi, had been forged specifically into the shape of a sashimi knife. The blade measured 35 centimeters long and possessed C-rank destructive power, while its range and hardness remained at E rank. However, it carried exceptionally high growth potential. The blacksmith hurriedly explained that he had spent nearly 30 years forging steel, yet he had never encountered anything like this sword before. According to him, it was almost as though the mirosemi itself refused to be reshaped. During the forging process, the weapon suddenly split into 2 pieces. In a panic, the blacksmith had melted the fragments down and barely managed to force them back into shape. He insisted that any ordinary blacksmith would have ended up with nothing but a useless lump of metal. The craftsman swore that the sword shattered after a single hammer strike, and even he found the entire situation unsettling. Despite having 20 years of experience handling knives, our guy could not deny that the craftsmanship itself was impressive. Even stranger, the sword's specifications aligned perfectly with the sword god's blessing. Still, the hardness remaining at E rank made the entire thing feel suspiciously eerie. The blacksmith nervously explained that the weapon's growth potential was extremely promising. If reinforced properly, it could eventually become an incredible blade. As compensation for the damaged weapon, he offered to enhance it free of charge as long as the main character supplied the necessary materials. However, the black-haired student immediately asked what would happen if the sword broke again. The blacksmith nearly fainted from panic. He hurriedly explained that despite its current rank, the weapon still had the potential to become high-ranked in the future. There was even a special never-fail material capable of stabilizing the blade, but such a material could only be obtained from A-rank or higher demonic beasts. There was no way an ordinary student could ever acquire something like that. High-ranking demonic beasts were comparable to ranked demonoids themselves. G had absolutely no desire to risk his life hunting another nightmare creature like the mermaid again, just to strengthen his equipment. Unfortunately, reinforcement materials from weaker monsters were scarce, and despite all his careful efforts, his wallet continued to suffer. The young man's financial situation was in complete ruin. Finally, he asked the blacksmith whether he truly intended to keep his promise. The craftsman swore upon his honor as a blacksmith. Then the dark-haired boy casually demanded that half the cost of the leftover scrap metal also be refunded. The blacksmith stared at him in complete disbelief. Gom reminded the man that the original sword had cost 10 million won. The blacksmith protested furiously, insisting he had forged the weapon exactly as requested. Besides, he had already promised free enhancement services. But the main character calmly pointed out that the original B-rank sword had essentially become scrap metal now, so compensation was only fair. The blacksmith exploded in outrage and demanded to know what kind of monster tried to scam an adult like this. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-ma casually mentioned that he had been planning to test the new weapon anyway. Then he slowly waved the sashimi knife toward the terrified blacksmith. The poor man nearly screamed. He jumped backward in horror and immediately started apologizing while begging for mercy. Desperate to survive, he offered 500,000 won as compensation. Unfortunately for him, our guy was far greedier than that. He demanded 1 million. The blacksmith almost collapsed from shock and desperately negotiated the amount down to 800,000 instead. However, the black-haired student slowly raised his magical sword again with a terrifying expression on his face. The blacksmith shrieked in terror. Even scraps from a B-rank weapon held tremendous market value, and buying them back at such a price was already painful enough. But the young man's expression only grew darker and deadlier as he demanded payment. Faced with a customer who looked genuinely ready to murder him over scrap metal, the blacksmith finally collapsed onto the floor and accepted defeat. Later that night, Kang Ji-ma reviewed the information screen connected to the sword god's blessing, while quietly eating supper. After obtaining a new weapon, his armament stats had increased, unlocking additional options within the blessing itself. The biggest reason he hesitated to use the sword god's power was the unbearable agony that accompanied it. However, the blessing was now offering a method to reduce the pain. That alone made leveling the skill an absolute priority. Earlier testing had already shown improvements. The pain had gone from feeling like certain death to merely feeling unbearable. It still hurt like hell, but even that tiny reduction gave him hope. If one level could lessen the agony this much, then maybe someday he could use the sword god's blessing without feeling like his body was being destroyed. Apparently, armament increased whenever a weapon was obtained or enhanced. Since midterms were finally over, improving his weapon would become his main focus from now on. If he continued growing stronger like this, perhaps he would eventually understand the mysterious demonic power inside him. Maybe then he would even discover who had thrown him into this insane world in the first place. Lost in thought, the black-haired boy quietly ate salty anchovies until Chloe suddenly appeared beside him with concern written all over her face. It had been a while since he had seen his temporarily disabled yandere companion. Chloe asked what he was doing all alone, and he admitted he had lost his appetite halfway through eating. Then he noticed that her cast was finally gone and happily asked if her body had recovered. The redhead proudly showed off her condition. She still needed crutches, but she already felt much stronger than before. She even balanced confidently on one foot while smiling brightly. According to her, broken bones healed stronger after breaking. The main character honestly had no idea how to explain that bones were not muscles, and she probably should not casually destroy them in the first place. Then he suddenly noticed a grain of rice stuck to her face. Without thinking much about it, he leaned closer and plucked it away. The moment his fingers touched her skin, Chloe's brain practically shut down from happiness. Her entire face turned red, her legs lost all strength, and she collapsed to the ground with a tiny squeak. Completely oblivious to what he had just done to her emotionally, the boy calmly offered his hand and asked if she was okay. The redhead nervously claimed she had simply tripped. A moment later, Chloe noticed the wrapped weapon beside him and excitedly asked about it. The boy showed her the sword, and she immediately became fascinated by it. To her, this was his very first personal weapon, and she thought it looked incredibly cool. Unfortunately, he did not share her enthusiasm. As she handled the blade, the wrapping slowly came undone, revealing the polished knife beneath. Chloe smiled brightly and commented that it was hard to believe such a pretty weapon was only E rank. The moment she said that, the boy stared sadly at his sword. Realizing her mistake, Chloe panicked and hurriedly clarified that she meant it looked extremely impressive for an E rank weapon. Unfortunately, Gio simply laughed it off. He explained that at least he had recovered some money from the blacksmith. Besides, the craftsman had promised free enhancements in the future. Hopefully, after enough reinforcement, the weapon would eventually become truly useful. Chloe immediately cheered him on. In her eyes, he was already strong enough to fight effectively using nothing but a sashimi knife, so with a proper weapon he would undoubtedly become even stronger. The black-haired boy thanked her, though internally he felt conflicted. Honestly, there was no grand reason for him to grow stronger anymore. Ever since defeating the mermaid, he could already handle mid-tier magical beasts. The real reason he wanted to strengthen his weapon was simply to reduce the horrifying pain caused by the sword god's blessing. As he sighed deeply about his miserable life, Chloe misunderstood and quickly apologized again for insulting the weapon. He assured her that was not the issue. The real problem was simply the depressing sight of the broken Mirosame and the compensation he had received for it. Chloe stared intensely at the damaged weapon while muttering darkly about the blacksmith ruining Gioma's sword. Slowly, her expression twisted as she slipped into full yandere mode. Anyone who made her beloved crush suffer deserved to suffer in return. She quietly began talking about murdering all of them. The main character immediately called her name before she could spiral any further. Startled, the redhead snapped back to reality and apologized. Meanwhile, Gio-ma sat there completely speechless, because there was honestly no correct response to hearing your friend casually threaten multiple murders and genuinely mean it. Suddenly, his expression sharpened. He sensed a powerful aura nearby and immediately became serious. Strangely, Chloe seemed completely unaware of it. The redhead happily followed after him as he walked toward a nearby tree. Then without hesitation, the main character kicked the tree and demanded whoever was hiding there to come out. A man suddenly rolled out of the branches with a groan. The assassin clicked his tongue in annoyance over being discovered so easily, while the redhead stared at him in shock. Apparently, he had been secretly following them the entire time. Later, our guy calmly set down his sashimi knife while his yandere companion clung protectively to him like an aggressive guard dog, and glared furiously at her brother. Since there was no smell of blood, the older assassin appeared mostly unarmed. The main character asked what exactly he wanted. The question immediately made the red-haired assassin flinch. Then silence fell between all three of them. Gioma quickly lost patience with the awkward silence, and bluntly said that he had already explained things to the other boy before in a way he could understand. The male assassin immediately glared at him and admitted that he had come specifically to find him. However, he clarified that it was not because of their previous conflict. The dark-haired student narrowed his eyes and asked why exactly the redhead had come. The older assassin muttered that even if he only informed Chloe, the information would obviously reach the gloomy student eventually anyway, so it was simpler to tell both of them directly. Everything revolved around Kang Ji-ma. Adjusting his mask slightly, the red-haired assassin finally revealed the truth. The Academy elders had issued a request for the Oreo-haired student to be eliminated. The sashimi knife wielder was genuinely stunned. Not only had the Academy elders personally appeared, but out of everyone possible they had decided to focus on him. Chloe immediately exploded in anger and demanded to know whether her brother had come to carry out the order himself. She instantly moved in front of her friend, protectively, and refused to let anyone hurt him. The older brother sighed painfully and muttered that his sister had spent too much time away from home because she had clearly lost her edge. Chloe growled fiercely and ordered Gioma to get behind her while wildly swinging her crutch around, despite still having an injured leg. To both boys, the scene looked absolutely ridiculous. The older assassin sighed before admitting that, despite everything, his sister's instincts were still incredibly sharp. Then he turned back toward the main character. Honestly, he did not particularly care what the talented student had been doing lately. However, the elders were strangely obsessed with him. Even within the auditor family itself, people felt uneasy about the request. For now, the family had temporarily postponed the mission. The order itself had been issued secretly while bypassing the academy head entirely. Worse still, assassinating a mere student went directly against the auditor family's principles. However, because the command came from the elders themselves, the family could not simply ignore it forever. If pressure from the top continued to grow, they would eventually be forced to investigate the scary student properly. The older assassin rubbed his mask tiredly and explained that regardless of everything else, Chloe was still part of the family, so she deserved to know what was happening. The little assassin froze in surprise. The boy had pretended this was all about family principles, but in reality, he had simply been worried about his younger sister the entire time. Even Gioma could not help respecting that a little. Having said everything he needed to say, the older assassin quickly turned around and tried to leave before things became even more emotional. Then Gom suddenly called out to him. The assassin paused and glanced back over his shoulder. The gloomy student remained wary because the last time they met, the older assassin had spoken very differently about Chloe. However, before he could say anything, the redhead quietly interrupted him. He admitted that his sister looked happiest whenever she was beside the weird, gloomy student. Because of that, he would not argue against the truth anymore. Even as her brother, he had never seen Chloe smile that happily before. Both Chloe and the main character stared at him in complete shock. Hearing Nox speak so softly felt almost unnatural. Then the older assassin made one final request. He asked Gioma not to let Chloe get hurt again. The gloomy student blinked in confusion. It was not like her injury had been his fault. They simply happened to be on the same team during the incident. Meanwhile, the longer Gioma silently stared at him, the more uncomfortable the assassin became. Finally, the black-haired student awkwardly admitted that he would try to look after her as best as he could, at least while she stayed near him. That seemed enough for Nox. However, before leaving, the assassin decided to ask one final question. How had the gloomy student become so strong? Ironically, the question genuinely surprised Gioma because he had never considered himself strong at all. In his eyes, true strength belonged to monsters like the Sword Emperor, people capable of overcoming any threat at any moment. Compared to that, his own power lasted less than a minute per day before destroying his body. Someone like that had no right to boast about being powerful. The idiot remained completely oblivious to the fact that no normal student should possess that level of strength in the first place. Still, Gioma had no intention of revealing the truth. After all, Nox had already exposed confidential family matters to an outsider simply because of Chloe. There was no guarantee the assassin could keep bigger secrets hidden too. So instead, the dark-haired boy simply gave him advice. Calling out to Nox, he calmly stated that the assassin lacked desperation. The older boy frowned and asked what he meant. Gioma explained that no matter how talented someone was within the academy, there was a certain pressure and instinct that only came from real-life experience. If Knox remained sheltered inside the academy forever, then he would eventually hit his growth limit. The gloomy student advised him to leave the academy more often. With enough hardship and determination, he would eventually grow stronger naturally. The assassin stood there stunned by the unexpected wisdom. Meanwhile, our main character immediately started scurrying away after sounding cool because even he realized that speech had been embarrassingly dramatic. Elsewhere, class continued as normal. A teacher stood at the chalkboard while lecturing passionately about order, prosperity, and the countless gods residing in heaven. Unfortunately, Gioma could not care less. Instead of paying attention, he sat there wondering what exactly he should do about the academy elders targeting him. The elders were descendants of 5 of Balor Haken's 7 disciples and possessed influence not just within the academy, but throughout the entire world. In the original game, players referred to them as the corrupt remnants because they constantly obstructed the protagonist for the sake of maintaining their own authority. Now Gioma finally understood why they considered him a problem. Rather than listening to the lesson, he doodled across his notebook while listing every major thing he had done since arriving in this world. Looking back at it all, he realized he had actually caused an absurd amount of trouble. Ironically, all he ever wanted was peace, stability, and safety. Yet somehow he kept accidentally standing out more and more. Still, even after reviewing everything, it made no sense for the elders to target him personally. Then his eyes stopped at one particular memory, saving Leon during the midterms on Scopoli Island after defeating the mermaid. That was when realization finally hit him. The elders were not targeting him at all. Their true target was Leon, the hero candidate. Gioma had simply gotten in the way. No matter how much the media tried covering things up, word had undoubtedly spread throughout noble society that he was the one who defeated the mermaid. Combined with the fact that they were now targeting Leon, the answer became horrifyingly obvious. Someone among the elders, or perhaps all of them, was collaborating with demons. That changed everything. They were not merely corrupt politicians obsessed with power anymore. They had actively tried to kill a young hero candidate for their own benefit. The realization disgusted him. No matter how rotten the elders were supposed to be, this crossed every possible line. Humanity's survival should have mattered more than protecting their influence. The dark-haired boy quietly concluded that all those old men deserved to die. Right now, it was not yet time to move against them. But when that day finally came, he would personally cut every last one of them down without hesitation. Meanwhile, the teacher continued rambling about future generations, while Gioma struggled to focus because he was too busy fantasizing about murdering corrupt elders. Eventually, he forced himself to think about something more practical: weapon enhancement. To strengthen his new sword, he would need dungeon materials. Unfortunately, the dungeon he wanted to challenge was too dangerous to clear alone, meaning he needed a party. Chloe would definitely join him. However, instead of recruiting a brute force maniac like Rachel, he wanted someone more strategic. Then a brilliant idea suddenly appeared in his mind: speed weapon. Later, the black-haired student headed toward the Dragon class building to recruit him. Unfortunately, the moment he arrived, a hostile-looking student cracked his knuckles and blocked the entrance while mocking him for daring to wander around a place meant for elites. Gioma almost forgot that he was still considered a special student, and therefore looked down upon by many nobles. The gloomy youth sighed in annoyance. After 20 years of dealing with obnoxious customers in the food industry, handling an arrogant teenager like this honestly felt exhausting. So he casually warned the guy not to irritate him before he cut his jaw off. The brute exploded in rage and swung his fist. To Gioma, the attack looked painfully slow. Before he could even react himself, another figure suddenly jumped between them. A massive punch slammed directly into the brute's jaw and launched him backward instantly. Nearby students immediately started panicking and wondering whether a fight had broken out. Meanwhile, the unlucky bully lay unconscious on the floor. The orange-haired hero groaned while shaking his aching hand and complained that the brute's jaw was ridiculously hard. Gioma stared in disbelief. He had heard of strength mages before, but a strength-based healer was completely ridiculous. Speed Weapon flexed his hand painfully before turning toward the main character with a bright smile and asking whether he had come looking for him. Then he suggested they continue the conversation outside. The two boys eventually sat down together and discussed the dungeon plans. Gioma explained that he urgently needed to form a party. Weapon happily agreed to help recruit members. As payment, the dungeon rewards would be shared among the team while Gioma kept the magical beast materials for weapon enhancement. That was the entire arrangement. The dark-haired student admitted that if he tried forming a team alone, Chloe would probably be the only person willing to join him. The boy seriously underestimated how popular he had become. Gioma then asked Weapon to help recruit members from the Dragon class instead, since that would make things easier. The orange-haired healer calmly sipped his drink and explained that Academy rules required at least 4 members to receive dungeon clearance approval. Honestly, if the rules did not exist, someone like Gioma could probably clear 5 or 6 dungeons alone. The gloomy youth immediately questioned where all this confidence was coming from because he genuinely did not think he could survive a dungeon solo. Weapon burst out laughing. The guy literally killed a mermaid alone and still acted humble afterward. At this point, his modesty was starting to become annoying. Only then did Gioma realize that everyone else genuinely believed he was some absurdly overpowered monster. The healer smiled warmly before casually mentioning that it seemed the black-haired student was doing much better now. Gioma looked surprised, but admitted it was thanks to proper treatment and several days of rest. Weapon happily accepted the dungeon proposal and explained that working with him sounded fun. The gloomy student gratefully thanked him. Then the healer asked which dungeon he planned to challenge. Without hesitation, Gioma answered with a C-rank Buffalo dungeon located in Chien. Weapon considered the choice and admitted it was a classic dungeon for students. With himself, Chloe, and Gioma, they already had 3 members. That meant they only needed 1 more. Then he asked whether Gioma had any preferences. The gloomy student immediately replied that he preferred not to recruit Rachel or Leon. Rachel had apparently locked herself away in the training grounds ever since Gioma was hospitalized, while Leon was busy preparing for upper-grade dungeon raids alongside 2nd and 3rd-year students. Hearing that both troublesome people were unavailable immediately improved the main character's mood. Then Weapon suddenly remembered someone else. According to him, the person was probably already asleep by now. The orange-haired healer simply shrugged and said that was normal for this particular individual. After tossing his empty can into a nearby bin, he announced that they first needed to visit the cafeteria to buy something. Later that evening, the 2 boys arrived outside a traditional Japanese-style house. A voice from inside calmly answered after they knocked. The door was open, so they were free to enter. The main character was genuinely surprised because he never knew the academy contained a place like this. Even during all his time playing Miracle's Blessing M, he had never discovered it. Back in his previous life, he worked as a Japanese cuisine chef, yet ironically, he had never actually visited Japan himself. He always dreamed of going someday, so stepping into this traditional Japanese-style house gave him a strange sense of second-hand satisfaction. The peaceful atmosphere did not last long. A moment later, they arrived at a shooting range where arrows continuously struck the center of distant targets with perfect precision. Eventually, they found the person they had come to meet. A girl was sleeping nearby. Weapon casually called for her to wake up, and our guy immediately froze because he suddenly recognized her. The orange-haired healer crouched beside the sleeping girl and tried waking her normally, but she refused to react. Then, with the confidence of someone experienced in handling her, he leaned closer and whispered that he had bought some snacks. That instantly worked. The girl shot upright while still half dizzy from sleep. Weapon grinned mischievously and pointed toward Gioma, telling her to look over there. The next thing the main character knew, the girl launched herself straight toward him at terrifying speed. Fortunately, she was not targeting him personally. She was aiming for the bag in his hand. The snack bag vanished instantly as the girl spun through the air like a tiny tornado. Before Gioma could even process what was happening, she crashed directly into him and flattened him onto the ground. A loud thud echoed through the room. The girl happily munched on snacks while sitting on top of the collapsed dark-haired boy, as though nothing unusual had happened. Meanwhile, Gioma struggled to recover his senses. The girl cheerfully declared that the treats were delicious, before suddenly looking down at him and asking whether he had any more youngings. At that exact moment, an ancient trauma awakened within the main character. Back in his previous life, while working endlessly in a kitchen surrounded by exhausted men and overwhelming stress, he once heard a notification sound from his phone that completely changed his mood. Miracle's Blessing M, the game that consumed both his free time and his money. The exhausted chef had hidden in the restaurant bathroom trembling with excitement because the game had finally blessed him with the character he desperately wanted. It was supposed to be his angel, the beautiful Abel von Nibelung. Instead, the gacha system gave him someone else. Saki Reo, the blue-haired lookalike who resembled Abel just enough to emotionally destroy him. The memory still haunted him. Miracle's Blessing M revolved around Leon and his many heroines, but among all of them, Abel was the officially recognized main heroine. She and Leon constantly appeared together during the game's biggest moments, overcoming impossible hardships while their romance blossomed naturally. Even the main character fell victim to her charm and spent an absurd amount of money trying to summon her. Instead, the game repeatedly handed him Saki, the daughter of Gielen, his first 5-star unit, the heroine who got overshadowed almost immediately after Abel appeared. And now that exact same girl had tackled him to the floor while demanding snacks. Gioma stared blankly at reality while Saki casually commented that he looked kind of stupid right now. At least one thing became clear. This girl was the reason Weapon sounded so confident earlier. As a player, Gioma knew Saki Ryo was an incredibly powerful ranged DPS character. Unlike Leon, who relied on overwhelming protagonist energy, Saki specialized in technical skill and precision. Better yet, she barely influenced the main story. meaning recruiting her probably would not destroy the plot completely, hopefully. The blue-haired girl finally turned toward Weapon and lazily asked why he had come. The healer immediately dangled more snacks in front of her to keep her attention. Like a trained predator, she snatched them instantly and demanded he hurry up and explain himself. Weapon introduced her to King Jima and noted that she had probably already heard of him. Saki admitted that she had. After all, she had seen him earlier that day while some idiot tried harassing him near the Dragon Class building. The girl impatiently demanded they stop wasting time and get to the point already. Weapon finally explained that they were recruiting members for a Buffalo Dungeon raid next week. Unfortunately, his explanation was a complete mess. True to the name Speed Weapon, he skipped through details so quickly that nobody could follow him properly. Still, the basic arrangement was simple enough. Clear rewards would be divided among the party, while Gioma kept the magical beast materials for weapon enhancement. Saki glanced toward the gloomy student with renewed interest. Then she slowly walked over and inspected him more closely. She recognized him now. He was the guy who fought that one terrifying duel in the training subspace before. Gioma admitted that it really was him. The girl stared intensely at him while he stared back awkwardly. Finally, she shrugged and admitted that dungeon clear rewards also affected academy grades, so there was no real reason to refuse the offer. However, she also bluntly stated that the Oreo-haired boy seemed less impressive and motivated than she expected. Gioma nearly sighed. This girl really had the nerve to judge someone else's motivation while spending half her life asleep. Saki casually apologized, but admitted she disliked working with people who looked unmotivated. Weapon quickly defended his friend and insisted that Gioma was not an ordinary person at all. She had seen his duel herself. Still, Saki refused to budge so easily. Maybe his opponents were simply weak. The orange-haired healer almost choked hearing that. The guy Gioma fought belonged to the Auditor family, and during the midterms, Weapon suddenly stopped himself before accidentally revealing an extremely important secret. Both Saki and Gioma immediately noticed the slip. The healer groaned and awkwardly admitted he could not explain further, but he wanted her to trust him. Saki immediately rejected that idea because she was not some obedient family dog. Weapon fired back by pointing out that she practically turned into a puppy whenever youngings were involved, so she had no room to criticize anyone. The girl furiously argued that he constantly bragged about being a younging expert. Meanwhile, Gioma quietly watched this entire exchange while questioning whether recruiting her was even worth the trouble anymore. A party member could be greedy, a party member could be rude, but being both at once sounded exhausting. Finally, the black-haired student decided he had enough. He called out to Weapon and calmly stated that the begging was unnecessary. If she planned to act this uncooperative from the beginning, then forcing her into the party would only create problems later. They would simply find someone else. That immediately offended Saki. The blue-haired archer narrowed her eyes and remarked that if they could casually walk away, then the dungeon raid clearly was not that urgent after all. Gioma stared at her for a second before silently opening his jacket. Then, he pulled out one of his small sashimi knives. Both Saki and Weapon froze. The blade glowed faintly in his hand. Without even looking at the target range, Gioma casually flicked his wrist and sliced through the air. The knife flew across the room in a perfect arc before striking the center target dead on. Bullseye. Saki's eyes widened in shock. Then Gioma calmly drew another knife. A second throw. Another perfect hit. At that point, it was obvious the first attack had not been luck. The gloomy student looked especially cool under the shooting range lights as he calmly asked the lazy archer whether she was interested now. Saki completely lost the ability to speak. Shivers ran down her spine as she stared at him with genuine awe. Much later, the dungeon team finally gathered together. A classroom door slid open and Saki entered wearing glasses and her academy uniform, giving her a strangely nerdy appearance. The other members noted that she had arrived unusually early for once. Chloe happily greeted the archer while Saki nervously greeted Gioma back. Even now, she still looked slightly intimidated by his terrifying knife skills. Gioma greeted her casually while internally noting that threatening people with sashimi knives somehow worked disturbingly well every single time. Weapon sat down beside the group and praised Saki for finishing the dungeon permit so quickly. She casually brushed it off and claimed it only required a few clicks. Now that the permits were complete, the strategy meeting officially began. Weapon cleared his throat and started sketching diagrams onto the board. Unfortunately, his artistic skills were horrific. The C-rank buffalo demonoids he drew looked less like monsters and more like badly disguised pigs. According to the healer, the creatures were nicknamed water buffalo because of their charging behavior. Fighting them directly in close combat was extremely dangerous, but they possessed a major weakness against ranged attacks. Then Weapon explained the most important rule of the entire dungeon. Under absolutely no circumstances were they to open the giant stone gate located in the center chamber. Chloe immediately asked what would happen if someone opened it anyway. The healer admitted that rumors claimed the gate functioned as some sort of seal, though nothing had been officially confirmed yet. Regardless, Academy permits specifically ordered students to leave it untouched. So naturally, Kang Ji-ma immediately smiled while writing down the suspicious instruction about never opening the creepy sealed door. The entire room fell silent. All three teammates slowly turned toward him. Gioma blinked awkwardly at the sudden tension. Weapon cautiously asked whether the gloomy student happened to know what was behind the gate. Gioma instantly denied everything. Obviously, they should never touch such a suspicious door. Absolutely never. Internally, however, he already knew the truth. Thankfully, the system currently kept it sealed under specific conditions, so there was almost no chance of it opening accidentally. As long as nobody triggered the requirements, the dungeon remained one of the most efficient farming locations available. Eventually, Gioma's attention drifted towards Saki again. The blue-haired archer continued stuffing herself with snacks while listening half-heartedly to the meeting. The gloomy student admitted he was honestly impressed by how much she loved that candy. Saki proudly explained that intellectual people needed sugar to fuel their brains. Gioma privately found that statement hilarious considering she barely formed complete sentences most of the time. Then he noticed something extremely dangerous. Chloe was growling. The yandere assassin had caught him staring at another girl for too long and was already beginning to draw her knife. Unfortunately, Gioma sensed something even more important than Chloe's jealousy. They were being watched again. Even during this meeting, hidden eyes monitored their every move. The dark-haired boy quietly turned toward Chloe, who was desperately trying to suppress her murderous instincts and failing badly. For now, all he could do was wait. Eventually, the enemy would reveal themselves. Later, the team boarded a bus heading toward Gamel Duchan. As the vehicle traveled toward the dungeon zone, the gloomy protagonist sat silently while thinking back to his former life. After leaving the military, he swore he would never return to the city of Korin ever again, not even to pee there. And yet fate clearly enjoyed mocking him because now he was literally riding a bus straight back to what he mentally labeled Piss City. A guard approached and identified the vehicle as belonging to Hawakin Academy before politely asking the group for identification. Gioma peeked out the window and noticed personnel operating strange magical barriers around the area. Civilian restrictions were clearly in effect because the surrounding region bordered an active dungeon zone. Security around the place was incredibly tight. Meanwhile, the gloomy student quietly noted once again that the Academy elders were probably still monitoring everything his team did. Then Speed Weapon suddenly called out from the back of the bus and casually offered him boiled eggs. Gioma stared at him in confusion, before politely declining while wondering whether people normally carried random eggs onto buses nowadays. The orange-haired healer looked toward his captain and asked whether he was seriously getting nervous over a mere C-rank dungeon. He told the gloomy boy to relax already and stop looking so tense. Gioma laughed awkwardly and admitted that he probably should calm down. Meanwhile, Weapon casually offered boiled eggs to Saki as well. The blue-haired archer immediately refused while continuing to sulk in her seat. Nearby, Chloe was half asleep with her katana hugged tightly against her body, like a treasured pillow. Weapon sighed dramatically and declared that it was their loss because the eggs tasted incredible. At that moment, Saki quietly glanced upward. Her blue eyes tracked the dark-haired boy while he casually spoke with Weapon. Unfortunately for her, Gioma happened to notice the staring and looked back at her immediately. The girl instantly got caught. Naturally, Saki became irritated and quickly turned away with an annoyed huff while pretending she had not been watching him at all. Unfortunately for her, the gloomy student already had bigger problems to deal with. Ever since learning that the Academy elders wanted him dead, he constantly felt eyes on him everywhere he went. He really did not need Miss Blue staring at him too and making that paranoia worse. Eventually, the bus finally stopped. The team climbed out and arrived at the dungeon zone. Chloe immediately looked around excitedly while admiring the scenery. The weather was perfect, the sky remained clear, and the atmosphere felt surprisingly peaceful despite the danger hidden beneath the ground. Gioma, however, felt nervous. Long ago, this place had once been home to ancient demons. Now it had been reduced to a farming dungeon used by students. The contrast felt unsettling. Meanwhile, Weapon suddenly stared at the enormous amount of luggage the dark-haired student brought with him and asked whether he was moving into a marriage home or something. Gioma smirked mysteriously and asked whether the healer was curious. Then he slowly unzipped the massive bag. Inside was an absolutely ridiculous number of sashimi knives. The bag was practically overflowing with blades. Weapon stared in disbelief and asked whether the boy came all this way just to open a knife shop. Still smirking confidently, the gloomy student explained that it was always better to be over-prepared than under-prepared. The healer laughed and said Gioma talked like an old man, but he trusted that there was probably logic behind the madness. Chloe suddenly jumped into the conversation and proudly announced that she would take point for the team as always. Gioma nodded immediately because, honestly, he trusted her instincts more than anyone else's. With preparations complete, the students finally headed toward the dungeon entrance. Security around the area remained incredibly strict. Guards surrounded the sealed dungeon gate and carefully prepared to open it for the academy students. The moment the team arrived, the guards immediately recognized their uniforms and instructed all 4 students to sign the visitor log before entering. The group casually wrote down their names one after another. Then Gioma wrote his. Instantly, one of the guards stiffened. The reaction lasted only a moment, but the dark-haired student noticed it immediately. Weapon called out impatiently and told his captain to hurry up already. Gioma quietly agreed and turned toward the opening gates while mentally storing away the guard's suspicious reaction. The massive stone entrance slowly cracked open. A foul smell immediately rushed out. Weapon covered his nose and warned everyone to watch their step while entering. Meanwhile, Gioma kept thinking about the guard whose expression changed after seeing his name. As the massive gate shut behind them with a heavy thud, the gloomy student glanced back uneasily. He really hoped this trip would not turn into a disaster. The team continued deeper into the dungeon for quite a while before noticing something incredibly stupid. People had doodled all over the cave walls. Some nobles apparently carved their names inside hearts like couples visiting a romantic tourist spot, while others scribbled random nonsense everywhere. The place looked less like a dangerous dungeon and more like the bathroom walls of a middle school. Gioma honestly could not understand when dungeons became sightseeing attractions. Nobles truly abused their privileges shamelessly. As the team continued walking, someone suddenly grabbed the gloomy student by the elbow. It was Saki. The blue-haired girl complained dramatically about feeling tired already. Gioma glanced at her and reluctantly admitted that she genuinely looked exhausted. Then the archer sighed sadly and claimed that if she had something sweet to eat, she would recover immediately. Finally, she asked whether their team leader happened to have snacks. While Gioma searched through his pockets, Saki watched him eagerly with sparkling eyes. Then he handed her a tiny piece of candy. The girl stared at it in disappointment. Candy was not what she wanted. She asked whether he had any yongings instead. Gioma immediately lost patience and growled that he was not her mother. If she wanted snacks so badly, then she should carry her own supply instead of bothering him constantly. Without shame, Saki admitted she was saving her own stash for later. The dark-haired student glared at her in disbelief before turning away and wishing she would focus already. In the end, the blue-haired archer reluctantly accepted the candy. Before the argument could continue, Chloe suddenly raised her hand and stopped the group. Her expression sharpened instantly. She sensed 3 monsters approaching. No, 4. The creatures were charging toward them from roughly 200 meters away. Combat was about to begin. Weapon immediately switched into serious mode and reminded everyone to stick to the strategy they discussed earlier. He called out specifically to Chloe and Saki, promising to buff them properly while ordering them not to disappoint him. At the same time, Saki dramatically removed the cloth covering her massive bow. Gioma's eyes widened slightly. The weapon was an S-grade artifact known as the Crimson Bow. With a weapon like that, clearing a C-rank dungeon honestly should have been easy. Meanwhile, the blue-haired archer casually complained that she had not used the bow in a while, so it felt stiff now. The gloomy student wondered for the 100th time whether he could actually trust this girl with his life. Then Saki suddenly told everyone to wait. Before combat even started, she casually pulled out another snack and took a huge bite. Her face immediately lit up with joy over how delicious it tasted. Gioma stared at her in disbelief. Could he really trust this clown? Unfortunately, there was no more time to think about it. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed through the dungeon as the charging beasts approached. Everyone prepared for battle. Weapon pulled out his recorder and began playing support magic that boosted the team's abilities. Chloe lowered her stance while Saki raised the crimson bow confidently. Then the buffalo demonoids burst from the darkness. The monsters roared wildly while charging straight toward the group. Chloe moved first. The red-haired assassin launched herself forward fearlessly and slammed into the lead beast. Her strike landed perfectly, knocking the creature down with a painful cry. Unfortunately, the rest of the stampede continued rushing forward. Chloe prepared to hold them back herself and reached for her sword. Weapon instantly shouted at her to abandon that reckless plan and retreat according to strategy. At that exact moment, Saki moved. The blue-haired archer appeared behind the front line like a phantom. Her long hair flowed behind her as she calmly focused on the incoming monsters. Then she released her arrow. The projectile streaked through the air wrapped in magical energy and smoke. A second later, the arrows tore directly through the charging buffalo herd. The monsters exploded apart instantly. Chloe stared in complete amazement as the raging beasts were ripped apart in flashes of red and gold light before they could even reach her. Meanwhile, Saki casually grinned and muttered an innocent little oops before immediately returning to eating snacks. Gioma could only stare at her. A skilled DPS truly was terrifying. Still, there was one major problem. The buffalo horns were supposed to become reinforcement materials for his weapon. If Saki kept vaporizing entire monsters, there would be nothing left for him to collect. Even so, victory was victory. The gloomy student could not help smiling in admiration at how efficiently she destroyed targets. Weapon suggested they continue deeper into the dungeon. That seemed reasonable enough. Then, suddenly, part of the rocky wall shattered nearby. Another buffalo burst forward independently from the others. One of the monsters that supposedly died earlier had survived. Unfortunately, it charged directly toward Saki while she was distracted eating snacks. The blue-haired girl hurriedly tried to move, but she stumbled awkwardly and dropped her bow. For a brief moment, it genuinely looked like she was about to die. Saki instinctively raised her arms to shield herself, then everything suddenly stopped. No impact came. The blue-haired archer slowly opened her eyes and saw something unbelievable. The dark-haired student held her safely in his arms while his sashimi knife sliced cleanly through the charging buffalo in a single motion. The beast split perfectly into two halves. For a moment, the entire scene looked absurdly cinematic. Wind swept through the dungeon as the buffalo collapsed apart behind him. His expression remained calm and serious, while his blade glinted under the dungeon lights. Saki completely lost her breath. The gloomy student looked impossibly cool. As the two halves of the monster crashed onto the stone floor behind them, Gioma casually asked whether she was all right. The blue-haired archer stared at him speechlessly. Then a blush slowly spread across her cheeks. Meanwhile, somewhere outside the dungeon, a phone rang. One of the guards stationed near the entrance answered the call and quietly confirmed the information his employer wanted to hear. Just as Gioma feared, someone really was monitoring their movements. Inside the dungeon, however, the gloomy student focused entirely on collecting buffalo horns. That was the entire reason they came here in the first place. Buffalo horns served as highly versatile C-rank enhancement materials used for reinforcing weapons and equipment. Gioma planned to gather as many as possible before leaving. As he busied himself collecting materials, Saki suddenly called out to him. Saki suddenly walked over and handed Gioma one of her favorite snacks. According to her, it was a thank you gift for saving her life earlier. Since the snack was something she treasured dearly, offering it to him was apparently her highest possible form of gratitude. The gloomy team leader stared at her silently like he had just taken critical emotional damage from an unexpected act of kindness. At the same time, however, he could also feel an absolutely terrifying inferno radiating from Chloe nearby. Apparently daring to save another girl had severely offended the little yandere assassin. Gioma immediately turned toward the redhead and called her name, causing her to snap out of her murderous aura in surprise. Then he leaned closer and quietly whispered his suspicions regarding the staff member from earlier. Chloe listened carefully while the two exchanged information in hushed voices. Meanwhile, Weapon suddenly looked at the pair and casually asked whether they were dating because, honestly, that would explain a lot. That single sentence completely destroyed Chloe's emotional stability. The redhead instantly exploded into a blushing mess while internally ascending into heaven because someone had mistaken her for the girlfriend of her crush. Meanwhile, Gioma simply laughed awkwardly and pointed out that assuming every relationship between a man and a woman was romantic felt incredibly narrow-minded. Weapon shamelessly disagreed. From his perspective, the two were constantly together, acted weird around each other, and clearly cared deeply about one another. To him, they practically already looked like a couple. Unfortunately, that answer somehow made Chloe glare at Gioma in disappointment. Instead, the poor gloomy student genuinely had no idea what he did wrong. Trying to move past the awkwardness, Chloe asked whether dungeons normally contained so few monsters. They had been standing around for a while now, yet almost nothing else appeared. The moment she said that, a massive thud echoed from deep inside the cave. Everyone went silent. Weapon frowned immediately and admitted that regardless of how popular a dungeon became, it was unnatural for it to feel this empty. Then he turned toward Saki and asked for her opinion. The blue-haired archer thought quietly for a moment before agreeing that something definitely felt wrong. Even the buffalo monsters they fought earlier behaved strangely. The rest of the team looked confused and asked what she meant. Saki explained that the buffaloes almost looked like they had been running away from something. Normally, those creatures behaved calmly and predictably, so their earlier behavior made absolutely no sense. Weapon nodded seriously. Buffalo demonoids were usually docile enough that nearby locals sometimes even used them for farming work. Gioma immediately concluded that humanity clearly had serious issues if people casually used demonic buffalo as farm animals. Still, everyone agreed that the situation felt suspicious. Fortunately, they still had signal devices and could request help from outside whenever necessary. Because of that, the group tried reassuring themselves that everything was probably fine. Eventually, Gioma asked how Weapon and Saki knew each other in the first place. The blue-haired girl proudly puffed up her chest and announced that she ranked first in the written exams, while Weapon ranked second. According to her, the healer bragged about his placement for weeks afterward. Weapon immediately protested and demanded she stop slandering his reputation. Meanwhile, Saki cheerfully added that she also ranked third during placement testing and remained extremely proud of that achievement too. Gioma stared at Weapon in disbelief. Honestly, he assumed the orange-haired boy was just a loudmouth idiot. Learning he placed second academically completely shattered that image. Weapon looked genuinely offended that his captain thought so little of him. Rachel was apparently his distant cousin. Gioma paused for a second while mentally processing the horrifying implications of that information. Suddenly, the similarities between the healer and the violent hyena girl made much more sense. Weapon explained that his family belonged to a branch line connected to the Changgang clan, Rachel's main bloodline. It sounded like he wanted to say more, but eventually he just awkwardly trailed off and told everyone to forget about it because discussing it served no real purpose. Gioma stared at him silently for a moment. Then Weapon lightly punched his shoulder and asked why their fearless leader kept glaring at him like that. The healer laughed and claimed he was already living the dream anyway. Compared to Gioma, he was nothing special. After all, the gloomy student was obviously destined for greatness someday. Weapon even joked that Gioma might eventually become one of the 7 heroes. Chloe immediately agreed and proudly declared that her crush absolutely possessed that kind of potential. Gioma stayed silent. His eyes slowly drifted toward Saki. The blue-haired archer walked quietly for a while before suddenly declaring that she hated the 7 heroes. The statement stunned everyone. Even Weapon looked shocked and asked what her issue with them was. However, before the conversation could continue, Gioma suddenly stopped walking. His eyes focused on several strange purple gashes carved into the dungeon wall. Weapon continued talking about needing 20 kills to clear the dungeon, but the gloomy student barely heard him. The purple marks radiated terrible energy. Something about them screamed danger. Weapon called out to him again and told him to stop zoning out, because they needed to keep moving. Gioma nodded quietly and continued forward while ignoring the small fragments of strange purple stone falling near his feet. Elsewhere, outside the dungeon, the suspicious guard contacted someone and reported that all preparations were complete exactly as instructed. By now, the students likely already encountered the enraged buffaloes. His employer asked coldly whether everything else had been handled properly too. The guard nervously confirmed that all instructions were followed perfectly. Personally, he believed the students would inevitably die to the raging monsters trapped inside the dungeon. Anyway, the employer immediately snapped at him and warned him not to sound so confident. Then the truth was finally revealed. The person behind everything was the traitorous academy teacher secretly working as a demoness. She coldly asked the guard whether he intended to take responsibility if the plan failed. The poor man immediately turned pale with fear. Still, the demoness calmly reassured him and instructed him to report the results as soon as the deed was finished. After the call ended, the guard sighed heavily. No matter what happened now, he knew he was doomed. Dark energy leaked from the dungeon gate behind him because he had secretly forced the sealed entrance further open. Under normal circumstances, the trapped students should have had 0 chance of survival, and yet, the guard could not stop remembering Gioma's eyes. It felt as though the gloomy student saw straight through everything. The thought unnerved him deeply. Unable to calm himself, the guard eventually stepped toward the dungeon entrance and decided to check inside personally, even if only for a moment. Deep within the cave system, the dungeon environment gradually shifted from solid stone into rough dirt tunnels. Then Chloe suddenly stopped. The red-haired assassin warned Gioma that she sensed magical beasts approaching from behind. The gloomy student immediately asked how many. Chloe's expression darkened. Around 50 monsters were charging directly toward them. Everyone froze. Weapon asked what was wrong just as the thunderous rumbling of hooves echoed throughout the tunnels. The closer the monsters came, the paler the students became. Then, the stampede finally appeared. An enormous herd of enraged buffalo demonoids charged through the tunnel like a tidal wave of death. Their eyes burned blood red while madness radiated from their bodies. The students looked tiny compared to the incoming stampede. Weapon cursed loudly. Buffaloes were never supposed to swarm like this. Something had gone horribly wrong. Even Gioma looked shocked. A full stampede was far beyond what he expected. Instinctively, he reached for his sashimi knives. Then, suddenly, an old memory surfaced in his mind. Back in his previous life, his master once taught him that every blade possessed its own purpose. A chicken knife could not butcher an ox, and a sashimi knife existed solely for slicing fish. At the time, the younger Gioma jokingly pointed out that beef sashimi technically existed too. His master immediately raised a hand like he was about to smack him for the stupid comment. The younger Gioma flinched and apologized instantly. However, the strike never came. Instead, his master silently finished slicing the fish with perfect precision, before smiling faintly and admitting that perhaps his student had a point after all. The memory caused the gloomy student to laugh nervously. Well, it looked like today they would indeed be cutting cows with fish knives. Immediately regaining focus, Gioma issued rapid orders. Chloe was to distract the herd without charging directly into it. She needed to move quickly from side to side and disrupt their formation rather than trying to overpower them head-on. The redhead nodded immediately and accepted the command. Then Gioma turned toward Weapon with a confident smile and asked whether the healer was ready. Weapon looked surprised at first, but the calm confidence in his captain's posture reassured him instantly. The orange-haired boy grinned and declared that he was born ready. Meanwhile, Saki stared at the group in total confusion. 50 enraged buffalo monsters were charging toward them, Yet somehow the gloomy student remained completely calm. Then Gioma suddenly called out to her too. He ordered the blue-haired archer to hold the front line and eliminate anything that got too close. Saki obeyed automatically, though she still could not understand why the weird sashimi knife user looked so composed. Weapon smiled while pulling out his recorder and warned her not to underestimate their leader. The archer continued staring at the bizarre group in confusion. A herd of buffaloes, a bunch of sashimi knives. This entire situation felt insane. Still, Gioma reminded himself not to overthink things. Better safe than sorry. That was why he brought so many knives in the first place. No matter how many enemies appeared, he would cut them all down. The gloomy student grabbed multiple sashimi knives at once, holding them expertly between his fingers like throwing daggers. Then he activated the blazing blessing of the sword god. The charging buffaloes roared furiously as Gioma stepped forward to meet them head-on without fear. The beasts charged with pure murderous intent. Gioma responded by unleashing a storm of sashimi knives directly into the stampede. Behind him, Weapon played desperately on his recorder while buffing the entire team. Saki watched everything in stunned silence. Her favorite snack slipped from her hand and splattered uselessly onto the ground. That alone proved how shocked she truly was. The blue-haired archer stared wide-eyed as the dark-haired boy carved through the charging monsters bathed entirely in red light and blood. He looked insane, like a dark knight walking through carnage without a single scratch touching him. Shadows danced around his body while his cold eyes stared endlessly into the chaos ahead. Before Saki could even fully process the sight, Gioma had already surged forward and annihilated the incoming herd using the sword god's blessing. The buffaloes barely stood a chance, especially once Chloe joined the battle. Using the power of Schrodinger's cat, the red-haired assassin blurred through the battlefield with terrifying speed. She danced around the enraged monsters effortlessly while cutting them down one after another with lethal precision. The buffaloes roared and rampaged wildly, but against Chloe's deadly movements and Gioma's overwhelming assault, the stampede rapidly collapsed into complete slaughter. The buffalo demons were completely decimated. One after another, the enraged beasts collapsed onto their knees before crashing lifelessly onto the ground. Of course, Chloe had not fought alone. A dark shadow moved directly behind her. It was Gioma. The gloomy student followed her attacks perfectly, launching spinning slashes that tore apart any enemies she failed to finish herself. The demonic buffaloes barely had time to process what was happening before they were shredded into pieces beneath his glowing white eyes. The battle looked unreal. Gioma flashed through the battlefield like a phantom, carving apart massive monsters in the blink of an eye. Roars of rage and screams of pain echoed through the cavern, yet the entire massacre felt as though it ended within mere seconds. Then one of the raging bulls suddenly broke through. The buffalo got dangerously close to Gioma, forcing him to raise his knives defensively and shield himself from the incoming attack. Weapon and Saki immediately panicked. Several more buffaloes rushed forward together, clearly intending to crush the isolated boy beneath their overwhelming numbers. The monsters piled on top of one another in pure bloodlust, forming a massive wall of muscle and flesh as they attempted to bury him alive beneath their combined weight. Saki instantly raised her bow. Even she thought the number of attacks was impossible for Gioma to handle alone. Then everything exploded. Before the archer could even fire a single shot, a violent spray of blood erupted outward. Muscle, flesh, and bone scattered everywhere. The buffaloes surrounding Gioma were shredded into countless pieces by his blades before anyone could even understand what happened. He destroyed the entire pile of monsters without breaking a sweat, and somehow looked more annoyed than exhausted afterward. Saki could only stare silently in disbelief. She had not realized their leader was such a terrifying monster. Pieces of defeated enemies littered the battlefield, while Gioma stood calmly among them, surrounded by glowing blades and a bubbling dark red aura from the sword god's blessing. Meanwhile, the gloomy student himself remained focused on something far more practical: loot. After examining the corpses, he concluded that they now possessed more than enough buffalo horns for reinforcement materials. Happily, he began collecting every horn he could physically carry. Thanks to the 40-second painless blessing, slaughtering 50 buffalo demons felt almost effortless. For the first time in a long while, his power actually felt like a blessing instead of a curse. Naturally, Chloe appeared at his side almost immediately. The red-haired assassin excitedly praised him for crushing the enemies once again. Gioma smiled and admitted that he only managed this far thanks to everyone's teamwork. Then he calmly complimented Chloe for doing a good job too and praised the clean victory. The girl nearly ascended from happiness. Meanwhile, the two of them casually chatted like ordinary classmates, despite standing ankle-deep in blood and monster corpses. Weapon and Saki could only stare at them in confusion. The blue-haired archer remained completely stunned, while Weapon grinned proudly beside her. He reminded Saki that he warned her earlier that their leader always found ridiculous ways to surprise people. Saki immediately snapped back that there was no reasonable way to stay calm after witnessing something like that. Weapon simply laughed harder. Honestly, he fully expected Gioma to continue shocking everyone forever. Meanwhile, Saki stared toward the gloomy student with complete confusion and quietly asked what exactly he even was, because from her perspective, there was absolutely nothing normal about him. Weapon admitted that he honestly had no idea either. Still, he confidently declared that their leader was legendary, and casually wondered whether Gyoma would allow him to livestream future battles. Saki stared at him blankly because she genuinely had no idea what nonsense he was talking about anymore. Eventually, the four students continued deeper into the dungeon. Their original objective was already complete, so now they only needed to casually head back home. The dungeon's official clear condition required defeating 20 buffalo demons. Gyoma somehow slaughtered more than double that amount, almost casually. When Weapon pointed this out, the gloomy student brushed it off by saying he technically did nothing useful during midterms anyway. Weapon looked like he wanted to argue with that statement very badly. However, after glancing towards Saki, he suddenly swallowed whatever secret he almost revealed. Instead, the healer jokingly commented that they nearly died screaming back there and mentioned that the Lion King almost suffered the same fate once before. Saki looked confused about why they suddenly brought up the Lion King at all. Then Weapon jokingly asked whether Gyoma was secretly possessed by some other entity too. Before anyone could continue the conversation, Chloe suddenly stopped walking. The redhead quietly asked why everything had suddenly become so silent. The deeper they traveled, the more unnatural the atmosphere felt. Then they noticed it. A strange pillar-like structure stood ahead of them. Suddenly, Saki screamed for everyone to stop. The students froze in horror as they saw massive dark purple chains wrapped tightly around a gigantic stone gate. The chains radiated ominous energy strong enough to send chills down everyone's spine. The group stared silently at the sealed gateway. Something about it felt unbelievably wrong. Elsewhere, the traitorous guard finally entered the dungeon himself. The moment he discovered the massacred buffalo corpses scattered everywhere, his face went pale. He genuinely believed the students would die against the enraged monsters he released. Instead, they slaughtered every single one of them. The sight terrified him. A few days earlier, a woman claiming to be an academy instructor approached him with an unbelievable proposal. The woman was actually the disguised demoness. She promised to erase his massive gambling debt in exchange for completing a single task. The desperate guard almost lost his mind hearing the offer. Her instructions were simple. First, he needed to tame the buffaloes inside the dungeon. Then he would use the demonic stone she provided to drive them into a frenzy. Finally, once Kangjima entered the dungeon, he would secretly open the sealed stone gate hidden deep inside. The guard honestly did not know whether he was more shocked by her strange appearance or by the fact she casually approached him with a criminal request worth 20 billion. He nervously questioned whether she truly intended to sacrifice students. The demoness immediately asked whether he wanted the deal or not. If he refused, she would simply find another desperate fool. Terrified of losing the opportunity, the guard instantly grabbed her hand and begged her not to leave. He happily accepted the task without hesitation. The demoness smirked mockingly and called him a debt-ridden idiot even after he agreed to help her. Then she instructed him to answer every unknown phone number she called from before disappearing. The fool barely noticed the insult. His mind focused entirely on the 20 billion reward waiting for him. Unfortunately, even while dreaming about escaping debt, he already planned to gamble again afterward. Some idiots truly never learn. Back in the present, the guard marched deeper into the dungeon while cursing anyone who threatened his future fortune. He believed there was nothing to worry about anyway. After all, the sealed stone gate had already been opened. There was no possible way those students survived what waited beyond it. Meanwhile, the students themselves had finally arrived at that exact gateway. Gyoma immediately realized the truth. Everything earlier had been too easy, because they unknowingly walked straight into a trap. Now he understood why the guard's reaction at the entrance felt so suspicious. He should have trusted his instincts. The dark-haired student quickly recognized the strange purple fragments they encountered earlier. They were pieces of the giant's demon stone, a mid-game quest item required to unlock the sealed gate. The moment he realized this, his expression darkened. According to the game, defeating whatever waited beyond the gate granted an incredible reward called the Blessing of Transition, a single-use blessing capable of transferring and amplifying another blessing onto a chosen target. However, obtaining that reward required defeating an A-rank demon, Aturos Minotauros, the Buffalo King. Gyoma stared at the heavy stone gate wrapped in massive chains. A single red slash mark stretched across its supposedly indestructible surface. Unfortunately, he already exhausted all 40 seconds of the painless blessing while fighting the buffalo herd earlier. That meant he had almost nothing left. Still, he quietly prayed that Mirosame could hold together long enough for him to break through the gate and escape. That was the plan. Then purple miasma suddenly bubbled from the ground. Smoke filled the chamber while violent tremors shook the cavern itself. Chloe immediately called out to her leader while everyone stared around in alarm. The atmosphere grew heavier and more dangerous with every passing second. Then something enormous emerged from the haze. A towering giant wielding a massive axe materialized before them. The students could barely comprehend the creature's size. Weapon stared upward blankly before dumbly asking whether that thing was somehow another buffalo. Unfortunately, it was far worse. Gioma cursed under his breath. The boss already appeared before they could escape. The Buffalo King towered high above them beneath the flickering torchlight. Its massive black horns curved upward while two lesser bodyguards stood beside it like royal guards. This was a true boss-level demon, a creature students were never supposed to encounter. Chloe quickly assessed the situation and confirmed that even the smaller bodyguards posed serious danger. Escaping now would be nearly impossible once the main beast fully awakened. Still, unlike the mermaid encounter during midterms, Gioma actually understood minotaurs. At full strength, he could probably handle 3 alone. The problem was that he no longer possessed the painless blessing necessary to survive such a battle. Any fight now bordered on suicide, the team needed strategy. Quietly, the dark-haired boy reached into his jacket and grabbed another hidden sashimi knife. Then he turned toward Weapon and asked whether the healer could reduce his pain with support magic. The orange-haired boy looked startled for a moment before nodding seriously. Yes, he could. Jian-Ma needed to know how long he could maintain the power granted by the weapon. The answer was not encouraging. The blessing could only be sustained for a maximum of 2 minutes, but he decided that would have to be enough. He instructed the healer to keep the effect active throughout the fight. One mistake, one moment of hesitation, and he would be finished. The healer was nervous, but Jian-Ma's confident smile gave him courage. He promised to do everything he could, declaring that he could never refuse a request from his hero. The plan was simple. Saki and Chloe would handle the lesser enemies while Jian-Ma dealt with the giant beast alone. He firmly ordered them not to interfere. Even the Japanese archer was amazed by how quickly he had adapted to such a desperate situation. As everyone prepared themselves, the monstrous beast let out a deafening roar that sprayed saliva across the battlefield. It looked more like a wild animal than a thinking creature. With a grim expression, Jian-Ma drew his weapon and activated the blessing of the sword god. The moment the blessing entered his body, unimaginable agony exploded through him. Silver blue energy flooded his veins, feeling as though thousands of knives were tearing apart his nervous system from within. He had not experienced the full horror of his curse in a long time, and the sensation nearly shattered his mind. Blood spilled from his lips as he staggered. Then relief arrived. The healer's support washed over him like a soothing balm. The pain did not disappear, but it became manageable. The orange-haired boy was desperately playing his recorder, maintaining the blessing with everything he had. Jian-Ma forced himself forward. He had to do this. There would not be a second chance. The golden-horned minotaur charged toward him, and Jian-Ma rushed to meet it head-on. Underground flames illuminated the battlefield as the two opponents collided at incredible speed. He darted toward the monster's leg. The blessing was tearing his body apart, and he felt close to vomiting blood, but he continued moving. The minotaur swung its massive sword. Jian-Ma dodged the first slash and narrowly avoided the second. A powerful kick followed, forcing him to block before immediately retreating. There was no time to think, no time to rest. He struck once and pulled back, carving his first wound into the beast. The battle became a whirlwind of movement. The giant warrior raised its sword again, but Jian-Ma slipped between its legs. The enraged monster twisted around, tracking him with glowing red eyes, as he continued slicing at its body. Again and again, Jian-Ma evaded death by mere inches. Despite the pain crushing him from within, he felt strangely free. Every movement flowed naturally. Every attack felt precise. The Minotaur's sword smashed into the environment with terrifying force, destroying everything it touched. Yet Jian-Ma continued dancing around its attacks like the wind itself. The monster eventually unleashed a devastating strike, powerful enough to shake the battlefield. Smoke and dust engulfed the area. The beast stood proudly amidst the destruction, convinced its opponent had finally been crushed. Then it sensed something wrong. Through the smoke stood Jian-Ma. His eyes glowed blue. His blade remained firmly in his hand. Elsewhere, Saki glanced toward the duel and found it difficult to believe that a human could move like that. The lesser enemies they were fighting were powerful enough to serve as the giant beast's generals. Drawing her bow, she entered a focused combat stance and released an arrow with unwavering precision. The projectile struck true. The giant beast roared in pain. Watching Jian-Ma fight reminded Saki of someone legendary, Sade, the Sword Emperor. Rumors had spread throughout the academy that the Sword Emperor had once personally acknowledged a special admission student. That student was standing before the Minotaur right now. The beast seemed to sense the danger as well. Its eyes widened. A terrifying blue aura burned around Jian-Ma. Even so, the monster continued fighting. It suddenly threw a punch, attempting to catch him off guard. A flash of light exploded. Jian-Ma swung his blade. The monster's arm was severed instantly. The massive limb crashed to the ground while the beast screamed in agony. What had begun as an uneven battle was quickly turning into a complete domination. Meanwhile, the rest of the team continued fighting. The healer pushed himself to his limits while Chloe overwhelmed her opponent. After a fierce struggle, she killed the smaller bull and calmly returned toward the group. Even then, she remained worried. Humanoid demons were far more dangerous than ordinary monsters. The more human they appeared, the deadlier they tended to be. Back on the main battlefield, the giant beast refused to surrender. Roaring with rage, it raised its remaining weapon and released a dark aura. The students froze in horror. The creature was using magic. Its veins bulged as it burned its own life force to generate mana. Even experienced fighters struggled to believe what they were witnessing. The violent magic made it difficult to approach, yet Jianma never stepped back. The healer's lips bled from the strain of maintaining the blessing, but he continued playing. He believed in his hero completely. The Minotaur swung its axe once more. Dark magic wrapped around the weapon like living veins, amplifying its destructive power. Hatred and fury fueled every ounce of strength behind the attack. Blood dripped from Jianma's mouth as he faced the incoming strike. Then he charged forward. A blinding flash erupted. The glowing knife collided with the enchanted axe. The battlefield trembled. The monster's overwhelming power crashed against the determination of a student fighting to protect his friends. Neither side retreated. Only one of them would leave alive. Jianma pushed forward because failure meant death not only for himself, but for everyone behind him. Yet he quickly realized the problem. The monster's magical defenses were too strong. If he dodged, his teammates would die. The beast pressed harder. Golden cracks appeared in the air as Jianma was forced backward. His feet scraped across the ground while the crushing force threatened to overwhelm him. He was losing. Then, just as defeat seemed inevitable, a golden arrow streaked across the battlefield. Saki's shot pierced the monster's eye. The beast roared in agony. Jianma looked back in surprise. The archer shouted at him to stop hesitating and take the opening she had created. Understanding immediately, he rushed forward, but it was too late. Jianma closed his eyes and focused. Another aspect of his blessing awakened. Red energy spread across the battlefield like a living organism. It pulsed like a beating heart as a terrifying power emerged from within it. Chloe immediately recognized the blue light gathering around his blade. The blue and red energies collided. The result was overwhelming. Jianma's eyes darkened, leaving only white irises visible. The beast stared in horror. The blue light advanced. The monster screamed. This strike was different, far cleaner, far deadlier. It was as though the very thread of life connecting the creature to existence had been severed. With a single flawless motion, Jianma cut through the Minotaur completely. The giant beast split cleanly in half. Its upper body separated from its lower body as both halves crashed to the ground. The attack had never even come close to touching him. Everyone watching stood frozen in shock. It was a perfect cut. Jianma stumbled forward between the two halves of the fallen monster. He remained standing only through sheer determination. Blood dripped from his lips. His body trembled from exhaustion. Still gripping his knife, he took several heavy breaths and looked at the remains of his defeated opponent. Relief washed over him. Against impossible odds, he had done it. Saki could only stare in awe at Jianma after witnessing his victory. Nearby, the healer collapsed to the ground in relief as the blue countdown continued ticking away. He looked at the dark-haired student with amazement. Every time he watched Jianma fight, the boy seemed to shatter common sense. The brilliant blue light that had illuminated the entire cave had come from him. At such a young age, Jianma was already beginning to manifest an aura. The healer honestly did not know what kind of monster his friend was becoming. His thoughts were interrupted when Saki suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. The startled healer nearly jumped out of his skin. Saki rolled her eyes and told him to breathe. He was still shaken from the battle, and she could hardly blame him. Smirking, she admitted that she finally understood what he had meant earlier when talking about that legendary incident. The healer looked confused. Saki explained that she finally understood why he followed Jianma around so faithfully. The boy was simply too impressive. The healer immediately denied such accusations, but Saki ignored him. She jokingly pointed out that academy rules prevented Jianma from transferring into their class that year. The healer stared at her in disbelief. With swollen lips and a battered body, he asked whether she had hit her head or been possessed by a demon. Saki simply smiled and replied that perhaps the opposite had happened. As the healer thought about it, he realized there actually was no rule against what she was suggesting. Saki grinned and announced that she was interested in tagging along as well. After all, Jianma had become someone impossible to ignore. Meanwhile, the boy himself was struggling just to breathe. Even with the support of blessings, rest was unavoidable after a battle like that. Still, he considered this fight a success. It was the first time he had fought without relying entirely on the painless blessing. Suddenly, someone shouted his name. Before he could react, Chloe launched herself at him. The worried girl wrapped her arms around him and began frantically asking whether he was hurt and if he was all right. Unfortunately, every hug aggravated his existing injuries. Jianma trembled in pain and weakly informed her that he was, in fact, still injured. Chloe immediately gasped and jumped back. Embarrassed, she played with her hair while apologizing repeatedly. The exhausted boy leaned backward and briefly wished he had simply died during the fight. The pain was unbelievable. Then a large system notification appeared before him. The message congratulated him for unlocking a brand new blessing. Originally, this blessing should have belonged to Leon. GM Ma had never intended to steal it, especially since spirit-ranked blessings were among the rarest abilities in existence. However, circumstances had changed. The new ability was called the Blessing of Transition. This blessing allowed the user to transfer one of their own blessings to a living being or an object through direct physical contact. It was considered an essential ability for controlling dual-natured spirit creatures. Since he had obtained it, Jian Ma decided he might as well make good use of it. Not long afterward, the dungeon door finally opened. The exhausted student looked up and immediately reminded Chloe about the favor he had requested earlier. Without hesitation, she agreed. Moments later, a guard cautiously entered the dungeon. The man looked around in frozen horror at the destruction surrounding him. Before he could fully process the scene, Chloe suddenly leaped forward and stabbed him in the leg. The guard screamed and collapsed onto the floor, writhing in agony. Chloe coldly warned him not to move. The healer was completely confused and asked what was happening. GM Ma calmly explained that this was the favor he had requested. The guard began shouting in panic, demanding to know why they were attacking him. GM Ma answered that they were trying to figure out exactly what role he had played in the disaster. After questioning him, the students slowly pieced everything together. The stampeding buffalo horde, the open stone gate, the suspicious timing, all of it had been caused by the guard. Saki admitted that the situation had felt suspicious from the beginning. There were no surveillance cameras inside the dungeon, yet the guard had appeared at the perfect moment. The healer still did not understand why the man would target students. Saki replied that was exactly what they intended to discover. Turning her glowing blue eyes toward the terrified guard, she demanded to know who had ordered him to do this. The man stuttered helplessly. Saki's patience quickly disappeared. She asked whether he intended to talk willingly or whether they would need to loosen his tongue for him. Even Jiama was surprised by her ferocity. The dark-haired boy added that things would become very unpleasant if the guard refused to cooperate. A few days earlier, an instructor from the academy had approached him. The instructor promised to clear all of his gambling debts if he followed specific instructions. The healer was furious. He could not believe someone would sell out students and risk countless lives over money. The guard desperately argued that it was not just a small amount of money. The promised reward was 20 billion. That revelation only made him seem worse. Saki eventually calmed everyone down and asked for a description of the instructor. The guard described a tall woman with purple hair and purple eyes. Saki immediately recognized the description. It matched the assistant instructor perfectly. She never forgot a face. Jianma agreed. The healer then wondered if this same woman had been connected to the midterm incident. Since Saki had not been present at the time, she asked for an explanation. That was when Jianma revealed that they had encountered a demonoid mermaid during the midterms. Saki was stunned. She had heard that Leon ended up hospitalized after fighting a demon, but she had never known the details. The healer excitedly revealed that Jianma had practically soloed the giant demonoid. Saki wanted to argue, but recent events made the story surprisingly believable. With all the information gathered, Jianma checked the time. The entire group groaned. They had spent far longer inside the dungeon than expected. Then a strange tearing sound echoed through the area. Blood splattered everywhere. The guard screamed. A dungeon that should never have opened had suddenly appeared. The timing was far too perfect. Jiama calmly pointed out that this looked like an attempt to erase loose ends. The terrified guard finally understood the danger he was in. The dark-haired student looked toward Chloe. She was the assassin among them. The decision was hers. Chloe nodded. The guard begged for mercy as she approached with her sword drawn. Unfortunately for him, mercy had disappeared the moment he tried to get them killed. His screams ended quickly. The matter was settled. As they left, Gyama's anger continued growing. Someone within the academy's leadership was targeting him. The realization only strengthened his resolve. He silently vowed that whoever was behind this would eventually pay the price. Later, Jiama visited the blacksmith. Among the treasures recovered from the dungeon was the magnificent golden horn of the Minotaur King. It was an extremely valuable material capable of guaranteeing successful weapon enhancement below a certain rank. The blacksmith nearly lost the ability to speak when he saw it. Even experienced hunters struggled to obtain materials of such quality. The man shakily asked whether Guillaume Ma had somehow defeated the dungeon boss himself. Guillaume Ma quickly corrected him. His team had made the victory possible. He then handed over his damaged blade and requested repairs. The blacksmith nearly had a heart attack after examining the weapon. The sword looked absolutely ruined. He demanded to know what kind of abuse the student had put it through. Jian Ma had no patience for the lecture. One threatening word was enough to make the blacksmith immediately change his tone and politely suggest that the student take better care of his equipment in the future. The repairs were accepted. As Jian Ma prepared to leave, the blacksmith grumbled about his miserable luck and secretly considered making the blade even shorter. Then Jianma suddenly stopped, remembering something he told the blacksmith to use any leftover materials to buy himself a drink. The unexpected kindness completely caught the craftsman off guard. Fear could motivate people, but kindness often worked even better. Later, back at the academy, students continued whispering about recent events. Things had improved somewhat, but Jianma was still suffering from the lingering effects of the sword god's blessing. As he sat through class, he decided that he would probably need to ask the healer for a few more recovery blessings before long. Jianma leaned back in his chair and let out a tired sigh as silver strands of hair fell across his eyes. Above him floated his glowing status board, displaying the latest changes to his abilities. Several of his attributes had improved. His physical endurance, mental endurance, and weapon synchronization had all received noticeable upgrades. However, the most significant change was his assimilation rate. Unlike his other stats, the assimilation rate increased dramatically after every major battle. Clearing another dungeon would likely raise it even further, and he could tell that something important was approaching. Whatever awaited him at full assimilation, it could not be far away. At least there was one small blessing. His hair was not turning gray any faster than before. Even so, the gradual spread of silver strands remained concerning. If his entire head turned white, who knew what might happen next? Jianma jokingly worried that truly powerful people always seem to end up bald. The last thing he wanted was to become some legendary warrior who looked like a giant human egg, while enemies constantly hunted him. There was still far too much for him to prepare for. He needed to master the blessing of transition. Although he had unintentionally claimed the blessing that should have belonged to Leon, there was no point dwelling on it now. Leon would be overloaded with powerful blessings in the future anyway. For now, survival and recovery came first. Stretching his sore muscles, Jianma groaned. The previous battle had been brutal. His gaze shifted toward the celebratory gift resting nearby. It was supposedly a special sweet treat, but after tasting it he concluded that it contained enough sugar to qualify as a biological weapon. Despite everything, he felt satisfied for the first time he had successfully led his own team and cleared a dungeon. Sure, someone had attempted to assassinate him in the process, but that was slowly becoming a normal part of his life. The important thing was that he now had people he could genuinely call friends. Weapon. Chloe. Neither of them played major roles in the original story, and he was still unsure whether Chloe considered him a friend or simply the object of her affection. The red-haired girl had actually been hospitalized with a fever after the dungeon incident. He would have to visit her later. Before he could think further, their teacher entered the classroom and ordered everyone back to their seats. As usual, the academy's famous swordmaster accompanied him. Jianma barely paid attention until his phone suddenly vibrated. Confused, he looked down and discovered a message from an unknown number. "What are you doing?" He frowned. Had someone sent the message by mistake? Another notification appeared. "Look in front of you." Curious, he raised his head. The moment he did, his eyes widened in horror. A familiar girl with light blue hair happily waved at him from the front of the room. Her phone displayed a bunny wallpaper, and she wore an enormous grin, as though nothing strange was happening. It was Saki. The classroom exploded into chaos. The students could hardly believe what they were seeing. The teacher quickly restored order and announced that Cadet Saki Ryojo had officially transferred into their class. The room erupted once again. The students stared at her in disbelief. Saki was one of the academy's greatest prodigies, one of the so-called miracle generation. Alongside Jianma, Abel, and Rachel, she ranked among the strongest and most talented students of her year. She excelled academically. She excelled in combat. She was the daughter of Kojima Saki, one of the 7 heroes and the wielder of the absolute bow. Even more importantly, in this world her father also served as Japan's prime minister. In other words, Saki was essentially a princess. The entire classroom was losing its mind. Meanwhile, Jianma silently begged for her to stay far away from him. Unfortunately, fate ignored his prayers. The blue-haired princess casually strolled through the classroom while dozens of students admired her. She eventually stopped directly beside him. The poor boy continued mentally pleading for disaster to avoid him. Then Saki spoke. "If you're not going to eat that snack, I'll take it." Jianma looked up in defeat. There she was, standing right beside him. She shoved her phone into his face and ordered him to save her number. At that moment, he was forced to admit that his bad feelings were never wrong. Elsewhere, investigators continued examining the dungeon incident. Police tape surrounded the entire area. The witness explained that the guard had claimed he was worried about the cadets and wanted to inspect the dungeon personally. When asked whether anything seemed unusual, the witness admitted that the man had appeared nervous and unwell before entering. The investigators exchanged grim looks. Something was clearly wrong. One of them reflected on what they had discovered inside the dungeon. The scene remained burned into his memory. Hundreds of buffalo corpses covered the battlefield. Mountains of flesh and blood filled the dungeon. The academy cadets had survived. The guard had not. No body was ever recovered. No evidence remained. It was as though the man had simply vanished from existence. His partner suggested that perhaps the guard was still trapped beyond the stone gate. The investigator doubted it. The possibility existed, but it seemed extremely unlikely. Unfortunately, the Academy's status complicated matters. Powerful nobles filled its ranks, making further investigation almost impossible without approval from higher authorities. As the investigators discussed the case, one of them stepped away for a break. Then disaster struck. A violent force launched him backward. His partner turned in shock. A woman approached calmly. She wore white thigh-high boots, and purple energy crackled around her fingertips. The investigator immediately realized what he was seeing. Magic, a demon, or something close to one. The woman smiled pleasantly. It was the Academy's purple-haired assistant instructor, the same woman connected to the recent conspiracy. Before the investigator could react, she attacked. Purple power flashed. The strike crossed the distance instantly. The investigator barely had time to understand what was happening before his head separated from his body. As his consciousness faded, he finally understood the truth. The woman was not a demon. She was a human who had formed a pact with one, a half-human, half-demon existence. The smiling instructor casually looked down at the corpses. She complimented the investigators for their hard work. Then she cheerfully remarked that villains simply needed to work harder than heroes. Back at the academy, Saki sat comfortably in Jianma's usual area while happily eating her favorite snack. Despite being the center of attention, she behaved as though nothing unusual was happening. Jianma cautiously asked why she had transferred classes. Saki immediately changed the subject and questioned why he had not eaten the dessert she shared. The boy reminded her that the snack contained enough sugar to cause immediate medical complications. He also pointed out that she was currently sitting in Chloe's seat. Saki shrugged. First come, first served. The argument was annoyingly reasonable. Before Jianma could continue questioning her motives, the students received a reminder that only 5 minutes remained before assembly. An awkward silence followed. Then Jianma pointed out that their class participated in morning training every day. Since she had transferred, she would need to join them. Saki immediately refused. This only made him more confused. Why transfer if she had no intention of participating? Instead of answering, she made a completely different demand. She informed him that she no longer wanted him calling her Saki. From now on, he was supposed to call her Rei-Ojo. In her culture, close friends used first names. Jianma immediately pointed out that Weapon called her Saki. Saki dismissed the argument without hesitation. Apparently, different rules applied to different people. After making her declaration, she casually laid her head on the desk and prepared to sleep. Jianma could only stare. A very troublesome person had entered his class, and she clearly had no intention of leaving. Meanwhile, over in the hero class, Rachel stretched while listening to the latest rumors. She had already heard that Saki transferred out. The blonde students around her found the news unbelievable. Even Abel appeared unusually quiet. Rachel immediately noticed. A mischievous smile appeared on her face. She pointed out that Abel seemed far more bothered by the transfer than she wanted to admit. The talented swordswoman frowned and asked what she meant. Rachel's grin widened. Transfers could only happen when there was an available opening, and that meant someone somewhere had created space specifically for Saki to move. The implication was impossible to miss. Rachel's teasing had uncovered a surprising truth. Apparently their class had been short one student all year, and somehow Saki had discovered that fact despite spending most of her time asleep in the archery hall. Abel looked completely confused. She asked what Saki's transfer had to do with her. Rachel immediately explained. The healer had mentioned that Saki and Jianma had teamed up during the Buffalo Dungeon incident. They had fought together and survived a battle that should have killed them. The blonde then grinned mischievously. Even if Saki happened to like Jianma, there was supposed to be an order to these things. Abel slowly began to understand what Rachel was implying, and then she panicked. Rachel laughed and declared that Abel had already called dibs on Jianma long ago. The swordswoman instantly blushed. She loudly denied everything and accused Rachel of saying ridiculous things again. Unfortunately, Rachel refused to let her escape. She pointed out that whenever Jianma's name appeared in a conversation, Abel always reacted differently. Determined to put an end to the discussion, Abel firmly stated that she had only spoken with Jianma a few times. There was absolutely nothing between them. Rachel merely hummed. There might be nothing now, but who knew what could happen later? The blonde then delivered a devastating observation. Abel could fool everyone else if she wanted. Lying to herself, however, was simply pathetic. The swordswoman was left speechless. Rachel smirked and advised her to think carefully about those words. As Abel sat there, she found herself remembering a conversation from the past. Her grandfather had once informed her that he would temporarily be serving as an instructor at the academy. At the time, she had been annoyed. The famous swordmaster already attracted enough attention without following her around. However, he explained that he would specifically be overseeing the first-year students. That revelation had surprised her. The old man clearly had not forgotten the events of the midterm examinations. After all, she had personally asked for his help back then. Now looking back on it, Abel realized something. Although her grandfather always appeared calm and indifferent, there had been a sharpness in his eyes that he could not hide. Someone had captured his interest. There was only one possible candidate, Jian Ma. The realization left her conflicted. She was not sure whether to feel threatened or insulted. The special admission student had risen through the academy without noble status, relying purely on talent and hard work. His growth was absurd. His accomplishments continued piling up one after another, defying all logic. When she first met him, he had been nothing more than a scrawny boy sneaking around the academy. Now he carried himself like a genuine warrior. His gaze was sharper. His movements were steadier. His presence was stronger. Even more frustrating, he was beginning to outshine Leon Reinhardt, someone who was supposed to be a future hero candidate. The strange thing was that Jian Ma never seemed to care. He never bragged. He simply continued moving forward. If he had been arrogant, Abel thought it would have been much easier to dislike him. Jealousy. Her grandfather had acknowledged Jian Ma, and for some reason that bothered her more than she wanted to admit. As she wrestled with those emotions, Rachel suddenly appeared beside her like a predator emerging from the shadows. Abel nearly jumped out of her seat. She demanded to know why Rachel kept sneaking up on people. Rachel responded with equal outrage, acting as though Abel was the unreasonable one. The swordswoman immediately doubled down. She absolutely did not have feelings for Jian Ma. She was busy. She had responsibilities. She did not have the time or emotional space to think about someone like him. Rachel's grin widened. She admitted that hearing Abel say that out loud was actually very reassuring. Abel blinked in confusion. Rachel then explained. Since Abel had officially removed herself from consideration, that meant any other girl interested in Jian Ma could proceed without guilt. The blonde confidently announced that she had no intention of losing to Saki. In fact, now that Abel was supposedly out of the competition, things had become much easier. Abel's face immediately turned red. For one brief moment she looked strangely pleased. Then Rachel struck again. Was she finally ready to admit her feelings? Abel instantly returned to full defensive mode and scolded her once more. Elsewhere, class continued as normal. The instructor was teaching blessing theory. According to him, blessing ranks were determined by the spirits connected to them. If a blessing contained a guardian spirit, it became a guardian rank blessing. One student asked whether ancestor spirits created ancestor rank blessings. At that exact moment, Saki mumbled that her grandfather kept appearing in her dreams lately. Perhaps sleeping less would solve that problem. The teacher laughed and explained that ancestor spirits did not grant blessings. At best, they could provide guidance and support. Saki considered the answer for approximately 5 seconds, then she immediately fell asleep again. Not even a professional lecturer could keep her awake. Watching this, Jian Ma once again wished she would sit literally anywhere else. The lesson continued. 2 days had passed since Saki transferred into their class, and Jian Ma still had no idea why she was there. The situation made even less sense because she spent nearly every lesson asleep. Whenever he wanted to ask her questions, she was unconscious. If she intended to nap all day, she could at least do it somewhere else. Fortunately, Chloe was still recovering in the hospital, meaning no arguments had erupted over the seating arrangement. Even so, Jian Ma had to admit that Saki's assistance during the dungeon investigation had been invaluable. The girl was frighteningly competent, far more effective than the healer when it came to gathering information. Meanwhile, the teacher continued explaining blessing classifications. Most students possessed personal spirit blessings. These were the most common type. However, the professor reassured everyone that rarity was not everything. A talented user could make a personal spirit blessing stronger than a guardian rank blessing. Spirit rank blessings, meanwhile, were incredibly rare. Jian Ma found the lecture mildly amusing. After all, he had recently obtained one himself. The blessing of transition was hardly ordinary. Another student then asked about heroic blessings. The professor smiled. Even among scholars, heroic blessings were considered legends. Since the beginning of recorded history, only one person had ever awakened such a blessing, the hero of origins, Valor Hauakin. His blessing stood above all others. That said, modern rumors suggested there might be another possibility, a mythical phenomenon known as the miracle blessing. Unfortunately, class ended before the teacher could elaborate further. As the students prepared to leave, Jian Ma suddenly raised his hand. The teacher looked surprised but encouraged him to ask his question. The classroom grew quiet. Jian Ma asked whether the professor had ever heard the phrase, "May the blessing of the gods be with you." Silence followed. Even Saki woke up. The teacher studied him carefully before answering. There was a problem with that phrase. Jian Ma immediately became interested. The professor smiled. There were no gods left in the world. As far as humanity knew, divine blessings no longer existed. Compared to heroic blessings, blessings originating from gods were beyond legend. Most people believed they had vanished entirely. The answer left Jian Ma deep in thought as the teacher departed. A moment later, he noticed Saki staring at him with an amused grin. He asked if she was finally awake. She considered the question. "Probably not," she replied. Guillaume sighed. The girl clearly had no intention of joining the world of the living anytime soon. Feeling exhausted himself, he decided to rest for a moment. He lowered his head onto his desk. Darkness swallowed his vision. Then something strange happened. A glowing letter appeared in the void. More symbols followed. Words slowly formed in the darkness, as though something was attempting to communicate with him. Jian focused. Then his eyes widened. A message appeared before him. The sword god was requesting a conversation. He suddenly found himself standing in an impossible place. A massive blue orb floated before him, larger than a planet and covered in flickering glitches. Fragments of debris drifted around it like shattered remnants of forgotten worlds. The orb radiated overwhelming authority, a presence so vast that it felt impossible to comprehend. The message appeared again. Would he accept the conversation? Jian could only stare. Nothing about this made sense. The orb impatiently repeated the request. At the same time, it warned that someone identified as the GM was interfering with the world's timeline through unauthorized code. Judging from the constant glitches, whatever was happening clearly violated the rules of reality itself. The main character barely understood any of it. What was a world line? Who was the GM? Why was any of this happening? Before he could ask, everything around him suddenly froze. The drifting debris stopped moving. The glitches weakened. The strange realm fell silent. Then a final realization appeared. The dimensional gap between them was too great. Jianma's current level was simply insufficient. Whatever was trying to contact Jianma could not cross the enormous gap separating them. Apparently, he had not yet met the necessary requirements for whatever process was taking place. The giant display repeated its question, asking whether he wished to proceed. Unfortunately, it was doing a terrible job of explaining anything. The screen kept withholding information that would have made the decision much easier. Still, this strange encounter had already gone on for far too long, and it felt far more real than any ordinary dream. Perhaps this was finally his chance. Maybe he would learn the truth about the sword god's blessing. Maybe he would discover why he had been brought into this world. Taking a deep breath, Jianma focused on the floating prompt. Then, he selected yes. The response came instantly. The mysterious GM acknowledged his decision and announced that a reverse connection was being initiated. The entire world began to glitch. Reality distorted around him as strange buzzing sounds echoed through the void. Cracks spread through the glass-like space surrounding him until everything shattered. Then a familiar sensation washed over him. It was exactly like the moment he first awakened the sword god's blessing at the academy entrance. Countless lines connected. Lights flashed. Fragments of forgotten memories drifted around him. Something shone brightly in the distance. Jiama could not make out what it was, but he knew it was important. He had to see it. Slowly, he reached forward. Step by step, he pushed himself closer to the light. His hand stretched outward. The glowing figure remained just beyond reach. A little further. Just a little further. Then suddenly, a voice shouted for him to wake up. A hand grabbed his shoulder. The entire vision shattered. External interference had been detected. The conversation was forcibly terminated. Jianma desperately tried to hold on to the information slipping through his fingers, but it was impossible. The strange red dimension collapsed around him. The swirling system rapidly sealed itself away. However, before everything disappeared, a final message was delivered. The GM left him with a single instruction. Cut, sever, no matter what. The words echoed through the fading darkness. The blue light grew dimmer. The stars vanished one by one. Eventually, everything disappeared. As consciousness slipped away, a familiar phrase reached his ears. May the blessings of the gods be with you. Kwangjima, wake up already. His eyes snapped open. The first thing he saw was Saki. The blue-haired girl was staring down at him with an expression that seemed equal parts amused and annoyed. The irony was not lost on him. She was always sleeping in class. Now she was scolding him for doing the same thing. Saki informed him that if she had not woken him up, he probably would have slept until the following day. Then she paused. Something about his expression caught her attention. A tear rolled down Guillemot's face. The poor boy looked absolutely devastated. Not because he was sad, because he had just lost the biggest opportunity of his life. Much later, after he had finally gathered himself, Guillemot sat alone on a bench and tried to organize his thoughts. Saki had been genuinely worried when she saw him crying. She asked whether he had experienced a nightmare. The strange thing was that he honestly did not know. He remembered dreaming about something important, something incredibly important. Yet the details were gone, completely gone. The more he tried to remember, the more the memories slipped away. It was unsettling. And more than a little embarrassing, especially since Saki had witnessed the whole thing. As he sat there thinking, familiar faces suddenly approached. Weapon, Chloe, and of course, Saki. The entire team had gathered. It was time to discuss their situation. The first conclusion was obvious. Someone within the academy was targeting Jianma. The same thing had happened during the midterm incident. Their enemies were clearly not finished with him. Saki looked thoroughly bored while reviewing the details. She complained that they kept repeating the same information over and over again instead of getting to the point. According to her, this obsession with minor details was exactly why Weapon never ranked first. The healer immediately fired back. He declared that she would not remain the Academy's top student forever and promised to surpass her in the next examination. Saki dramatically sighed and claimed that listening to him was causing her physical pain. Giamma and Chloe simply watched the exchange in silence. Neither of them knew how to deal with that level of energy. Eventually, Giamma turned toward Chloe and asked how she was feeling. The red-haired girl smiled. She was recovering well. However, she was still keeping her distance just in case she was contagious. That explained why she had not immediately attached herself to him, for now. The conversation soon returned to the main topic. Trying to solve everything alone had not worked. They needed a proper plan. Suddenly, Saki moved directly into Giamma's personal space. She reminded him that he was supposed to call her by her first name now. Nothing else was acceptable. The boy nervously glanced toward Chloe. Calling another girl by her first name in front of the Academy's resident yandere felt extremely dangerous. Still, he complied. Ryojo. Saki immediately lit up with satisfaction. Apparently she approved. Now that the important matter had been settled, the group returned to business. Weapon presented everything they knew so far. First, Academy elders were somehow involved in the attacks. Second, they had obtained a description of the suspicious female instructor. The only problem was the sketch. Looking at Weapon's terrible drawing, both Chloe and Giamma were rendered speechless. The picture looked nothing like a human being. Still, they had made progress. The problem was that knowing all of this did not actually solve anything. They still lacked proof, the enemy's motives remained unclear, and powerful families would likely interfere before students could act. Saki then revealed something surprising. She recognized the woman, at least she thought she did. After obtaining the description, she had searched through the Academy's internal records, all 546 instructors and assistants. The others stared at her. Apparently, she had hacked into one of the most secure systems in the world. Saki casually explained that she had done it at dawn while security protocols were at their weakest. She then complained about how exhausted she was because of it. Suddenly, her constant sleeping made a lot more sense. The girl was not lazy. She was just permanently sleep-deprived. Even Giamma was impressed. This also explained how she had somehow acquired his phone number. Unfortunately, the search produced strange results. She found a match. It was as though her records did not properly exist. That mystery only made the situation more suspicious. Since directly confronting the elders was impossible, Weapon proposed a different solution. A club. The suggestion surprised everyone. The healer quickly explained. Official Academy clubs received special benefits. Funding. Resources. Freedom of movement. Most importantly, official recognition and protection. If they formed a club, the Academy itself would be forced to acknowledge them as an official organization. That protection could prove invaluable. Saki reluctantly admitted that it was actually a good idea. Since their enemies existed both inside and outside the Academy, additional protection would be extremely useful. Giamma remembered this feature from the original game. The club system had mostly been designed as a housing mechanic. Players could decorate rooms, invite characters over, raise affection levels, and spend absurd amounts of money on furniture. At the time, he had ignored the feature entirely. Now it was unexpectedly important. The next issue was membership. Weapon explained that 5 members were required to establish a club. Giamma quickly counted. Weapon, Chloe, Saki, himself. That was 4, 1 short. Fortunately, everyone present immediately agreed to join. Weapon practically declared himself the club's first official supporter. Chloe was happy to help. Saki agreed as well, partly because Giamma had saved her life and partly because every team needed at least one intelligent person. For a moment, Giamma felt genuinely touched. In a world obsessed with status, rank, and noble bloodlines, these people had chosen to support him, not because they had to, because they wanted to. He sincerely thanked them. Then they moved on to the next challenge. Choosing a club name, Chloe immediately proposed Memories of Assassination. The group fell silent. Undeterred, she suggested a second option, Corruption Killers. The silence somehow became worse. Weapon nervously pointed out that both names sounded incredibly dark. Even Giamma looked concerned. If those were the first suggestions, he was suddenly very worried about what other names Chloe might come up with next. The debate over the club name quickly spiraled into chaos. Saki confidently flipped her hair and suggested a name she claimed sounded cool. The entire team stared at her. That sounded suspiciously close to plagiarism. Not to be outdone, Weapon suggested Fight Club. That sounded even more suspicious. Meanwhile, Chloe stubbornly continued pushing her favorite name, Memories of Assassination. She even shortened it to Ass Memo. The rest of the team immediately agreed that absolutely could not become their official club name. Since nobody could reach an agreement, GM Ma eventually stepped in. After thinking for a moment, he suggested something simple: a travel club. The idea was straightforward. They could travel outside the academy, explore different locations, and clear dungeons together. The dark-haired boy nervously asked if the name sounded too boring. To his surprise, everyone loved it. Bright smiles immediately appeared around the table. Just like that, the club name was decided. Now they only needed a faculty advisor. The timing was important because examinations were scheduled for the following week. Meanwhile, Jian Ma was still struggling to understand how everyone had agreed so quickly. Unfortunately, finding an advisor would be far more difficult than choosing a name. Advisors had to hold at least professor-level status. Chloe suggested asking their blessing studies professor since he was both popular and kind. Weapon shook his head. The professor was already overwhelmed with responsibilities. There was little chance he would agree. Out of more than 500 academy staff members, only around 30 were professors. When narrowed down to professors who actively taught first-year students, the number dropped to roughly 10. The academy encouraged clubs. At the same time, it made creating them incredibly difficult. Saki then turned toward Jian Ma. Did he know anyone qualified? The boy thought for a moment, then he admitted that he did. The answer immediately made everyone curious. Very few people ranked above professors. When Jian Ma revealed the contact information he intended to use, the entire team froze. Their expressions suggested they were questioning his sanity. The following day, Jian Ma personally visited the administration office. As club president, he was required to submit the application himself. Unfortunately, the receptionist processing the paperwork was the kind of person who judged others the moment he saw them. The man immediately noticed Jian Ma's status as a special admission student. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Jian Ma could hardly believe that an academy employee was openly looking down on him because of his background. The receptionist informed him that a special admission student could not simply create a club on a whim. Then the man went a step further. He confidently declared that no professor would ever volunteer to support a club founded by someone with Jian Ma's background. According to him, the boy should have already realized that. Hearing that, Jian Ma felt the last remnants of goodwill he had toward people like this rapidly disappear. Part of him wanted to solve the situation the simple way: violence. Fortunately, years of dealing with difficult customers in his previous life had taught him restraint. Keeping quiet was usually the best option, even if he really wanted to punch the man. Instead, he calmly pulled out his phone and made a call. The receptionist watched with amusement. Jian Ma casually explained that he was at the administration office handling club registration. After a brief conversation, he hung up. Then he informed the receptionist that his advisor was already on the way. The receptionist laughed. He accused the boy of acting important. He proudly boasted about his own connections, and loudly claimed that he was close to people connected to the headmaster. According to him, he could make life miserable for a special admission student with a single word. Jian Ma simply smirked. Then he politely asked the man to lower his voice. The receptionist became even angrier. His face turned bright red as he shouted. For the first time, his true personality was fully exposed. Then something happened. A sharp sound echoed through the office. Every receptionist immediately went silent. A high heel clicked against the floor. The room froze. A beautiful woman with green hair stepped into the office. The academy principal had arrived. Jian Ma calmly informed the receptionist that his advisor was here. The principal immediately approached her favorite student. She warmly asked how he had been doing and complained that she had not seen him in person for quite some time. Jian Ma apologized for troubling her despite her busy schedule. The principal dismissed the concern entirely. She declared that she would gladly come running whenever he needed her. The receptionist watched the exchange in complete horror. Only now did he realize who Jian Ma really was. The principal instructed him to leave the paperwork with her before returning to class. His examinations were approaching after all. One of the terrified employees hurried over with a chair for her. Meanwhile, the receptionist desperately attempted to explain himself. He claimed everything had been a misunderstanding. The principal simply smiled. She already knew exactly what had happened. The man had insulted a student personally chosen by both herself and Vice Principal Zeke. That was a mistake he could not undo. With a dangerous smile, she informed him that he had 5 minutes. 5 minutes to begin writing his resignation. The receptionist immediately understood. His academy career was over. Later, Jian Ma received confirmation that the club application had proceeded smoothly. All that remained was finding one final member. Once that requirement was met, the travel club would officially exist. The principal also sent him a message telling him to visit her office after class. The invitation sounded far too enthusiastic for his comfort. Jian Ma quickly put his phone away and decided not to think about it. Soon afterward, he arrived at the academy forge. The blacksmith was hard at work when he entered. The craftsman looked up and asked whether he had come for his equipment. If so, he would only need to wait a moment. Watching the man work, Jian Ma found himself experiencing complicated emotions. As a former player of the game, he knew this blacksmith all too well. The man was responsible for nearly every weapon enhancement system in existence. Naturally, this made him one of the most loved and hated characters in the game. For countless players, he represented broken dreams and empty wallets. Heavy spenders practically worshipped him. Some performed bizarre rituals before upgrading equipment. Others begged for his blessing. Most simply cursed his name whenever their equipment failed. Jian-ma personally remembered losing valuable weapon ranks because of him. The memory still hurt. The blacksmith eventually noticed the strange expression on his face and asked what he was daydreaming about. Startled, Jian-ma quickly claimed it was nothing. The blacksmith laughed and joked that he must have been thinking about someone handsome. Then he presented the completed weapon. The upgraded blade gleamed beautifully in the forge's light. The blacksmith proudly declared the enhancement a complete success. Not only had the weapon improved, but several bonus effects had been added as well. The newly upgraded scattered rain blade of Mirasama looked magnificent. For a moment, he was genuinely speechless. Then he enthusiastically praised the blacksmith. The craftsman looked deeply confused by the sudden admiration. Still, the results spoke for themselves. The painless blessing had also received a major improvement. Previously, it lasted only 40 seconds. The cooldown remained 12 hours. 10 extra seconds might not sound significant. For Jian-ma, however, it was enormous. Future battles would become far more manageable. Combined with the blessing of transition and future upgrades, the increase could completely change certain encounters. Finally, he checked the weapon's rank. The blade had successfully advanced to D rank. The upgrade was good. After fighting an A rank monster and risking his life to obtain the materials, he had secretly expected the weapon to reach C rank. Still, disappointment quickly faded. The blade was stronger, and most importantly, he was still alive to use both. That alone made the entire ordeal worthwhile. Even so, Jian-ma considered the upgrade a major success. Since he frequently channeled aura through Mirasama, increasing the weapon's durability by 2 entire grades was incredibly valuable. Most importantly, it significantly reduced the chances of the blade shattering in the middle of combat. That alone made the enhancement worthwhile. Then he noticed something else. A large flashing button was blinking on the interface. It practically begged to be pressed. Jian-ma immediately developed a terrible feeling about it. Naturally, he pressed it anyway. The moment his finger touched the button, a massive screen exploded into existence before him. The sudden appearance nearly gave him a heart attack. A message appeared, successful reinforcement confirmed. Weapon possesses high growth potential. Up to 3 special abilities may now be added. Special abilities require magic stones. Abilities activate through randomized enhancement. Jian-ma stared at the screen. Part of him was amazed. The other part was horrified. Nobody had mentioned magic stones. Now he was staring at 3 completely empty ability slots. Then realization struck him. This system existed in the original game. Elsewhere, a glass shattered violently. A man stood breathing heavily as fragments scattered across the floor. Another failure. Another failed assassination attempt. The man collapsed into a chair and grabbed a bottle of alcohol. He drank deeply, trying to drown his frustration. Looking up, he addressed the portrait hanging on the wall. It was a painting of his father, a hero, a legend, a dead man. His father had been Riemann von Bimhark, one of the 7-star heroes, and the warrior known as the Mad Tiger. 40 years ago, he had died battling the 6th Legion commander, Vassman. History remembered him as a noble hero. Reality had been far crueler. The moment his father died, countless relatives attempted to seize the family fortune. Many even tried to kill his son. To survive, the young heir had learned to manipulate those around him. He watched his enemies destroy themselves. Eventually, he stabilized the family and reclaimed its influence. Now, at 30 years old, he had become Elder Clay von Bimhark, a powerful figure within Howican society. He believed firmly in maintaining the ruling class. According to him, humanity required order, the masses required guidance, and a common enemy was necessary to keep society united. Monsters conveniently fulfilled that role. The system worked, or at least it had. Then Leon von Reinhardt appeared, a hero candidate chosen by fate itself. A variable, a dangerous one. Clay did not actually believe Leon could defeat the Demon King. The gap between humanity and monsters was simply too vast. Even the legendary hero of Origins, Valor Howican, represented an exception that should never be repeated. As he brooded over the situation, another figure appeared before him. At first, he treated the visitor like a mere academy instructor. Then he saw her eyes, glowing red. In that instant, he understood. The hierarchy between them was unmistakable. She was not simply human. She had willingly formed a contract with a Legion commander, a being that stood between humanity and demonhood. A half-human, a half-demon, a true villain. Clay felt another headache coming on. Leon was already causing enough problems. Now Jian-ma was becoming another unpredictable variable. Worse yet, every attempt to cripple or eliminate them had failed. Even powerful allies like the Auditor family were beginning to hesitate. They claimed there was insufficient justification to continue. Annoyed, Clay looked into the shadows. Have you arrived? The newcomer bowed respectfully. Yes, Elder Clay von Bimhark. The elder nodded. Then he issued a simple order. Summon the Undertakers. Meanwhile, Guillaume Ma sat in class pretending to take notes. In reality, he was completely distracted. Magic stones. That was all he could think about. The difference between a weapon with magic stone abilities and one without them was enormous. 3 empty ability slots represented a jackpot. Unfortunately, obtaining magic stones was a nightmare. Only specific dungeon bosses dropped them. Most came from A-rank demonic beasts or stronger creatures. In other words, monsters that were practically demonoids. The fact that he needed to hunt even more demonic creatures felt like a personal curse. Perhaps it was because the word demon kept appearing everywhere in his life. Beside him, Saki slept peacefully. As usual, Jianma wondered if she had stayed awake all night again. A week had passed since the Buffalo Dungeon incident. During that time, he had done extensive research. The key used to open the Buffalo King's hidden stone gate had originally come from a magic stone belonging to a colossal monster named Gigantic. For some reason, someone had already killed Gigant and taken the stone long before the current events. That fact bothered him. Gigant was no ordinary monster. Even within the game, it was described as a creature capable of shaking the earth. And terrifyingly enough, it was nowhere near the strongest monster, the Corruption Basilisk, the Calamity Beast Manticore, the Lich King Dullahan. All of them were S-rank monsters, living disasters, walking catastrophes, natural calamities wearing flesh. GM Ma seriously questioned whether special weapon abilities were worth risking his life against monsters like that. Technically, hunting such creatures was supposed to be Leon's job. The red-haired assassin had finally returned after spending days recovering in the clinic. She asked whether the seat was available. Immediately, tension filled the room. Saki was occupying Chloe's usual spot. Neither girl seemed willing to surrender it. Sensing danger, Jiama quickly changed the subject. He asked Chloe how she was feeling. The redhead smiled. She pointed out that he looked far worse than she did. Then she asked about the mysterious blue light she had witnessed during the dungeon battle. Jiama immediately decided he did not want that conversation. Instead, he returned to his own thoughts. The more he considered it, the more convinced he became. He needed strength. Peace and safety were wonderful goals. Survival came first. The world was changing. Events were deviating from the original story. Unexpected enemies kept appearing. Unknown conspiracies kept targeting him. Worst of all, only a month had passed since his enrollment. The Second World War of this world was still 3 years away. He needed to become stronger before then. Far stronger. Because he trusted Leon Reinhardt about as much as he trusted a hungry monster. While his club members chatted beside him, Jia Ma sank deeper into thought. The mermaid demonoid incident still bothered him. A future hero candidate should not be getting one-shot by basic attacks. That level of incompetence was almost suspicious. Something about Leon felt wrong. Suddenly, Jia Ma groaned aloud. Everything was exhausting. At that exact moment, Weapon arrived complaining loudly. Apparently, Saki had hit him again. The others immediately burst into laughter. The healer demanded justice. Instead, Weapon explained that he had come to ask about the club registration. Fortunately, there was good news. The principal had approved everything. They only needed one final member. After that, the club could officially begin. Weapon cheerfully addressed him as president. Jia Ma immediately ordered him to stop. The healer reluctantly agreed. Then he brought up another topic. Rumors about Leon. Apparently, the hero candidate had gone on a rampage. He was clearing high-ranked dungeons non-stop. The news caught Jia Ma's attention. For the first time in a while, Leon actually sounded like a protagonist. He had even cleared another high-ranked dungeon the previous day with only a small party. Meanwhile, Jia Ma's team had nearly died clearing a dungeon several ranks lower. Saki casually added more information. Weapon looked shocked. He had no idea she was following Leon's activities so closely. Naturally, he immediately accused her of being interested in the hero candidate. Saki responded with a deadly glare. Then she quietly muttered that she was not interested in Leon anymore. The statement confused everyone. She refused to elaborate. Still, the information bothered Jia Ma. At this rate, Leon would soon acquire powerful blessings and continue following his destined path. Meanwhile, Guillaume Ma remained stuck surviving with a reinforced sashimi knife. Sometimes he wondered whether his existence was unintentionally protecting Leon. Perhaps all the dangers originally meant for the hero candidate were somehow being redirected toward him. The thought was incredibly frustrating. Even if that theory was true, he had no intention of accepting it. He was not a hero. He was not the protagonist. He was simply Kang Ma, a background character struggling to survive. And if survival required it, he would cut down anything standing in his way. Anything. Saki watched him muttering to himself. Then she tilted her head. Are you into anime or something? The question caught him completely off guard. According to her, everything he had just said sounded like dialogue taken directly from a video game. Elsewhere, another group walked through a long corridor. One of the newer members excitedly commented on how impressive their latest contract was. Even the academy elders were hiring them now. Maybe it was finally time for them to go legitimate. Their leader immediately silenced him. One of the veterans laughed. The rookie simply did not understand. Their boss hated the elite class. Confused, the rookie asked why they accepted the job if that was true. The answer was simple: money. The payment was too good to refuse. Even the undertakers would not bite the hand that fed them. One of the mercenaries laughed and pointed out that everyone needed to eat. Besides, the payment was incredible. They had already received an advance of 100 million per person, and they would earn double that amount once the mission was complete. Even by their standards, that was an impressive contract. Their leader immediately hissed at them to keep quiet. Both subordinates wisely decided to stop talking. A maid guided the dangerous group deeper into the mansion before announcing their arrival to the client. The old man granted permission for them to enter. The deputy leader was Jang Tipuk. The newest member was Perry. Their leader was Ray Shen. Together they belonged to the Undertaker Syndicate, one of the organizations operating under the Undertaker Mercenary Alliance. They had traveled a long way to attend this meeting. The old man made eye contact with Ray Shen before ordering someone to bring out the package. A file was placed on the table. Ray Shen opened it and reviewed the contents. The target's photograph stared back at her. Kang Jian-ma, a special admission student. An ordinary-looking young man with black and white hair. Even Perry looked annoyed. He could not believe they were being paid this much money to eliminate a student. The rookie even mocked Jian-ma's appearance, claiming the boy looked more like a model than someone worth assassinating. The mission would take place during the upcoming Survival Island training exercise. Everything had already been arranged. The advance payment had been delivered. The completion bonus would follow afterward. Ray Shen calmly asked how the target's body should be disposed of. The old man had already thought about that. The training island would be surrounded by ocean. The solution was obvious. Dispose of the body at sea. Let the fish and sharks erase the evidence. All the mercenaries needed to do was make the body disappear. Meanwhile, the intended victim sat completely unaware of the plot forming around him. Written exams, a sandwich sat in one hand while study materials occupied the other. The era when blessings first appeared had occurred roughly 694 years ago. The aftermath of the heroic revolution in France was another topic he needed to memorize. Technically, he had already proven himself academically during the midterms. That did not matter. The rankings would be publicly posted. Unfortunately, two members of his club happened to rank first and second in academics. There was no way they would ignore his score. Naturally, his teammates had to be geniuses. As he studied, his phone suddenly vibrated. Jian-ma checked the message. It was from Ryojo. She immediately asked whether he had eaten breakfast. The girl sounded less like a classmate and more like a concerned mother. He informed her that he was currently eating a sandwich. Apparently, this was unacceptable. Ryojo insisted that he needed sugar for his brain to function properly. Then she launched into an enthusiastic speech praising the greatness of sweet foods. Jian-ma could not understand how someone this ridiculous consistently ranked first in academics. Deciding to fight nonsense with nonsense, he casually replied that his country also possessed many sweet things. Ryojo instantly became excited. She demanded examples. Jian-ma responded with a deliberately absurd answer before immediately putting his phone away. The girl stared at her screen in complete shock. Several messages demanding clarification followed. None received a response. Jian-ma had already returned to studying. He intended to ace the exam. There was no way he would allow the sugar-addicted genius to beat him. Hours later, reality arrived. It was brutal. Listening to Weapon and Ryojo discuss the test answers felt like listening to an alien language. Chloe noticed his suffering and kindly asked how the examination had gone. Jian-ma weakly admitted that he had guessed on 3 questions. Chloe blinked. Those had been essay questions. The boy had somehow managed to improvise his way through them using fragments of random knowledge. Life at the academy was becoming increasingly difficult. Chloe assumed he was joking. Unfortunately, he was completely serious. Trying to change the topic, Jian-ma asked whether she had heard from Knox recently. The redhead explained that her brother had called a few days earlier. The problem was that she had been asleep and missed the call entirely. Jian-ma asked when the call happened. 7 in the evening. At that point, he concluded she had probably ignored it on purpose. Chloe and her brother clearly had a complicated relationship. Since Knox's work involved classified information, Jian-ma usually relied on Chloe whenever he needed updates. Unfortunately, she was not exactly eager to talk about him. The entire situation felt awkward. Suddenly, Weapon cried out in despair. He had spent days studying without sleep and still could not outperform Ryojo. The blue-haired genius casually informed him that he should simply accept the obvious talent gap between them. Weapon looked devastated. Ryojo looked pleased with herself. Watching the exchange, Jian-ma wondered what she would think if she discovered how hard he was struggling academically. Then Ryojo casually stood up and moved closer, much closer. She sat down beside him and Chloe. The redhead immediately looked annoyed. Ryojo noticed the two whispering and demanded to know what they were discussing. Then she asked a dangerous question. Were they dating? Chloe froze. Jianma immediately rejected the idea. They were just friends. Nothing more. The answer visibly disappointed the redhead. Ryojo smiled knowingly. Then she pointed out something else. If Jianma did not have a girlfriend, why did he ignore her text messages? The boy groaned. He had ignored her exactly one time. Yet somehow she was acting as though he ghosted her every day. Before he could continue, a very dark voice emerged from behind him. Chloe's yandere mode had activated. The redhead had just learned that Jianma and Ryojo were privately texting each other. She was not taking the revelation well, very not well. Jianma stared in confusion. He genuinely did not understand why text messages were causing such a dramatic reaction. Meanwhile, Ryojo appeared completely oblivious, or at least she pretended to be. She casually asked why Chloe was acting so strangely. Jianma immediately told her to stop. Instead, she moved even closer. The blue-haired menace clearly enjoyed creating chaos. Chloe called out Jianma's name. The tone alone was enough to send chills down his spine. The redhead pointed out that she did not even have his phone number, yet somehow another girl had already been exchanging messages with him. Jianma awkwardly explained that Chloe's personal information was classified due to her family connections. He literally could not obtain her number. The explanation failed completely. Chloe accused him of abandoning her. She even claimed he had promised to become her one and only prince. He had never said anything remotely close to that. The situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, Ryojo was openly enjoying the show. Jianma briefly wondered whether she genuinely did not understand what a yandere was. Then he remembered she was Japanese. There was no chance she did not know. She was absolutely doing this on purpose. Fortunately, Weapon intervened. He grabbed Ryojo and scolded her for making things worse. The girl immediately protested and threatened his life. Weapon ignored her. At that moment, he was more concerned by Chloe. The redhead had somehow produced a knife. A real knife. Things had escalated dramatically. Jianma realized he had been neglecting his research on how to deal with yanderes. That mistake was coming back to haunt him. Chloe stepped forward. She declared that from now on she would make sure he only looked at her. The statement sounded less like a request and more like a threat. Jianma nervously suggested that everyone calm down and talk things out. Chloe immediately attacked. Weapon cried out in shock. Even Ryojo finally stopped joking around. The redhead swung her knife while ranting about how unfair he was being. According to her, he spent time with other girls, ignored her feelings, and never paid enough attention to her. The knife came dangerously close to Ryojo. Without hesitation, Jianma stepped between them and knocked the blade away. No matter what happened, he could not allow anyone else to get hurt. Ryojo watched the entire scene with fascinated curiosity. Chloe continued pouring out her frustrations. She was always there for him. She always worried about him. Yet somehow he seemed to make time for everyone else. Then everything changed. A loud crash echoed through the room. Everyone froze. Jianma had finally taken control of the situation. Using his strength, he pinned Chloe against a table and prevented her from moving. The scene looked like something straight out of a romance novel. Chloe demanded to be released. Jianma refused. Instead, he firmly told her to calm down and listen. The girl shouted that she had no reason to listen. According to her, he did not even want to stay in contact with her. Then Jianma remembered all the advice he had read about handling yanderes. It was time to deploy maximum emotional damage. He gently explained that he preferred speaking face-to-face. Text messages felt cold. A phone could never properly convey emotions. Talking to her directly meant far more to him. The effect was immediate. Chloe froze. Then Jianma doubled down. He thanked her for always worrying about him. He thanked her for supporting him. He reminded her how much he had relied on her during the Buffalo Dungeon. The redhead's anger evaporated almost instantly. Her face turned bright red. Her heart began racing. Weapon watched in complete shock. Ryojo looked as though she had swallowed a handful of rocks. The troublemaker's plan had completely backfired. Jianma had entered full prince mode. Every word hit its target perfectly. Chloe trembled with happiness as she absorbed every compliment. Meanwhile, Jianma was simply relieved. Somehow, against all odds, he had managed to survive yet another life-threatening situation. Weapon immediately rushed over to check on their fearless leader. Fortunately, Jianma looked perfectly fine, at least physically. After everything that had just happened, the group agreed that the first order of business was cleaning up the disaster they had created. As everyone began dispersing, Jianma noticed Ryojo storming away with an irritated expression. The blue-haired girl looked genuinely upset. The problem was that he had absolutely no idea why. The day slowly came to an end as the sun sank below the horizon. Weapon and Ryojo headed home together. As they walked, both found themselves thinking about the same person, Jianma. At some point, Weapon had realized something. Whenever the topic involved Guillaume Ma, Chloe immediately radiated murderous intent. If he had to describe it, her feelings looked like a very twisted form of love. Yet that was not what impressed him the most. What truly shocked him was how Guillaume Ma had handled the situation. He chose persuasion before violence. But hidden beneath those calm words and gentle expressions was the same student who carried a deadly blade. Guillaume Ma had been fully prepared to fight if talking failed. He sought compromise, yet he never hesitated to use force when necessary. At first glance, that combination might make someone seem dangerous. To weapon, however, it represented the qualities of a ruler. Someone capable of showing mercy while still possessing the strength to enforce their will. The healer could not help admiring it. As far as he was concerned, his leader was destined for greatness. While Weapon continued mentally praising Guillaume Ma, he noticed Ryojo quietly fiddling with her phone. The girl was clearly sulking. Concerned, he asked what was wrong. She refused to answer directly. Instead, she casually explained that her subscribers were not watching one of her videos, so she planned to delete it. Weapon nearly tripped. His friend had a channel? Ryojo shrugged and claimed it was nothing serious. She only uploaded videos for fun. Then Weapon saw the title. His eyes widened. The video was called The Perfect Way to Deal with a Yandere. Not only had she created a guide for handling yanderes, but the video had accumulated more than 200,000 views. 200,000. Deleting it felt like a complete waste. Ryojo simply pouted. She said she did not need it anymore. Weapon had no idea what that meant. Since it was her channel, he let the matter go. Instead, he focused on teasing her about the ridiculous name she had chosen for the account. Naturally, she immediately threatened violence. Meanwhile, the Academy released an official announcement. Starting the following Wednesday, all cadets would participate in a survival exercise on Avalon Island. The training would last 3 days and 2 nights. At first glance, it sounded like a harsh survival camp. However, students could freely form teams ranging from 1 to 4 members. The event resembled a school trip more than a military exercise. Still, Guillaume Ma took it seriously. If survival was part of the evaluation, then he intended to prepare properly. The library quickly became his second home. Books about poisonous plants, books about wilderness survival, books about emergency medical treatment, anything that might help keep him alive. Technically, the event did not affect academic grades. That did not make it any less important. The moment he heard Avalon Island's name, a memory surfaced. This event existed in the original story. It was one of the major story arcs. More importantly, it was where Leon obtained the hilt of Balman, the legendary sword that would eventually become his signature weapon. The event also marked an important turning point between Leon and Abel. Their relationship deepened during the survival exercise. The emotional walls around the talented swordswoman finally began to crack. As a former player, Guillaume Ma had absolutely loved that storyline. Leon and Abel had been one of his favorite couples. Surprisingly, he no longer felt jealous. Life at the Academy had beaten most romantic thoughts out of him. Assassins were targeting him. Academy elders wanted him dead. A mysterious instructor was plotting something behind the scenes. His club was still missing a member. Compared to all that, romance seemed incredibly low on the priority list. Love could wait until another lifetime. What truly interested him was Balman itself. As a swordsman, the legendary weapon was irresistible. He knew exactly where every piece was located. Unfortunately, knowledge alone was meaningless. Balman chose its owner. The requirement to claim the sword was awakening the miracle blessing, a blessing destined exclusively for Leon. The weapon was literally designed for the protagonist. No matter how much Guillaume Ma wanted it, the sword was unattainable. Compared to Balman, his beloved sashimi knife looked pitiful. Rather than dwelling on impossible dreams, he forced himself to focus on practical matters. Avalon Island. According to available records, the island was uninhabited, no demonic beasts, no permanent residents. That alone sounded promising. After his recent luck, he desperately hoped nothing unexpected would appear. The Academy had even assigned the Sword Emperor himself as a guest instructor. The world's strongest hero supervising a survival exercise for first-year students sounded absurd. Or at least that was what Guillaume Ma wanted to believe. He continued searching through historical texts. His goal was not merely learning survival skills. He wanted information about Avalon itself. Every detail mattered. Eventually, he found a useful reference. Avalon Island was located in the far western sea. The terrain constantly shifted. At the island's center stood an ancient body of water known as Queen's Lake. Certain ancient tribes referred to Avalon as the land of beginnings. Unfortunately, everything else he discovered repeated the same information. No hidden secrets. No useful clues. Just the same facts over and over. Guillaume Ma groaned. At this rate, he might have to search the entire library. Then a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Someone greeted him. Looking up, he found himself face to face with Leon Reinhardt. The Academy's golden boy rested a hand on his shoulder and smiled. It had been a while since they had spoken. Several nearby students immediately gasped. Wherever Leon went, admirers inevitably followed. Seeing him casually approach Jian-ma shocked many of them. The atmosphere between the two boys felt strangely tense. Jian-ma noticed the book Leon was carrying, Introduction to Magic. That was odd. The destined hero should not have been researching magic theory like this. Something felt wrong. The feeling only grew stronger. Leon asked what Jian-ma was studying. The dark-haired boy explained that he was researching Avalon Island and preparing for the upcoming survival exercise. Another silence followed. Then Leon commented that the Wolf class student was remarkably diligent. Jian-ma could hardly argue. Between training, studying, dungeon exploration, and preparing for the future war, his schedule was completely packed. 3 years remained before the catastrophe he remembered. 3 years to become strong enough to survive. Leon quietly listened. Then he smiled. He remarked that Jian-ma was very different from him. The comment immediately made Jian-ma uneasy. He had never forgotten the strange question Leon once asked him. The question about where he truly came from. Leon still acted mostly like the protagonist from the game. Yet something felt different. There was sadness hidden behind his eyes. Eventually, Leon excused himself. The library would close soon. He wished Jian-ma luck and told him to get home safely. Jian-ma returned the farewell. Even after Leon disappeared, the strange feeling remained. Perhaps carrying humanity's fate was simply exhausting. Being a hero meant bearing impossible expectations. Maybe that was all it was. Shaking away the thought, Jian-ma returned to his research. Eventually, the long-awaited day arrived. The survival island training had begun. Rachel was among the first students to arrive. The cheerful blonde immediately greeted Ryojo. She joked that it had become impossible to see the blue-haired genius lately. Ryojo had apparently been spending most of her time with Chloe. Soon, Chloe and Ryojo approached together. Rachel and Abel stood waiting. The four girls found themselves facing one another. For a moment, nobody spoke. Different emotions flickered across their faces. Curiosity, competition, suspicion, amusement. The atmosphere grew increasingly complicated as the upcoming survival exercise officially began. Abel asked the Japanese archer whether she was ready for the upcoming survival training. Ryojo simply shrugged. She said she planned to do what she always did. Rachel watched the exchange with great amusement. The blonde troublemaker was clearly looking for an opportunity to stir up chaos. Naturally, she found one. With a mischievous grin, Rachel pointed out that Ryojo had quietly transferred classes behind everyone's backs. Then she asked whether the blue-haired girl had been enjoying school lately. Ryojo rolled her eyes. Everything had been done properly and according to academy regulations. There had been no reason to announce her plans beforehand. Rachel wasn't satisfied. She complained that Jian-ma had suddenly become the hottest topic among the first-year students. First, the boy went into the Buffalo Dungeon with Ryojo. Then they started a club together. Now they would spend 3 days and 2 nights participating in survival training. The blonde declared that she had reached the limits of her patience. Ryojo calmly pointed out one important detail. Jian-ma had already announced that he planned to complete the training alone. Even Chloe confirmed it. Their club leader had specifically stated that there were things he wanted to test by himself. Because of that, he intended to go solo. Abel stood silently. Rachel, meanwhile, looked absolutely delighted. That information changed everything. For the next 3 days and 2 nights, nobody was officially partnered with Jian-ma. Ryojo immediately recognized the dangerous look appearing in Rachel's eyes. Even Abel grew concerned. The blonde was clearly planning something. Rachel grinned. Then she revealed her brilliant idea. According to her, Jian-ma wanted to travel alone. There was no rule saying they could not find him afterward. Abel stared at her. The logic was completely ridiculous. Rachel thought it was perfect. The blonde's eyes practically sparkled with excitement. She explained that Avalon Island's terrain constantly shifted. Students entering through the spatial gate would be scattered across random locations. Simply meeting another student was part of the challenge. Everyone already knew that. The girls urged Rachel to get to the point. Finally, she did. They would play a game. During the 3-day survival exercise, whoever found Jian-ma first would win. The others would immediately surrender. Naturally, the next question was obvious. What exactly were they surrendering? Rachel answered without hesitation. The losers would stop pursuing Jian-ma romantically. The winner would gain the exclusive right to chase their shared crush. The proposal immediately captured everyone's attention. Rachel explained the rules. If 2 participants met each other, they could cooperate or separate. That choice was entirely theirs. The only restriction was that they could not sabotage one another. Chloe immediately approved. Ryojo agreed as well. She even suggested taking a picture with Jian-ma as proof of victory. The girls eagerly accepted the challenge. Meanwhile, Abel was experiencing a completely different crisis. She had not even sorted out her own feelings yet. As she reflected on her interactions with Jian-ma, uncomfortable truths began surfacing. Rachel turned toward her. Would Abel participate? The swordswoman took a deep breath. Then she firmly rejected the idea. She declared that she had no time for childish games. With that, she removed herself from the competition entirely. Rachel accepted the decision. The game would continue with 3 players. Abel walked away while the others continued plotting. At the same time, the unfortunate object of their affection was completely unaware of everything. Jianma let out a tired groan. He had spent most of the evening trapped inside the library. At least the effort had not been wasted. He had successfully collected and recorded all the information he needed. The academy director had advised students to carry basic weapons during the exercise, even though Avalon Island supposedly lacked dangerous monsters. As he prepared to leave, the director continued checking whether he had packed appropriate clothing and equipment. The woman sounded less like an academy official and more like an overly concerned family member. Ma jokingly remarked that she sounded like his mother. Then he corrected himself. Considering her age, grandmother might have been more accurate. As he prepared to leave, something caught his attention. A woman with purple hair stood in the distance. Immediately, alarm bells rang inside his head. The guard they had interrogated in the Buffalo Dungeon had described his employer as a tall woman with purple hair and purple eyes. The description matched far too closely. Ma still had no idea what her objectives were. However, one thing was obvious. If she truly intended to kill him, Avalon Island would provide the perfect opportunity. The island's shifting terrain would make both ambushes and cover-ups incredibly convenient. Of course, the same logic worked both ways. Ma disliked the idea of using his blade against another person. Unfortunately, he disliked dying even more. Then he remembered the sketch weapon had drawn. The memory only made him sigh. The drawing had been so terrible that it was completely useless. There were countless purple-haired instructors throughout the academy. Finding the correct one would be nearly impossible. Before he could think further, someone called out to him. The Sword Emperor approached wearing a colorful Hawaiian shirt. The legendary swordsman looked absurdly relaxed. He informed Ma that he had been neglecting his training lately. Then he launched into a motivational speech. Talent required hard work. Hard work multiplied results. At the same time, rest was equally important. A person's body could only endure so much. Ma politely thanked him. The advice was useful, though the sudden lecture felt somewhat random. He wished the old swordsman good luck with his fishing plans. The Sword Emperor awkwardly cleared his throat before saying goodbye. Ma smiled nervously. The old man was strangely fashionable. Nearby, Abel silently watched the exchange. Their eyes met briefly. Without saying a word, she turned and walked away. She looked upset. Ma could not understand why. Everyone seemed strangely emotional today. Still, he reassured himself. Soon enough, Abel and Leon would probably become closer. Hopefully that would improve her mood. Suddenly, he sensed movement behind him. Reacting instantly, he spun around and flicked the approaching person's forehead. A loud squeal followed. Ryojo clutched her head in pain. The girl complained that she had only been trying to surprise him. Ma pointed out that sneaking up on someone currently being targeted by unknown enemies was a terrible idea. Ryojo protested that her head was not a drum. Then she admitted that she had actually come to wish him luck before the survival exercise. Now she was upset because her attempt to act cute had ended in failure. With that, she angrily marched away. Ma watched her leave. His confusion only deepened. The blue-haired genius constantly hovered around him these days. He had no idea what had sparked her interest. Technically, she was still one of the story's heroines. For everyone's sake, he decided it would be best not to get any closer than necessary. Eventually, the preparations concluded. The spatial gate to Avalon Island activated. Students gathered before the portal as instructors wished them luck. Ma had only one goal: find the blessing he was searching for and complete the event without attracting trouble. Unfortunately, his life rarely worked that way. After receiving the hero's blessing for protection, the students stepped through the gate. The moment Ma arrived, he froze. The scenery before him was breathtaking. Pink, blue, and purple colors stretched across the landscape. Brilliant waters reflected glowing light. Towering trees reached toward the heavens. For the first time since arriving in this world, Ma truly felt as though he had entered a fantasy realm. This was Avalon, the sacred land. Its beauty was almost unreal. Meanwhile, the girls who had entered separately quickly pushed sightseeing to the back of their minds. The survival exercise had officially begun. Ma, however, had a specific objective. According to his memories of the game, a hidden blessing of regeneration existed somewhere near Queen's Lake at the island's center. Before arriving, he had photographed a map and carefully marked the location. The destination lay beyond both a rocky region and a dense forest. 3 days should be enough time to reach it. At least that was the plan. The academy had also assigned students another objective. Hidden throughout Avalon were special orbs. Finding them improved evaluation scores. Some could even be exchanged for enhancement materials. As far as Ma was concerned, it was basically a giant treasure hunt. Before beginning his journey, he inspected his equipment. Following every survival guide he could find, he carefully reviewed his supplies. Then he revealed his primary survival tool, a 50-centimeter machete with a dark blade. He had purchased it specifically for this exercise. Since his painless blessing only lasted 50 seconds, he wanted to become comfortable fighting without relying on it. The machete felt different from his beloved sashimi knife. The balance was unfamiliar. Still, it would serve as a useful backup weapon. After a few practice swings, he spotted movement nearby. A small white rabbit peeked out from the bushes. Most people would have admired its cuteness. Ma immediately evaluated it as a potential meal. At the very least, it would make useful target practice. After defeating a Minotaur king, hunting a rabbit sounded easy. Determined to test his new weapon without activating the sword god's blessing, he began moving toward the creature. The rabbit stared directly into his eyes. Then, strangely enough, the scene shifted. Elsewhere on Avalon Island, Abel had also discovered the same adorable rabbit. Unlike Ma, her first reaction was perfectly normal. The swordswoman smiled and waved. The creature looked far too cute to harm. Instead, she wondered where its mother might be. Abel smiled when she spotted the small white rabbit. The adorable creature looked completely harmless. Naturally, she reached down to pet it. The rabbit immediately bit her hand. Abel froze. The ungrateful little creature then hopped away as if nothing had happened. Her expression darkened. Apparently, rabbit was back on the menu. The swordswoman grabbed her weapon and charged after it. This was actually perfect. She could use the opportunity to test the results of her recent training. Unfortunately, the rabbit turned out to be much faster than expected. Even worse, it kept glancing back at her. At one point, Abel could have sworn the rabbit was smirking. The creature was definitely mocking her. Her irritation immediately grew. How dare a rabbit look down on her? The rabbit's hidden abilities strangely reminded her of a certain black-haired student who also enjoyed concealing his true strength. Abel shook the thought away. Regardless of how fast the rabbit was, she was Abel von Nibelung, granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. There was absolutely no way she would lose to a rabbit. Just as she was about to catch it, Avalon Island's shifting terrain activated. The world changed. The ground vanished beneath her feet. A moment later, she splashed into a pool of water. The rabbit disappeared. Abel stared upward in disbelief. This was humiliating. She was the heir to the Nibelung family. Yet here she was, being outplayed by a rabbit and dragged into a whirlpool. As she sank deeper into the water, she looked up at the rabbit one last time. For some reason, the creature's face seemed to blur. In its place, she imagined Ma. Then the whirlpool swallowed her completely. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the island, Ma was having problems of his own. The rabbit he encountered was equally ridiculous. The boy chased it through the wilderness while desperately trying to avoid using the sword god's blessing. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Without a blessing, he quickly discovered that he was nowhere near as impressive as he liked to think. The rabbit ran. He chased. The rabbit ran faster. He suffered. The battle dragged on until Ma was exhausted. Eventually, he collapsed onto the ground and admitted defeat. Starvation suddenly seemed preferable to continuing the chase. The rabbit stopped. Then it looked back at him. The creature's expression practically screamed pathetic. That was the final straw. Ma immediately activated the sword god's blessing. Petty revenge was still revenge. The energetic blonde happily bounded through the forest while humming to herself. She leapt over obstacles and laughed at the scenery around her. Life was good, until she realized she was hopelessly lost. The girl stopped and looked around. Everything appeared exactly the same. Rachel laughed. This was not ideal. She had spent so much time bragging about her brilliant game. Now she was wandering around in circles. Then she noticed a crow flying overhead. Its dark feathers immediately reminded her of Ma's hair. Rachel remembered hearing that crows were attracted to shiny objects. That was all the evidence she needed. The blonde immediately convinced herself that following the crow would somehow lead her directly to Ma. With renewed determination, she launched herself into the air. The hunt was back on. As she disappeared into the forest, she happily announced that she was coming for him. Not far away, Ryojo paused. She thought she had heard Rachel's voice. Then she decided she was probably imagining things. The blue-haired archer sat down and inspected her supplies. As expected, most of her inventory consisted of sweets. There was also a blanket, a cardigan, and enough weapons to survive a small war. Satisfied, she began planning. Avalon's terrain constantly changed. Only one location remained stable: the World Tree. Knowing Ma's personality, she concluded that he would probably head toward the center of the island. The logic was simple: find the World Tree, find Ma, then collect her revenge for the forehead flick he had given her earlier. Meanwhile, darkness settled over another region of Avalon. A pack of wolves charged through the forest. Their target was Chloe. The wolves never stood a chance. The red-haired assassin cut through them effortlessly. Bodies fell. Blood splashed. Chloe calmly continued forward. Her thoughts remained focused on only one thing: Ma. She would find him first. Nobody else would get the opportunity. Not Rachel. Nobody. Then she spotted a figure in the distance. Hope instantly filled her heart. Could it finally be him? At that same moment, Ma sat beside a campfire. The rabbit hunt had ultimately ended in victory. The animal's hide had been cleaned and preserved. The meat was already cooking. For the first time since arriving on the island, he no longer needed to worry about food. Suddenly, he heard movement nearby. His expression immediately hardened. This was not the sound of an animal. Someone was approaching, possibly an enemy. The possibility of an assassination attempt had never left his mind. Slowly, he reached for his sashimi knife. The sword god's blessing remained unused. He was ready. The figure drew closer, closer. Then someone burst through the trees. Giamakun. Chloe's excited shout echoed through the forest. Unfortunately, she immediately discovered that the person standing nearby was not Ma. It was Rachel. The blonde froze. Chloe froze. Both girls stared at each other. Their expressions instantly darkened. Neither had found the person they wanted. Both were furious. Meanwhile, fate had other plans for Ma. The person who actually arrived at his camp was Abel. The dark-haired boy blinked in surprise. The swordswoman looked equally shocked. Even worse, she was completely soaked. Abel's face immediately turned red. Being discovered in such a miserable state by Ma was the last thing she wanted. She awkwardly laughed while trying to act normal. It did not work, not even a little. The truth was obvious. She had been drawn toward the fire. The warmth, the smell of food, the promise of shelter, all of it had guided her straight to Ma's camp. Looking around, she noticed the cooked meat. She noticed how well prepared he already was. Meanwhile, she had been defeated by a rabbit and thrown into a whirlpool. The comparison hurt, a lot. Trying not to think about it, she sat beside the fire and shivered. Then Ma approached. Without hesitation, he draped the rabbit fur over her shoulders. Abel immediately froze. The unexpected kindness hit harder than any sword strike. Her face became even redder. She struggled to think of an appropriate response. The warmth of the fur only made things worse. Abel briefly considered running away. Instead, she stayed. The smell of food was simply too powerful. Finally, she managed a quiet thank you. Then both of them noticed her ankle. The joint was swollen. She had clearly twisted it. Abel's embarrassment immediately reached new heights. Unfortunately, Ma noticed as well. Without saying much, he knelt beside her. The swordswoman nearly short-circuited. Completely focused on the injury, Ma removed his tie and carefully wrapped her ankle. His attention never wavered. Meanwhile, Abel's thoughts were in complete chaos. Once he finished, she quietly thanked him again. An awkward silence settled over the camp. Eventually, Ma asked why she was wandering around alone. Abel nearly confessed everything. The race to find him. Instead, she awkwardly explained that she simply had personal business to handle. She preferred being alone. Ma nodded. Then he casually remarked that she sounded a lot like him. The comment nearly finished her off. Meanwhile, Abel suddenly remembered the competition. Technically, she had already won. All she needed was proof. Trying not to look suspicious, she slowly raised her phone. After several failed attempts, she finally managed to point the camera in the correct direction. Click. Victory secured. The picture was immediately sent. Elsewhere on Avalon Island, 3 girls nearly lost their minds. Rachel and Chloe stared at the image in horror. Abel had claimed she was not participating. Now she had found Ma before anyone else. The supposedly innocent swordswoman had become the surprise winner. Back at the campfire, Abel quickly hid her phone before Ma noticed anything. The two quietly ate together. The atmosphere remained surprisingly peaceful. Eventually, Abel broke the silence. She asked how he had become so strong. Even if his impressive abilities only lasted for a short period, he had already caused a huge stir throughout the academy. Ma thought about the question. Then he smiled. He credited his teacher, the person who taught him how to use a blade. Abel listened carefully. She had studied swordsmanship for 17 years, under the Sword Emperor himself. Yet she had never seen a style quite like his. Curious, she asked where he had learned it. Ma thought for a moment. Then he gave an answer she never expected. According to him, strength alone did not determine victory. The strongest person was not always the one who won. In the end, victory belonged to the person who endured, the person who survived until the very end. That was true strength. Abel stared at him. Then she covered her mouth. A laugh escaped before she could stop it. The speech sounded unbelievably old-fashioned. It was exactly the sort of thing her grandfather would say. Ma looked slightly offended. Abel only laughed harder. The comparison felt strangely fitting. The mood between them softened. For the first time, they were having a genuine conversation. Not as rivals, not as classmates, just as two people sharing a campfire. A moment later, Ma handed her another piece of meat. Abel accepted it. After taking a bite, she finally admitted something. The rabbit was actually delicious. The next morning, Abel, known as Waterfall Hare, woke with a start. As her eyes opened, she immediately realized something was wrong. The campsite was completely empty. Kanejiyama was gone. He had left without saying a single word. However, he had not abandoned her entirely. Food had been left behind so she would not go hungry when she woke up. As memories of the previous night resurfaced, Abel felt her face grow warm. The entire experience had been awkward, embarrassing, and unexpectedly intimate. Looking down, she noticed that the makeshift splint Kane had crafted for her injured leg was still securely in place. Then something wet landed on the ground. Abel froze. Tears were falling from her eyes. The realization shocked her. This was the first time in her life that someone had genuinely taken care of her. Quickly rubbing her eyes, she tried to stop the tears. Throughout her entire life, she had faced every challenge alone. No matter how overwhelming the obstacle, she had always endured and overcome it through her own strength. Even when she wanted to cry, she never allowed herself the luxury. She never had the time to act her age. That was the burden carried by someone who bore the name Nibelon. For so long, she had stood alone atop her lonely tower, separated from everyone else. Yet now, the simple kindness shown by Kanejiyama had touched her heart more deeply than she expected. She had always envied people who could freely offer kindness without expecting anything in return. Now she had finally experienced that kindness herself. Still, there were only 2 days left in the survival training. Sitting around and crying would change nothing. Determined, Abel picked up her weapon and stood. Her leg already felt much better. Wrapping Kane's tie around her arm, she smiled faintly. At the very least, she intended to properly return what she had borrowed. Throwing her coat over her shoulders, she declared it was time to move. Meanwhile, Kanejiyama continued making his way through the forest. The cold night had given way to an uncomfortably warm day. By now, Abel was probably awake. Without meaning to, he found himself thinking about her. She really was beautiful. Unfortunately, she also seemed to dislike him. Then again, that was simply her personality. Abel was proud, distant, and difficult to approach. The previous night, he had only helped her because she looked genuinely pitiful. It was not because he had developed feelings for her. Besides, a little kindness was not enough to derail the entire story. At least, that was what he believed. Eventually, Kane emerged from the forest and entered a new region. As he continued forward, he suddenly remembered something important. Today was supposed to be the day Abel and Leon began developing romantic feelings for one another. The thought immediately soured his mood. For some reason, imagining Abel giving his fur blanket to Leon annoyed him far more than it should have. The image left him feeling strangely uncomfortable. Still, there was no point dwelling on it. He needed to focus on his real objective. Before sunset, he intended to obtain the blessing of regeneration. It was a Guardian-class blessing, ranked just below the blessing of transference. Its purpose was simple: dramatically increase the body's natural healing abilities. Normally, the blessing could only be used on the caster, making it a self-enhancement ability. However, Kane already possessed the blessing of transference, a power that allowed him to bypass such restrictions. In theory, he could use regeneration on others as well. Even the fragile sashimi knife could be repaired with relative ease. Although it sounded overpowered, the blessing was not capable of regenerating lost limbs. It merely accelerated the healing process. Furthermore, it had always been considered a hidden bonus in the game and had no significant impact on Leon's future growth. Since Leon would become incredibly powerful regardless, Kane saw no reason not to claim it. Unfortunately, locating it proved far more difficult than expected. The game's map had made the location look simple. Reality was another story. Kane spent the entire day climbing, searching, and wandering through rough terrain. By the time the sun began setting, he was exhausted. Still, his efforts finally paid off. At the bottom of a valley, hidden among suspicious-looking rocks, he found the blessing of regeneration. Yet something else immediately caught his attention: a strange shining light. Curious, he approached and discovered a gigantic orb nearby. The blessing had already been a valuable reward. Finding a mysterious orb on top of that felt like incredible luck. For the first time in a while, Kane felt as though fortune was finally smiling upon him. Unable to resist the temptation of something shiny, he decided to investigate the orb first. Then everything went wrong. The ancient ropes and web-like bindings holding the orb suddenly snapped. Kane stopped in confusion. A voice spoke from behind him. The speaker admitted they had not expected Kane to reach a place this deep within the area. Surely he had not come all this way simply to sightsee around the World Tree. Kane turned. Standing there was Leon, and he looked furious. His blue eyes glowed ominously as he questioned whether Kane had truly come for the orb. Caught off guard, Kane calmly explained that he had spotted it from a distance and decided to investigate. That was all. Leon seemed unconvinced. Drawing his sword, he declared that Kane could have the orb if he managed to defeat him. The proposal was completely absurd. Before Kane stood the chosen hero of the world, the boy blessed by fate itself. A white feather floated nearby, proof of his status. His radiant blue sword shone brilliantly in the fading sunlight. The two young men faced one another as the sun slowly rose behind them. Kane could not understand what had happened. Leon was supposed to be spending time with Abel right now. This moment was meant to be a major turning point in the original story. Had Kane somehow stolen that event? Was that why Leon was acting like this? Even if that were true, fighting over it seemed ridiculous. Yet Leon was not smiling. To prove his seriousness, he swung his sword through the air, carving a deep slash behind him. The sight left Kane stunned. Leon had already obtained Balman, the infamous demon sword. In its completed form, Balman was one of the most dangerous weapons in existence. At its center rested a blue ether gem capable of suppressing the sword's demonic power with holy energy. However, Balman's true nature was heavily influenced by its wielder. Depending on the user's choices and state of mind, it could become either a holy sword or a demon sword. That realization worried Kane. More specifically, Leon's mental state worried him. Trying to ease the situation, Kane suggested treating the encounter as nothing more than a sparring match. But Leon remained deadly serious. He admitted he was incapable of lying. Every word he had spoken was genuine. As Leon advanced, Kane began forming theories. Perhaps the hero wanted to test his newfound strength. Perhaps he viewed Kane as a stepping stone toward greater growth. Whatever the reason, one thing was clear: the orb was merely an excuse. Apologizing briefly, Leon admitted he did not have much time. Then he attacked. Without hesitation, the hero launched himself forward, sword swinging. At that moment, the scene shifted elsewhere. Rachel was currently wandering through the area with an orange-haired healer known as Weapon. The girl complained loudly about her terrible luck. She had been searching for Kane Jiyama, but had somehow ended up running into Weapon instead. Weapon was equally annoyed. According to Rachel, he had no sense of direction and spent most of his time following her around while bragging. When Weapon realized she was searching for Kane, he immediately called her predictable. Rachel openly admitted it. That honesty left him speechless. Suspicious, he asked whether she might be interested in their team leader. Rachel demanded to know why he would think that. Weapon pointed out the obvious. A month ago, she spent her days sleeping at the archery range. Now she became energetic whenever Kane was involved. She hated complicated work, yet recently she had been taking on extra responsibilities without being asked. To him, the change was impossible to miss. Rachel suddenly stopped walking. Weapon accidentally bumped into her. Slowly, she turned around with a nervous blush on her cheeks and quietly asked if her feelings were really that obvious. The healer nearly panicked. He had never seen Rachel act like this before. His first reaction was to wonder whether she had been possessed or placed under mind control. Rachel immediately punched him. Unfortunately, their argument was interrupted. A strange rumbling echoed through the area. Dark birds suddenly filled the sky, circling overhead. Weapon guessed it might be an earthquake. Rachel instantly recognized the truth. That power belonged to Kane Jiyama. Back at the valley, the situation had escalated dramatically. Kane attempted to use his mesh weapon during the fight. Balman sliced it apart instantly. The black-haired boy immediately realized the battle was far more dangerous than he had anticipated. Leon demanded to know why he was not fighting back. Kane's hesitation had nothing to do with disrespect. He simply never expected Leon to actually swing Balman at him. Worse, if he used his blessing carelessly, he might seriously injure the hero. But Leon continued pressing forward. If Kane refused to defend himself, he was genuinely going to lose his head. The blonde hero demanded that his opponent draw his weapon. After all, this confrontation was inevitable sooner or later. Leon was the holder of the Blessing of Miracle, a monster among monsters. Facing him casually was pure foolishness. At last, Kane abandoned the idea of treating the battle lightly. Calling upon the blessing of the sword god, he unleashed his power. The two young men collided. Power met power. Skill met skill. In that lonely valley, beneath the fading sunlight, Kane Jiyama and Leon began a fierce duel, each determined to prove their strength as they clashed in a battle of talent, willpower, and overwhelming power. Jiyama immediately leaped backward, trying to create distance, but Leon stayed right on his heels. The blonde hero swung his mighty sword, and Jiyama was stunned when his sashimi knife was knocked from his hand. Before he could recover, Leon attacked again. The second strike barely missed as the black-haired boy threw himself out of the way at the last moment. The assault was relentless. Leon never hesitated or slowed down. Every swing carried enough force and intent to make it seem as though he were hunting a dangerous monster rather than dueling a fellow student. Fortunately, Jiyama had come prepared. Reaching into his remaining supply of knives, he quickly armed himself with another sashimi knife and rejoined the battle. Neither of them was holding back anymore. This had become a serious fight. A storm of sword strikes surrounded the golden-haired hero as he charged forward again. Jiyama could barely believe the speed at which Leon moved. The blonde's attacks were terrifyingly fast, and every strike carried deadly intent. For a brief moment, Jiyama panicked. The consequences were immediate. Massive cuts appeared throughout the surrounding terrain. Trees, rocks, and even the earth itself were sliced apart as Leon's power erupted around them. The hero's strength was no joke. He was completely on fire. One particularly devastating strike even sliced Jiyama's knife bag in half. Only desperate reflexes saved him. Giamma barely escaped the attack and sprinted away, managing to move just fast enough to stay outside Leon's frightening attack range. As he retreated, he realized something alarming. Leon was far stronger than he had been during their midterm encounter. The growth was absurd. Even allowing for protagonist-level talent, this was ridiculous. Why was Leon the only one seemingly leveling up at such an insane pace? The thought barely crossed his mind before another slash came flying toward him. Giamma froze for an instant before desperately dodging in midair. The attack tore through everything in its path. Rocks exploded. The ground split apart. It almost felt as though the sword had sliced through the air itself. When the smoke settled, Leon's weapon crackled with energy while the blonde hero panted heavily. Giamma stepped forward through the haze. This time he stopped running. His blade glinted as he faced the hero directly. Calling out Leon's name, he demanded to know why he was going so far. For a moment, Leon simply spoke. He spoke about the world. He spoke about the burden of saving it. The expectations placed upon his shoulders weighed like an endless sea of pressure. Everyone believed that he alone could bring happiness to the world. Leon laughed bitterly. Then he tightened his grip on his sword as it began glowing once more. Now, he said, Giamma should finally understand. This battle would reveal the truth. Between Leon's overwhelming power and Giamma's fragile knives, they would finally discover who they really were. The blonde looked almost crazed as power surged through his weapon. Yet Giamma neither trembled nor backed away. Instead, he charged forward. He dove directly into the path of Leon's attack and answered with a slash of his own. Wind exploded outward. Rocks shattered. For the first time, both young men truly met each other head-on. Then came the final exchange. Their blades crossed. A fragment of Leon's sword crumbled away. At that moment, memories flashed through the hero's mind. The words of those who believed in him, the hopes they had entrusted to him, the expectations he carried every day. For several seconds, both fighters remained frozen in the aftermath of their final strike. A white feather drifted through the air around Leon. He thought of his father. He thought of the expectations that seemed impossibly far beyond his reach. Slowly, he lowered his sword and gazed toward the sky. Someone else should have been chosen. That was the thought lingering in his mind. Standing across from him was Kang Giamma. The battlefield around them had been completely leveled by the clash. Giamma calmly sheathed his shining blade with a sharp click. When he turned around again, Leon was gone. Although the duel had been unexpected, Giamma assumed the hero had simply wanted to challenge himself and grow stronger. Unfortunately for Leon, Giamma had no intention of losing. Besides, the hero had attacked with such intensity that there was no easy way to end the fight. He had also lost an embarrassing number of perfectly good sashimi knives. If he had made even a single mistake during that battle, he would have died. Throughout the fight, he had deliberately avoided targeting Leon directly, forcing himself to focus almost entirely on defense. Even so, the hero's growth was truly worthy of a protagonist. Giamma also suspected that he had damaged Balman during the battle. Still, as long as Leon repaired it and gathered the remaining pieces later, reaching the weapon's final form should not be difficult. Most importantly, he had managed to avoid seriously injuring the hero. As far as Giamma was concerned, everything had gone surprisingly well. Completely oblivious to how chaotic the situation actually was, he happily collected the mysterious orb. Then, he claimed the hidden treasure he had originally come for, the blessing of regeneration. A notification appeared, congratulating him on acquiring the new blessing. Naturally, Giamma decided to test it immediately. Without hesitation, he cut his own arm. The wound healed almost instantly. Moments later, it looked as though it had never existed at all. The effect was impressive. After such a difficult battle, he was thrilled that everything had worked out. Later that evening, Giamma sat beside a campfire warming himself while reflecting on the day's events. The more he thought about it, the less he understood. What had that fight actually been about? If it was not connected to Abel, then why had Leon claimed that this confrontation was inevitable? Everything had become so intense that Giamma never had the chance to ask. He found himself wondering about Leon's existence. More importantly, he wondered about the mysterious being responsible for bringing him into this world in the first place. For now, however, there was little he could do except keep moving forward. Even in his previous life, he had possessed a fiery personality. Lately, he had tried to restrain himself, but he had never been the type to tolerate injustice. Back when he worked with customers, he often argued with rude people rather than backing down. That stubborn sense of justice remained part of him. Originally, he had intended to avoid interfering with the story, but survival had become his top priority. Seeking the blessing of regeneration should not have changed the plot, yet somehow he had ended up fighting the world's protagonist. Now assassins were after him as well. His life was genuinely at risk. If things continued like this, he might eventually be forced to kill another human being rather than a monster. That thought weighed heavily on him. Staring into the flames, he sighed. Was he really okay living like this? Maybe he needed to stop overthinking everything. Suddenly, a familiar voice appeared beside him, The voice scolded him for talking too much and told him to act more like himself. Startled, Jama looked up. For a brief moment, he saw Ryoho standing there. He blinked. She vanished. Realizing it had been nothing more than a hallucination, he shook his head. If Ryoho were actually present, she probably would have nagged him exactly like that. Thinking about her made him wonder what everyone else was doing. After all, he had gone off alone to search for the blessing. Elsewhere, his companions were spending the evening in their own ways. Ryojo was busy ignoring Weapon. The blonde hero was causing trouble with the red-haired girl. Meanwhile, Abel, the girl known as Waterfall Hare, was enjoying a quiet swim in a nearby pool. Thinking about his friends brought a smile to Giama's face. The feeling was admittedly a little cheesy. Eventually the night passed and he fell asleep beside the campfire in an extremely uncomfortable position. Then movement stirred within the darkness. Several rough-looking men emerged from the shadows. They quietly surrounded the sleeping boy and smiled maliciously. The assassins had finally found their target. Without warning, one of them launched a weapon directly at him. Giama's instincts screamed. Death was coming. He jerked awake and threw himself aside just in time. The projectile missed his head by inches, though it still left a painful cut across his body. Grunting in pain, he immediately sprang to his feet. The assassins appeared amused. They could hardly believe a student had dodged such an attack. One of them even joked about recruiting him. Their leader quickly told him to stop talking. The moment Giama saw her, he recognized exactly who she was. Lean, the infamous leader of the Undertakers. In the future, she would become the first half-demon opponent faced by Leon. Once the daughter of a noble family, she had been betrayed and cast aside. Over time, she transformed into a contract killer consumed by hatred. Her tragic life would eventually lead her down the path of villainy before her ultimate defeat at Leon's hands. Despite understanding her history, Gianna felt little sympathy. Whatever tragedies she had suffered, she had willingly abandoned her humanity and become a murderer. Now she stood before him as an assassin sent to take his life. Her subordinates studied him carefully. They admitted that they had intentionally held back, yet he had still evaded their surprise attack. That was not normal. A student should not possess reflexes like that. More importantly, someone so young should not be capable of wearing such a calm and serious expression while facing death itself. Yet Kang Jiama stood before them completely focused, his eyes sharp and unwavering as he prepared for the battle that was about to begin. Perik was genuinely impressed. From the moment he saw Jiama move, he could tell that the dark-haired boy was far from ordinary. Even Lean, the captain of the assassin group, hesitated before asking him a question. "What organization are you from?" A group of professional killers had ambushed him in the middle of the night, and now they were questioning his background as if they were conducting a job interview. Apparently, none of them truly believed he was just a cadet. One of the assassins laughed and told him that he was about to die, but they had to admit that the boy had incredible nerve. It was rare for their captain to show any interest in a target. Even the vice captain agreed. Based on Giama's movements alone, there was no way he was an ordinary teenager. They had initially assumed that the academy's top freshman was simply a talented overachiever. Now they knew better. Although Giama was covered in cuts and injuries, he had survived their ambush and remained completely calm. Meanwhile, Giama was growing increasingly irritated. The assassins were discussing him as if he were a piece of meat being inspected at a market. At the same time, a realization struck him. The people behind this assassination attempt had enough influence to hire the corpse disposal squad. That meant the mastermind had to be someone powerful, likely an elder or someone of similar status. Who else would have access to a group like this? The assassins immediately became alarmed when he casually mentioned their organization. Perik's expression darkened. "Who exactly are you working for?" he demanded. There was no way an ordinary student should know so much about them. Before his anger could boil over, Lean raised a hand and stopped him. Clearly the boy knew things he should not. Giama snorted. Of course he knew about them. And he had absolutely no respect for a group of butchers who murdered people for money. The vice captain nearly choked. The boy had just uttered the one thing their captain hated hearing more than anything else. Taking a step forward, Giama continued provoking them. "What? Did I hurt your feelings? Is the former noblewoman upset because a scholarship cadet called her a butcher?" The words struck like a knife. Lean froze. The boy had somehow uncovered one of her deepest secrets. The vice captain exploded with rage. Without warning, he lunged forward and threw a powerful punch. At that exact moment, Giama activated the blessing of the sword god. Everything slowed. The attack that should have crushed him suddenly seemed simple. He stepped aside effortlessly. The vice captain stared in disbelief. Perik snarled. He was sick of the boy constantly dodging around like a rat. Then his expression changed. A thin line appeared across his neck. His eyes widened. A second later, his head separated from his body. Silence filled the battlefield. The remaining assassins stared in horror as their vice captain collapsed. Giama stood motionless. For the first time in his life, he had killed someone. Not inside a training simulation, not inside a subspace. A real person, and that person was never coming back. The reality of it hit him immediately. Then something strange happened. Red and black tendrils erupted around him. The countdown attached to the blessing of the sword god became obscured as dark energy thickened around his body. Lean watched in visible shock. Something was wrong. The blessing was changing again. The numbers blurred. The power became darker, more sinister. A twisted grin spread across Giama's face. The sword god's blessing felt frighteningly good. Far too good. Suddenly, his consciousness drifted elsewhere. In his mind, he found himself standing inside a bizarre version of a refrigerator. It was late on December 7th. He had just finished a long day of work in his previous life and wanted nothing more than to go home and rest. Yet now he was wandering through this strange mental landscape searching for something important. His humanity. Surely it had to be somewhere. He searched the shelves. He searched every corner. But instead of finding his humanity, he found the blessing of the sword god. His chef's uniform appeared to be melting into his academy uniform. A white streak had appeared in his hair. Everything felt wrong. Even the labels inside the refrigerator looked strange. Then he noticed something disturbing. The words on the containers were changing. One by one, they began displaying a single message. Cut. Cut it. Cut everything. The command echoed throughout his mind. Giama's eyes widened in horror. The refrigerator burst open. A crimson light poured out like a beacon from another world. The glow swallowed everything. The countdown twisted into something monstrous. A single order dominated his thoughts. Slice. Cut down everything in front of you. His eyes turned red. The power overwhelmed him, controlled him. Back in reality, his body moved. His arm swung. Another assassin died instantly. The remaining undertakers cried out in horror. Yet Giama only smiled. It was a twisted smile. An unnatural smile. The assassins charged him together, hoping to overwhelm him through sheer numbers. Some shouted for everyone to attack at once. Others screamed for someone to grab him and hold him down. None of it mattered. Giama rushed toward them just as fast. For a brief moment, the assassins hesitated. After all, they were fighting a child. That hesitation cost them their lives. The dark-haired boy tore through them like ribbons caught in a storm. Bodies fell. Blood sprayed. Limbs flew through the air. Giama danced between them with horrifying precision. Every movement ended another life. The blessing had completely taken over. He did not flinch. He did not hesitate. He did not even react to the blood coating the battlefield. One by one, the assassins fell. Their confidence turned into panic. Their panic turned into terror. Lean watched everything unfold in disbelief. Her men were being slaughtered, not by a veteran warrior, not by a famous hero, by a cadet, a first-year student. Beside her, a man with a mohawk nervously asked what they should do. Lean had no answer. This had been supposed to be an easy mission. 100 million was already excellent payment. The mysterious old man who hired them had even promised additional bonuses. Now she realized the truth. They had been set up. The old man had never told them what they were truly hunting. Whatever stood before them was not human. At least, that was what it looked like. As Giama carved through her remaining subordinates, Lean became convinced she was facing some kind of monster, perhaps a half-demon, perhaps something even worse. Before the mohawked assassin could react, a single strike cut him down. The man never even saw the attack. Lean stared in horror as another subordinate collapsed. Now she was backing away, desperately. The thing approaching her was not the prey she had expected. It was a nightmare. Giama rushed forward with murder in his eyes. Lean cursed him, called him evil, called him a monster. Then her back struck a tree. She was trapped, the worst possible position. Giama raised his knife. The blade pointed directly at her throat. Lean shut her eyes. She expected death. Instead, nothing happened. 9 seconds remained on the blessing's countdown. Nearly all of the available time had been consumed by his battle with Leon and the Undertakers. Slowly, clarity returned to his mind. The darkness receded. Giama tightened his grip on the knife. This felt completely different from fighting monsters. These had been human beings. Even so, they had come to kill him. He had acted in self-defense. Because of that, he felt no regret. Most importantly, he had not completely lost himself. Now only 2 people remained alive, him and Lean. The assassin captain found herself tied to a tree in an extremely uncomfortable position. The interrogation began immediately. Giama wanted answers. Who had hired them? Who wanted him dead? This was his opportunity to eliminate the threat before it grew worse. Lean remained stubbornly silent. Giama sighed. He pointed out that she was putting on a brave front despite the fact that he had just wiped out her entire team. It would be much smarter to start talking while he was still being reasonable. Lean bit her lip. The memory of the massacre still haunted her. Finally, she called him a demon. Then she laughed bitterly. Now she understood why someone had placed a bounty on him. She should have realized the truth when she noticed that all of his records had been erased, his personal files, even information regarding his parents. Everything was gone. Lean cursed the old man who hired them. Apparently, he had tricked them into targeting a monster disguised as a cadet. Giamma stopped listening. His thoughts froze. His family records? Erased? His parents? Gone? The words struck him harder than any weapon. He remembered having parents in this world, yet now he could barely recall their faces. Panic surged through him. Immediately, he demanded that Lean repeat what she had just said. The assassin captain looked confused. Meanwhile, Giamma slowly raised his weapon again. Originally, he only wanted the name of the person who hired her. Now there was something far more important. He needed answers. Lean immediately began panicking. The atmosphere around Giamma grew dangerous once more. Calmly, he informed her that this was no longer a negotiation. It was a threat. Lean's body trembled. Giamma coldly pointed out that even without an arm or a leg, she would still be capable of talking. Then before either of them could continue, a tremendous burst of power exploded nearby. The force was so overwhelming that it stopped Giamma in his tracks. Both of them turned toward the source of the energy. A silver-haired girl had arrived, and her appearance changed everything. The silver-haired girl gritted her teeth as an overwhelming wave of magical pressure erupted from her body. Giamma immediately felt it. The force was so immense that it froze him in place. For a brief moment, the air itself seemed to grow heavier. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the pressure vanished. Confused, Giamma glanced behind him. What he saw made his blood run cold. The blood scattered across the battlefield was moving. Streams of crimson liquid flowed across the ground as though alive. They slipped past him and surged toward Lean, the assassin captain still bound to the tree. Lean immediately panicked. The blood crawled over her body like living snakes. She screamed and begged it to stay away. The blood ignored her completely. Even Giamma had no idea what he was witnessing. The scene made no sense. Meanwhile, far away on the opposite side of the island, the Sword Emperor was enjoying a peaceful day of fishing. The expensive fishing rod he carried had originally been intended for management duties, but he had discovered that it worked surprisingly well for recreational fishing. Unfortunately, he had not caught a single fish all day. Sighing in disappointment, he complained that the rod was not living up to its outrageous price. Then the ocean exploded. Water surged upward. Fish erupted from the surface in every direction. At first, the Sword Emperor became excited, believing his patience had finally paid off. A second later, his expression changed. Something beneath the water had terrified every living creature nearby. The Sword Emperor immediately recognized the source of the disturbance. That magical power. That overwhelming presence. Only a commander of the Demon King's army could release power on that level. Back at the battlefield, Lean continued screaming. The blood flooded into her body despite her desperate resistance. Tears streamed down her face. She promised to tell him everything she knew. She promised to tell him everything she knew. She promised to reveal whoever had hired her. She just did not want to die. Giamma clenched his fists. The truth was that he had no idea how to help. He had never seen anything like this before. Then a brilliant light descended from the heavens. A golden beam crashed down like divine fire. The impact completely engulfed the area where Lean had been tied. Its radiance was blinding. Absolute. Final. Far away, even the purple-haired demon teacher noticed the pillar of light. The display was impossible to ignore. For a brief moment, she wondered if her lord had arrived. The sky glowed so brightly that night briefly resembled day. When the smoke finally began to clear, Giamma stood silently in the ruined clearing. A sigh echoed from within the smoke. Then came laughter. Mad laughter. Lean emerged from the haze with her head thrown back in delight. Except it was no longer Lean. Something else had taken control. Something terrifying. The being occupying her body laughed joyfully. It had been 700 years since she had walked the human world. Giamma's eyes widened. The magical power radiating from her body was overwhelming. The mermaid demon he had fought before suddenly seemed insignificant by comparison. Wave after wave of impure demonic energy flooded the surroundings. There was only one possible identity. One being possessed power like this. One being spoke to him with amused affection, calling him Little One, the 5th Legion commander of the Demon King's army, the Succubus Queen, the Dream Demon, the Bewitching Flame, Agor. Smoke filled the sky as burned birds fell from above, unable to survive the poisonous miasma surrounding her. Agor paused thoughtfully. Human customs had probably changed over 7 centuries. Perhaps she should introduce herself properly. Suddenly adopting an almost playful demeanor, she smiled brightly. My name is Igor, commander of the Demon King's 5th Legion. It's nice to meet you. Agor tilted her head and asked for his name. When he remained silent, she pouted. Apparently, she found his lack of manners disappointing. Meanwhile, Giamma's thoughts raced desperately. He needed information. Any information. The greatest advantage he possessed in this world was his knowledge of the game's story. Even a small memory could save his life. Unfortunately, his memories regarding Igor were limited. He remembered basic details from online character information and old game guides. But none of those records explained why she had suddenly appeared in the human world after 700 years, nor did they explain why she had descended through possession using Lean as a host. Everything was spiraling completely out of control. Then Agor glanced around at the battlefield, the corpses, the blood, the carnage. She smiled. Was all of this his doing? She seemed genuinely impressed. No ordinary human could have created such a scene. Even more impressive was the fact that Giamma remained standing despite facing her overwhelming presence. Most humans would have lost their minds immediately. Looking him over, Agor chuckled. Right now he was just a young pup, but she could already see his future potential. That realization inspired an idea, a wonderful idea. Her eyes gleamed. Without hesitation, she proposed a contract. Giamma immediately stepped backward. The answer was obviously no. Agor ignored his reaction. Instead, she moved closer. She explained that he should feel honored. After all, this was a rare opportunity to become her servant. Naturally, Giamma found that argument completely ridiculous. The succubus continued speaking. According to her, humans were hypocrites. They betrayed one another. They killed each other for personal gain. Deep down, humanity was no better than demons. Therefore, why not surrender? Why not offer his life to her and dream of glory at her side? As she spoke, she gently lifted his chin. Her demonic power seeped into his mind. His thoughts became sluggish. His judgment weakened. For a moment, her words seemed reasonable. Humanity truly could be terrible. Joining her would certainly improve his chances of survival. The Demon King's army was powerful. Perhaps accepting her offer was the logical choice. The beautiful demon smiled warmly as she continued filling his mind with temptation. Then everything changed. A blade appeared within his soul. The blessing of the sword god erupted. Its power cut through the illusion. One thought echoed through his mind. Enemy identified, target, Agor. Demon. The mental influence shattered instantly. Agor blinked in surprise. Her charm had failed. Completely. That should have been impossible. Perhaps the host body was limiting her power. Annoyed, she complained about the quality of the vessel she had been given. After all, she had only accepted the contract because Lean would not stop begging. Maybe the entire arrangement had been a mistake. Then she heard laughter. Agor froze. Giamma was laughing. The demon stared at him in disbelief. Had he really just laughed at her? Giamma calmly explained that he found all of her nonsense amusing. Silence followed. For perhaps the first time in centuries, Igor was genuinely speechless. Then Giamma reached into his clothes and drew his weapon. Regarding her generous offer to become her slave, he declined. Igor's smile twitched. The irritation on her face became obvious. Apparently, she felt he lacked proper manners. Blue flames ignited around Giamma as he charged forward. Agor answered by unleashing blazing demonic fire. The battle began immediately. Giamma fought with everything he had. Unfortunately, he had already exhausted himself battling Leon and massacring the Undertakers. Igor, meanwhile, was an entirely different class of opponent. Every attack he launched was effortlessly avoided or blocked. She even yawned while fighting him. Despite the overwhelming difference in power, Giamma refused to back down. Again and again, he swung his sashimi knife. One slash carved a brilliant arc of blue light through the battlefield. Against an ordinary opponent, the strike would have been fatal. Agor simply laughed. The more she watched him fight, the more interested she became. Originally, she had been joking when she suggested making him her servant. Now she was becoming serious. His determination fascinated her. His refusal to surrender fascinated her. Everything about him fascinated her. The realization was slightly concerning considering she was several centuries older than him. Agor grinned. She wanted to see more. She wanted to discover the limits of his potential. Calling herself his older sister, she announced that she would personally test him. Then she activated Inferno. The battlefield exploded. Fire erupted in every direction. The world became a sea of flames. Giamma immediately sensed the terrifying surge of power. Igor merely laughed and encouraged him to do his best. The Inferno rushed toward him. Giamma responded by drawing another sashimi knife. His blade flashed. The fire parted before him like water. Agor's eyes widened. Then she smiled. Now she was truly enjoying herself. Giamma moved with astonishing speed. He dashed through the flames untouched. His knife danced through the blazing battlefield as he cut apart wave after wave of demonic fire. For the first time, Agor grew cautious. The boy before her had surpassed normal human limitations. At the same time, she reminded herself that she was still adapting to her newly acquired body. Perhaps that was why he was performing so well. Before she could finish the thought, Giamma appeared behind her. His knife was already descending. Agor's eyes widened. He had reached her far faster than expected. Excitement sparkled in her gaze. Then the attack landed. Power collided with power. A massive explosion tore through the battlefield. Smoke engulfed everything. Within the haze, Agor chuckled. Her opponent truly was impatient. Despite the impressive attack, she had blocked it using only one hand. Giamma stared in disbelief. Agor smiled. Why was he rushing so much? She had all the time in the world. Unfortunately, Giamma did not. The countdown of the pain blessing continued ticking away. Every second mattered. Knowing his time was running out, he launched another attack, and another, and another. Each strike grew faster than the last. Igor quickly noticed the change. His desperation was pushing him beyond his limits. Yellow sparks and crimson flames exploded throughout the battlefield as their powers collided repeatedly. Meanwhile, the countdown continued. The numbers kept falling, and Giamma knew that once they reached 0, everything would change. The battle continued without pause. Again and again, Giamma and Igor clashed, their powers colliding in bursts of fire and blue light. But eventually, the countdown reached 0. A massive spark exploded across the battlefield. Dust and smoke slowly settled, revealing the exhausted figure of Kangiyama. The boy stood barely upright. Bruises covered his body. His breathing was ragged. His sashimi knife still shimmered with power, but the blessing of regeneration had finally run out. If he pushed himself any further, the accumulated pain would hit him all at once. Across from him, Agor casually flexed her fingers. Moments earlier, they had been sliced apart by his attacks. Now they were already regenerating. She clicked her tongue in annoyance. This body still felt unfamiliar. 700 years ago, she had possessed a much stronger vessel. The sensation of warm red blood and human limitations irritated her. Still, she found the entire situation amusing. Licking her lips, she laughed. At times, it almost felt as though she had become human herself. That thought only made her more interested in Giamma. The boy was talented, passionate, stubborn. He lacked manners, but his determination fascinated her. In fact, she began wondering whether he possessed even greater potential than the prophesied holy vessel. Meanwhile, Giamma struggled to stay focused. His vision blurred. His muscles screamed in protest, yet Agor continued chatting casually as though they were having tea instead of fighting. She commented that she was finally becoming accustomed to her new body. Then she tilted her head thoughtfully. Perhaps he really could become the one who fulfilled their wish. That possibility intrigued her. Smiling, Agor decided to give him one final test. She leaped high into the sky. Flames bubbled around her hands. If you survive this attack, she declared, you pass. The spell she unleashed was called Flamma. Giamma immediately felt the terrifying power gathering above him. At this point, he could barely move. Agor simply laughed. Surely he could endure at least this much. Then the fire descended. A blazing torrent rushed toward him. Giamma had reached his limit. His body refused to respond. For the first time, he truly believed he might die. Then someone appeared. A sword flashed through the air. The incoming flames split apart. The attack was blocked. The old man stepped directly between Giamma and the descending inferno, protecting his student without hesitation. His sword moved with unbelievable precision. The flames scattered harmlessly around them. The old warrior barked at Giamma to pull himself together. Meanwhile, Agor immediately threw a fit. Her game had been interrupted. She complained that the old man should not interfere when she and the boy were having so much fun. The Sword Emperor ignored her entirely. Giamma was precious to him. There was no chance he would allow a demon commander to take the boy. Agor narrowed her eyes. Then she smiled. If he cared so much, he should try his best to protect him. With that, she unleashed an even greater storm of flames. Fire rained down from every direction. The battlefield became an inferno. Meanwhile, Giamma's consciousness drifted. For a moment, he wondered if he had already died. Then he heard coughing. His vision slowly returned. Standing in front of him was the Sword Emperor. The old man's body was burning, yet he still stood firm. His body had become a shield. His sword had become a wall, and that wall had protected Giamma. The realization left the boy speechless. The Sword Emperor believed in him. He believed that Kangiyama was someone special, someone capable of bridging the gap between humans and demons, someone who could become the hope that changed the future. Because of that belief, the old man fought without hesitation, even against a legion commander of the Demon King's army. After deflecting another attack, he coughed heavily. Then he asked Giamma whether he had finally returned to his senses. The old man ordered him to rest. Their situation was already bad enough. Giamma wanted to argue, but then he noticed something. The Sword Emperor's arm. The old man had suffered serious injuries. Yet when Giamma looked at him with concern, the Sword Emperor merely laughed. Who needed two hands to hold a sword? Instead of worrying about him, Giamma should focus on surviving. Igor stepped forward, amused by the exchange. She admitted that taking her magic head-on should not have been possible. After all, he was only human. Frankly, she was becoming annoyed. First a talented brat, now an old man. Too many humans were refusing to die properly. The battlefield fell silent. Three figures faced one another: Giamma, the Sword Emperor, and Igor. Even in her weakened state, Igor remained a legion commander. A demon of her rank could only cross into the human world through an elaborate summoning ritual involving sacrifices. The backlash of possession weakened her. Yet even then she remained a walking disaster. Agor sighed dramatically. Apparently, her host body was defective. She could understand struggling against a gifted youngster, but if she could not crush an elderly swordsman, then this vessel truly was worthless. She took a step forward. This time she promised she would take more than just his arm. Flames erupted around her. The Sword Emperor narrowed his eyes. Then both warriors attacked simultaneously. His blue sword flashed. Her burning blade descended. The collision shook the battlefield. A moment later, Agor's eyes widened. One of her flaming arms had been severed. Even her weapon had been cut apart. For the first time since arriving, genuine shock appeared on her face. She demanded to know how he had managed to wound her. The Sword Emperor simply smiled. He asked whether she was afraid. The question enraged her. Calling him an insolent worm, she launched another furious assault. Flames exploded outward. The Sword Emperor raised his blade. One slash dispersed the fire. Another slash shattered the next wave. The inferno swirled around him but could not consume him. Igor stared in disbelief. The old man truly lived up to his title. Sword Emperor. Still, she refused to admit it. Surely he had only gotten lucky. The old man answered by appearing directly in front of her. His blade swept upward. The strike was so fast that it nearly removed her head. Igor barely escaped by jumping backward. Now she understood. This opponent was dangerous. Very dangerous. As she studied him more closely, a realization dawned on her. The old man carried the bloodline of Orin. No wonder he was capable of such feats. Igor cursed her luck. Still, he was old. His body had long since passed its prime. Humans were pathetic creatures no matter how talented they became. Age eventually dragged them down. Mocking him, she asked whether his frail body could continue avoiding her attacks. Then she unleashed hell. Thousands upon thousands of flaming projectiles appeared overhead. The sky itself turned red. Fire rained down like a divine punishment. Even Giamma was horrified. The Sword Emperor immediately began moving. He ran, dodged, weaved. Every streak of fire sought his life. The battlefield became a storm of destruction. Giamma gripped his knife helplessly. He wanted to help. He wanted to cover the old man's blind spots, but he could barely remain conscious. He had battled all night. If he released his blessing now, it might be the end. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor continued fighting alone. Again and again, he cut apart incoming flames. Again and again, he survived. Agor could not help being impressed. Despite his age, the old man continued achieving impossible things. Perhaps he was less of a nuisance and more of a stubborn rat that refused to die. Then the Sword Emperor charged directly toward her. Instead of retreating, he advanced through the storm. As he moved, he spoke. Demons were stronger than humans. That was undeniable. When he was younger, he had hated the world for that truth. The gap between the races had seemed impossible to overcome. But after a lifetime of experience, he had learned something important. Agor rolled her eyes. The old man was rambling again. Still, she listened. The Sword Emperor continued advancing. Searching for an opening, Agor suddenly noticed his missing arm. The weakness was obvious. A cruel smile spread across her face. The moment she prepared to exploit it, the old man spoke once more. Humans evolved. Humans adapted. Even in hopeless situations, that was the trait demons feared most. That was why demons constantly invaded the human world. Before she could react, his sword flashed. It cut through her flames. It cut through her defenses. Agor gasped. Then she smiled. Finally, this was becoming interesting. Laughing wildly, she unleashed her full power. The ground erupted beneath the Sword Emperor. Flames burst upward from every direction. Before he could escape, Agor appeared directly in front of him. Her hand slammed into his abdomen. She had grown tired of listening. The demonic spell activated instantly. A fiery lance erupted through his body. Then another. Then dozens more. Flaming spears pierced him from every direction. The battlefield exploded with fire. Agor yawned casually while destroying her opponent. To her, this was little more than a chore. The Sword Emperor coughed blood. His body trembled. The attack had finally broken through his defenses. The flames gradually faded. When they disappeared, the old man dropped to his knees. Blood covered the ground beneath him. His body was riddled with wounds. Large holes had been burned straight through him. Even Giamma could tell the truth. The Sword Emperor had reached his limit. And from the look of his injuries, it seemed impossible that he would survive much longer. Agor looked down at the fallen Sword Emperor and laughed. Mockingly, she placed her foot on his head. Was this really all humanity had to offer? Whether 700 years ago or today, humans always seemed the same to her. They fought bravely, delivered dramatic speeches, and died believing they had changed something. Still, she admitted that his final words had been decent enough for a human who had not even lived a century. Giamma could not accept what he was seeing. He called out desperately to the Sword Emperor, whose body looked moments away from collapsing completely. Then Agor suddenly remembered something. She had become so distracted by the old man that she had almost forgotten the reason she started this fight in the first place. Turning toward Giamma, she smiled brightly. She apologized for forgetting about him. After all, she still needed to announce the results of her test. Giamma immediately sensed danger. Using the last of his strength, the Sword Emperor shouted at him to run. Run now. Escape while he still could. Agegor merely chuckled. According to her, Giamma had passed. The world around him began spinning as Agor's magic wrapped around his mind. The demon smiled wickedly. She believed his body would become an important part of demonkind's future. As for him, she hoped he would not resent her too much. Perhaps they would meet again in the underworld. The Sword Emperor roared in anger. Giamma was only a cadet, a child. Igor should leave him alone. The demon ignored him completely. She had no interest in listening to a dying man. Leaning forward, she activated a demonic seal. Then she pressed her tongue against Giamma's face and branded him with her mark. The boy immediately collapsed to his knees. Dark energy surged into him. The Sword Emperor cursed her actions. Agor blushed dramatically and asked if that was supposed to be a compliment. Being demonic was one of her best qualities after all. The seal spread. Her power flooded into Giamma's body, mind, and soul. A bright purple symbol appeared on his forehead. Pink light erupted from his eyes. The demonic energy spread through him like an invading army, attempting to override everything that made him human. Then alarms began sounding. Deep inside his system, warning messages appeared one after another. Unauthorized external intrusion detected. Threat level critical. Naturally, the blessing of the sword god had no intention of accepting this. The defensive mechanisms activated immediately. A countdown began, then another problem appeared. The system reported that the user's level was insufficient. Giamma was too weak. The defense could not fully repel an attack of this magnitude. An emergency solution was initiated. Yggdrasil was activated as a catalyst. The system began forcibly increasing the user's level. World-line synchronization commenced. Blessing restraints were released. The countdown accelerated. Numbers flooded his vision. 10, 20, 30. Higher, higher, faster. The values climbed until they finally reached 100%. Conditions fulfilled. Meanwhile, Igor continued tormenting the Sword Emperor. The old warrior still struggled to rise, still refused to surrender. Agor found it ridiculous. How was he still moving? The answer revealed itself moments later. The aura surrounding him changed. Agor froze. She recognized it immediately. It resembled the aura of the Sword Saints from the Great War 700 years ago. Even now, standing on the edge of death, the Sword Emperor was evolving. The realization disgusted her. Humans always seem to grow stronger when they should have been dying. Enough was enough. She decided to end him permanently. Charging forward, she told him to stop struggling and die quietly like a proper descendant of Orin. Then lightning exploded. A blast struck her from nowhere. Thousands of bolts seemed to combine into a single devastating attack. The impact engulfed her completely. Agor screamed in shock. For a brief moment, even she was overwhelmed. Furious, she turned toward the source. Then she froze. A terrible feeling filled the air. Floating above the ground was a boy surrounded by brilliant light. Silver lightning danced around him. Wings of radiance seemed to form behind his back. The sight sent a chill through Agor. It reminded her of something. Someone. A memory from 700 years ago. Inside Giamma's system, every blessing was being forcibly elevated. The blessing of painlessness activated. The blessing of transference activated. Pain, damage, injury. Everything was being redistributed and managed through countless world lines. The blessing of the sword god temporarily shut down as a higher process took control. Giamma floated in the air, bathed in divine light. The gods themselves seemed to be watching. Elsewhere on the island, dawn was approaching. The final day of the examination had arrived. The silver-haired swordswoman stood quietly with her weapon in hand. Despite reaching the last day, she felt strangely uneasy. Nearby, the blue-haired archer stared into the dark sky. The orange-haired healer complained that it was not even sunrise yet. The archer simply shook her head. According to her, sunrise had already happened. The boy looked up at the pitch-black sky and declared that made absolutely no sense. She sighed. For someone ranked second in written exams, he could be surprisingly slow. Regardless, they needed to return to the academy. Rachel and Chloe were still asleep nearby. Soon everyone would have to gather at the extraction point. And for some reason, the archer felt that something was very wrong. Back on the battlefield, smoke and fire still filled the clearing. At the center stood Giamma, or at least something wearing Giamma's face. Agor clenched her teeth. For one terrifying moment, she thought she was looking at the reincarnation of an ancient enemy. Lightning exploded wherever the boy stepped. The light surrounding him was so bright that his body was difficult to see. As he slowly approached, Agor realized it was still Giamma. Yet at the same time, it felt as though she was facing someone else entirely. She knew he was human, She knew her old enemy could not possibly still be alive. Yet moments ago, the attack that struck her had carried power comparable to that legendary figure. This was not something she could ignore. He sensed the same thing, the same overwhelming presence, the same impossible power. Despite his injuries, the old man slowly lowered himself to one knee, not from weakness, from respect, from reverence. The being standing before him acknowledged his existence. Then something miraculous happened. The wounds in the Sword Emperor's body began closing. The holes left by Aegor's attacks disappeared. The bleeding stopped. His flesh regenerated completely. The old man stared at his healed body in disbelief. This went far beyond anything he had imagined. Meanwhile, Giamma remained suspended in the air. His eyes were closed. Millions of silver sparks surrounded him. Each pulse of energy shook the battlefield. Then he moved. His attention shifted entirely toward Aegor, the demon commander, the one responsible for everything. Without hesitation, he attacked. A white flash crossed the battlefield. Aegor's eyes widened. Before she could react, Giamma had already appeared behind her. She could barely track his movements. His speed was beyond reason, beyond understanding. For the first time, genuine fear appeared in the demon's eyes. She desperately searched for an explanation. Maybe her host body was limiting her perception. Maybe the possession was destabilizing her senses. Deep down, however, she already knew the truth. The situation had surpassed logic. This opponent was dangerous. Realizing this, Aegor abandoned all pretense. She offered a brief apology, then she unleashed her full power. The ground shattered beneath her feet. Fire erupted from deep underground. Cracks spread throughout the battlefield. The demon admitted that Giamma would have made an incredible vessel. Unfortunately, she could no longer afford to recruit him. If she allowed him to survive and master this power, he would become a major threat to demonkind. So she made her decision. He had to die. Raising her hand, Aegor gathered enormous amounts of demonic fire. The flames churned like molten lava. They twisted and spiraled through the sky. A gigantic vortex formed overhead. The spell continued growing, larger, hotter, more violent. Eventually, it became a colossal tornado of fire that towered over the battlefield. The inferno was hundreds of times larger than Aegor herself. The sky turned red. The earth trembled. The storm roared like an angry dragon. Aegor smiled coldly. The ultimate attack had begun. A raging blaze tempest descended toward Giamma and everyone standing behind him. The Sword Emperor stared in horror at the colossal storm of fire. The blaze tempest was unlike anything he had ever seen. It looked less like a spell and more like a natural disaster. A mountain of molten destruction rushed across the battlefield, scorching the earth beneath it. The fiery tornado tore through the air like a blazing bullet train, consuming everything in its path. Aegor laughed. Despite the intensity of the battle, she seemed almost cheerful. She admitted that her encounter with Giamma had been brief, but she had enjoyed it immensely. Then she launched the attack. The golden inferno roared toward its target. The Sword Emperor immediately looked toward Giamma, worried about what the boy would do. Giamma remained calm, or rather, the being currently operating through him remained calm. The blessing of the Sword God activated once more. Divine power surged through his body. At the same time, a strange demonic force mixed with that power. The world changed. Colors disappeared. Everything around him became simplified into distinct lines and points. His entire focus narrowed onto a single target, the approaching inferno. As the massive wall of destruction drew closer, Giamma stepped forward. His muscles tightened. His enhanced vision pierced through the raging flames. Then he found it, a thin red line hidden deep within the attack. The core, the weakness, the point where everything connected. Without hesitation, he swung. The strike was so smooth and precise that it seemed to erase color itself. The thousand sword technique activated. His blade passed through the core. The result was immediate. The enormous mass of flame split apart. From top to bottom, the entire blaze tempest was divided cleanly in two. The cut continued forward, through the fire, through the destruction, through the caster herself. Aegor's eyes widened. The line passed directly through her. Then the world exploded. The resulting shock wave was tremendous. Flames erupted in every direction. Lava scattered across the battlefield. The explosion was so bright that everything turned white for a moment. The sound was so loud that anyone nearby would have gone temporarily deaf. Aegor could not believe what had happened. She had poured everything into that attack. Her ultimate technique, and it had been cut apart with a single slash. A small cry escaped her lips before she crashed into the ground. For the first time since arriving in the human world, the demon commander had been defeated. Far away, the students taking part in the examination finally noticed the disturbance. Massive explosions lit up the distant horizon. Everyone stopped and stared. What could possibly have caused such destruction? Rachel, Ryojo, weapon, the swordswoman. Every student looked toward the distant blast. Yet the explosion itself was not the most unbelievable sight. It was the aftermath. The sky had been cut open. A gigantic scar stretched across the heavens. Dark clouds split apart. Blue sky shone through the wound carved into the dawn. The sight was so ridiculous that many students simply stood there speechless. Others hurriedly took photographs. Some even convinced themselves that the sunrise was behaving strangely. Whatever the explanation, they wanted proof that they had witnessed it. Meanwhile, Agor was having the worst day of her 700-year existence. She attempted to regenerate. Nothing happened. She tried gathering mana. Nothing responded. Her source of power had been severed. The slash had cut deeper than flesh. It had wounded the very foundation of her existence. At this rate, she would die. Giamma slowly stumbled toward her. For the first time, genuine panic filled the demon commander's eyes. She could not fight anymore. Fortunately for her, Giamma's transformation was ending. The strange force controlling him had already begun fading. The parasite-like influence within his body disappeared. His strength vanished. And then he collapsed. Agor immediately sighed in relief. She had no intention of dying. Even now, she desperately tried to crawl away. In her eyes, Kang Giamma had become a future calamity for demonkind. Even if she died today, eliminating him would be worth it. Unfortunately for her, she did not get very far. A sword pierced her skull. Agor froze, then slowly turned her eyes. The Sword Emperor stood behind her. Apparently, she had forgotten one very important detail. He was still alive. Turning her back on an enemy was a rookie mistake. The old man even remarked that she reminded him of the 6th Legion commander, Basman. Igor shrieked in fury. She cursed, she screamed, she protested. None of it mattered. The Sword Emperor calmly told her to return to the depths of the underworld where she belonged. The demon raged. The demon died. Her body dissolved into ashes. The 5th Legion commander's descent into the human world had come to an end. The Sword Emperor watched the ashes scatter. Then he quietly corrected her final insult. He was not merely Oren's descendant. His name was Siegfried von Nibelung. She should have shown proper respect. With the battle finally over, he turned toward Giamma. The boy lay unconscious on the ground. Carefully, the old man rolled him over and checked his condition. Fortunately, he was still breathing. There were damaged blood vessels and severe exhaustion, but no fatal injuries. His life was not in immediate danger. The Sword Emperor stared at him thoughtfully. What exactly was this boy? Earlier, when he had knelt before Giamma, it had not been a conscious decision. It had been instinct. The instinct of a swordsman standing before something incomprehensible. Since ancient times, humanity had feared forces beyond understanding. Storms, floods, lightning from a clear sky, comets falling from the heavens. Such overwhelming phenomena had inspired both fear and worship. People prayed to those powers. They sought blessings from them. Some called them calamities. Others called them gods. When Giamma split the sky itself, the Sword Emperor had experienced that same feeling. The feeling of standing before something greater than human understanding. As dawn finally broke, the scar in the heavens faded. Darkness retreated. The examination came to an end. Students rushed toward the designated meeting point. Most were excited. Some were exhausted. A few were still discussing the impossible explosion they had witnessed. Ryojo moved faster than everyone else. Pushing through the crowd, she forced her way toward the front. Weapon followed close behind. When they finally arrived, both of them froze. A medical stretcher was being carried away from Avalon Island. Teachers surrounded it. Healers monitored the patient, and lying unconscious upon it was Kang Giamma. The sight shocked everyone. Chloe reacted the strongest. The red-haired assassin immediately tried forcing her way through the crowd. Rachel had to physically restrain her. At one point, it looked as though Chloe might actually attack a teacher just to reach him. The blue-haired archer looked on with growing concern. Nearby, Abel stared in horror. Her grandfather was missing an arm. The emotional shock was too much. She collapsed to her knees. Ryojo quietly placed a hand on her shoulder. No one knew how to comfort her. The entire academy fell into tension. News of the incident spread rapidly. Humanity was currently maintaining a fragile ceasefire with demonkind. Now the Sword Emperor had lost an arm. Such a loss weakened humanity considerably. Many began wondering whether another vacancy would soon appear among the 7-star heroes. At present, only 4 remained active. As days passed, concern continued growing. Ryojo monitored every report she could find. She searched constantly for updates about Giamma. There were none. Rumors quickly filled the void. Students whispered that the special admissions cadet had been carried off the island on the brink of death. Some claimed he would never wake up. Others claimed he was already dead. Ryojo grew increasingly irritated. One day, after overhearing several students gossiping about him, she finally snapped. The boys immediately recognized her as the princess. One icy glare was enough. She ordered them to continue their rumors somewhere else. Exhausted and frustrated, she had no patience for their nonsense. The students immediately apologized and fled. Even then, Ryojo remained annoyed. She refused to believe Giamma would die. Yet uncertainty lingered. Beside her, Chloe continued crying. More than a week had passed since the incident. The assassin had barely stopped crying since that day. Whenever someone mentioned Giamma, she looked ready to burst into tears all over again. The group repeatedly attempted to visit him. Every attempt failed. The academy clinic refused all visitors. The order came directly from the academy director herself. No exceptions. Chloe naturally tried forcing her way inside. The resulting commotion required multiple guards to hold her back. Weapon desperately begged her to calm down. Meanwhile, Ryojo focused on piecing together what had happened. Avalon Island had become a sea of lava. The Sword Emperor had lost an arm. A mysterious surge of demonic mana had been detected. The logical conclusion was obvious. A powerful demon had invaded. The Sword Emperor had stopped it. Unfortunately, no official details had been released. The Academy sealed all information. Even the media received nothing. The director personally took control of the investigation. All communication with the outside world was heavily restricted. The secrecy only made everyone more anxious. In the end, there was nothing left to do except wait. Rio occasionally sent messages to Giamma's phone. She knew he probably could not read them. He was most likely still unconscious. But she sent them anyway, because despite everything, every one of his friends was still waiting for him to wake up. The archer let out a frustrated sigh as she thought back to the last conversation she had with the boy. She wondered whether he would ever return and found herself wishing that he would come back soon. After all, she had even changed classes just so she could stay by his side. The uncertainty weighed heavily on her heart. Abel was struggling as well. It was only natural. Her grandfather, the strongest man in the world, had been severely injured during a mysterious battle that no one had witnessed. Lost in thought, the swordswoman remained silent until Rachel called out to her once again, pulling her from her worries. The girl apologized for zoning out, but her classmate understood completely. Anyone would be concerned about the Sword Emperor's condition. Even the Spear Saint, Rachel's uncle, had been deeply worried. Abel already knew that and tried to reassure the blonde girl. According to her, there was no reason to panic because the Sword Emperor was recovering well. The old warrior had even apologized to the young swordsman and told her that she would understand everything soon enough. Eventually, she would learn why her grandfather had personally taken responsibility for caring for the cadet, Giamma. In truth, Rachel could not stop thinking about that explanation. She did not know all the details, but she was certain that Giamma had been injured while helping her grandfather. The thought left her uneasy. Meanwhile, the old man who had ordered the attack continued to spend his days drinking and indulging himself. Slamming his glass onto the table, he grumbled that everything was becoming more troublesome by the day. He tossed aside a leaflet concerning the undertakers and dismissed them as worthless trash, since every member listed there had already been marked as dead. Meanwhile, Giamma continued his recovery. Reports stated that his muscle fibers had been torn apart, and even his nerves had suffered severe damage. His injuries were far beyond what anyone would consider normal. Yet somehow he recovered completely and was discharged from the hospital. In fact, he looked healthier than ever. The hospital director was particularly proud of that outcome. She had mobilized every available doctor, healer, and medical specialist to save him. She had even threatened the entire staff, demanding that they keep him alive no matter what. Afterward, she turned her attention to the old man, who seemed to be treating his own injuries far too casually. He teased her, saying that if she became so emotional over everything, she would surely develop wrinkles. The woman scoffed and told him she was simply trying to stay positive. She then asked Siegfried how he was doing. After all, Giamma had not been the only one seriously injured. She was worried about her old friend as well. The two of them had lived long enough to witness countless unbelievable events, but this situation still stood out. Siegfried simply laughed and shrugged. According to him, he was experiencing no significant problems. The medical staff, however, had been completely baffled. In all their years of practice, they had never encountered a case like his. Not only was he healthy, but even his old illnesses had vanished entirely. It was as though his body had been completely reset. The doctors could only describe it as a miracle. The director sighed deeply and admitted that she no longer understood what was happening. Although Giamma's condition was partially Siegfried's responsibility, the old man had never left the boy's side during his hospitalization. He had even spent an outrageous amount of money to reserve an entire hospital ward for him. The director had never seen him go to such lengths for anyone before. Naturally, she wanted answers. Even her blessing of the poet failed to reveal the truth. Whatever had happened was beyond her ability to comprehend. Now that Giamma was awake, she demanded an explanation. The media had been pressuring her for weeks, and she had barely slept because of it. Siegfried carefully set down his teacup and admitted that he also needed time to process everything. What happened on Avalon Island was difficult even for him to fully understand. Still, the director insisted on hearing at least the basics. The old man glanced at the stump where his arm had once been and finally revealed the truth. Agor, the 4th Legion commander, had appeared on Avalon Island. The revelation was so shocking that the director thought she had misheard him. She asked him to repeat himself. Surely he could not be talking about that Agor. Unfortunately, he was. Siegfried confirmed that the legendary Devil Commander was the one who had taken his arm. The director immediately shot to her feet in horror. If Agor had been involved, then what had happened to Jian Ma? The old man fell silent for a moment before continuing. Since he had already begun the story, there was no point stopping now. The director desperately needed to know how the encounter had ended. Siegfried finally revealed that Agor had been eliminated. The news was so unbelievable that it could not yet be shared with the public. Nevertheless, he had witnessed it with his own eyes. There was no doubt. The director hesitantly asked whether he had somehow defeated the Devil Commander himself. Siegfried burst into laughter. Both of them knew that such a feat was impossible. At their age, neither of them could hope to accomplish something like that. The director slowly sat back down, wondering whether the old man had finally lost his mind. Defeating an ordinary enemy would have been one thing. Defeating a Legion commander was another matter entirely. Then a realization struck her. A chill ran down her spine. Leaning forward, she cautiously asked whether the person who defeated Igor was the individual she suspected. The bespectacled woman stared in disbelief. Siegfried merely sighed and said that he would explain everything when everyone gathered together later. For now, there was somewhere a young man should visit before concerning himself with adult matters. The director stared at him for a moment before sighing and calling him a boomer. Considering her own age, the insult carried very little weight, but she accepted his reasoning nonetheless. Elsewhere, another gathering was taking place. The group had decided they could not remain depressed forever, so they began preparing for brighter days ahead. Speedweapon enthusiastically volunteered to create a recruitment poster for their club. When he proudly revealed his masterpiece, everyone was stunned. The poster was covered in glittering colors and rainbow decorations. It was so flashy that it practically shined on its own. The boy admired his creation proudly, convinced that no one could possibly overlook it. Since they were always relying on Jian Ma, he felt that they should do something meaningful for him in return. Excitedly, he asked the two gloomy girls what they thought. The archer sighed and admitted that he had surprised her. Not because the poster was good, but because she never imagined anyone could create something so outrageous. Completely missing the criticism, the healer proudly declared that color was the most important part of any poster. According to him, passers-by would be unable to ignore it. Chloe immediately solved the problem by stabbing the poster and slicing it cleanly in half. Speedweapon was horrified. He demanded to know what she thought she was doing. The red-haired assassin calmly replied that she would never allow her precious crush to look at such garbage. The boy was devastated. He had spent an entire night creating that monstrosity. Chloe simply remarked that at least it could be burned afterward without harming the environment. As the argument grew louder, the others listened quietly. Even the usually cheerful group felt incomplete. The yokai girl sat with her head lowered, wondering when Jian Ma would finally return. Then a voice suddenly announced that he was back. The blue-haired girl immediately looked up in shock. Standing from the bench, she saw Speedweapon and Chloe speaking casually with a familiar figure. It was Jian Ma. Rachel sprinted toward him so quickly that everyone was caught off guard. When she finally reached him, she flicked his forehead and called him an idiot. Then she smiled. It was a warm, beautiful smile filled with relief. Jian Ma stared at her in surprise before smiling back. At last, he happily announced that he had returned. Meanwhile, the healer desperately tried to show everyone his newest poster design. Unfortunately for him, none of the girls wanted to look at that disaster a second time. The story then shifted into a special episode prepared by the author. Unlike the main narrative, it focused on a lighthearted vacation featuring Jian Ma and his friends. Even Jian Ma seemed confused by the author's strange commentary as he checked his phone notifications. Eventually, the car arrived at its destination. The director informed the young man that they had reached their location. Thanks to the Sword Emperor's driving, they had arrived safely at the seaside. The moment everyone stepped out, they realized this was going to be a beach outing. The beach was completely empty. It quickly became obvious that the director had rented the entire area for herself and her guests. Since money was never a problem for her, she saw no reason not to spend generously on special occasions. Their friends were already waiting. Speedweapon greeted them enthusiastically, standing among the growing crowd of girls surrounding the protagonist. The swordswoman and the assassin excitedly welcomed Jian Ma back. However, the archer suddenly narrowed her eyes as everyone gathered around him. Jian Ma soon noticed something else. Leon was nowhere to be seen. The absence of the famous hero disappointed everyone. Speedweapon explained that Leon practically lived inside dungeons now. The blonde warrior spent nearly every waking moment training. At this point, it was difficult to tell whether he was still human or had become some kind of monster. He would not even take a break for a once-in-a-lifetime beach trip. The group collectively mourned his absence, and even Jian Ma found the situation suspicious. After all, why was he the only other guy expected to handle an entire crowd of enthusiastic girls alone? Still, since Leon was not there, they decided to enjoy themselves on his behalf and make the most of the vacation. Chloe was clearly excited about spending time with the Oreo-haired boy, but the knife-wielding assassin tried her best to act composed as she followed the rest of the team. With that, The special summer vacation chapter officially began. The students stepped onto the warm sand and rushed into the sea. Laughter echoed across the beach as everyone splashed around and enjoyed the water. Chloe seemed to be having the time of her life, and Jian-ma could not help but smile at the sight. He doubted the assassin had many opportunities to relax and enjoy herself like this. Meanwhile, the healer had already caught his first wave and was eagerly showing off his surfing skills. As part of the author's ongoing popularity rankings, Speed Weapon was revealed to have tied for 6th place. It was a respectable result for someone who was both dependable and genuinely likable. Rachel, however, was more focused on beating him at surfing. The blonde girl had ranked 4th in popularity, earning 10% of the votes. Powered by endless confidence and undeniable charm, she charged across the waves at incredible speed. Unfortunately, her reckless surfing sent poor Chloe tumbling into the water. The assassin fell right off her float and disappeared beneath the surface. The gentle yokai girl ranked 5th in the popularity poll, winning over 3% of readers with her sweet personality. As Rachel sped across the water, a pointed object suddenly emerged from beneath the waves. For a brief moment, someone thought they had spotted a shark. Rachel flew past Jian-ma, who had somehow managed to secure 3rd place in his own story's popularity rankings. The result was almost unbelievable. It left everyone wondering who could possibly have claimed 1st place. The answer became even more confusing when Rachel and Abel arrived. The moment Abel stepped onto the beach in an incredibly revealing swimsuit, everyone froze. Both girls looked stunning, and even Rachel complained that it was unfair for the two of them to look so good. Abel immediately became flustered, wondering why everyone was staring at her. While the younger generation enjoyed the ocean, the adults spent their time playing chess while discussing the future. Every move mattered. The world remained dangerous, and they had to make careful decisions if they wanted the children depending on them to continue enjoying peaceful and carefree days like this. The popularity rankings continued as well. Siegfried von Nylon, the Sword Emperor himself, had tied for 6th place. The director shared the same ranking, making 6th place feel more like a consolation prize than an achievement. Still, she agreed with the Sword Emperor's philosophy. Everything they fought for was represented by moments like these. The children's smiles, their laughter, their innocence. Protecting those things was worth any sacrifice. Soon, the group moved on to a game of beach volleyball. Rachel launched the ball high into the air before warning Ryojo to watch out. The ball shot toward the archer like a cannonball. Ryojo reacted instantly, managing to return it, though the force sent her sliding across the sand. The healer was amazed and told Rachel to calm down. That spike could have injured someone. Ryojo glared at the blonde menace, but her attention quickly shifted when Abel leaped into the air. The swordswoman moved with flawless grace. Beautiful, elegant, powerful. She struck the ball with incredible force. Rachel and Chloe could only stare as it blasted right past them. Neither even attempted to stop it. Abel landed lightly on the sand with a satisfied smile, seemingly pleased with her devastating attack. It was easy to see why she had finished 2nd in the popularity rankings. Ryoho lowered her head in defeat. At this point, she genuinely wondered if there was anything Abel could not do. The swordswoman then extended a hand to help her up. Trying to hide her jealousy, Ryoho accepted while joking that the play had been a coordinated assist. Abel smiled warmly and insisted they had won thanks to her. As evening arrived, the smell of grilled meat filled the beach air. Everyone gathered around the barbecue while the sun slowly disappeared beyond the horizon. The atmosphere was perfect. The students had changed into more casual clothing and settled around the tables as Jian-ma took charge of the grill. Naturally, a crowd immediately formed around him. Everyone wanted to taste. For some reason, however, Ryoho sat alone, quiet, distant, lost in thought. While Abel attempted some strange Japanese charm she claimed would make the meat taste better, Ryoho quietly slipped away from the gathering. She wandered along the moonlit beach, reflecting on everything that had happened. Nothing had gone her way all day. Everywhere she looked, Abel seemed better than her. The thought left her feeling miserable. As she walked, she noticed a mysterious bottle resting in the sand. Curious, she picked it up and opened it. Inside was a paper containing the results of the popularity poll. The writing was smudged, but she could still make out one shocking detail. 1st place had received 60% of all votes. 60%. The number was absurd. Ryojo immediately felt jealous. Whoever held 1st place must have been loved by everyone. She wished she could be the best at something too. At that moment, her stomach growled loudly. The realization hit her instantly. She had left all that delicious food behind. Now she was starving. Thinking about Abel only made things worse. The swordswoman was beautiful, talented, and seemed to be growing closer to Jian-ma every day. Ever since the Avalon incident, the relationship between them had noticeably changed. Abel openly sought him out now. She smiled beside him, laughed beside him, spent time beside him. Meanwhile, Ryojo was sitting alone on a beach, hungry and depressed. The unfairness of it all made her even more upset. Then Jian-ma appeared. He carried a skewer of grilled meat in his hand. The boy had no idea why she was sitting out there alone, but he wanted to tell her that the movie was about to start. Ryojo nearly jumped in surprise. Her face immediately turned bright red. She nervously asked how he had managed to sneak up on her. Jianma simply replied that he had walked over. How else was he supposed to get there? The answer only made her more embarrassed. Then he admitted that he had been worried about her. Those words struck her like lightning. Her eyes widened, her heart raced, her breathing quickened. He had noticed she was missing. He had come looking for her. Trying to hide her excitement, Ryojo focused on the skewer of meat he was holding. Unfortunately, she wanted it so badly that her hands were practically shaking. Amused, Jianma handed it to her. Ryojo gratefully accepted. The meat tasted incredible. As she ate, her mood improved almost instantly. Jianma watched in amazement. The girl's emotions seemed completely controlled by snacks. Still, he reminded her to eat slowly. It was not as though he planned to steal it back. Suddenly, Ryojo grabbed his hand. The boy froze in confusion. Laughing brightly, she revealed the final result of the popularity poll. First place belonged to Ryojo herself. The beautiful archer had received an overwhelming 60% of all votes. With renewed confidence, she pulled Jianma along and raced back toward the others. Everyone welcomed them immediately. Apparently, they had all been waiting for the two of them. Ryojo quickly lied and claimed she had simply taken a phone call. It sounded far better than admitting she had been sulking by herself. The group then gathered together for the movie. Speed Weapon noticed that Ryojo had returned alone and asked where Jianma had gone. She casually replied that he was in the bathroom. Soon after, Abel approached her and apologized for what had happened during the Avalon game. She never intended for things to become so complicated. Ryojo simply smiled and said it was all in the past. Abel admired her kindness and promised there would be nothing to apologize for next time. Before Ryoho could respond, Jianma finally returned. He sat down between the two girls. Abel happily explained that she had intentionally given up her seat so he could sit there. Only then did Ryoho realize that the swordswoman had deliberately allowed her to sit beside her crush. Elsewhere, Jianma found himself standing before a massive castle-like structure illuminated by a brilliant clock tower. Colorful lights danced across the sky. At first they looked beautiful. Then they transformed into deadly ribbons of energy. The lights lashed out violently, spreading destruction wherever they went. Instinctively, Jianma raised his sashimi knife and deflected the attacks. He fought desperately against the glowing forces. The world around him twisted and shattered. Space itself seemed to tear apart. Then a giant sashimi knife descended from above. That could not possibly be a good sign. The scene shifted. It felt as though he was fighting against his own subconscious. Within the strange realm of red light, his status screen glitched repeatedly before displaying a message. The weapon wanted him to take it. Every instinct screamed that accepting a mysterious weapon from a strange dream was a terrible idea, yet the knife continued calling to him, demanding, insisting, refusing to be ignored. Power flooded through him. Countless blades erupted from the ground around him. The message echoed through his soul. Take it. Pick it up. Accept it. Jianma remained completely confused. He had somehow become trapped within the world of his own abilities and had no idea what was happening. Then he suddenly woke up. The dream again. He had experienced it far too many times already. Groaning, he sat up and checked his phone. The first thing he saw was a message from Speed Weapon. The boy had posted a new recruitment advertisement for their club. One look at the terrible poster was enough for Jianma to conclude that the club's future was doomed. Still, despite the awful design, he was pleased to discover that his body felt better than ever. In fact, he felt stronger than before. Perhaps all that time spent in the VIP recovery ward had helped. After the battle with Igor, he had learned that the Sword Emperor had personally paid for his treatment and remained by his side throughout his recovery. The old man had shown him incredible kindness. Jianma knew he owed him a debt that could never easily be repaid. After getting dressed, he adjusted his tie and prepared for school. As he did, memories of Avalon resurfaced. He remembered his confrontation with Leon and the bizarre events that followed. The uncertainty still bothered him. Lately, he had found himself questioning every decision he made. A supposed background character was becoming far more important than he had ever intended. After a moment of reflection, he sighed. There was no point regretting his choices now. Whatever happened next, he would deal with it when the time came. For now, there was only one thing he needed to focus on: school. Ryojo was waiting for Jianma when he arrived, and she immediately tried to share some of the sweets she loved so much. The archer happily offered him a treat, but Jian politely declined. He did not really need that much sugar. Ryojo puffed her cheeks and complained that he was no fun. More importantly, she was disappointed that he was not even surprised to see her. Trying to humor her, Ryojo burst out scoffing at him. After getting that out of the way, the blue-haired girl immediately moved on to the topic she was really interested in. She wanted answers. Specifically, she wanted to know what had happened on Avalon Island. Why had he been hospitalized for so long? What exactly had happened during that mission? Unfortunately for her, GM had been given strict instructions not to discuss any of it. No matter how much she asked, he refused to answer. Ryojo did not take the hint. Instead, she continued pestering him relentlessly. She buzzed around him like a curious little blue bug, determined to uncover the truth. After enduring enough of her endless questioning, GM simply chose to ignore her completely. The tactic was highly effective. Ryo hated it. Still, she refused to back down. As the strategist of the travel club, which she openly admitted was a terrible name for a club, she argued that she deserved to know everything about her leader. That included his age, his height, his measurements, and every other piece of personal information she could think of. Since she clearly had no intention of respecting his privacy, Jiam responded by continuing to ignore her. While Ryoho sulked, Jiam's attention shifted toward the recruitment poster hanging nearby. The thing was horrifying. It was, without question, one of the ugliest things he had ever seen. There was absolutely no chance they would recruit new members with that monstrosity. The club had worked hard just to gain permission to advertise, and Speed Weapon had somehow turned that opportunity into a disaster. As strategist, Ryojo knew it was her responsibility to intervene before permanent damage was done. Unfortunately, she could also tell she was being completely dismissed. GM clearly had no intention of telling her anything. Elsewhere, a very different conversation was taking place. The Sword Emperor calmly enjoyed a cup of tea while commenting on how surprisingly skilled someone was at making tea despite their appearance. The target of that comment was the principal. Naturally, she was not amused. The green-haired woman demanded to know what exactly was wrong with her appearance. The Sword Emperor insisted that it was a compliment. The principal disagreed, strongly. Before their argument could escalate into another childish exchange, GM arrived. The principal greeted him warmly. The boy wondered whether he had shown up too early. In reality, his timing was perfect. He had interrupted them just before another round of bickering began. The Sword Emperor admitted that he was still struggling to adjust to losing an arm. After 70 years of having 2 arms, he occasionally forgot about the missing limb. Apparently, the problem became especially noticeable whenever he tried to use the bathroom. Despite GM's presence, it quickly became clear that nothing was powerful enough to distract the 2 adults from their favorite pastime, arguing. Eventually, the principal turned toward GM with a more serious expression. She had already heard everything from the Sword Emperor. She knew what had happened on Avalon Island. More importantly, she knew that GM Ma had defeated Igor. Even hearing it spoken aloud felt surreal. GM himself barely remembered the battle. His face paled as he thought back to it. He knew it had happened. The evidence was undeniable, yet the memory felt strangely distant, almost like a dream he had witnessed rather than an event he had personally experienced. The principal apologized. The boy had only recently recovered and had barely started walking around normally again. Jian quickly insisted that he was fine. The principal smiled faintly. She still found the entire story difficult to believe. Unfortunately, disbelief could not change reality. The truth was the truth. The Sword Emperor had been present during the battle, but GM Ma had been the one who carried the fight. The young student had accomplished something that should have been impossible. The old man lowered his head. He apologized to the principal for withholding information about Avalon Island. At the time, he simply had no choice. The situation had been too dangerous. The demons had almost certainly noticed the disturbance by now. Even in his prime, the Sword Emperor doubted any human could stand against a general-class demonoid alone. He still did not know how Igor had entered the human realm. However, one thing was clear. The demons had acted with purpose. It was almost as though they were trying to stop something. That possibility deeply concerned the principal. Unfortunately, there was no longer any point avoiding reality. The situation would only worsen if humanity remained passive. Demons were both cunning and relentless. The Sword Emperor predicted that within a few years, war would return. And when it did, the conflict would eclipse the war that had taken place 50 years ago. The thought cast a heavy silence over the room. If news spread that humanity had slain Igor, the demons might use it as justification for retaliation. Fortunately, the Sword Emperor had worked hard to keep the matter hidden. The rumors had not spread far enough for the demons to react. Listening to all of this, GM gained even more respect for the old man. The Sword Emperor truly carried the weight of humanity on his shoulders. After a long pause, the old man finally revealed the real reason he had called the meeting. He sighed. Then he admitted something that neither of them expected to hear. He was no longer suited for the front lines. The principal immediately protested. However, the Sword Emperor remained firm. Losing an arm was not the issue. Age was. Time was. Humanity could not afford to cling to old symbols of power when it should be preparing the next generation. The future belonged to the young. Their responsibility was to nurture heroes capable of facing the coming storm. That was why the principal had become the academy's dean. As unpleasant as it was, they needed to prepare students for the possibility of war. The room fell silent. Neither adult seemed particularly happy about that reality. GM simply allowed them time to process their thoughts. Then the Sword Emperor calmly picked up his teacup. What he said next shocked everyone. He planned to step down from the 7 stars. GM immediately shot to his feet. The announcement was far more shocking than anything else he had heard that day. The Sword Emperor raised a hand and told him to calm down. This was not a spontaneous decision. He had spent a great deal of time thinking about it while GM had been recovering in the hospital. Stepping down did not mean retiring. It simply meant focusing his efforts elsewhere. Even so, the decision would create a massive public reaction. The media would undoubtedly portray it as the fall of a legendary hero. The Sword Emperor merely laughed. He was prepared for that. In fact, he intended to hold a press conference within a few days and address everything directly. The principal immediately exploded in frustration. She demanded to know why he always spoke about life-changing decisions so casually. Did he not realize how painful this was? The old man only laughed harder. That response somehow made her even angrier. Watching the two of them argue brought a smile to GM's face. For the first time in a long while, he felt genuinely relieved. These two eccentric adults had always been there for him. Once upon a time, he had obsessed over preserving the original storyline. Whenever someone acted differently from how they had in the original plot, he would panic. Looking back now, he realized how selfish that mindset had been. The people around him were not characters trapped inside a script. They were individuals. They had their own desires, their own emotions, their own choices. Forcing them to follow a predetermined path would have been cruel. As he watched his school parents bicker like always, GM finally accepted that truth. Whatever choices they made in the future, he would respect them. Pretending reality was something else would only be childish. Then the Sword Emperor suddenly remembered something. Both GM and the principal immediately became nervous. They had already endured enough shocking announcements for one day. Unfortunately, the old man was not finished. Calmly, he revealed one final piece of news. He intended to transfer his 7-star seat to Kang Ma. Silence filled the office. Even the tea on the table had gone cold. The principal stared at her old friend in disbelief. The Sword Emperor assured her that the transfer would not happen immediately. Preparations alone would require at least a year. GM deserved the chance to enjoy his remaining school life before being burdened with such responsibilities. The principal growled in frustration. She could not believe he was seriously planning something this absurd. A position among the 7 stars carried enormous weight. Placing that burden on a 17-year-old boy seemed unreasonable. And yet, no one was more qualified. Although the public knew nothing about GM's achievements, the truth was undeniable. If his accomplishments ever became public knowledge, the entire world would be shaken. The boy was a genius beyond explanation, a prodigy who seemed to have stepped directly out of legend. The principal found herself thinking of an old name, Valor Jawan. The comparison slipped from her lips before she could stop it. Immediately, she fell silent. Even saying the name felt ominous. Still, it highlighted just how dramatically the world was changing. She sighed softly. She missed her old friend. More importantly, she understood exactly why the Sword Emperor had made this decision. The absence of a truly powerful 7-star would affect far more than human society. It could also destabilize relations with the demon race. The transition would need to be handled carefully. There would undoubtedly be criticism. There would be opposition. But if the Sword Emperor personally endorsed GM as his successor, most objections would eventually fade. Even then, they would still need approval from the association and the remaining 7 stars. The road ahead would be difficult. Looking at an old photograph from years ago, the principal let out a tired sigh. So much had changed, and judging by the direction the world was heading, it might soon be time for an unexpected reunion of old friends. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor and his newly appointed successor walked through the academy halls together. The old man strolled casually as though nothing significant had happened, while Jianma followed silently behind him, struggling to process everything he had just heard. The conversation in the principal's office still weighed heavily on his mind. Sure, he had agreed that he would do his part to help save the world if necessary. However, he had never expected such an enormous responsibility to be dropped onto his shoulders so suddenly. Now that they were finally alone, Jiam decided to speak up. He asked if the old man had a moment to discuss the situation properly. The Sword Emperor immediately guessed the topic. The 7 stars seat. The old man apologized for not discussing it beforehand, but admitted that it was far too late to take back what he had already announced. Instead, he asked GM a question. Did he know why there were only 4 active 7 stars despite the organization having more seats available? GM was surprised by the question. After a moment, he answered that the empty positions were kept as a way of honoring the heroes who had died during the war. The Sword Emperor nodded. That was certainly one way to look at it. Their sacrifices had allowed humanity to survive after all. However, that was not the real reason. In truth, the explanation was much simpler. They had never found anyone worthy of filling those seats. The old man bluntly stated that everyone else simply fell short. There were no heroes capable of standing on the same level as the existing 7 stars, much less surpassing them. The standards could not be lowered. The demons were terrifyingly powerful, far stronger than ordinary humans. Humanity could not afford to dilute the title by handing it to someone unqualified. GM understood exactly what he meant. The power of demons had always been overwhelming. Even in the game, demonic enemies possessed absurdly high base statistics compared to human characters. The difficulty was infamous among players. Of course, part of that had been the developers intentionally making the game frustrating, but the underlying reality remained the same. Demons were monsters. If a full-scale invasion ever occurred, humanity would likely be wiped out within 6 months despite vastly outnumbering them. It was a depressing reality. The Sword Emperor continued his explanation. Power was what allowed humanity to negotiate and survive. Without strength, there could be no equal footing. GM understood that much. However, he still did not understand why that justified leaving positions vacant. The old man frowned. Then he delivered his answer. Mediocre strength was worse than no strength at all. A weak 7-star was nothing more than dead weight. If someone carrying that title fell to a mere demonic beast, humanity's morale would collapse overnight. The 7 stars were not ceremonial figures. They were the frontline defenders of humanity. Their purpose was to repel demon invasions and embody the strongest force humanity could offer. It was a responsibility far greater than fame or prestige. Unfortunately, over time the title had become increasingly political. Powerful individuals used the authority of the 7 stars to strengthen their own influence. The Sword Emperor clearly found that disgusting. Politics would become meaningless the moment demons returned. One example immediately came to mind. The Prime Minister of Japan, a man who had effectively ruled for decades through the influence granted by his status as a 7-star, Saki Kojima, one of humanity's strongest heroes. And Ryojo's father, the realization made the situation rather awkward. Jiam remembered that Ryojo almost never spoke about her family. In fact, even Chloe talked about her parents more often than she did. Whenever the topic came up, Ryojo's only consistent opinion was her hatred of the 7 stars. Perhaps that was the one thing strong enough to overcome her endless crush on Jiam, at least temporarily. The boy understood the Sword Emperor's reasoning. Still, there was one question he desperately wanted answered. Why him? The Sword Emperor stared at him in disbelief. Of all the questions he could have asked, that was the one he chose? The old man had just spent several minutes explaining that the position required overwhelming strength. Then GM immediately asked why he had been selected. The Sword Emperor looked genuinely baffled. From his perspective, the answer was obvious. GM had fought a general of hell and survived. Not only survived, but nearly killed the creature. No other teenager in history had accomplished anything remotely comparable. The difference between GM and everyone else was like comparing a raindrop to the ocean. Some people were blessed with talent, others were blessed with stupidity. Apparently Guillaume possessed both. The boy remained unconvinced. The problem was that he barely remembered the battle itself. Everything after a certain point felt distant and unreal. He could not shake the feeling that something else had been fighting in his place, something living inside him. Of course, explaining that out loud would have sounded completely insane. Fortunately, the Sword Emperor already had his own suspicions. Before moving forward with his plans, he wanted answers. Specifically, he wanted an explanation of GM's powers. The old man immediately pointed out something he had noticed. GM's abilities seemed to have a time limit. The boy froze. He had never told anyone that. How had the old man figured it out? The Sword Emperor placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. There was no need to panic. It had only been a guess. Jiam's reaction had simply confirmed it. The old man explained his reasoning, a power that overwhelming could not possibly exist without restrictions. Otherwise, the burden would eventually kill its user. Back on Avalon Island, he had noticed that GM collapsed shortly after reaching his peak output. From that moment onward, he suspected a strict time limitation. Realizing there was no point hiding it anymore, GM finally made a decision. For the first time, he chose to confide in someone. His fists clenched as he admitted that there was something important he needed to explain. The confession brought an unexpected sense of relief. For so long he had carried the burden alone. Now there was finally someone he could talk to. The conversation that followed lasted quite a while. GM explained that every use of his abilities subjected him to unbearable pain. To counteract it, he relied on another blessing that temporarily removed his sense of pain. However, that blessing only lasted a few minutes. He explained the basics of the blessing of the Sword God and the painless blessing without revealing every detail. While he trusted the Sword Emperor, he was not foolish enough to reveal all of his secrets. He mainly wanted guidance, information, advice. The Sword Emperor listened carefully before smiling. He promised not to share what he had learned. Then he admitted that using one blessing to suppress another was an incredibly unusual approach. The strategy was remarkably creative. Unfortunately, creativity alone would not solve the problem. The old man pointed out a major flaw. GM's entire combat style revolved around a timer. That was manageable now while he was young, but prolonged battles against truly powerful enemies could last far longer than a few minutes. Eventually, that limitation would become fatal. If he wanted to continue growing stronger, he would need proper guidance, an experienced master. As luck would have it, the Sword Emperor happened to be searching for a talented disciple. The old man reminded GM that he had already chosen him as both successor and student. Since he was preparing for retirement, he intended to pass on everything he knew. There was no point spending his remaining years sitting around waiting for disaster. The conversation continued for some time before finally coming to an end. The old man seemed quite satisfied. Then he suddenly remembered something. Reaching into his belongings, he pulled out an item. Abel had asked him to deliver it. GM looked at it in surprise. The Sword Emperor simply grinned and informed him that he would contact him once everything was ready. Until then, he should focus on enjoying his academy life. Laughing cheerfully, the old man walked away. Jian watched him leave in stunned silence. He had agreed to contribute a little more to the story. He had not agreed to become the Sword Emperor's disciple and successor. This situation had spiraled completely out of control. At some point, he would definitely need to talk the old man out of it. Unfortunately for him, that plan was destined to fail. Later that night, darkness settled over the academy. GM groaned as another nightmare dragged him from sleep. The dreams had become relentless. Every night the same giant sashimi knife appeared. Every night it tormented him. Once again he found himself standing before the academy's towering clock structure. Once again crimson threads danced through the air around him. Once again he fought them with his knives. The repetition was becoming unbearable. The strange words in the sky continued to shatter and reform endlessly. Then a spark of light appeared. This time GM hesitated. Previously he had always resisted. But now he found himself reconsidering. The Sword Emperor's words echoed in his mind. Accepting power while refusing growth would only hold him back. Humanity needed strength. Hugh accepted. Immediately the knife in his hand began to change. It vibrated violently, expanded, transformed. A gigantic sashimi knife descended from the heavens. The weapon pierced through the sky itself. GM braced himself. This time he would not run. He would face whatever awaited him. The colossal blade crashed into him. Pain exploded throughout his body. Pure agony. His vision distorted. His entire existence felt as though it was being torn apart. Yet he refused to move, refused to retreat, refused to break. The pain continued endlessly. Then brilliant light swallowed everything. When the light faded, GM found himself lying on the ground. His clothes had been shredded. A strange seal had appeared on his chest. Power flowed through every inch of his body. It felt as though something fundamental had changed. Tiger-like markings spread across his skin. His eyes sharpened. His entire presence transformed. The sensation was unlike anything he had ever experienced. It was not simply strength. It was evolution. Slowly rising to his feet, GM looked around in shock. Then a voice spoke. He turned immediately. Standing before him was a strange figure. The being possessed no face, no color, no true form. Its body resembled smoke drifting through the air. The apparition observed him calmly. Then it explained that this was not the place GM had visited before. Instead, it had created a similar environment to make him feel more comfortable. Only then did GM notice his surroundings. The location resembled his own kitchen. The familiar setting eased his nerves considerably. The mysterious being seemed confused by his reaction. After a brief pause, it apologized. Then it revealed something unexpected. It was not the Game Master at all. The revelation left Jiam Ma completely stunned. For the longest time, he had been convinced that the strange apparition was the Game Master. The spirit seemed amused by the assumption and admitted that the comparison was not entirely wrong. According to the mysterious being, one could say that it was not very different from the Game Master. Or perhaps the Game Master was not very different from it. The explanation somehow managed to make everything even more confusing. The spirit compared the situation to Schrodinger's cat, then immediately contradicted itself and claimed it was actually the other way around. At that point, GM decided it no longer mattered. What mattered was a much simpler question. Who exactly was this thing? The apparition fell silent for a moment as though genuinely struggling to answer. Then it suddenly burst into laughter. The reaction was so unexpected that GM could only stare. After a while, he finally asked how long the creature intended to keep laughing. The spirit gradually calmed down and admitted that the boy's question had reminded it of some very fond memories. Something about GM's attitude felt strangely familiar. Eventually, the spirit explained that answering the question properly would take far too long. They did not have enough time. Instead, it offered a simplified explanation. The being had been known by many names throughout history. Some called it a calamity, others called it nature itself. Some referred to it as space, and among those many titles, one name stood above the rest: God. Jiam froze. The apparition calmly claimed to be a god, not just any god either. It was the sword god. That answer only created even more questions. The being quickly clarified that it was not exactly the type of god GM was imagining. Still, using the word god was close enough for now. The spirit would have gladly explained further, but time was running short. Accepting that explanation for the moment, GM moved on to another question. Why had the sword god appeared now? The spirit explained that something significant had recently happened. For the first time in a very long time, its restraints had weakened. The blessing of the sword god had finally been released. That statement immediately reminded GM of previous clues he had received. At last, pieces of the puzzle were beginning to connect. The sword god continued. Although the restraints had loosened, they had not disappeared entirely. That was why it could only appear in this incomplete form. The fact that it could communicate with him at all was already a miracle. As if to emphasize those words, the world around them suddenly began to crack apart. The sky shattered. The scenery trembled. Fragments of reality drifted away into nothingness. They were running out of time. The brief connection between them was already collapsing. The sword god sighed. It seemed this was all it would be able to explain for now. GM stared upward in shock as the sky continued to crumble. Then everything changed. The blue world around him turned crimson. The ground split open beneath his feet. As he began falling into the darkness below, the sword god called out one final warning. Using endless slashes and sword techniques was all well and good. However, Jiam should be careful not to act recklessly. The power he now wielded was... The spirit suddenly stopped. Then it casually remarked that Jiam would not understand even if it explained. The statement immediately annoyed him. Teachers who spoke like that were the worst. If the answer was important, they should simply explain it and let the student figure it out. Instead, the sword god chose to remain cryptic. GM cursed at the frustrating creature. After enduring all that pain, he had learned almost nothing new. Most of the information had simply confirmed suspicions he already possessed. There were still countless questions left unanswered. The spirit ignored his complaints. Instead, it simply smiled and told him not to mess things up this time. Then it said something even more ridiculous. It believed in him. Jiam almost wanted to throw something at it. Belief was nice. Actual answers would have been much better. The dream finally ended. The boy awoke in his room, staring at the ceiling with one hand stretched toward the sky. It felt almost as though he had been trying to reach out and grasp his own destiny. Unfortunately, there was no turning back anymore. The changes had already begun. As he sat up, a familiar notification appeared before him. Synchronization had reached 21%. The number immediately caught his attention. Moving quickly, GM rushed to his desk and grabbed a notebook. The memories of the dream were already fading. Whatever was happening, these encounters were becoming increasingly important. He rapidly wrote down every detail he could remember before it disappeared. When he finally finished, he let out a long sigh. The important thing was that the dreams continued providing clues, even if the answers remained frustratingly incomplete. Outside, monsoon season had already arrived. Rain tapped softly against the windows. GM remained uneasy about how quickly his synchronization level was increasing. However, every previous increase had ultimately benefited him, at least so far. Before he could think about it further, his phone suddenly erupted with noise. It was not a message. It was a call. A very loud call. Far too loud for that time of morning. Despite his annoyance, the news on the other end was surprisingly positive. The travel club had somehow gained 52 new applicants. The number was so absurd that nobody could believe it, especially after seeing Speed Weapon's infamous recruitment poster. The club members gathered together in complete disbelief. Even the orange-haired healer looked stunned. Who in the world would see that poster and decide to join? The question alone made them suspicious. Ryojo immediately entered full interrogation mode. Anyone attracted by that poster clearly required careful investigation. Chloe shared her concerns. For once, the archer and assassin found themselves completely united. Even GM agreed that caution was reasonable. After all, someone was still trying to kill him. The identity of the female instructor connected to the dungeon incidents remained unknown. The possibility that a spy had joined the club was not entirely impossible. Speed Weapon nervously asked whether they should conduct interviews the following day. The healer quickly changed the subject afterward. Since GM had recovered from the hospital, they wanted to celebrate. The club planned to take him to one of the most famous restaurants in the academy. The place was incredibly difficult to reserve and boasted hundreds of thousands of positive reviews. Even visitors from Japan reportedly praised the food. The menu looked amazing, although GM could be surprisingly picky when it came to meals. He did enjoy sushi. Refusing his friend's kindness would feel wrong. Eventually, he agreed. The celebration did not sound so bad after all. Before they could discuss it further, someone entered the clubroom. A girl with mint green hair and glasses cautiously stepped inside and asked if this was the travel club. Everyone immediately welcomed her. She looked far more ordinary than they had expected. Then again, compared to an assassin, a lazy archer, and a healer who used a recorder as a weapon, almost anyone would seem normal. The newcomer quietly adjusted her glasses. Using her middle finger, for some reason, the gesture immediately felt suspicious. Speed Weapon enthusiastically thanked her for applying. Ryojo immediately cut him off. There would be no friendly conversation until the interrogation was complete. The archer demanded an introduction. The intensity of her questioning even intimidated her own teammates. The girl introduced herself as Sanhana. She was a second-year student from the ordinary class and originally came from Busan. The information surprised Jiam. There were very few important Korean characters in the story, so he had barely considered the possibility. Trying to be friendly, he mentioned how much pork soup rice he used to eat when he lived in Busan. The comment immediately brightened Hana's mood. She enthusiastically agreed and began talking about how delicious the dish became when extra spices and garnishes were added. Ryojo instantly shut down the conversation. Friendship time was over. The interrogation resumed. The archer demanded to know why Hana wanted to join the travel club. The girl answered honestly. According to the recruitment poster, the club specialized in traveling and dungeon exploration. Her grades had fallen recently, and she hoped dungeon participation would improve her academic standing. It was not exactly an inspiring answer. Still, it sounded sincere. Ryojo pointed out that dungeon exploration was only a secondary activity. The statement was somewhat ironic considering the club had spent far more time clearing dungeons than traveling. Many other clubs specialized in dungeon raids. Why choose theirs? Hana's expression darkened slightly. She explained that second-year students from the ordinary class were rarely accepted anywhere. Most people viewed them as weak. Disposable, if a dangerous dungeon raid occurred, someone like her would be abandoned first. The answer softened Ryojo's attitude. Feeling slightly sympathetic, she asked what weapon Hana specialized in. The mint-haired girl hesitated. She did not have a preferred weapon. The interview immediately took a turn for the worse. Eventually, she admitted that if she had to choose something, it would probably be her fists. The room fell silent. Hana was small, polite, completely ordinary in appearance. Nothing about her suggested a powerful hand-to-hand fighter. Naturally, everyone became concerned. Could she really survive dangerous dungeons? Hana calmly reminded them that they had just claimed dungeon exploration was not the club's primary purpose. The argument left everyone momentarily speechless. Still, given that mysterious enemies kept trying to kill GM, they needed members capable of surviving dangerous situations. Speed Weapon quietly observed the exchange. He admitted that he had never seen Ryojo lose a battle of words before. Now the two bespectacled girls sat across from each other, carefully measuring one another. The interview had become far more interesting than anyone expected. After a long pause, Ryojo finally nodded. At the very least, she understood Hana's situation. The mint-haired girl smiled softly and admitted her true motivation. Yes, she wanted dungeon experience, but more than anything else, she simply wanted to create meaningful memories before graduation. For the first time during the interview, the room grew quiet. That answer, at least, felt completely genuine. After dealing with countless customers over the years, Jian Ma had developed a habit of judging people based on their smallest actions and mannerisms. While Ryojo and Hana were talking, he quietly observed the new applicant. Using the instincts he had sharpened over time and the subtle insights granted by the blessing of the sword god, he came to a simple conclusion. Hana seemed genuine. More importantly, Ryojo herself appeared to realize that they could not afford to be overly selective. Finding trustworthy members was difficult enough as it was. With that in mind, GM smiled and welcomed the nervous girl into the travel club. Hana blinked in surprise. She asked if she had really passed the interview. The club members nodded. Since she was only 1 year older than them, they also told her not to worry about formalities and to speak casually. The girl seemed relieved. In fact, it almost looked as though she had been waiting for permission. Chloe's excessive politeness was already difficult enough for everyone to handle. Having another overly formal member would have been exhausting. Hana quickly agreed. She admitted that she disliked being treated like some kind of elder simply because she was a year older. Everyone could just call her Hana. The atmosphere immediately became much more relaxed. They handed her the paperwork she needed to complete by the end of the week, including her official club registration form. As she scanned through the documents, something immediately caught her attention. The club advisor was the principal. Hana stared at the page in surprise. The others explained that their club president had personally asked the principal to oversee the club, and she had accepted almost immediately. Hana smiled. She admitted that she had a feeling she was going to have a lot of fun here. For some reason, that statement immediately made everyone suspicious. She was acting a little too comfortable, a little too confident. After exchanging farewells, Hana told them to contact her next week before leaving the clubroom. The members watched her disappear down the hallway. Jian narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Something felt familiar. Ryojo noticed his expression and asked whether something was wrong. Not wrong exactly, just strange. The boy asked if Hana reminded anyone else of somebody. The others exchanged confused looks. Nobody could think of anyone. Aside from her glasses and the dramatic way she adjusted them, she seemed fairly ordinary. Ryojo giggled and jokingly copied Hana's glasses adjustment. GM immediately told her not to start doing that. Before the conversation could continue, his phone buzzed. A message had arrived from the principal. At first, he wondered whether she had somehow already learned about their newest member. That was impossible. The girl had only just left. Then he opened the message. The contents immediately drained the color from his face. The principal had sent his student records, or rather what remained of them. His personal information was gone. His biological records were gone. His biological records were gone. Everything that should have existed before he entered the academy had simply vanished. The files only contained information from after his enrollment. Nothing else remained. GM stared at the screen in disbelief. A cold sensation crept down his spine. Without another word, he stood up. The others immediately noticed the change in his expression. Something was terribly wrong. Chloe wondered whether the principal had summoned him. Ryojo quietly sipped her drink. Whatever had happened, it was clearly serious. GM left immediately. His teammates could only watch him go. As he walked, a horrifying realization began forming in his mind. He could no longer remember his parents' faces. No matter how hard he tried, the memories remained blurry, incomplete, missing. The realization sent a wave of panic through him. So this was what Leon had been trying to warn him about. The principal later confirmed his fears. His records had truly been erased. Everything related to his family had disappeared. The only information remaining was connected to the academy. Nothing before that existed anymore. Jiam desperately searched his memories. Still nothing. His parents' faces remained hidden behind a fog he could not penetrate. He had not contacted them since the midterm exams because he did not want them worrying about him. Now, desperate for answers, he pulled out his phone. At least their numbers should still exist. His fingers trembled as he dialed. The phone rang, and rang, and rang. Then the automated message finally played. The number was no longer in service. His breathing became shallow. His family was gone, not dead, not missing, gone, as though they had never existed. The phone slipped from his ear. For a moment, he simply stood there in the middle of the street, speechless, lost. A piece of his identity had just been ripped away. Then the rain began to fall. The sky opened above him as though mourning alongside him. Slowly, Jiam walked through the downpour. He had no destination, no goal, only a hollow feeling inside his chest. Eventually, he found a bench and sat beneath the rain without bothering to seek shelter. His clothes became soaked. His hair clung to his face, yet he barely noticed. Instead, he opened the photographs stored on his phone. Pictures of his family. Pictures of people whose faces were already becoming harder to remember. The images seemed less clear than before, fading, disappearing. This was not a hallucination. His memories had not been mistaken. The blessing of the sword god made that much certain. Those people had been real. They had helped him adapt to this world. They had cared for him. Perhaps thinking of them that way would make losing them easier. But it did not. Outside of the academy, he no longer had a home, no family, no place waiting for him. The weight of that realization crushed him. As he sat alone in the rain, his thoughts inevitably turned toward the being responsible, the sword god, the mysterious existence that had burdened him with both incredible power and endless suffering. Reaching into his coat, GM slowly drew his sashimi knife. Whether it was the sword god, the game master, or both of them together, someone had caused this. He was still contemplating the unfairness of his situation when disaster struck. A massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. The strike slammed toward the bench beside him. Fortunately, his weapon was already in hand. Instinctively, GM reacted and deflected the attack. Even now, even while grieving, the world refused to give him a moment of peace. Someday, he promised himself things would be different. Elsewhere, life was far less depressing. Rachel was having an excellent morning. The cheerful blonde walked through campus while countless admirers attempted to offer her gifts and confessions. She dismissed them all with confidence. None of them were on her level. Once the crowd finally dispersed, she released a relieved sigh and entered the classroom. Abel watched the entire ordeal sympathetically. Rejecting that many people every morning had to be exhausting. Still, something felt off. Rachel was not acting like herself. The usually energetic blonde seemed unusually troubled. Abel wondered whether the rainy weather had affected her mood. Eventually, Rachel decided to share her problem. Abel listened attentively. The blonde pouted dramatically. Lately, her self-confidence had been suffering. She honestly did not understand why. After all, she was strong, popular, beautiful, and judging by her own opinion, she had a fantastic figure. The shameless declaration immediately made Abel self-conscious. Rachel proudly looked down at her chest while making her argument. Abel instantly demanded to know where she was looking. Ignoring the complaint, Rachel finally explained the real issue. It involved Guillaume's club. Before she could continue, however, Rachel suddenly noticed that Abel was acting strangely. Suspicion immediately filled her eyes. She lunged forward and demanded answers. Had something happened between Abel and Guillaume on Avalon Island? Abel nearly jumped out of her seat. Technically, a lot had happened. That was exactly why she became so flustered. She immediately denied everything. Unfortunately, her bright red face ruined the attempt. She nervously explained that she had injured her ankle and that Guillaume had simply helped her. Nothing scandalous, nothing romantic, nothing at all. The problem was that she did not sound particularly convincing. Rachel watched her closely. The blonde knew her friend far too well. Abel's embarrassment was practically glowing. Still, Rachel eventually backed off. After all, Abel had repeatedly insisted she was not interested in Guillaume. Not even a little. The swordswoman quietly mumbled that she had never actually gone that far. That response immediately caught Rachel's attention. Now things were getting interesting. The blonde pounced. Was Abel actually interested in him? The blue-haired swordswoman instantly denied the accusation. Rachel merely smiled. People changed their minds all the time. Nothing in relationships was ever absolute. Eventually, she remembered what she had originally wanted to discuss. The travel club. Apparently, she had asked Speedweapon if she could join. He had rejected her immediately. The reasoning made sense. If the club accepted too many star-class students, it would begin looking like an exclusive organization for elites. GM wanted ordinary students to feel comfortable joining. Rachel understood the logic. Unfortunately, understanding it did not make her feel any better. Abel listened patiently before asking how that affected Rachel's confidence. That was exactly the problem. The previous day, Rachel had visited a prestigious cafe recommended by her family. Coming from a noble French household, she was expected to maintain certain standards. While ordering an iced coffee, she happened to spot GM sitting inside. Naturally, she became excited. Then she noticed something else. A girl wearing glasses was sitting across from him. An ordinary-looking girl. Average appearance, average figure. Nothing particularly remarkable. And yet, GM had been smiling during the conversation. Rachel's confidence suffered a devastating blow. She could not understand it. What exactly was so appealing about girls with glasses? Was that his type? The possibility genuinely troubled her. Before Rachel could continue her rant, she noticed Abel's expression. The swordswoman looked furious. Rachel blinked in surprise. Apparently someone else disliked the idea of GM spending time with random girls. Meanwhile, the travel club finally gathered at the famous sushi restaurant. The establishment's name was hilariously generic. At this point, GM joked that the chef would probably turn out to be a Caucasian man just to complete the irony. Pushing those thoughts aside, he approached the table where his friends were waiting. The group enthusiastically waved him over. As he sat down, he immediately noticed something. Hannah was missing. When he asked about it, the others explained that she could not eat raw fish. As a result, she had declined the invitation. Jiam found that explanation oddly suspicious. After all, for someone who grew up in Busan, not being able to eat fish seemed rather unusual. The moment the group stepped into the restaurant, the delicious aroma of fresh seafood immediately lifted everyone's spirits. The place was famous for a reason. The staff welcomed them warmly, and GM found himself instinctively examining the kitchen setup as they walked inside. Something about the environment felt nostalgic. It reminded him of his previous life working in professional kitchens. They had reserved a table for 4 and were preparing to sit down when Chloe suddenly froze. Her face turned pale. Then she nearly stumbled backward in shock. The others immediately followed her gaze. Standing near the entrance was a familiar red-haired young man. Chloe's older brother, the assassin's overprotective sibling, had appeared. Ryoho blinked in confusion while GM stared at him. The Oreo-haired boy could not help asking what he was doing there. The redhead awkwardly explained that he worked at the restaurant. That answer only confused GM even more. The young man belonged to one of the wealthiest families in the world. Why on earth was he working as a restaurant employee? For a moment, GM wondered whether the man was secretly carrying out some sort of covert mission. That theory immediately fell apart when another worker shouted across the restaurant. The employee barked at the redhead to stop standing around and start serving customers. Apparently, he had spent days begging for the opportunity to work there. The worker reminded him that time was sushi. The situation somehow became even stranger. Not only was the redhead working there voluntarily, but he had apparently fought for the chance. GM decided it was probably best not to ask further questions. The group headed to their table and began looking through the menu. It did not take Ryojo long to find several items she wanted to order. The menu itself looked incredible, and everyone could understand why the restaurant had become so popular. Chloe, however, remained unusually quiet. Seeing her brother had clearly affected her mood, noticing her expression, GM gently tried to reassure her. Whatever reasons her brother had for living like this, they were likely his own. For now, they should focus on enjoying themselves. Chloe nodded softly. Their sibling relationship was complicated. Some people would even call it dysfunctional. That only made the situation more painful because she had been looking forward to this outing more than anyone else. GM hated seeing her disappointed. The conversation eventually shifted back to food. One of the restaurant's signature sushi sets contained 11 pieces and cost a staggering amount. To GM, the price seemed absolutely insane. To his wealthy friends, however, it was apparently considered reasonable. Ryojo even had the audacity to apologize for choosing a restaurant that was too cheap. The comment nearly gave GM a heart attack. If they visited somewhere even more expensive, he was fairly certain he would collapse on the spot. Rather than worry about the price, he told everyone to order whatever they wanted. After all, he was not the one paying. That immediately improved everyone's mood. Ryojo enthusiastically called over a waiter and announced that they were ready to order. Watching her in situations like this always felt strange. Most of the time she behaved like a lazy cat, yet the moment expensive food appeared, her noble upbringing became painfully obvious. Before long, the sushi arrived. The presentation was beautiful. Every piece looked flawless. The ingredients were undeniably fresh. Even by Japanese standards, the quality was impressive. GM reached for his food. Then he stopped. A strange expression crossed his face. Ryojo immediately asked if something was wrong. The boy hesitated. He felt bad saying it while his friends were treating him to such an expensive meal. Still, he could not ignore it. The ingredients themselves were excellent. The problem was the knife work. The cuts were wrong. To someone with his background, it almost felt like the fish itself was crying. The girls stared at him in confusion. The sushi looked perfect. How could he possibly tell? Unfortunately, someone else had heard the comment, someone with very sharp ears. The chef. A few moments later, the restaurant's head chef marched directly to their table. The atmosphere immediately became tense. The chef demanded to know exactly what Guillaume had just said. The students suddenly found themselves in the middle of what looked suspiciously like a confrontation. To their surprise, Guillaume remained completely calm. Without hesitation, he repeated himself. The chef's skills were decent, but the quality did not justify the price. The entire restaurant seemed to freeze. Those were fighting words. The chef immediately challenged him. If the student knew so much about sushi preparation, then he should demonstrate it himself. The invitation sounded less like an offer and more like a declaration of war. The rest of the table became increasingly nervous. Even if GM's criticism was accurate, there was no reason for the chef to become this confrontational. The surrounding customers were already beginning to wonder whether an actual fight was about to break out. Unfortunately for the chef, he had picked the wrong person to challenge. GM had spent a large portion of his previous life working in kitchens. This was his territory. When the chef demanded proof, GM calmly stood up. Ryojo immediately asked what he was planning. The chef continued provoking him, blaming his confidence on the fact that he attended Juwon Academy. Apparently, he held some sort of grudge against the school. The chef proudly declared that he had spent 12 years mastering the knife. Surely that was longer than this teenager had ever held one. Jiam almost laughed. If only the man knew. Confident in his superiority, the chef offered a wager. If the boy truly surpassed him, the entire meal would be free. There would be no taking back the promise. The challenge had officially begun. The chef planned to humble the arrogant student. To do so, he intended to use a flounder. GM immediately rejected the idea. If they were doing this, they would do it properly. He pointed toward a red snapper. The atmosphere in the restaurant instantly changed. The fish sitting on the cutting board was significantly more expensive. The chef stared at him in disbelief. He wanted to embarrass the boy. He had never intended to let him work on something that valuable. Nearby, Chloe's brother watched the situation unfold with growing concern. Nothing good ever seemed to happen whenever GM was involved. Still, he quietly suggested that they simply observe. The chef protested. Allowing an outsider into the kitchen was already a terrible idea. Wasting an expensive red snapper would only make matters worse. Nevertheless, GM stepped forward. The moment he entered the kitchen, something inside him relaxed. For the first time in a long while, he felt at home. The red snapper rested before him like an old friend waiting to be greeted. He removed his jacket, rolled his shoulders, then reached for the knife. The instant his fingers touched the blade, the blessing of the sword god activated. The world sharpened. Every detail became crystal clear. This time he exercised caution. Destroying the kitchen table with supernatural power would probably create unnecessary paperwork. The knife moved. The cuts appeared almost instantly. Within seconds, the fish had been transformed. Every slice was perfect, every angle precise, every movement efficient. Silence filled the kitchen. The chef could only stare. Then he dropped to his knees. The man bowed so deeply that his forehead nearly struck the floor. The customers watching from outside were completely stunned. The chef had spent 12 years perfecting his craft, yet he had never seen technique like this. The defeat was absolute. To his credit, he accepted it immediately. There was no arrogance, no excuses, only admiration. Then things became even more ridiculous. The chef declared that he wanted to become GM's disciple. GM nearly panicked. He begged the man to stand up. The chef refused. Instead, he insisted on calling him master. That absolutely could not happen. If word of this spread, GM would never be able to show his face in the restaurant again. After several increasingly desperate attempts, he finally convinced the chef to stand. A formal apprenticeship was out of the question. However, he was willing to offer some advice. The chef immediately pulled out a notebook. The man was taking this very seriously. Seeing such genuine enthusiasm, GM decided to help. He explained that the chef's technique was fundamentally solid. The real issue was his knife. Specifically, he needed a left-handed blade. The chef blinked. GM continued. Based on the cut marks, he could tell that the man was compensating for excessive strength in his dominant arm. The imbalance was crushing the flesh and reducing the quality of the cuts. Switching equipment would solve a significant portion of the problem. As for the rest, experience would teach him eventually. There was no need to overwhelm him with details. The chef looked as though he had just received divine revelation. He continued trying to call GM master. There was clearly no escape from that problem anymore. Deciding to change the subject, GM reminded him about their wager. The meal was supposed to be free. Technically, since he had also provided professional consultation, perhaps the chef should be paying him instead. The response left everyone speechless. Then the chef suddenly raised his voice and addressed the entire restaurant. He proudly announced that all customers would be eating for free that day. The restaurant exploded with cheers. Every customer immediately celebrated. Dozens of grateful diners thanked the strange young man who had walked into the restaurant, challenged the chef, and somehow turned lunch into a free feast for everyone. For once, Jiam's bizarre talents had benefited an entire crowd of strangers. For Jia Ma, returning to something familiar felt surprisingly therapeutic. What was supposed to be a welcome back party had somehow turned into him standing in a professional kitchen, preparing sushi for an entire restaurant. Oddly enough, he did not mind. In fact, he looked happier than he had in days. The restaurant staff even allowed him to work with some of their most expensive fish, and before long he was completely absorbed in the task. His friends watched from nearby with mixed feelings. The whole purpose of the outing had been to help him relax after everything he had endured, and to celebrate the growth of their club. Instead, their club president had voluntarily started working, yet none of them had the heart to stop him. There was a genuine smile on his face. Seeing that smile, Chloe found herself smiling too. She had never realized how naturally their captain could smile when he was doing something he truly loved. Even Ryojo admitted that Jiam looked completely different in the kitchen. As long as he was happy, nobody intended to interrupt. Speed Weapon eventually stood up. If their club president was working this hard, he felt guilty sitting around doing nothing. He announced that he was going to help. Ryojo immediately questioned what exactly he thought he was capable of doing. The healer ignored her criticism. If Jiam was having fun, then he wanted to contribute as well. With a sigh, Ryojo got up too. She even called Chloe over. If they were helping, they would do it together. Chloe hesitated. The presence of her older brother still made her nervous. Ironically, she was far more afraid of him than he was of Jiam. Fortunately, her brother gently reassured her. He promised to teach her. The simple words instantly brightened her mood. A warm smile spread across her face as she thanked him. For a brief moment, the awkward siblings actually looked like normal family members. The rest of the day passed surprisingly well. By the end of it, Jiam found himself leaning against a wall, reflecting on everything that had happened. It had been a strange celebration. Most people spent parties eating and relaxing. He had spent his standing behind a counter slicing fish. Yet somehow it had been exactly what he needed. Preparing 3 fish in under a minute had become effortless for him. Compared to cutting demonic beasts and battling monsters, working with fish felt almost peaceful. The experience reminded him of a dream he had once entertained. After graduation, maybe he could open a sushi restaurant. The idea sounded increasingly appealing. As he thought about it, someone approached. GM looked up in surprise. He had assumed this person would still be busy working. It was Chloe's brother. The red-haired assassin explained that the ingredients for the day had already been prepared. The chef had taken over the rest of the kitchen duties. Meanwhile, Guillaume's friends were helping with cleanup and customer service. Apparently, Chloe had specifically sent him over to talk with the brooding protagonist. Since they finally had some free time, Guillaume decided to ask a question that had been bothering him. Why was he working here in the first place? The assassin looked mildly offended. According to him, GM had once suggested that working a real job could teach a person valuable lessons. He had simply taken that advice seriously. The problem was that Guillaume barely remembered saying it. The redhead seemed genuinely hurt by that fact. Laughing awkwardly, GM assured him he had not completely forgotten. He was just surprised. When the assassin committed himself to something, he truly followed through. That level of dedication was admirable. The compliment immediately made the redhead blush. Naturally, he denied being affected by the praise. Still, he admitted there was something valuable about honest labor. That curiosity was what had brought him there. The assassin even asked for advice on dealing with difficult customers. That happened to be one of GM's specialties. Having survived years of customer service, he had countless horror stories and useful lessons to share. The two spent quite some time discussing troublesome customers, workplace experiences, and restaurant life. By the end of the conversation, the assassin seemed genuinely grateful. The redhead eventually admitted something else. The more he spoke with GM, the harder it became to believe they were the same age. At times, GM felt more like an experienced adult than a teenager. The question naturally followed. Was he lying about his age? Technically speaking, the answer was complicated. Having memories from another world made the situation difficult to explain. Instead, Jiam laughed and told him that calling him experienced sounded much better than calling him old. The conversation gradually became more serious. Normally, the assassin family never shared internal matters with outsiders. However, circumstances had changed. The assassin admitted that he had attempted to contact Chloe first, but she refused to answer his calls. As a result, he decided to tell GM directly. The auditor family had completed its investigation. After thoroughly examining Guillaume's background, they had found nothing suspicious. In fact, the Council of Elders had abruptly canceled the contract. That alone was alarming. The auditor family specialized in eliminating dangerous individuals who threatened society. They did not assassinate innocent teenagers simply because someone paid them enough money. As a result, the family had shifted its attention. Now they were investigating the Council of Elders itself. They wanted to know why a powerful organization would suddenly target a student. The entire situation felt wrong. something much larger appeared to be happening behind the scenes. The assassin explained that his family intended to proceed carefully. A large investigative team had already been assembled. Even he planned to participate personally. Most importantly, he wanted Jiam to know that the auditor family would no longer be targeting him. That revelation brought a tremendous sense of relief. If one of the world's most dangerous assassin organizations had withdrawn their hostility, that was certainly good news. The possibility of conflict between the auditors and the elders would undoubtedly create chaos. Still, that was not Jiam's problem. He sincerely thanked the redhead for trusting him with such sensitive information. The assassin stared at him quietly. Then, unexpectedly, he extended his hand. The two shook hands firmly. The assassin admitted that he felt like he should be thanking Jiam instead. After all, his relationship with Chloe had improved considerably because of him. Almost immediately afterward, he withdrew his hand and began awkwardly mumbling. Apparently, he still was not comfortable acting friendly. Jiam found the reaction amusing. At least things between the siblings seemed to be improving. That alone made him happy. Then another thought crossed his mind. He asked whether the assassin knew a girl named Hana. The new club member still felt suspicious. Since they were in the same year, perhaps he knew something. The assassin nodded. He knew exactly who she was. Unfortunately, there was very little to say. Hana mostly kept to herself. She spent her time reading and rarely interacted with anyone. However, there was one unusual thing about her. She was always perfectly average. Jiam immediately asked for clarification. The explanation was surprisingly interesting. Whether it was academics, practical training, or combat exercises, Hana always ranked exactly in the middle. Not near the middle. Exactly in the middle. Every single time. The consistency was so unnatural that it almost seemed intentional. That detail immediately caught Jiam's attention. Maintaining perfect mediocrity was actually quite difficult. The assassin raised an eyebrow. Why was Jiam suddenly so interested in such an average student? Guillaume grimaced and asked what kind of person the assassin thought he was. The redhead looked him directly in the eyes. For a moment it seemed he was about to answer honestly. Unfortunately, someone called him away before he could finish. The restaurant was closing. Work came first. Their conversation ended there. As they prepared to leave, the chef suddenly appeared. The moment he saw Jiam, his eyes lit up. Unfortunately, he was still calling him master. At this point, it seemed impossible to stop. The chef proudly announced that he had already learned a great deal from their earlier discussion. In fact, he was so grateful that he wanted to offer a gift. The man carefully presented a knife. Jiam immediately froze. For a chef, a knife was not just a tool. It was practically an extension of the soul. Giving one away was a significant gesture. The chef understood that perfectly. Bowing deeply, he explained that the knife no longer suited him. He had once believed it was the source of his success. Now he understood the truth. Skill mattered more than equipment. The knife deserved to belong to someone capable of using it properly. Someone worthy. Someone like his master. Jiam nearly groaned. The title was never going away. Still, refusing such a heartfelt gift felt wrong. So he accepted it. The knife gleamed beautifully beneath the restaurant lights. It was clearly expensive. More importantly, it looked less like a kitchen utensil and more like a genuine weapon. The blade reminded him of his first teacher. The old man had always insisted that masters should never rely on equipment. Ironically, he also loved collecting expensive knives. A good knife, he claimed, was family. Naming one was practically a sacred ritual. Most of his teachers' names had been terrible, but the tradition remained important. The chef nervously asked whether GM disliked the gift. The boy shook his head. He was simply thinking of a name. The chef looked impressed. He had never considered naming his tools. After a long moment of thought, GM finally made his decision. He remembered his family, or at least what remained of those fading memories. The Sorkang bloodline, the family that had seemingly been erased from existence. Using the letters of his own name as inspiration, he chose a name, Everost. The knife would preserve memories that the world seemed determined to steal from him. Even if the faces of his family eventually vanished, this blade would remain. A reminder of what had been lost. Far away from the peaceful restaurant, a very different gathering was taking place. Dark magicians and demon worshippers had assembled beneath the cover of night. Many of them had abandoned important work to attend. The strange part was that none of them actually knew why they had been summoned. At the center of the gathering stood a mysterious figure dressed in black. The man introduced himself with a smile. He was known as the Professor. The assembled villains were unimpressed. They had not traveled all this way just to stare at a dramatic stranger. One of them demanded that he stop wasting time and explain why they had been called. The others immediately agreed. Instead of answering, the professor burst into laughter. Not a small laugh, not a polite chuckle, a full-blown fit of hysterical amusement. The gathering fell silent. The villains exchanged concerned looks. Had this man lost his mind? Had they seriously gathered here just to watch some lunatic laugh at his own jokes? Eventually, someone demanded to know what was so funny. The professor wiped away a tear and smiled. He explained that their reactions were adorable. That only made everyone angrier. One particularly aggressive individual immediately charged forward. The man happened to be a follower of the fourth general, Parrish. The professor identified him almost instantly. Earth attribute magic. A loyal servant of Parrish, the attacker did not appreciate being analyzed. He slammed his foot into the ground and demanded that the professor stop talking nonsense. His hands were already itching for violence. If necessary, he would happily paint them with the strange man's blood. Unfortunately for him, charging recklessly toward a person who could gather so many dangerous individuals in one place was probably a very bad decision. The gathered villains immediately grew uneasy. The man who had charged forward had been reckless, but attracting the attention of heroic forces was an entirely different matter. If a large group of soldiers or hunters discovered their meeting, it could become troublesome. The enraged follower of Parrish scoffed at the concern. He openly declared that he did not care. Anyone foolish enough to interrupt them could simply die. Apparently, spilling blood was one of his favorite hobbies. Those ended up being his final words. A flash erupted through the darkness. The next moment, the man's body was gone. Or rather, most of it was. A massive hole had replaced his torso. His corpse collapsed lifelessly onto the floor. The sight was pitiful. The masked figure calmly watched the body fall. He dismissed the dead man as someone unworthy of the power he had been granted. Silence fell over the gathering. Even the traitorous instructor was present at this meeting, and the fact that she answered to this masked individual made the situation even more alarming. The assembled villains stared at the corpse in shock. The masked figure had eliminated the man effortlessly. There had been no dramatic battle, no visible struggle. The kill had happened so quickly that many of them had barely registered it. The masked figure spread his arms. He explained that the demonstration should serve as a proper introduction. Surely everyone now understood his qualifications. If there were no further misunderstandings, they could proceed with the meeting. Nobody objected. Nobody even considered objecting. After witnessing the power of the second general, Korin, everyone suddenly became very cooperative. The masked demon then called for one of his students, or rather he corrected himself. The student was now known as the instructor. That was the traitorous teacher's cue. The beautiful woman stepped forward. Korin smiled as though proudly presenting a prized disciple. After teaching for so many years, he had apparently developed a habit of calling everyone his student. The instructor stood before the crowd. Unlike her usual demeanor, she was not smiling. Her expression remained cold and serious. Without wasting time, she began her report. The first statement immediately shook the gathering. According to her, the rumors were false. Her master had not died at the hands of the Sword Emperor. The room exploded into murmurs. This was enormous news. For years, the public had believed the Sword Emperor was responsible for defeating the demon. Now they were being told that the story was a lie. After confirming that Korin approved of the information being released, the instructor continued. The next revelation was even more shocking. Agor had not fallen to a legendary hero. Agor had been killed by a single student. The room erupted into chaos. Everyone began talking at once. A mere student defeating a demon commander was absurd, impossible. Yet the instructor seemed completely serious. Then she revealed the name. Leon von Reinhardt. The room fell silent once again. Interesting. Very interesting. Someone clearly wanted the future hero to become the target of every demon organization on the continent. Far away from the gathering of villains, Jianma was doing his best to be a normal student. Unfortunately, being normal had become increasingly difficult. Sitting inside the cafe frequently used by the travel club, he stared down at a notebook filled with information. His notes covered everything. The Council of Elders, the mysterious female instructor, the sword god, the strange apparition connected to the game master. The deeper he investigated, the more complicated everything became. At the center of the mess stood the Council of Elders. The organization possessed enormous influence. They had treated even the auditor family like disposable tools. The fact that they casually ordered the assassination of a student without justification said everything GM needed to know about them. Fortunately, their arrogance had backfired. Instead of eliminating him, they had pushed the auditors toward becoming his allies. That mistake had probably saved his life. Thinking back to the game, GM remembered similar events occurring around Leon. Groups that attempted to undermine the protagonist eventually disappeared after being exposed by the auditors. Now GM found himself occupying a similar position. The difference was that Leon had been protected by plot armor. GM was protected by a family of professional assassins. The game developers had cleverly avoided forcing their protagonist to kill human opponents directly. The auditors usually handled that part. At the time, GM had thought it was a convenient writing trick. Now he found himself grateful for it. Even so, he realized that his situation might actually be worse than Leon's. He had accumulated enemies at an alarming rate. Still, with the auditors investigating, answers would eventually come. That left one mystery unresolved: the female instructor. Agor's final comments provided valuable clues. According to the demon, The instructor had entered into a contract after constantly whining and complaining. It was rather hypocritical for a demon to criticize someone else's behavior. Then again, hypocrisy was hardly unusual among demons. The reports described the instructor as having purple hair. Unfortunately, appearance meant very little. Villains frequently disguised themselves. Hair color could be changed. Faces could be altered. The only consistent traits mentioned were her gender and eye color. That was not nearly enough information. At this rate, the culprit could be almost anyone. GM wondered whether learning more about magic would help. The sword god's blessing could detect certain things, but it had limitations. Without proper magical knowledge, he was missing too many pieces of the puzzle. Lost in thought, he glanced down at his notebook. Then he noticed something strange. He had unconsciously begun scribbling random notes about entirely different topics. That realization made him pause. When was the last time he had actually focused on schoolwork? Lately, his life had revolved around conspiracies, demons, assassins, and secret organizations. He had almost forgotten he was supposed to be a student. Deciding to do something productive for once, he prepared to visit Professor Damien. Perhaps actually studying would be a refreshing change of pace. Before he could leave, the cafe door opened. His teammates arrived. As usual, Ryojo and Speedweapon were arguing. The archer complained that the healer became excited over the smallest things. Speedweapon immediately denied the accusation. This was important. Very important. In fact, he could not believe Ryojo had forgotten what day it was. GM looked up from his notes. Curious, he asked what they were talking about. Before Ryojo could answer, Speedweapon eagerly jumped in. The upcoming Academy Festival, it would take place on July 4th. The date made Guillaume freeze. July 4th happened to be his birthday. For a brief moment, he almost mentioned it. Then he stopped himself. Nobody knew. And bringing up his own birthday felt awkward. Meanwhile, the healer continued talking. The festival also commemorated the day that Balor Jacquin sealed Lycan. That piece of information immediately triggered warning bells in GM's mind. The historical significance of the date was enormous. The healer enthusiastically listed the distinguished guests expected to attend. The legendary assassin known as the Old Man of the Mountain, the heir of the Iron King family, several future 7-star candidates, some of the most famous young talents in the world. The Academy Festival would be packed with powerful figures. Speedweapon practically vibrated with excitement. As a hero fanatic, this event was his equivalent of paradise. He immediately started talking about club activities and opportunities. Ryojo called him out instantly. The healer clearly just wanted an excuse to enjoy the festival. GM quietly watched the argument unfold. Then Chloe nervously spoke up. She asked whether he already had plans for that day. The question caught him off guard. Under normal circumstances, he probably would have spent his birthday with his family. The thought left a bitter taste in his mouth. That option no longer existed. So he honestly admitted that he had no plans. Chloe's eyes widened. Gathering her courage, she prepared to ask him something. Unfortunately, Speedweapon interrupted at the worst possible moment. The healer enthusiastically proposed that the travel club run a food tasting booth. Their captain's knife skills would attract attention. It would be excellent publicity. GM immediately disliked the idea. Working on his birthday sounded terrible. Chloe, meanwhile, looked ready to murder someone. The interruption had completely destroyed her opportunity. The dark aura around her was becoming visible. Recognizing the danger, GM reacted instantly. He loudly declared that the idea sounded great. Chloe immediately calmed down. As expected, she supported anything he said. Speedweapon nearly cried with gratitude. His ridiculous proposal had received approval. Ryojo, however, looked horrified. She accused GM of wanting to show off his abilities in front of important people. That accusation was completely unfair. If possible, GM preferred remaining invisible. The irony was especially rich considering Ryoho was the daughter of one of the most influential political figures in existence. Trying to explain himself, GM admitted that he did not have any grand objective. He simply thought they should enjoy opportunities like this while they still could. That answer made Ryoho pause. Then she narrowed her eyes. What exactly did he mean by while they still could? GM froze. The words had slipped out accidentally. Without realizing it, he had been thinking about the second human-demon war that would begin in 3 years. His knowledge of the future had slipped into the conversation. That was a dangerous mistake. The more comfortable he became around his friends, the easier it was to forget himself. Ryoho immediately leaned forward. She demanded answers. This was not the first time GM had spoken as though he knew things that had not happened yet. Chloe also became suspicious. Unfortunately, she was standing directly behind him while Ryojo leaned closer from the front. The situation was rapidly becoming a disaster. Even Speedweapon realized their captain was in trouble. For once, the healer decided to save him. Without warning, he jumped to his feet. Then he proudly announced that he would personally design the poster for the festival event. Moments later, he began drawing something truly horrifying on the board. The resulting artwork looked like a crime against humanity. Everyone immediately turned their attention toward the monstrosity. The interrogation vanished. The danger passed. GM quietly released a breath of relief. For perhaps the first time in history, Speed Weapon's terrible artistic talent had successfully saved someone's life. The room fell silent for a moment. Then Hana adjusted her glasses and laughed. Honestly, she was completely in favor of the idea. After all, she had joined the travel club because of that ridiculous recruitment poster in the first place. The statement immediately stunned everyone. Speed Weapon looked vindicated. The healer proudly crossed his arms as though his artistic masterpiece had finally received the recognition it deserved. After risking everything to save their captain from Ryojo's interrogation, he firmly believed that GM owed him one. Unfortunately, nobody else wanted the club's legacy to be built on horrifying posters. Ryojo in particular had finally reached her limit. The blue-haired archer marched directly towards Speed Weapon. Her expression was completely serious. The healer nervously asked what was wrong. Ryojo did not answer immediately. Instead, she slowly turned toward GM. Her sharp eyes locked onto their captain like an arrow aimed directly at its target. Then she announced that the club had a problem. There were too many people trying to steer the ship. The hierarchy needed to be made absolutely clear. Otherwise, Speed Weapon would continue saying ridiculous things forever. Apparently, the poster had offended her so deeply that she was now willing to settle the matter through combat. The healer immediately grew nervous. Still, he refused to back down. If she wanted to fight, then she would get one. He warned her not to regret it when she lost. Ryojo confidently accepted the challenge. If she lost, she promised she would never oppose him again. She would even support his absurd festival plans. The declaration shocked everyone. That was an incredibly dangerous promise. Meanwhile, Jiam quietly wondered how things had escalated this far. 5 minutes ago they had been discussing posters. Now 2 club members were preparing for a duel. Speed Weapon grinned. He declared that he would prove to their captain who the more useful support member truly was. That statement only made Ryojo angrier. Apparently, she still had unfinished business with him. Hana stepped forward to act as referee. The mint-haired girl calmly instructed both combatants to prepare themselves. The duel began immediately. Speed Weapon reacted first. He stuffed his recorder into his mouth and began playing battle music. Ryojo reached for her bow. Both combatants now held their weapons. The outcome would be decided by whoever landed the first strike. The healer remained confident. As long as he maintained distance and stacked debuffs, victory would be his. At least, that was the plan. Then Ryojo suddenly vanished. The next moment she appeared directly above him. The healer nearly had a heart attack. Long-range fighters were not supposed to do that. Panicking, he called her an idiot. At such close range, her bow was useless. Unfortunately for him, Ryojo had already thought of that. There was more than one way to use a bow. With absolutely no hesitation, she swung it like a baseball bat. The bow smashed directly into his ribs. The impact launched him across the room. Speed Weapon crashed through a wall before disappearing from sight entirely. Silence filled the clubroom. Everyone stared at the massive hole. Then they stared at Ryojo. The girl calmly lowered her bow. Apparently she had been carrying an alarming amount of frustration. That was probably something they should address later. Ryojo then turned toward GM. Smiling brightly, she asked whether he had now clearly seen who the most useful member was. The entire fight had ended so quickly that nobody else had even managed to blink. Somewhere in the distance, Speed Weapon weakly played his recorder to heal himself. The healer had technically survived. That was the most positive thing anyone could say about the situation. 4 days remained until the Academy Festival. Since GM had approved the booth idea, preparations officially began. To everyone's surprise, things went remarkably well afterward. The members worked together inside the clubroom. Chloe handled cooking preparations. At one point, she became completely focused on frying a heart-shaped egg. Hana had already ordered kimchi, vegetables, and various ingredients needed for the event. As part of the management team, she was responsible for securing supplies. The shipment would arrive in 2 days. The booth reservation had already been completed as well. Now they only needed tables, chairs, cooking equipment, and gas hookups. Unfortunately, Speed Weapon had somehow become responsible for logistics. The healer immediately began panicking. Ryoho reminded him that he had lost the duel and therefore had no right to complain. Meanwhile, the archer discovered the hidden downside of victory. She had never cooked anything in her life. Now she was expected to help make kimchi stew. Winning suddenly felt a lot less satisfying. Even worse, she had been assigned to public relations and graphic design. The responsibility existed entirely because nobody trusted Speed Weapon with another poster. GM politely encouraged her to do her best. The blue-haired girl sighed dramatically. The dark-haired boy smiled as he watched everyone work. Despite the chaos, the atmosphere felt warm. The festival would place most of the attention on him because of his knife skills. Even if the entire club helped, he would still carry the bulk of the workload. More importantly, the event would last far longer than 50 seconds. His painless blessing would not be enough if enormous crowds appeared. Still, he found himself looking forward to it. Back in his previous life, he had spent every festival working in kitchens. Leisure had been almost completely absent from his life. Maybe that was why he had fallen in love with Blessing of Miracle M in the first place. The game had been generic. The story had been predictable, yet it offered something he secretly desired: a peaceful everyday life. Unfortunately, even the game eventually abandoned that peace. Everything changed once demons started targeting Leon during the second year. That was around the time GM stopped playing. Thinking about it now, he realized this might be the last Academy festival he would ever truly enjoy. The thought made him unexpectedly sentimental. Hana suddenly appeared beside him. The girl tilted her head. Why was he making such a gloomy face? He was acting as though this would be his final festival despite only being a first-year student. Jiam nearly jumped. For a moment he wondered whether Hana could somehow read minds. The mint-haired girl simply smiled. Then she asked if he remembered what she had told him when she first joined the club. Jiam thought about it. Nothing came to mind. That answer made Hana laugh. Apparently he had forgotten completely. In that case, she said he should not worry about it. The cryptic response left him more confused than before. Feeling slightly overwhelmed, GM stood up. He informed everyone that he would be back shortly. His teammates immediately demanded to know where he was going. The boy simply told them he would explain later. For now, they should continue working without him. Ryojo narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Still, she allowed him to leave. A short while later, GM arrived at Professor Damien's laboratory. The professor was sitting alone, peacefully enjoying tea. When he noticed his student, he immediately welcomed him inside. As luck would have it, he had just finished brewing a particularly fine black tea imported from Russia. The aroma filled the room. Unfortunately, GM politely explained that he was allergic to black tea. The professor looked genuinely disappointed. Still, tea was hardly necessary for conversation. As GM sat down, something unusual caught his attention. A strange tree stump rested on the table. The object looked almost like a rock, yet faint traces of mana flowed through it. The professor explained that it was a rare specimen he had recently acquired. If GM wanted, he could even take a piece for himself. The boy politely declined. The professor simply laughed. Then he encouraged GM to ask whatever questions had brought him there. After a brief hesitation, GM explained that this was related to their earlier discussion about divine blessings. The professor immediately remembered. In fact, the question had intrigued him so much that he had conducted additional research. Reaching into a pile of books, he produced a weathered volume. The text had been difficult to obtain. He had apparently traveled all the way to Russia to acquire it. To Jiam's surprise, the professor handed the book over. The boy stared at him. That seemed incredibly generous. Damien simply smiled. After all, GM had inspired the research in the first place. Besides, scholars enjoyed pursuing interesting questions. The professor then turned to the main topic. As he had previously explained, blessings were typically classified according to the beings that granted them. There were blessings from dead spirits, guardian spirits, elemental spirits, heroic spirits. Each category reflected the nature of the source. Although these spirits transcended ordinary life, they were still understandable beings. Then the professor asked whether Jiam remembered an important point from their previous discussion. The boy nodded. According to history, no gods remained in the world. Damien smiled approvingly. His student had an excellent memory. The professor even joked that Jiam should become his teaching assistant. GM immediately declined. That sounded like far too much work. Damien sighed dramatically. Such talent was being wasted. Ignoring the joke, GM focused on the information he actually needed. He wanted answers about the strange power that had invaded his life. The professor's expression grew more serious. The fact that no gods remained was precisely why this topic was important. To understand the present, they first needed to understand the distant past. Long ago, countless gods existed. No one truly knew where they had come from. Historians referred to that era as the Age of Gods. The beings called gods were fundamentally different from spirits. Spirits possessed personalities, thoughts, emotions, individual identities. Gods did not. They were closer to concepts than living beings. Entities without bodies, without emotions, without mortal limitations. Simply put, they existed on an entirely different level. Compared to a true god, even the greatest spirit resembled a firefly standing before the sun. These beings had completely transcended mortality. They were omniscient existences that stood beyond human understanding itself. However, even they could not escape death. The dark-haired boy listened attentively as the conversation reached a particularly interesting point. These divine beings were sometimes merciful, but a single god had once brought an entire era to an end. That alone was terrifying. And that god was the sword god. Needless to say, that was not very reassuring news for our protagonist. The boy looked genuinely alarmed upon learning that the deity he served was such a terrifying existence. Apparently, the phrase, "May the gods' blessings be with you," originated shortly after the Age of the Gods. Humans used it to praise the mighty sword god and borrow a fraction of his power. That revelation was concerning enough on its own. The teacher then smiled warmly and asked if he had answered the student's question. Technically he had, but he had also opened an entirely new can of worms and raised far more questions than before. The boy walked carefully with his hands tucked into his pockets, pondering everything he had just learned. He was not sure if he truly understood any of it. Still, the teacher had traveled all the way to Russia just for him. Thinking about it now, perhaps he had been too selfish with his curiosity. Even so, he definitely wanted to avoid ever drinking Russian uranium tea. Suddenly, the boy realized why he had felt so uneasy earlier. He had not brought his sashimi knife with him to the teacher's office. Without it, his senses felt strangely dull. The fact that he felt uncomfortable simply because he was missing his beloved knife was absurd, yet undeniable. His life really was turning upside down these days. The main character knew he had changed. There were only 4 days left until the festival, and everyone was busy preparing. The team gathered to help Chloe handle the eggs. 3 days before the event, they assembled their stall. The archer insisted that they needed as many balloons as possible and refused to compromise until their design was perfect. 2 days before the festival, they began preparing their maid outfits. The Japanese girl looked absolutely miserable wearing hers, but after coming this far, she had no choice but to endure it. Naturally, the ginger-haired healer seized every opportunity to laugh at her suffering. Then came the final day of preparation. The kimchi stew simmered away in a giant pot, its rich aroma spreading through the room. They had poured their hearts into making this festival unique, and the people around them were amazed by GM's cooking skills. At last, the day of the festival arrived. The team captain stood proudly in front of their stall, admiring the small setup they had built together. During his 20 years of working, he had revived countless struggling restaurants. He had always refused high salaries and deliberately chosen establishments on the brink of closure. It was not because he was particularly charitable. He simply enjoyed the feeling. Just like what he had done at Korea Sushi. One swing of his sashimi blade launched fireworks into the sky, symbolizing rebirth and revival. It was a little embarrassing to admit, but the boy thought it looked incredibly cool. In fact, he would later admit that he held onto his edgy side for far longer than he should have, probably because of his first master. Soon, his teammates arrived in their costumes. Weapon really should have stuck to his normal hairstyle. The new one was doing him absolutely no favors. Only 10 minutes remained before opening. Serving food in exchange for actual money was no joke, but they did not need to panic. They simply had to do what they had practiced. The team exchanged encouraging smiles. No matter what happened, they had each other's backs. This might be their final festival together, so they would make the most of it. The Jockey Festival had finally begun, and the academy was overflowing with excitement. Rachel, the blonde troublemaker, was in unusually high spirits. It seemed she had completely recovered from her recent depression. She assured Abel not to worry. Since they were disguised, nobody would recognize them. Everyone was too busy enjoying the festival to care about who was walking around. Rachel even encouraged the shy swordswoman to smile for a photo. To her surprise, Abel actually joined in and seemed to be having fun. The festival grounds were lively and noisy, and stepping outside had been a fantastic idea. Of course, their disguises were utterly ridiculous. Abel wore an ugly fake mustache, while Rachel hid behind a pair of sunglasses. Honestly, the mustache only made Abel stand out more. Combined with the obviously fake hair and mismatched outfit, she looked suspicious from every angle. Still, it felt nice to relax for once. Rachel looked around excitedly and wondered if anyone important would appear. Maybe the Sword Emperor would make an appearance or deliver a speech. Abel quickly shut down that fantasy. Her grandfather was retired and had no interest in events like this. Rachel nodded knowingly. Her uncle was the same way, which made it much easier for her to sneak out and enjoy herself. That was when the two girls spotted a cute flyer advertising the best kimchi stew ever, proudly made by the travel club. Rachel picked it up from the ground and grinned. She would recognize their boys' club anywhere. Meanwhile, an announcement echoed throughout the festival grounds. The organizers would now introduce the heroes who had once again protected humanity from the demons. First to appear were the two rookie heroes who had become the talk of the world. India's hero, the great adventure king Mahatma Simbad, and Russia's #1 hero, the man who walked through flames, Vladimir Yasov. This year's festival was on an entirely different level. Reporters rushed forward eager to capture the moment. Then someone spotted All Mute. Instantly, the reporters swarmed the beautiful hero and bombarded her with questions. Was she a candidate for the 7-star heroes? Did she have any comments regarding the competition? Had her friendly relationship with Korea changed? Did she know about PTS? And most importantly, had she tried kimchi? Reporters had a habit of firing off endless questions and hoping celebrities answered at least one. The students watching nearby were losing their minds. One boy in particular looked exactly like Weapon with his terrible new haircut. He was practically trembling with excitement as he praised All Mute's calm and elegant demeanor. In his enthusiasm, he accidentally tore apart the flyers he had been carrying. Suddenly, someone grabbed his ear. Weapon immediately cried out in pain. Ryoja was furious. They had specifically told him to hand out flyers, yet here he was shredding them like they grew on trees. She had been working herself to exhaustion while he stood around worshipping heroes. And to make matters worse, this entire booth had been his idea. Weapon protested weakly. Of course he was excited. World-class heroes had shown up. Ryo did not care. She yelled that if he wanted to admire heroes, he should have thought twice before suggesting they run a booth. Now he could either get back to work or die. Sadly, Weapon chose life and returned to work. Then, as fate would have it, he bumped into someone. He looked up. Rachel and Abel stood before him in their hilariously bad disguises. Well, this was awkward for everyone involved. Still, thanks to the encounter, the two girls found what they had been searching for much faster. Their kimchi stew was finally ready. Customers eagerly gathered around as Chloe worked diligently in the kitchen, slicing vegetables with impressive speed. The main character had only taught her the basics, but she was naturally gifted with a knife and learned everything almost instantly. He could not help feeling proud. Since using knives would activate his blessing, he left all the preparation work to Chloe and focused entirely on cooking. After all, he was the only one who knew how to make kimchi stew properly. Meanwhile, Hana greeted customers at the front and nearly burst out laughing when she saw Saki dragging Weapon along like a prisoner trying to escape. The captain kept his eyes on the growing crowd. He had been worried because Ryojo and Weapon had taken too long to return. Fortunately, they were back, and they had brought Rachel and Abel with them. The blonde hyena immediately leaped toward the main character with excitement shining in her eyes. The boy was caught off guard, but before Rachel could hug him, the red-haired assassin stepped in and blocked her path with perfect timing. She was as possessive as ever. Rachel barely managed to stop herself before walking straight into the assassin's knife. Then she laughed. The redhead was so tiny that she had not even noticed her. That was an incredibly dangerous thing to say. Before the main character could worry about the brewing fight, he noticed someone hiding behind the energetic blonde. A familiar face. His favorite girl. Abel. She blushed brightly and shyly greeted him. GM smiled awkwardly and welcomed the two unusual customers. Rachel enthusiastically ordered one kimchi stew. Meanwhile, Abel proudly pronounced the dish's name correctly. As he prepared their food, the boy found himself lost in thought. He had created the stew, but he never imagined these two girls would visit their booth. They needed to feed them quickly and send them off before their presence attracted even more attention to their tiny corner of the festival. Unfortunately for him, another customer immediately shouted for an order, and Hana was already rushing from table to table trying her best to keep up with the growing crowd. Rachel was thrilled that she could finally point out the travel club's newest member to Abel. At the very least, the two of them had abandoned their ridiculous disguises. The swordswoman quietly observed the new girl from a distance, trying not to appear too interested. Unfortunately for her, Rachel noticed immediately. The blonde grinned mischievously and teased Abel, reminding her how upset she had been the first time she heard about Hana joining the club. Abel instantly blushed and denied everything. "I don't care about her at all," she snapped. Of course, that only made her look guiltier. When it came to her feelings for Jianma, Abel was hopelessly shy. Rachel decided to spare her for now. After all, this was a festival, and they were supposed to enjoy themselves. Still, Rachel wondered if they should have opened a booth of their own. Abel quickly shot that idea down. Final exams were approaching, and they had far too much studying to do. There was no time to waste on club activities or festivals. Unfortunately for her, Ryojo overheard every word. The blue-haired girl slowly turned her head, looking almost offended by Abel's remark. The two girls locked eyes. Abel immediately felt nervous. Rachel, on the other hand, was extremely grateful that she was not the one caught saying something insensitive. She quickly looked away and pretended to be deeply fascinated by the scenery. Meanwhile, Weapon ran over to the captain. "3 servings for table 9, he shouted. Jianma glanced at him with concern. The healer looked completely out of it. Even so, he still had enough energy to gush endlessly about all mute. She was the hero of his dreams, an American superstar and one of the leading candidates for the 7-star heroes. He had actually seen her in person. The main character sighed. He had not forgotten that Weapon's obsession with heroes was what brought them together in the first place. Weapon sulked dramatically. Of course he loved heroes. And because of that love, Ryojo had nearly ripped his ear off. For now, he just needed some ice for the massive bruise on his head. Meanwhile, Jianma found himself thinking about All Mute. Her real name was Elizabeth Kahn. She was one of America's strongest heroes and a prime candidate for the 7-star heroes. The United States stood at the top of the global rankings alongside Korea. Their hero society was built differently from everyone else's. Heroes there were celebrities, businesses, brands. Some people believed true heroes earned immortality through sacrifice. Others used the title of hero to make a fortune while they were alive. The world respected the former. It cheered for the latter. But neither fit Jianma's ideal. More importantly, he was simply grateful he had not reincarnated as an American. The thought of wearing a flashy skin-tight suit made him want to die. Besides, there was a good chance he would meet Elizabeth Kahn someday. After all, the Sword Emperor had publicly marked him as his successor. The situation was already dangerous enough. Of course, he had every intention of refusing that title. He had enough problems without painting an even bigger target on his back. If possible, the best outcome would be never meeting Elizabeth Kahn at all. All he had to do was stay inside this booth for 3 days and quietly make kimchi stew. There was no way someone as famous as her would visit a tiny stall just to eat Korean food. Meanwhile, over at Abel's table, an entirely different battle was unfolding. The swordswoman awkwardly explained that she had not meant to insult their booth. She even pointed out that she knew what the archer had been like before skipping a grade. Back then, she slept through classes all the time. Rachel wisely stayed out of the conversation. The archer glared at Abel. Club activities are completely separate from academics, she said. Abel stubbornly shook her head. No, that's not the issue. She pointed directly at the maid outfit. That ridiculous outfit is. The archer exploded instantly. Rachel burst into laughter as the tension between the two girls grew stronger. Then suddenly, a voice came from the entrance. Something smells spoiled. But I think we've come to the right place. Everyone inside froze. The students turned toward the entrance and gasped. Standing there was one of the two heroes who stood at the top alongside All Mute, a beautiful woman with long violet hair. She ignored the stares and walked straight toward Jiam Ma. A smirk spread across her face. So you're the brat who did all that to my brothers. Jiam Ma narrowed his eyes. Now he recognized her. She was the older sister of the Ma twins, those two lunatics who had nearly killed Chloe during the entrance exams, the infamous Wicked Twins. And this woman was iron-legged Mylene. Mylene laughed softly. My brothers described you as some kind of wild beast. She tilted her head. But you're a lot more refined than they said. Then again, she admitted that her brothers had never spoken kindly about anyone. The atmosphere inside the booth became tense. Mylene casually waved her hand. A servant rushed over and placed a chair behind her. She sat down with her legs spread confidently, as if she owned the place. Apparently, she was trying to establish dominance. More importantly, she was wearing the S-rank armament known as Storm Greaves. That was alarming. If she came armed, then revenge was a real possibility. Chloe immediately stepped forward to protect Guillaume Ma, but he raised a hand and stopped her. This was not another student. This woman was a genuine powerhouse. He would handle her himself. The warning was directed at Ryoho and Hana as well. Milayan chuckled. It isn't what you're thinking. She had no interest in digging up an old grudge. Jiam Ma frowned. If that was true, then why was she here? Someone with her status should not have time to wander around festivals like All Mute. Milayan frowned. Do not compare me to that woman. Apparently, she did not appreciate the comparison. Then she shrugged. There isn't any special reason. She simply wanted to see the boy who had traumatized her brothers. The twins had terrible personalities, but they were talented, and for some reason they completely lost their minds whenever Jiam Ma's name came up. Watching them was hilarious. Naturally, she became curious. What kind of monster had scared them this badly? Jiam Ma silently wondered if the entire family was insane. Millian suddenly smiled. Actually, she was grateful. Her brothers had dragged the family's reputation through the mud. She had tried disciplining them countless times. Nothing worked. But after their encounter with the sashimi-obsessed lunatic before her, they had finally calmed down. From her family's perspective, he had done them a huge favor. So she came to thank him. Jiam Ma was not convinced. It almost sounded like she was thanking him for eliminating future competition. After all, Milan herself was aiming for one of the 7-star hero seats. Everyone seemed obsessed with those positions. Her popularity rivaled Elizabeth Kahn's, but her ranking was lower. Her strength did not quite match All Mute's, and being the older sister of the Wicked Twins did her reputation no favors. None of that mattered to Jiam Ma. Sibling drama and 7-star heroes had nothing to do with him. He saw no reason to become friendly with her. So if she was finished talking, he wanted her gone. To his surprise, Melian simply laughed. That made her much easier to deal with than her brothers. Then she suddenly remembered something. There is one more thing I'm grateful for. Jiam Ma looked at her. Melian grinned wickedly. Thank you for opening this fermented vegetable booth. She looked incredibly proud of herself. The appreciation immediately felt suspicious. She told them to keep up the good work and turned to leave. Then, get back here. Jiam Ma threw off his apron dramatically. The cloth fluttered through the air. His eyes burned with righteous fury. Never compare kimchi to fermented vegetables ever again. That was crossing a line. He had promised himself not to stand out. But insulting kimchi? Absolutely unforgivable. There were limits to his patience. And this was one of them. The dark-haired boy pointed at Milan. I'll cut you down. So much for keeping a low profile. News spread across the festival instantly. Iron-legged Malian was about to duel a student. The audience lost their minds. Wasn't this the same special student who fought the academy auditor? People rushed toward the arena. Some wanted to see Mylian crush him. Others simply wanted entertainment. After countless chapters, Leon finally appeared. The blue-eyed boy paused. He had heard the name. He remembered that student. But he kept walking. He was fully committed to never letting hero business ruin his peace ever again. He had dumped all those responsibilities onto Jiam Ma. Meanwhile, the arena filled with excited students. Everyone cheered for Milian. Even Nox showed up to watch. He still remembered the humiliating beating Gia Ma had given him. Rachel and Abel sat together in the stands. Rachel giggled. This reminded her of old times. The first time Gia Ma became important to them was when they watched him fight the red-haired assassin. No matter where he went, that boy always became the center of attention. Abel smiled softly as she watched him. Unfortunately for Gia Ma, All Mute was also in the audience. So much for staying off her radar. Millian laughed. The atmosphere reminded her of her academy days. Still, she looked at Gia Ma with concern. Will you really be okay? Excitement was one thing, but if he got reckless, he could end up just like her brothers. They had been confident too, right until Gia Ma destroyed them. Then Millian looked him up and down. What a handsome face. She sighed dramatically. It would be such a shame if it got ruined. And then she said something so outrageous that the audience nearly forgot they were about to fight. If I beat you badly enough, I'll marry you. Apparently, she had no issue collecting handsome men. Wonderful. Another absurdly flirtatious female villain. Was it really too much to ask for one normal villainess? Fortunately, Gia Ma was not stupid. This was obviously a trap. She wanted him angry, she wanted him careless, but he had no intention of falling for it. Millian chuckled. You're smarter than you look. And just like that, she managed to insult him again. However, the purple-haired lady could not help pointing out the obvious. For someone acting so composed now, he had fallen for her earlier provocation rather easily. In fact, that was the entire reason they were standing on this battlefield in the first place. The subspace field began to form around them. Inside this special arena, combatants could harm one another without suffering actual death. Their bodies would remain intact, but their minds would experience every moment as if it were real. And sometimes, that was far worse. The dark-haired boy drew his sashimi knife and pointed it at Millian. You cannot become one of the 7 stars, he declared coldly. Your personality is terrible and it doesn't suit a high-ranking hero. Millian was completely unfazed. You should learn when to keep your mouth shut, she replied. The blessing of heroes was invoked. The subspace closed. Deep down, Gia Ma knew she was right. Sometimes life would be much easier if he just kept his mouth shut. Unfortunately, he had no intention of being polite to someone like her. Millian clicked her tongue. Well, there goes my interest in making you my lover. That was a huge relief, partly because she was about to do things to her that no sane person would do to someone they loved. The moment the fight began, the two clashed. The impact shook the arena. For a few brief moments, the audience could not even see them. Their movements were too fast, their footsteps too sharp, and their attacks blurred together. Millian's expression changed. This brat was not bluffing. Smoke spread across the arena as Gia Ma disappeared from sight. Millian smirked. How cute. Eventually the smoke would clear, and he would have nowhere left to run. Or so she thought. Before she could even launch her next attack, her head suddenly flew away. At least, that was what she felt. The sensation was so vivid that her heart nearly stopped. In the blink of an eye, she had experienced her own death. The audience gasped. That was ridiculously fast. Meanwhile, back at the booth, the truly responsible members of the team continued working. While their captain was busy traumatizing heroes, they stayed behind chopping vegetables and greeting customers. Hana looked a little nervous. She asked why nobody seemed worried. The healer shrugged. They had followed that lunatic through hell and back. By now, they were used to his absurd nonsense. Hana blinked. Only Rachel and Abel had gone to watch the fight. Weapon smiled. They should worry more about customers than their captain. He would be back soon. The bespectacled girl smiled softly. It felt like she had learned something important. Back in the arena, the audience was still in disbelief. Millian stood there trembling. Some people thought she had already lost. Others who knew Gia Ma's terrifying tendencies were not surprised at all. But one person was paying especially close attention. All Mute narrowed her eyes. Millian was still alive. Her head was attached. And yet she had undoubtedly felt death. Sweat rolled down her face. What she had just experienced was not physical. It was mental. A domain of the mind, a spiritual battlefield. Normally, only legendary warriors could use such a technique. The 7 stars, the head of the auditor house, masters who stood at the peak. Yet exceptions existed. When talent surpassed experience, even a teenager could knock on the gates of that realm. And the monster standing before her had already done so. Millian's stomach twisted. An insurmountable wall, that was what she was facing. Her mind raced. Why had he used a mental domain? Then the answer hit her. This was a subspace battle. There would be no physical consequences. He had shown her death to spare her pride. He wanted her to understand the difference between them without humiliating her publicly. And more importantly, he wanted to avoid causing an international incident. Millian nearly threw up. The sheer thoughtfulness behind such arrogance was revolting. This boy was terrifying. Among the upper ranks, rumors circulated about the Sword Emperor's chosen successor. Millian's smile trembled. So, it was him. Suddenly, memories came flooding back when she was a student, watching classmates surpass her, watching geniuses grow into monsters, feeling fear, feeling envy, feeling admiration, and now she was standing before another one, a student who had not even graduated. Yet everyone already believed he would become one of the 7 stars. Melian gritted her teeth. Her pride would never allow her to retreat now. Not after dragging a teenager into a duel. "Don't get cocky, brat," she roared. "I didn't come this far through luck." Jia sighed. He had already given her a chance to walk away. Hatred burned in her eyes. Her body accelerated to its limit. She moved faster and faster, determined to overwhelm him. But there was one glaring problem. Jia didn't move. That should have been the first warning. Still, Melian ignored it. She unleashed her whirlwind kick, then her stomping greaves kick, then her axe kick. 3 techniques, one after another, and somehow he avoided every single one. The audience stared. That was honestly embarrassing. But Melian refused to stop. She attacked relentlessly. Some of her kicks flew dangerously close to the audience. Jia frowned, but Melian barked angrily. "Don't look away." Her voice trembled. "You don't get to treat me like I'm insignificant." The Stormgreaves activated. Purple energy exploded beneath her feet. She soared high into the air. This attack would definitely land. She descended like a meteor, falling destruction. Boom. The ground shattered. A massive crater formed beneath her feet. But she wasn't finished. Years of training erupted from her body. A second explosion sent rubble flying everywhere. Melian laughed. Now this was a fight. Now she understood why her brothers obsessed over this boy. And now she would destroy the future 7-star right here. She kicked one of the giant boulders, then another, and another. Strike storm. Dozens of rocks hurtled toward Jia. The boy calmly raised his sashimi knife. Then he stopped moving. Melian grinned. Finally, a laser-like streak of purple light shot through the battlefield. The Stormgreaves unleashed their hidden skill. Heavenly Drive. Melian transformed into a purple meteor. She flew directly at him. Jia stumbled backward. He raised his knife. Crack! The impact echoed through the arena. Tiny cracks spread across the blade. Melian smirked. That pathetic little knife had finally reached its limit. Then, Jia casually ran his fingers across the blade. The cracks vanished instantly. The knife repaired itself. Sparks danced around his body. Melian's smile disappeared. Something bad was coming. Very bad. Yet she was too deep into her attack to stop. Besides, it was just a small knife. Even if the boy was terrifyingly fast, her eyes darted around the battlefield. Where would he attack from? She sensed him behind her. Without hesitation, she spun. Her kick flew instantly. Perfect timing, perfect prediction. And yet, her arm fell to the ground. Silence. Melian stared blankly. Her arm. It was gone. She had predicted the attack perfectly, but prediction meant absolutely nothing. If you couldn't dodge, pain exploded through her body. Shock, rage, disbelief. It all hit at once. Meanwhile, Jia stood behind her calm, expressionless, untouchable. For a moment, Melian saw him standing alongside all the monsters she had admired, and all the legends she hated, the 7 stars, the people she envied, the people she feared. Jia gently ran his hand over his blade. "You still have plenty of spirit." He sounded almost impressed. He had no intention of underestimating her. He would crush her pride directly. After all, she was a hero, not some weakling who broke after one setback. Abel's eyes widened. She remembered that stance. Knox turned pale. He remembered it too. Those memories were traumatic. Unfortunately, Melian had never seen it before, and she had no idea what was coming. Panic gripped her heart. She could not lose. Not now. Not after sacrificing everything to get this far. The boy had offered mercy. She rejected it. And now, her spirit slowly began to crack. Melian screamed. Her aura exploded. "I am Hero Melian." The ground shattered beneath her. "I refuse to lose to some academy brat." She launched herself forward. At the same time, Jia disappeared. The audience lost sight of him. Everything became a blur. And then, Melian had one final thought. It felt as though someone precious was leaving her behind. Farther, farther away, until she could never catch up. Then her head flew, cleanly, perfectly, just as Jia predicted. Melian's eyes widened. So this was defeat. At least she looked beautiful while losing. Silence. The entire arena fell silent. Students, teachers, guests. Nobody could speak. Even those who had seen Jia fight before were stunned. He had defeated a hero, without receiving a single scratch. Rachel smiled proudly. Abel watched in awe. Knox swallowed nervously. And all mute sat frozen in shock. The announcement finally echoed across the arena. The winner of the subspace duel, Cadet Jia of Joaquin Academy, a national embarrassment for poor Melian. Thankfully, subspace battles did not kill. Her head remained attached as she collapsed to her knees. Meanwhile, Jia sheathed his knife. The fight was over. He was ready to go back to making kimchi stew. Honestly, it was hilarious. The boy could defeat one of the continent's brightest stars and still somehow believe he was destined for a normal life. But one thing was undeniable. The star of the continent, hero Melian, had fallen. Ryojo had been waiting patiently for news from the arena. The moment word of the battle's outcome reached her ears, a satisfied smile spread across her face. She crossed her arms confidently and informed the rest of the team that the fight was over. Even from here, they could hear the deafening cheers coming from the training grounds. The blue-haired girl beamed. Just as she had predicted, their captain would be back soon. Meanwhile, Rachel could not help but complain. What a shame. They never even got to eat any kimchi stew. Maybe they could have enjoyed a nice meal if Abel had not insulted the chef before their food even arrived. The swordswoman instantly blushed. I'm already full, she stammered. Rachel immediately understood. Watching Jian-ma beat up a famous hero had apparently filled Abel with all the emotional nutrients she needed. Naturally, Rachel would never let her live this down. Oh? What tasted so good? She teased. Was it his handsome face? Abel turned even redder. Meanwhile, poor Melian was having the worst day of her life. Not only had she suffered an overwhelmingly one-sided defeat, but she had also been publicly humiliated at her own alma mater. Her servants rushed over anxiously. Miss Melian, are you all right? The purple-haired hero took a deep breath. I'm fine. After all, no one could truly be injured in subspace. Their pride, however, was a different matter entirely. Now she had a much bigger problem. The entire world would know she lost to a 17-year-old. In front of an audience. That was not exactly a flattering headline. Her servant looked ready to cry. Honestly, the man should have given her a moment. She was still scraping the remains of her pride off the arena floor. But then, Melian suddenly stood up. She brushed off her clothes and grinned. I won't say pathetic things like that. The servant blinked. Kang Gyama possessed absurd talent. A monster like him would undoubtedly climb even higher in the future. She had not lost to an ordinary teenager. She had been defeated by the man destined to inherit the Sword Emperor's legacy. If anything, people should rate her even higher now. The servant immediately looked inspired. What a positive way of thinking. Melian folded her arms. Actually, now that she thought about it, this was probably the best time to lose to him. Sooner or later, every major hero in the world would stand before that boy, and most of them would probably lose. Even All Mute could not guarantee victory against such monstrous talent. The servant looked skeptical. Was that trainee really that incredible? Melian stared into the distance. Her hand slowly reached forward, as though grasping for something forever beyond her reach. I've met many geniuses. Elizabeth Kahn, the 7 stars, countless prodigies. But watching Jian-ma walk away after their battle, she realized something. That boy was walking a path that effort alone could never reach. He was a monster. And strangely enough, she admired him for it. Unfortunately for Melian, the internet had no interest in respecting her feelings. Videos of the battle spread across the continent overnight. News articles exploded. The star of the mainland defeated. First-year student overwhelms hero. Future 7-star candidate beheaded with one strike. Everyone was talking about the mysterious rookie. New titles began appearing. The Sashimi Swordsman. The Sashimi Saint. The Sword Demon. The internet was having the time of its life. The battle video surpassed 19 million views. Then 20 million. People watched it over and over. Every comment section asked the same question. Who exactly was Kang Jiama's worst nightmare? By the next morning, hundreds of students were lined up outside the kimchi booth. Not for the stew. They wanted to see him, the Sashimi Sword Saint. The students screamed excitedly, "He's cooking! There's no way! The legendary swordsman works at a soup shop." The crowd became so large that the team had to hand out waiting numbers. Customer number 238 was still waiting. Chloe chopped vegetables as fast as humanly possible. At this rate, they would run out of ingredients long before they ran out of customers. As if things were not bad enough, a reporter showed up. Saki instantly blocked him. "No interviews," the reporter begged. "Just 30 seconds. No? 15 seconds. Absolutely not." The man refused to give up. Saki finally snapped. "Leave right now or I'll cut you." Somehow that worked. The reporter fled. Unfortunately, the customers were no better. One girl secretly took a picture of Jian-ma. She happily showed it to her friend. "I'm posting this right now." Of course, the most important hashtag was, "Number Sashimi Sword Saint Jian-ma nearly died from embarrassment." This was awful. He was becoming a local celebrity. People looked at him like some divine being. He hated every second of it. Article after article flooded the internet. Every single one praised him. But there was one phrase that haunted him. Sashimi Sword Saint. The title Sword Saint was legendary. Even miracles could not grant it. In the past, the Sword Emperor himself had carried that title. Then he retired. And the title disappeared. At least that's what Jian-ma believed. Instead it came back and attached itself to him like a clingy child. The boy trembled. Why? Why him? Why did he have to carry such a ridiculous, embarrassing title? After cleaning up the previous night, Ryojo had spent hours teasing him. The rest of the team joined in. Everyone laughed while replaying the videos. The glorious title of Sword Saint had somehow become Sashimi Sword Saint. It sounded less like a legend and more like a restaurant menu. Unfortunately, he had no time to wallow in despair. Weapon rushed over. "Captain, the stew isn't ready, and customer number 250 is waiting." The team was working themselves to death. At this rate, they might as well close the booth on the final day. They were definitely running out of ingredients. GM Ma looked around. "How many customers are left?" Weapon answered immediately. "Over 600, and we're running out of paper for the waiting numbers." GM Ma nearly fainted. 600? That was only the people with numbers. The actual crowd was probably over 1,000. This was insanity. He just wanted to have fun, not accidentally build a food empire. Even in his previous life, he had never been this busy. Poor Chloe chopped vegetables at superhuman speed. Then suddenly, ow, the knife slipped. Everyone froze. Thankfully, it only scratched her fingernail. There was no blood. But Giamma's expression darkened. This pace was dangerous. Sooner or later, someone would get hurt. Even if they had more helpers, there was no way the stew could cook fast enough. Just as he was wondering what to do, someone appeared, the blonde chef. And beside him, Knox. The chef grinned proudly. "As expected of my master." The boy who had gathered thousands of customers was exactly the man he chose to follow. Jiam Ma sighed. He assumed they had come as customers. He was already preparing to tell them to visit another time. But the chef shook his head. They had come to help. After seeing the news, he expected this disaster. And Knox was getting dragged into helping whether he liked it or not. The dark-haired boy was genuinely touched. The chef puffed out his chest proudly. "It is an honor to help my master." In fact, he was more than willing to call him the Sashimi Sword Saint. GMA pointed at the exit. "You can leave." The chef laughed loudly. Nearby, the little red-haired assassin rubbed her injured hand. Her older brother smirked. He looked like he was making fun of her, but in reality, he was just a massive sister fanatic. GMA honestly had no idea how to deal with people like him. Still, with Knox and the chef helping, the pressure eased considerably. The team finally had enough manpower, and strangely enough, the chef looked thrilled. His eyes sparkled as he watched them make kimchi. Honestly, Jiama had surrounded himself with a bunch of weirdos, but at least they were reliable weirdos. The customers kept coming. One by one, 252, 300. The entire team worked tirelessly. Nobody had any time left to enjoy the festival. Slowly, the line became shorter. The sun began to set, and finally, peace returned to the kimchi booth. Jiama slumped into his chair. He was exhausted. There was no way he could survive another day like this. Honestly, they should probably keep the booth closed tomorrow. It had been fun while it lasted. Then, ahem, Knox cleared his throat. Guillaume Ma looked up. The cleanup was almost finished. The blonde chef offered to bring more ingredients if they opened tomorrow. Guillaume Ma thanked them sincerely. Knox shook his head. "Thank him." He pointed at the chef. Even so, their help today had been invaluable. Guillaume Ma truly appreciated it. After a moment of silence, Knox spoke again. "My family head wishes to meet you." The boy blinked. That was not good. The head of the assassin family. The greatest assassin alive, the old man of the mountain, altar auditor, a living legend. A man who controlled the shadows of the continent. If someone like that wanted to meet him, it was probably related to the elders who tried to assassinate him. And he had almost certainly witnessed the battle against Malayan. Those who understood domains could recognize them instantly. This was the first time the head of the auditor family had shown interest in an outsider. Normally, even a 7-star hero would not be worthy of such attention. Truthfully, Knox asking politely was just a formality. A summons from the auditor family was not a request. It was an order. But GM Ma was different. Knox assumed he would gladly accept. After all, he probably had many questions. And Knox was right. GM Ma did have questions. Besides, he owed Knox and the chef for helping today. The two sat quietly. Then Knox frowned. "Why are you so quiet?" GM Ma thought for a moment. Then he smiled. "I don't want to go." Knox stared at him. "What?" "I'm tired." The boy yawned. "I appreciate the help today, but I'm ignoring the summons." Knox was speechless. This idiot was really planning to ignore the assassin family. What an unbelievably troublesome protagonist. Meanwhile, inside the principal's office, the principal welcomed an unexpected guest. "It has been a while, Chairman." The woman smiled warmly. Standing before her was none other than All Mute, the famous American hero. And apparently, she could talk perfectly fine. The principal chuckled. To her, All Mute was not a legendary hero. She was simply Little Ellie. Meanwhile, back before the festival had even begun, Weapon had proudly borrowed costumes for the booth. Ryojo looked suspicious. "Why do we need costumes to sell kimchi stew?" Weapon grinned. "There was a popularity contest for clubs. Naturally, they needed bonus points. Then he proudly revealed the outfits. Cute maid uniforms. One for every girl. Ryojo stared at him. The brunette looked horrified. And somehow, she became even less interested than before. Chloe was instantly thrilled. She had never had the chance to wear cute costumes just for fun, so the moment Weapon opened the box, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Unfortunately, the archer did not share her enthusiasm. Ryojo folded her arms and frowned. There is no way I'm wearing something weird like that. She demanded that Weapon pick something more normal. The ginger-haired healer smirked and dug deeper into the box. A moment later, he proudly pulled out another option. A girl Santa outfit. For some reason, it was far more revealing than the maid uniform and looked more appropriate for summer than winter. Apparently, it was a limited seasonal offer, and somehow, they had borrowed 5 of them. Weapon looked absolutely delighted. This was their only chance to use these costumes, and they would even have 2 extras left over. It sounded perfect. Ryojo stared at the tiny skirt and revealing design in horror. That outfit would absolutely be the death of her. Meanwhile, Weapon was already imagining how good everyone would look in them. Even Jian-ma found himself briefly agreeing. For just a second, he pictured the girls wearing the outfits. The vision was quite dangerous. Weapon grinned wickedly. He was just about to convince everyone to wear them. Bam! A double kick slammed directly into his face. The poor healer went flying. The entire team stared in shock. Needless to say, they went with the maid outfits instead. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, an old student had come to visit. The principal smiled warmly. It had been 5 years since the girl graduated, yet she still looked at her fondly. She asked if the young hero was enjoying the festival. The blonde nodded politely. The festival was fun. But it did not take her long to realize something. The principal seemed unusually fond of one particular student. Everyone was talking about him these days. Naturally, she became curious. The hero narrowed her eyes. What exactly is that trainee? The principal tilted her head. What do you mean? The blonde frowned. That boy barely moved like a human. A teenager capable of using the mind realm. How is that normal? The principal simply shrugged. So can you. The blonde nearly exploded. She punched the nearby wall in frustration. Books fell off the shelves. She had not come all this way to joke around. This was serious. The principal slowly looked at the mess. Then a terrifying green aura filled the room. The blonde instantly froze. She immediately remembered where she was and who she was speaking to. The principal, one of the 7-star heroes. A woman whom even the elders dared not provoke. Long ago, she had been known by another title, the Sage, or as the rumors called her, the Tyrant Media. The principal smiled gently, but her eyes were terrifying. How long are you planning to stand there looking like a mute puppet? The blonde coughed awkwardly and stepped forward. The principal sighed. Honestly, Jiama had everyone on edge these days. Still, she was curious. What exactly had the blonde heard? Unfortunately, she could not discuss her students. As principal, she had a duty to protect them equally. And besides, she had told little Ellie the same thing many times when she was younger. If you are curious about someone, find out for yourself. That is the most fun way. The blonde sighed. She bowed politely. Thank you for your time. The principal waved her off casually. No hard feelings. Then she tilted her head. How long are you staying? The blonde thought for a moment. She planned to leave tomorrow afternoon. The principal looked disappointed. It was a festival. The least she could do was enjoy herself. The blonde hesitated. Then she asked one last question. You said you treat all students equally. Does that include him? The principal hummed. Then she smiled mischievously. Actually, our dear Jian-ma is more like my lover. Silence. The blonde stared. The principal smiled. The blonde immediately slammed the door shut and fled. Absolutely not. Nope. She refused to process whatever nonsense she had just heard. Standing outside the office, she wiped cold sweat from her forehead. Who on earth was that boy? And why was he so close to someone that important? Being the lover of a 7-star hero, that was an absurd rumor. There was no way it could be true. Probably. Hopefully. Very soon the final day of the festival arrived. Weapon dragged himself into the shop looking half dead. He apologized for being late. Apparently he had gotten sick. Ryoho rolled her eyes. What a weakling. Jiama shook his head. Everyone had worked themselves to exhaustion, especially after his popularity exploded. He looked around the shop. We should close early today. The moment Weapon heard that, he was instantly cured. The boy straightened up. His eyes sparkled. Ryogo looked disgusted. You were the one who wanted to open this booth. Closing early would at least help them deal with the remaining ingredients. Chloe nervously raised her hand. With a shy smile and blushing cheeks, she asked Jian-ma if he had any plans tonight. The girl clearly had ulterior motives. Jian-ma thought about it. Honestly, he had no plans, and Chloe had worked harder than anyone else. Because of his blessing, he could only use a knife for about 50 seconds. Meanwhile, she had practically run the kitchen herself. The booth succeeded because of her. She deserved a reward. Besides, he remembered something she said before the festival. She wanted to spend time with him, so he invited her to explore the festival together. Chloe froze. Then, yay, she practically exploded with joy. This was incredible. Not only was she spending time with her crush invited her first. She was so happy she almost floated into the sky. Then, Jianma felt something, a terrifying presence. He slowly turned. Ryojo was staring at his back. The pressure was immense. The boy blinked, but before he could ask what was wrong, Ryojo spun around. She marched straight toward Weapon. "Get ready for customers," Weapon merely cried. Jianma tilted his head. Why was she angry? Well, he could only solve one problem at a time, so he left her alone. Later that day, the shop finally closed. The team scattered. Ryojo still looked upset, and the idiot that was Jianma genuinely thought she was annoyed because of the paparazzi. He had absolutely no clue that she was jealous. The boy sighed. She was probably just tired. He still had 30 minutes before meeting Chloe. Might as well rest. He sat on a bench and enjoyed the cool evening breeze. It was peaceful. At least he tried to make it peaceful. Resting on purpose was surprisingly difficult. Then, tap, tap, the sound of a cane hitting the ground drew his attention. An old man approached. He wore simple leisure clothes. His back was hunched, his beard was long and white, and his dark eyes seemed impossibly deep. The old man smiled. "May I sit here?" Jianma nodded. The old man sat beside him. For a while, they simply enjoyed the breeze. The old man sighed. The heat gets harder to bear as you age. Meanwhile, Jianma wondered why strangers always sat next to him. There were plenty of empty benches. Abel did the same thing. Why did weird people always find him? Eventually he sighed. "You came a long way." The old man smiled. Jianma looked at him calmly. "Head of the auditor family." "Alter." The old man came personally. Alter grinned like a devil. "What gave me away?" The answer was obvious. His cane. In his previous life, Jianma had seen it many times. An S-rank artifact. The Cane Sword Syndicate, a flashy weapon worthy of the assassin clan's leader. He used to want one himself. The old man chuckled. He had hidden himself perfectly with the blessing of the crow. Yet, this boy still recognized him. Impressive. Jianma folded his arms. "I know why you're here." The old man raised an eyebrow. "The elders. They ordered my assassination." Alter sighed. Normally, the auditor family handled its own affairs. That matter had already been dealt with. He wasn't here to discuss that. The boy stood. "Then I'm leaving." The old man chuckled. The boy paused. "If not the assassination, then the mind realm?" But Alter shook his head. Something that insignificant would never bring him here. Then, bang, his cane struck the ground. The world instantly fell silent. A barrier formed around them. The outside world disappeared. The old man's aura filled the air. Jianma's eyes widened. Murray. He instantly prepared for battle, but Alter simply looked embarrassed. He scratched his beard awkwardly. Then he asked, "Do you have a relationship with my granddaughter?" Silence. The atmosphere collapsed. Jianma stared. That was it. The terrifying head of the auditor family, the greatest assassin alive, had come all this way to ask about his granddaughter? Alter coughed. His face turned slightly red. He looked surprisingly nervous. I need to know. Are you two dating?" Jianma nearly had a heart attack. This was somehow more terrifying than the assassination attempt. A couple walked past outside the barrier. The timing could not have been worse. The boy quickly waved his hands. No, absolutely not. He needed to clear up this misunderstanding immediately. Because if this old man got the wrong idea, that would be a disaster on a whole different level. The boy quickly explained that he and Chloe were just friends, nothing more. The old man stared at him for a moment before slowly nodding in understanding. This respected head of the auditor family had always been portrayed as a mysterious figure lurking in the shadows. Never in his wildest dreams had Jianma imagined that the man was actually a shameless old pervert obsessed with his granddaughter's love life. Still, the power he had displayed earlier was absolutely terrifying. No matter how ridiculous he acted, this old man was one of the strongest people alive. Since his question had been answered, Jianma stood up. "Then I'll be going." The boy still could not believe it. This old man had traveled all the way here just to ask whether his granddaughter was dating someone. What an unbelievable grandpa. However, before Jianma could leave, the old man spoke again. "Please take care of her, even if they were only friends." Chloe was a soft-hearted girl. Nobody wanted to see her get hurt. Jianma already knew that. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, he asked something that surprised even the old man. "Do you really believe Chloe has to become an assassin?" Alter paused. He looked at the boy for a long moment. Then he sighed. The girl was sweet, adorable even, but she was also dangerous. Her yandere tendencies and unstable emotions made her frightening. Jianma knew exactly what he meant. He had witnessed it himself. Whenever Chloe's emotions spiraled out of control, An overwhelming bloodlust leaked from her. Her sweet smile could transform into the expression of a predator in an instant. Alter folded his hands over his cane. Could you really let someone like her live freely in the ordinary world? Jian frowned. He blamed her personality on the way she had been raised. The old man immediately shook his head. No one else in our family is like that. Sure, the auditor family trained harshly. Most of them were borderline lunatics. But Chloe was different. Jian listened quietly. For all his goofy behavior, Alter's concern was genuine. The old man only wanted to protect his granddaughter. And Chloe was far from normal. They had hidden her true nature for years. They taught her reason. They taught her logic. But every time her emotions ran wild, the beast inside her showed its fangs. Alter lowered his head. Speaking this way about his granddaughter hurt him, but the truth remained. Chloe was dangerous, and anyone around her could get hurt, even Jian. One day, he might lose his head without even realizing it. The boy silently considered those words. The Chloe he knew was a girl who fought desperately to reclaim her own life. She was fierce. She was unstable. She was terrifying. But she was also sweet, tiny, and painfully sincere. The old man opened his mouth to continue, but Jian cut him off. Stop pretending. Alter blinked. Pretending. The dark-haired boy sighed. I understand your concerns. But you are a terrible liar. Instantly, he drew his weapon. The blessing of the sword god activated. Light exploded from his blade. The atmosphere shifted. Suddenly, the harmless bystanders nearby sprang into action. People who had been walking casually only moments ago now held hidden weapons. Their eyes sharpened, murderous intent flooded the area. Every single one of them was staring at Jian. The boy narrowed his eyes. He recognized those gazes, those killing instincts. This wasn't a coincidence. The old man raised his hand. Stand down. Immediately, the assassins vanished. Their presence melted away as if they had never existed. Alter sighed. When did you notice? Jian glanced around. Just like you said, I have good instincts. The old man chuckled. Once again, the boy exceeded his expectations. Yet the shameless brat had the nerve to shake his head. I'm disappointed in you. Alter raised an eyebrow. Disappointed. The boy frowned. Chloe finally started getting closer to her brother. And yet you tried to manipulate me. He did not know why Alter lied, but if he had not brought Murray with him, he might have fallen for the act. The old man had lied through his teeth. Just then, GM, a cheerful voice interrupted them. Chloe came running toward him. She was a few minutes late. And she looked adorable. The cute outfit suited her perfectly. She nervously stopped in front of him. Did you wait long? Jian watched her approach and quietly made a promise to himself. No matter what anyone said, he would stay by her side. Behind them, Alter burst out laughing. Today had been worth the trip. The boy he scouted possessed extraordinary perception. He saw through assassins disguised as civilians. He stood before the head of the auditor family without fear, and he reacted instantly to a hidden trap. The old man was not only intrigued, for the first time in many years, he was afraid. A teenager with this much talent would become something terrifying. Honestly, calling him a genius almost felt insulting. Alter called out softly, Knox. Immediately, the red-haired assassin appeared. Apparently, he had been listening the whole time. Knox bowed respectfully. The old man smiled. The trip was worth it. Knox looked relieved. He was glad his grandfather approved. Then Alter casually dropped a bomb. It is the first time in my life that I have feared someone. Knox froze. Even Jian looked over 100 years old, and he was saying that a teenager scared him. Alter simply laughed. He hoped they would meet again. Next time, he wanted to truly witness the boy's brilliance. After saying that, the old man disappeared. The atmosphere finally relaxed. Chloe looked around curiously. Did something happen? Jian smiled awkwardly. There was absolutely no way he was telling her that he casually met her grandfather, who also happened to be the most terrifying assassin alive. That conversation would only worry her. So, he lied. Nothing happened. Chloe smiled brightly. Perfect. Now they could enjoy themselves. They checked the festival schedule. There would be a parade later and fireworks at sunset. Before that, they had plenty of time. The redhead's eyes sparkled. She happily grabbed his hand and ran ahead. Jian followed at his own pace. There was no way anyone would rush him. Still, the two of them had fun. Chloe tried on cute headbands. They walked along balconies overlooking the festival. They explored food stalls. Honestly, it felt like Chloe was having all the fun while Jian acted as her silent escort. He followed her around like a moving statue. He refused to let his guard down and enjoy himself. He simply existed nearby. Eventually, they found a place to sit, and for the first time the story reminded everyone of a harsh truth. Jian was mentally far older than his classmates. He died as an adult in his previous life. To him, running around festivals was not nearly as exciting as it should have been. Honestly, he was tired. Chloe looked guilty. Are you tired because of me? The boy shook his head immediately. But Chloe lowered her eyes. She blamed herself. She wished she had helped more. Outside of carrying him on her back, which absolutely was not happening, there was not much else she could have done. The girl sulked. She thought she should have become better at preparing ingredients. Meanwhile, Ma remembered the festival. Standing all day, cooking non-stop, leaving halfway through to beat up a rude hero, then returning to stir the pot. Of course he was tired. The booth would have been impossible without Chloe. Her knife skills were excellent. She worked harder than anyone. So, the dark-haired boy smiled softly. Then he gently ruffled her hair. You did well. Chloe froze. Then her face exploded red. Hey, thank you. The boy blinked. That reaction was unexpectedly cute. No problem. The redhead nervously played with the hem of her skirt. She fidgeted, then softly called his name. GM. The boy tilted his head. What is it? Chloe gathered her courage. She looked ready to confess something important. And then, Captain, Weapon appeared. Chloe's soul nearly left her body. The healer grinned, and somehow he brought everyone else too. Chloe looked absolutely devastated. Weapon apologized. Apparently it took a while to gather everyone. GM Mob blinked. Everyone? He thought they were all spending time separately. He was supposed to enjoy some quality time with Chloe. Weapon tilted his head. Huh, but you texted us to meet here at 5. The boy froze. He definitely did not send that message. Slowly, very slowly, he turned. Ryojo looked guilty beyond belief, and somehow she had the audacity to stick out her tongue. That selfish little gremlin. She would never allow anyone to interrupt her private moments, but Chloe's date? Perfectly acceptable to sabotage. Truly shameless. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do now. The whole group ended up hanging out together. They watched the parade. Chloe's eyes sparkled as dancers marched by. Weapon wanted to push closer. Jianma had zero interest, but everyone else was excited. Hana sighed. If we keep arguing, the parade will end. Weapon immediately charged ahead. He dragged Chloe with him. Which was awful, because now Ryojo stayed behind with Jianma. The girl did not deserve this victory. That selfish rat. Meanwhile, Hana happily munched on chocolate while watching the chaos unfold. Jianma quietly sat down on a bench. He hated crowds. Hopefully, the next festival would be quieter. He watched his teammates laugh and enjoy themselves. It almost felt like a father watching over his children. Yet, he felt strangely distant. He wished he could have spent more time with Chloe. It felt like she had something important to tell him. Still, seeing her smile was enough. As long as she enjoyed herself, that was what mattered. Then, the boy slowly realized something horrifying. He looked around. Couples. Everywhere. Hand-holding. Smiling. Leaning on each other. Meanwhile, he sat there alone. Like the single Pringle that he was. The contrast was painful. Then he remembered. The game this world came from was also a dating game. That made him wonder. Could he even love someone? In his previous life, he was too busy surviving. The heroines he adored were simply his favorite game characters. They comforted him, helped him relax. At first, seeing Abel in person made him nervous, but now, he did not even know. Did he truly love her? Or did he only love the idea of her? 3 months, that was all. 3 months since entering the academy, and in that short time he almost died repeatedly. Lost his parents, became famous, fought heroes. He never had time to understand his own heart. His life just kept moving. Faster, harder, crueler. He never wanted this kind of life. Now, sitting alone among happy couples, the world suddenly felt gray, like something precious was slipping away from him once again. And for the first time in a long while, the overpowered boy looked genuinely lonely. GM felt like he had been on edge more and more lately. His head hung low as he sat alone, feeling the weight of the world pressing down on his shoulders. This was never the kind of life he wanted. The overworked man from his previous life had dreamed of peace, not endless battles and responsibilities. He was tired. Naturally, that was when the author's favorite opportunist decided to show up. Of course, it had to be her, the archer. The girl loved by fans. The heroine who somehow always managed to sneak into important moments and brighten up the atmosphere like some annoyingly perfect rainbow. Ryoje casually sat beside him. The seat was empty, she muttered. And my legs hurt. How shameless. GM glanced at her from the corner of his eye. He had always struggled to understand her. He trusted her intelligence. He trusted her skills. But there had to be a reason she hacked his phone and gathered everyone together earlier. Unfortunately, the actual reason was much simpler. She was a selfish little gremlin who did not want him spending time alone with Chloe. The blue-haired girl blushed and mumbled under her breath. What are you staring at? The audacity. After pulling all of that nonsense, she was trying to act cute. Jiam stared at her for a moment. Honestly, he had never seen her acting like this before. What exactly did she want? Eventually, he looked away and focused on something more important. The scenery. Ryojo puffed out her cheeks. Idiot. The girl turned away, blushing furiously. She really was the tsundere type. An unfortunate fate, Jium sighed. What are you upset about? Ryojo immediately panicked. You heard that. Then, the boy's expression hardened. There was something he needed to know. Why did she hack his phone? Why did she ruin Chloe's special moment? Chloe was soft-hearted. She needed reassurance from time to time. Even if GM saw her more like a younger sister, he still wanted to support her. He had practically promised her family he would look after her. So he really did not appreciate Ryojo pulling childish stunts. He grabbed her shoulders. Was there a reason? Ryojo froze. Did something happen? The instructor who tried to kill me? Is something wrong? The girl was too busy blushing to answer. Jian shook her slightly. Speak. Ryojo's face turned bright red. That hurts. She pushed him away. You idiot. You're squeezing way too hard. And don't yell at me all of a sudden. Then she lowered her voice. It wasn't because of anything important. It wasn't what you think. Jian blinked. Then why couldn't you just say that? And you didn't have to push me. Ryoho opened her mouth, then immediately closed it. Silence fell. The festival continued around them. The girl squirmed nervously. Are you angry at me? Honestly, he should have been, but Jian was too tired to argue with children. He had no idea why she was blushing so much anyway. Then suddenly, he remembered something. Ryojo. The girl instantly straightened her back. Her eyes widened. Her heart pounded. This was it. He was finally going to say something important. Maybe, GM scratched his cheek. This is sudden. Ryojo was practically panting. And then, is there a guy you like? Silence. Absolute silence. Ryojo stared at him. The blush on her face became so intense it almost looked painful. Meanwhile, Gyojo was just a video game character. She used to blush like this around the protagonist. She acted shy, fidgety, cute. And right now she looked exactly the same. What a coincidence. Unfortunately, GMA was an idiot. Since he remembered Ryojo acting this way around the protagonist, he naturally assumed she liked Leon. Do you have a crush on Lion? The girl's face instantly twisted. Disgust. Pure disgust. It was honestly impressive. Jian blinked. Wait, you don't? Ryoho wanted to die. Why did she ever expect this idiot to understand? Meanwhile, Jian was still stuck thinking in game logic. Ryojo was supposed to like the protagonist. That was the story. So why was everything changing? Then, his genius brain somehow reached an even worse conclusion. What about weapon? Ryojo smiled. That smile was a threat. It was the kind of smile people made before committing crimes. The girl covered her face. She genuinely could not believe his stupidity. A moment later, thunk. Jian clutched his head. Ow. Apparently, Ryojo's fists hit much harder than arrows. Served him right. The boy rubbed the sore spot and grumbled. How does an archer punch this hard? Suddenly, a notification screen appeared before him. His eyes widened. New changes. His restrictions regarding swords had weakened. His mind grade had reached 10. His words and actions now carried greater intimidation. His armament grade had increased to 6. And all pain he received was now reduced by 2.5 levels. That was nice. The increase in armament grade was probably thanks to the 10,000-year frost he acquired earlier. The synchronization percentage had increased too. That part worried him. He still did not know if synchronization with the sword god was good or bad, but he was certain it mattered. The festival was slowly coming to an end. The lights dimmed, the laughter faded. And strangely enough, the world felt a little like Earth. Monsters existed. Yet moments like this felt ordinary. Jian looked at the night sky. He did not miss his previous life. Back then, all he did was work. The only person he could truly call a friend was his master, and even he abandoned him. At the time, Jian hated him for it. He could not understand why, but now he finally did. The real world was the greatest teacher. Skills alone meant nothing. The ability to adapt, that was what mattered. His master said it all the time, and this academy seemed to believe the same thing. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Someone was nearby. He was not alone. A presence lingered in the darkness. And Mana. GM instantly stood. His sword appeared in his hand. Enemy. Without hesitation, he activated his mind palace. The world expanded around him. Every sound, every movement, every fluctuation of mana, he sensed it all. There, someone moved in the shadows. The boy shot forward instantly. If it was another assassin, he would kill them first. No hesitation, no mercy. The purple-eyed woman hidden in the darkness saw him coming. She tensed, but strangely she did not dodge. Slash. The blade cut deeply into her side. Purple blood splattered onto the ground. The woman collapsed. Jiam looked at the blood coating his blade. Purple. Demonic. At long last he had found her. The woman shrieked. What are you doing? You tried to kill me. GM stared at her coldly. That accusation was incredibly rich coming from someone who spent months trying to murder him. The woman groaned. I came to talk. I wanted to negotiate. GM did not trust her. Why would he? She infiltrated the academy, manipulated events from the shadows, and even hired assassins to kill a teenager. Ever since the Water Buffalo dungeon, his life had been miserable because of her. Still, she was already kneeling. Might as well hear her out. The woman bowed her head. "My name is Cho-Ah." Immediately, GM frowned. "Then why pretend to be Instructor Kim?" Cho-Ah looked nervous. "I infiltrated the academy. Simple, straightforward." She even started crying. "Please don't kill me." The boy looked unconvinced. Honestly, killing her would solve a lot of problems. For him, and for the academy. Instead, he asked something else. "How many of you are hiding here?" Cho-Ah shook her head. "They constantly change appearances. Even I don't know. Useless." Up until now, she had confessed everything without being forced. Some villains already knew he killed Igor. Thankfully, the Sword Emperor kept it out of the news, so GM could still pretend to be a normal student. But there was one thing he never understood. If they knew the truth, then why frame Leon? Why blame the blonde hero? Gian narrowed his eyes. "Why are you pinning Igor's death on Leon, if you know I was the one who killed him?" The purple-haired instructor admitted that even she did not understand this matter. It was strange to her as well, and she had no explanation for why things had turned out this way. Hearing that, Jia Ma lost interest immediately. If she had nothing useful to offer, then there was no reason to keep her alive. He grabbed his sword and prepared to finish her off. The moment she saw his killing intent, the woman panicked. She hurriedly explained that among their group were several professors, and every single plan had originated from one mysterious man. Someone as low-ranked as her could never know the details of what was truly happening. At this point, the instructor was genuinely terrified. She had never expected the dark-haired boy to be so ruthless, ready to kill her without hesitation. But now that she had betrayed her allies, there was no turning back. Going back to her villainous master was impossible, and exposing their secrets had practically guaranteed her death. After observing her for a moment, Jian Ma concluded that she was probably telling the truth. Instead of attacking, he called her by name and slowly leaned closer until their faces were inches apart. Then he asked a simple question. "Do you want to live?" The woman immediately dropped to her knees and bowed her head to the ground. "Please spare me." Jian Mao nodded slightly. "In that case, I need you to do two things." First, she had to tell him absolutely everything she knew. No lies, no secrets, and no hiding information. Most importantly, he wanted to know about this professor who seemed to be controlling everything behind the scenes. The woman hesitated for a moment. Instantly, Jian Ma placed his knife against her neck. She stiffened. "You should remember," he said coldly, "you're not very useful if you can't tell me what I need." The woman nearly burst into tears. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." Then she quickly revealed the name. "It was Lord Corrin, the subordinate of the demon general. That's all I know. Please, take the knife away." Jian Ma narrowed his eyes. General Curran. That was not a name he had expected to hear. With Lycan sealed away, the general had become the highest authority among the demons. If one of his people had infiltrated the academy, then the situation was far more dangerous than he imagined. The woman hurriedly added that the other villains knew almost nothing about this mysterious professor either. That was why nobody trusted him. He simply disguised himself as a professor and manipulated everyone from the shadows. Jian Ma glanced at her. The woman immediately shut her mouth. She had already said enough. After all, she used to be Igor's subordinate. It was impossible to trust her completely. Still, things had changed. With Igor dead, she had nowhere to go. Jian Ma could also sense that only a tiny amount of mana remained inside her body. She was no longer a threat. It really seemed like she had come here to negotiate. How ironic. After slaughtering countless people, she had suddenly become meek and obedient. But Jian Ma was not naive. This was a gamble for her, but she had tried to kill him multiple times before. He wasn't about to forgive her just because she apologized. The woman, however, seemed shocked. "What? You still want to kill me?" Tears formed in her eyes. "I only acted that way because of the demons." But Jian Ma ignored her excuse. "There is a second thing I want from you." The glowing knife pressed against her neck again, instantly silencing her. The woman swallowed nervously. "What do you want?" Without answering, Jian Ma swung his blade. A glowing pink object flew into the air. The woman froze. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at what had just been cut from her body. It was the pair of magical stones formed when someone signed a contract with a demon general. The seal of subordination. One stone belonged to the general, granting mana to the contractor, while the other belonged to the subordinate, allowing them to receive that power. Now that Agora was dead, the seal had become useless, and Jian Ma intended to keep it. He knew exactly how these things worked because he had once possessed one himself back when that crazy demonist had tried to force herself onto him. More importantly, the seal contained a portion of the contractor's life force. It was the perfect leash. Judging by the woman's reaction, Jian Ma knew he had made the right choice. She looked shaken yet strangely relieved, as if a burden had finally been lifted from her shoulders. This arrangement suited him perfectly. Then Jianma looked directly at her. Choice Sola. The woman raised her head. From now on, continue being a villain. For a moment, she thought she had heard him wrong. What? She stared at him in disbelief. She had run away because she wanted to escape that life. So why was he telling her to remain a villain? The answer was simple. Choice Sola was the type of person who would do anything to survive. That made her a perfect informant. Since she had plotted against him so many times, Jian Ma decided to take his revenge by making her work for him like a slave. Sometime later, Jian Ma walked with his hands in his pockets while checking his phone. A message had arrived. It was from the archer girl. She asked where he had disappeared to. Jian Ma casually lied and replied that he had gone to the bathroom and was already on his way back. There was no way he was going to tell her that he had just recruited a former villain. The girl quickly sent another message. Couldn't you hold it? Jian Ma snorted as if he was going to stand around long enough to get beaten up by her a second time. The girl began typing again. However, before she could finish her message, fireworks exploded across the night sky. What a shame. Rojo had to watch the fireworks alone. Meanwhile, Jian Ma was watching the beautiful display beside a villain. At least Chloe was spending the moment surrounded by friends. Across the academy, students gazed up in amazement. Heroes smiled. Principal smiled. Even the teachers smiled. As for Leon, despite being the protagonist, he was nowhere to be found. He might as well have been a background character. The archer girl sent another message. Did you see the fireworks? Jian Ma glanced up. Of course he could see them, yet for some reason he replied that he hadn't. The girl immediately called him an idiot. He could obviously see the colorful explosions lighting up the sky. Then she sent one last message. Hurry back. Jian Ma stared at the fireworks a little longer. It was a beautiful ending to the final school festival of their lives. Unfortunately, reality arrived quickly. The girls suddenly demanded ice cream. Jian Ma immediately refused. The festival had been fun, but now it was over. Final exams were approaching, and the amount of material they had to study was absolutely ridiculous. The healer groaned loudly, complaining that such a huge amount of text was a violation of student rights. Everyone ignored him. Rojo immediately told him to stop whining. The orange-haired troublemaker fired back, telling her to go sleep in her dorm already. Naturally, the blue-haired girl exploded. Why does me sleeping bother you? Soon, the two were arguing again like a pair of wild dogs. Meanwhile, Chloe had entered her own little world. For some reason, she was happily chasing a fly around the room. The healer complained that memorizing everything was impossible, but the archer casually yawned. I already memorized all of it. The healer nearly fainted. The blue-haired girl scoffed at him. His face immediately turned pale. Just as he was about to say something, Chloe suddenly appeared and slapped him across the face. Everyone froze. Chloe quickly apologized. There was a fly on your cheek. I was trying to catch it. The poor healer held his face in tears. Meanwhile, Jian Ma wondered why everyone kept beating that guy up lately. Suddenly, everyone's phones rang at the same time. The students immediately checked the notification. It was an official announcement from the academy. Due to undisclosed reasons, the field examination had been changed. Instead of clearing the Goblin Dungeon in Gapong, students would now participate in an outside dungeon clearing team battle. The exam would take place on Monday at the Joaquin Academy Special Hall. Each team would consist of one second-year student and two first-year students, with the academy deciding the groups. The healer groaned loudly. What kind of school changes an exam 3 days before it starts? Jian Ma, however, wasn't paying attention to his complaints. He frowned. Originally, he had been looking forward to the Goblin Dungeon because of all the valuable materials hidden there. But now, the future had changed. Of course it had. Everything he had done until now had altered the story. Still, it left him with an uncomfortable feeling. His greatest advantage had always been his knowledge of the future. But if the future itself had changed, then from this point onward, nothing would be the same anymore. The blue-haired girl noticed his silence. She tilted her head. What's wrong with you? Jian Ma quickly shook his head and brushed off her concern. But she was surprisingly perceptive at times. After thinking for a moment, she smiled softly. Everyone is surprised by this. She tried to reassure him. Besides, strange things happen all the time. During their previous exam, a demonoid had suddenly appeared. Even the Sword Emperor had been injured in Avalon. Every major event outside the academy seemed to attract disaster. So perhaps this decision wasn't so strange after all. After everything that had happened, there was probably no safer place for them than inside the academy itself. The dark-haired boy stared at the blue-haired girl for a moment, silently thinking about her words. The more he thought about them, the more he realized she was right. Not everything that had happened was his fault. The future had changed because of countless reasons, not simply because of his actions. Some things were always destined to happen, while others had changed naturally as time moved forward. Realizing this, Jian Ma suddenly smiled. The anxiety that had been weighing on his chest slowly disappeared. His thoughts became clearer and the tension in his heart finally eased. Looking at the girl, he sincerely thanked her. The blue-haired archer instantly became flustered. Her face turned red as she crossed her arms. Don't give me that weird soft expression. Honestly, she was just as confused as he was. She grumbled that everyone in the travel club was confused these days. If their president started acting strangely, then naturally everyone else would become uneasy too. It was obvious she was making excuses so she wouldn't have to deal with these unfamiliar feelings. Fortunately, Guillaume understood her personality. She wasn't the type to express her emotions honestly. Meanwhile, the girl secretly thought that he was unbelievably dense. After a short silence, Guillaume remembered something important. I need a favor. The archer blinked. What is it? He asked about the academy faculty list she had hacked before. Do you still have it? The girl shook her head. I deleted most of the files to avoid being tracked. Then she smirked proudly. But I printed out a copy. Giamma's eyes lit up. That was perfect. Seeing his reaction, the girl tilted her head. What are you planning? Giamma looked at her seriously. I need you to hack the academy network again. For a split second, the girl froze. Then her face turned bright red. The way he asked sounded strangely intimate. Thankfully, Giamma was the kind of leader who always explained his reasoning. Once he revealed his theory about a villain infiltrating the academy, everyone in the room gasped. Back during the Buffalo Dungeon incident, there had already been suspicions that a villain was involved. Of course, Giamma couldn't prove anything. Still, villains were experts at disguising themselves. The blue-haired girl quickly understood his plan. You want to compare the new faculty list with the old one? Giamma nodded. If someone had suddenly appeared, changed identities, or altered their records, then there was a chance they would find their hidden enemy. After all, the travel club existed to protect themselves. Knowing the identity of potential threats was incredibly important. The ginger-haired healer raised his hand. So this is your goal? Before Giamma could answer, Chloe immediately nodded. She was completely on his side. If Giamma asked her to jump into hell itself, she would probably do it without hesitation. The blue-haired archer smiled as well. I'm in. Giamma smiled back. For now, this explanation was enough. Until he found concrete evidence, there was no point revealing everything. Meanwhile, the archer was already thinking about the Academy's information system. For some strange reason, faculty records were automatically updated every month. She guessed that the Academy was using some sort of subspace storage combined with a cloud network. The explanation was so complicated that Rojo nearly gave up halfway through listening. But Giamma understood. It was an optimization system designed to save storage by deleting unnecessary information. Ironically, that same system would help them uncover the culprit. Many things had changed, but being a player who knew the world's hidden systems still had value. Giamma looked at the girl. How long will it take? The archer shrugged. Not long. Then she narrowed her eyes. But don't you think you're dumping all the work on me? Giamma blinked. After thinking about it carefully, he realized she was absolutely right. Without noticing, he had started relying on her far too much. She organized the festival, she handled club management, and now he wanted her to hack confidential academy documents. Sure, she was capable, but that didn't mean she should have to do everything herself. Giamma suddenly felt a little guilty. The problem was, what could he offer her in return? The girl was practically royalty. She was the daughter of Japan's prime minister. Money was meaningless to her. After hesitating for a moment, he finally asked, Is there anything you want from me? The girl looked surprised. Then she thought about it. A second later, she smiled brightly. I do. Giamma waited nervously. I want a favor. A favor? She nodded. A blank check. She wasn't talking about money. She wanted him to owe her something, and when the time came, she would collect. Giamma frowned. That sounded incredibly ominous. Still, it was better than owing her nothing, so he agreed. The next day, Giamma walked into the clubroom and froze. The desk was buried under mountains of documents. The blue-haired archer sat proudly beside them. I printed everything. Faculty records, movement logs, suspicious activity reports, every piece of information she could find. Giamma stared at the piles in disbelief. He already knew she was talented, but this was ridiculous. The ginger-haired healer grabbed one of the files. Then his expression became weird. Wait. He flipped through several pages. Why does this include how many times someone used the bathroom? He looked horrified. Isn't this a crime? The archer rolled her eyes. It became a crime the moment I hacked the academy. It's a little late to feel guilty now, the healer shouted in protest. I think we're taking this too far, the archer smirked. Such a goody two-shoes. Well, the healer had always admired heroes. It made sense that he was uncomfortable. Giamma calmly explained, every piece of information matters, and once we're done, all of this will be destroyed. That reassurance finally calmed the healer down. As Giamma looked around the room, he suddenly thought about his teammates. Chloe was an assassin. Rojo would do whatever it took to achieve her goals. Neither of them had very clear moral boundaries. Even Hana had remained silent this entire time. Strangely enough, the healer was the only one acting as their conscience. Without him, perhaps they would have already crossed the line into villainy. For now, however, they had one goal. There was only 1 week left before summer break. And before that happened, the travel club would find the villain hiding inside the academy. Ma asked if anyone had questions. Immediately, Hana raised her hand. I heard part of your conversation earlier. She tilted her head. But I still don't understand. What exactly is this villain investigation? The healer quickly nodded. I was wondering the same thing. Even the archer admitted they had simply trusted their president without asking too many questions. Suddenly, Ma found himself cornered. This was the one topic he couldn't explain. He couldn't reveal his connection to Choi Ciel-ah. He couldn't tell them that the villains were targeting Leon. And if Chloe found out about Choi Ciel-ah, she would definitely kill her. There were simply too many secrets involved. So Ma looked everyone straight in the eyes and spoke honestly. I can't tell you right now. The room became silent. He continued calmly. All I can say is this. The informant is trustworthy. And when the time comes, I'll tell you everything. But that time isn't now. His expression never changed. He didn't hesitate, nor did he look guilty. He simply stated the truth as much as he could. Hannah stared at him silently. Her expression was unreadable. For a moment, Ma felt strangely nervous. Then suddenly she smiled, a soft, mysterious smile. For some reason, she reminded him of someone important. Yet no matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't remember who. In the end, he pushed the feeling aside, because today marked the beginning of something new. At last, the travel club was holding its first proper meeting with Hana as an official member. After the meeting finally ended, Ma let out a long sigh of relief. Chloe smiled brightly as she walked over to him and handed him a bottle of water. Thank you for today, she said softly. Ma accepted it with a smile. Thanks. I was actually getting thirsty. The redhead immediately blushed. Even something this small was enough to make her happy. Meanwhile, Rojo and Weapon were still arguing as if they were an old married couple. Weapon pointed at one of the documents and frowned. This person wasn't here last month, and their movements are really strange. Surprisingly, Rojo wasn't arguing with him this time. Instead, she snatched the file from his hand and started examining it herself. Give it to me, she said confidently. I'll handle the rest. It seemed the two of them had found something they genuinely enjoyed doing together. Ma smiled as he watched them. Rojo and Weapon were perfect for investigative work, and Chloe had her own strengths. She had supported him during the festival. Whenever he needed her, she was always there. Hearing him acknowledge her, Chloe's eyes sparkled. A happy smile spread across her face. Then she shyly looked away and secretly hoped that she would end up on the same exam team as Ma. Unfortunately for her, fate had other plans. A notification suddenly rang from everyone's phones. The exam teams had finally been announced. Ma took out his phone and checked. The moment he saw the results, his expression froze. His first semester final exam team consisted of Hannah and Rachel, the infamous laughing hyena. Ma immediately groaned. Of course, of all the people in the academy, he had to end up with the two most unpredictable girls imaginable. Weapon looked at his expression and laughed. You look exhausted already. Then he saw Rachel's name. Oh, his face immediately changed. Yeah, I get it now. Being paired with that terrifying blonde definitely wasn't something to celebrate. Still, Weapon quickly tried to reassure himself. It'll probably be fine. After all, Hannah was also in the group. Surely nothing could go wrong. Hana smiled gently. Don't worry, I'll make sure he doesn't get distracted. Meanwhile, Rojo was busy checking her own team. Then her eyes widened. I got Ariel as my senior. She paused, and her voice trembled. My team leader is Leon. The girl nearly exploded from happiness. Meanwhile, Ma suddenly sat upright. Leon? Rojo flinched when she saw his reaction. What are you thinking about? Ma quickly shook his head. It's nothing. Then he stood up. Let's call it a day. He wished everyone luck on tomorrow's written exam, and one by one, the club members left the room. Or at least, that was what it looked like. Two people remained. Rojo and Hana. The mint-haired girl adjusted her glasses and smiled. I'll head out now, but Rojo suddenly stopped her. Wait. Hannah blinked. Do you need something? Rojo slowly raised a document, a file with Hannah's name written on it. Then she looked straight into her eyes. Why is the name San Hana on the faculty list? The atmosphere instantly changed. Hana's smile disappeared. Rojo narrowed her eyes. Honestly, Hana had always been strange. She was a genius. She rarely expressed her own opinions. She never talked too much. And despite being a high school student, she acted far more mature than everyone else. Something about her had always felt off. Rojo slowly stood up. Then she spoke again. Or should I call you by your proper title? She paused. Professor San Hana. For a moment, silence filled the room. Then, Hana burst out laughing. Rojo blinked. That was not the reaction she expected. In fact, it was the exact opposite. The more Hana laughed, the more nervous Rojo became. A drop of sweat rolled down her cheek. Had she accidentally cornered an actual demon? Hana finally stopped laughing and wiped the tears from her eyes. I know you're tense because of everything we've been discussing, but this is a bit much. She chuckled again. You seriously thought I was someone else just because we have the same name? Rojo frowned. Then she looked back at the file. Professor Sanhana had supposedly been on a work trip during the festival. Destination, America. Everything about the situation was suspicious. After all, the Academy database updated automatically through the subspace system. Tampering with it was nearly impossible. Only the principal had access to something like that. And the principal was someone Giamma trusted. Still, Rojo couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Could Hana somehow be connected to the principal? The mint-haired girl simply smiled. It's okay. People make mistakes. After all, we're humans, not machines. Then she added playfully, I don't know how things are in Japan, but in Korea it's pretty common for people to have the same name. Rojo hesitated. Honestly, that explanation made sense. All right. Hana smiled warmly. You've been on edge because of all this villain talk. But don't worry. I'm definitely not a villain. Then she turned around and headed toward the exit. Rojo clenched her fists. She still wasn't convinced. But before she could say anything else, Hana suddenly stopped at the doorway. Then she turned around. As your senior, let me give you one piece of advice. Rojo blinked. For a moment she thought Hana was finally going to say something important about the case. Instead, Hana smiled mischievously. Men as dense as Jian-ma never understand hints. Rojo froze. What? Hana giggled. If you like him, you'll have to be more direct. Rojo's face instantly turned bright red. What, who likes him? Unfortunately, Hana had already turned around. I'm cheering for you. And with those final words, she casually walked away. Rojo stood there in complete shock. Her brain had stopped working. She stared blankly at the door Hana had just exited through. Then she buried her burning face in her hands. What on earth was that woman talking about? Meanwhile, back in his dorm room, an alarm rang loudly. It was nearly 6 in the morning. Jian-ma slowly opened his eyes. Almost immediately, his thoughts returned to the upcoming final exam. Honestly, he had already accepted the changes to the test. But one thing still bothered him. Why was he the team leader? And more importantly, why did he have to be paired with Rachel? Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Rachel was the person he felt most uncomfortable around. As a player, Jian-ma understood her character better than anyone. Her advances weren't born from love. She simply wanted to obtain strong offspring, which was an absolutely terrifying way of looking at romance. There was no way Jian-ma wanted to become her personal supplier of strong genes. Still, there was one amusing fact about Rachel. The developers had created her as a joke character. Despite her aggressive personality and outrageous behavior, she had never once been in love. In fact, out of all the heroines in the game, she was the very last one capable of experiencing true love. And originally, the person she was destined to love was Leon. Everything had become twisted. Originally, Rachel was supposed to fall in love with Leon, but now, for some reason, all of her attention seemed to be directed at Jian-ma instead. That thought alone gave him a headache. He really hoped nothing troublesome would happen during the final exam. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Jian-ma glanced at the screen and frowned. It was Rojo. He looked at the clock. It wasn't even 6 in the morning yet. Why would she call at a time like this? For a moment he wondered if she had discovered something important about their investigation. Without wasting another second, he answered, What's going on? There was a brief pause. Then Rojo sounded surprised. You're already awake. Jian-ma nearly laughed. You're the one who called me this early. It felt a little late for her to be acting surprised. Still, since he was already awake, he decided to ask, What about you? Why are you awake? The girl hesitated. It's nothing. Her answer was evasive. I just don't sleep much. Jian-ma wasn't convinced. So why did you call? Did you find anything suspicious? Silence. A long, awkward silence. Then, in a quiet voice, Rojo asked, Do you really think I'd only call you for something like that? Jian-ma blinked. Well, it was 6 in the morning. If someone called him instead of texting, he naturally assumed it was an emergency. What else was he supposed to think? Meanwhile, on the other side of the phone, Rojo was dying of embarrassment. After gathering her courage all night, she had finally decided to call him. But now that he had actually answered, she couldn't say what she wanted to say. In the end, she quietly mumbled, Good luck on your exams. Jian-ma narrowed his eyes. There was absolutely no way that was the reason she called. Maybe she had been trying to confess her feelings and chickened out at the last second. Honestly, this girl was unbelievable. Rojo hurriedly tried to end the call. I'll see you later. But before she could hang up, Jian-ma suddenly called her name. Rojo. The girl froze. What? Jian-ma smiled slightly. Good luck with your exams too. The line suddenly became silent. For several seconds, neither of them spoke. Jian-ma even pulled the phone away to check if the call had disconnected. It hadn't. Rojo was still there. She just wasn't saying anything. That was honestly a little concerning. Finally, after a long pause, she softly replied, Thanks. Then she immediately hung up. Jian-ma stared at his phone in confusion. What on earth was wrong with her? Outside, the sun had already begun to rise. There was no point thinking about it any longer. It was time to get ready for school. Soon, students began arriving at the academy. The atmosphere was completely different from normal. Everyone was gathered in front of the Joaquin Academy Special Hall. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary building, but the inside was anything but ordinary. The Special Hall was a miniature recreation of Gehenna. It was modeled after the 20 years that the legendary Ballard Joaquin had spent surviving within the demonic realm. Rocky terrain, overgrown weeds, harsh landscapes, everything had been recreated in perfect detail.